In the third year of Emperor Chongzhen's reign, a great drought struck the 5 northern provinces. The land was scorched for miles, rivers dried up, and the people were forced to leave their homes in search of survival. Late at night, when everything was silent, a faint voice urged, "Hurry up, don't wake anyone." "I know, stop rushing me." Lu Mingui, already old and light sleeper, was soon awakened by the soft noises. Her body was swollen from hunger. She forced open her tired eyes and saw her eldest son's family dressed neatly, their cart already packed with all their belongings. "Are we leaving now? Why didn't you wake me?" She struggled to sit up, smiling faintly. "I must have slept deeply this time. It feels like I just closed my eyes, and now we're on the move again." Escaping famine really is exhausting. But as soon as she finished speaking, something felt wrong. The temple they were staying in was broken and old. Moonlight shone through a hole in the roof. This wasn't morning, it was still the middle of the night. Looking again at her son's family, already prepared to leave, she suddenly understood everything. Song Daji had planned to abandon his mother quietly in the night, but she had woken up. He sighed and said bluntly, "Mother, you're old. Traveling with us only makes things harder for everyone. You should stay here. Don't blame me for being heartless. Sometimes it's better to let go early." Lu Mingui's wrinkled face turned pale. Her lips were dry and cracked, and her cloudy eyes stared at her son and daughter-in-law in disbelief. She trembled, unable to speak. All along the journey, she had eaten and drunk as little as possible, afraid they might leave her behind. But after only half a month, they were really going to abandon her, here, in this desolate place. Seeing his mother remain silent, Song Daji grew impatient and gave his wife a look. Hu Tsuehua understood at once and stepped forward to persuade. "Mother, please think of us. Every bite you take means less food for your grandsons. Do you really want them to starve?" As she spoke, her words came out sharply, and her spit landed on Lu Mingui's face and hair. Lu Mingui remained unmoved, staring at Song Daji. "Son, say something. Are you really going to leave your mother behind?" If he left, it would be no different from letting her die. They had no water, no food. Wasn't this just forcing her to her death? Song Daji scratched his head, growing more impatient. "Mother, what are you saying? The village has been dry for half a year. The crops are gone. The wells are empty. We had no choice but to flee. But look around. Everything is dry. Everyone has already left. There's nowhere left to beg for food. It's not that I want to abandon you, but if we keep going like this, the whole family will die." Lu Mingui felt her heart sink. She never thought her eldest son, the one she loved most, would want to leave her behind. She pleaded softly, "Son, I don't eat much, and I don't drink much water. Please take me with you." "Mother, I don't want to die yet." Hu Tsuehua gave a cold laugh, her eyes sharp. "Who wants to die if they can live? But if we take you, none of us will survive. Old woman, you really don't understand. At your age, you should have stayed home. Why come all this way?" Song Daji sighed. "Mother, forgive me for being unfilial. Stay here, in this old temple. Maybe someone kind will pass by and help you." Someone kind? Lu Mingui's heart sank completely. In this desolate place, who had come to help? And in a year of famine, no one had food to spare. Even her own son wouldn't help her. Why would strangers? She turned anxiously to the children. "Jinbao, Yinbao, Irfan, your grandmother has always been good to you, hasn't she? Please ask your parents to take me with you, will you?" The 3 children said nothing and turned their faces away. Lu Mingui's heart grew cold. Even the children who once loved to stay by her side now ignored her. Hu Tsuehua nudged Song Daji impatiently. "Why are you still talking to her? She's already seen through us. Since it's all out in the open, let's just go." The villagers had fled together to escape the famine. Earlier that day, they had slowed down, saying the elderly and children couldn't walk fast. In truth, they wanted to fall behind and leave Lu Mingui behind without anyone noticing. They did this on purpose, so no one would gossip. Later, they could simply say the old woman had fallen ill and passed away. In times like these, even if the villagers guessed the truth, no one would speak up. Everyone only cared about surviving. Right now, the most important thing for them was to hurry and catch up with the others. Traveling together was safer. Song Daji nodded silently. Without another word or even a glance at Lu Mingui, he pushed the cart forward. Beside him walked Hutsuehua and their 3 children. The group moved on without looking back. Even the grandchildren whom Lu Mingui had always loved didn't turn around once. Watching their backs fade into the distance, Lu Mingui felt a deep sadness and bitterness rise in her heart. She had raised 3 sons and 1 daughter on her own after her husband died, working hard all her life. Her eldest son, Song Daji, had always been her favorite. After he married, she handed over all the family's money and let his household take charge. In daily life, his family always had the best food and supplies, while the others had to make do. But now, just as they began their escape, her eldest son was heartless enough to abandon her. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have stayed home and faced death there. Driven by anger and sorrow, she hurried forward and grabbed Song Daji's arm. "Daji, you can't leave your mother behind," she pleaded. "I've always treated you and Suehua well. How can you do this to me?" Before she could finish, Hutsuehua snapped impatiently. "Treated us well? Do you have money or food to give?" Words don't fill our stomachs. The hesitation in Song Daji's eyes vanished at her words. He shook off Lu Mingui's hand roughly. "What can I do? You're old and can't keep up." But Lu Mingui barely heard him. The force of his push made her lose her balance, and she stumbled backward. Behind her was a dry ditch, its cracked bed scattered with stones. Lu Mingui rolled down into the ditch. After a dizzying spin, she hit a rock hard. Her legs twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Song Daji and his wife hurried down to the ditch. He placed his fingers under her nose and said, "It seems she's not breathing." "Oh no, her head is bleeding."
"She's gone."
"Let's get out of here. You 3, hurry up and follow." Lu Mingui tried to open her eyes, but she could only hear the voices fading away. Then everything went dark forever. Blood from the back of her head flowed down, dripping onto the wooden hairpin in her hair. The wooden hairpin slowly absorbed the blood, turning from its natural color to a deep red, and then suddenly disappeared. Lu Mingui felt a bright light before her eyes. She slowly opened them and found herself in a white room. The room was empty. It looked more like a long corridor, about 5 meters wide, but she couldn't tell how long it was. The strangest thing was that the sides of the room weren't walls, but white mist. When she touched it, it felt soft, but she couldn't walk through it. Confused, Lu Mingui walked forward. After an unknown number of steps, she saw a door ahead. "Am I dead? Where is this place? Could this be the underworld? I wonder what's behind that door. If I open it, will I see the king of the underworld?" Her hands trembled as she tried to push the door, but it wouldn't move at all. Puzzled, she turned and walked in the other direction, where she found another door. "Maybe this is the Real gate to the underworld? No matter what it is, as long as I can leave this place." She pushed the door hard, and suddenly sat up in bed. "Mother, you're finally awake." A young woman was searching through a chest beside the bed. When she saw Lu Mingui awake, she called out in surprise. This woman was none other than her eldest daughter-in-law, Hutsuehua. When Lu Mingui saw her face, a flash of hatred crossed her eyes, followed by confusion. She remembered being pushed by her eldest son, falling into the ditch, and hitting her head. She stayed in a white room for a long time, and then somehow found herself lying on her own bed at home. This was the room she had lived in for decades, the patched gray-blue quilt, the wooden bed beneath her, and the wooden chest beside it were all so familiar. Light came through the small wooden window, but the room was still dim as always. Lu Mingui suddenly shivered hard. Could this be a dream? She pinched her thigh through the quilt, and the sharp pain told her it wasn't. Could it be that she had come back to life? Cold sweat ran down her forehead. Maybe the king of the underworld thought her time wasn't up and sent her back? That must be it. She had never done anything wrong in her life, yet met such a terrible end. Even the heavens must have pitied her, so she was allowed to live again. Thinking this, Lu Mingui slowly calmed down. Her trembling hands finally steadied. The room was dim, and Hu Tsuehua didn't notice her movements or her fear. She walked to the bed and looked at Lu Mingui, her sharp eyes showing little emotion. Mother, don't be too sad. Second brother died in battle, but you still have Da Ji and me. Don't worry, Da Ji and I will take good care of you. Oh, when you fainted, the whole house was in chaos. Lu Mingui didn't catch the rest of her words. She already knew what day it was. It was the day the news of her second son, Song Dae's death, had arrived. When she first heard it, her vision went dark and she fainted on the spot. After waking up, she learned that her second daughter-in-law, who had been 7 months pregnant, had lost the baby, a fully formed boy. The young woman's health never recovered, and she often fell seriously ill. When famine came, she didn't survive. After that, her eldest daughter-in-law, Hu Tsuehua, often whispered in her ear, repeating the same thing. The second branch of the family was gone for good. From then on, Lu Mingui could only rely on the eldest son's family for her old age. Little by little, she believed it. Later, under their coaxing and lies, she handed over all her savings. And in the end, she was pushed to her death by her own son. Thinking of all this, Lu Mingui slowly calmed down. In this new life, she was determined to protect her second son's family and the child in her daughter-in-law's womb. Hu Tsuehua kept talking. Daji is really the most filial to his mother. When he saw you faint, he rushed to town to buy some meat. He said he'd make dumplings for you later. Enough. Lu Mingui snapped, cutting her off. I fainted, and instead of calling a doctor, he went to buy meat? Do you think I'm a fool? You just wanted an excuse to eat well. If I had really died, would you have used that meat for a feast? What a greedy family. Hu Tsuehua had always been favored by her mother-in-law, and she had never been scolded like this before. Her face changed, and though she felt upset, she forced a smile. Mother, we didn't mean, and where did you get the money for the meat? Did you steal from me? Lu Mingui couldn't even remember the details anymore. In her past life, she had always forgiven her eldest son's family too easily. Now she realized how foolish she had been. She glared at Hu Tsuehua, whose heart trembled. For the first time, her mother-in-law looked frightening, almost like a ghost. Hu Tsuehua lowered her head. We didn't steal. Daji and I really had no money. We just wanted to buy some meat to help you recover. Lu Mingui felt disgusted. The same old excuses, stealing and pretending to be poor. But she had more important things to deal with now. She would settle this later. She gave a cold laugh. Save your fake kindness. How long was I unconscious? In her previous life, she had fainted for 2 days and nights after hearing that her second son had died. Now, she only hoped she could still protect her second son's family and the unborn child. Hu Tsuehua hesitated, then muttered, You were out for most of the day. She secretly wondered if the old woman had really fainted or was just pretending. It hadn't been that long. Maybe she was just putting on a show? Still, it made sense. After losing a son, anyone would act heartbroken, or else the villagers would gossip. As she was lost in thought, she heard Lu Mingui ask again, Where is the second son's wife? When it came to the second son's family, Hu Tsuehua started complaining again. That lazy woman is still lying in bed. It's already past noon, and she hasn't even gotten up to cook. Lu Mingui was furious. Is that something a sister-in-law should say? She's expecting a baby and just went through something terrible. Can't she rest a bit? If you dare say that again, I'll give you a good scolding. You jealous, mean-spirited thing. Hu Tsuehua felt that her mother-in-law was in an unusually bad mood today. She had never spoken to her like this before. Could it be that she was truly sad about Song Dae's death? But what's done is done. No one can come back to life. When Lu Mingui saw the look on her face, she remembered how her son had been left behind and died because of them. Anger surged in her chest. Unable to hold it back, she raised her hand and slapped Hu Tsuehua hard. What's that look for? Are you happy about what happened? It was the first time Lu Mingui had ever hit her daughter-in-law. She had always been kind to the younger generation. Since she had never had a mother-in-law herself, she had never suffered that kind of hardship. Her father had chosen Song Qingye for her precisely because his parents had passed away early, and there would be no one to control her. So, when she became a mother-in-law, she wasn't harsh with her daughters-in-law. Especially with the eldest, Hu Tsuehua, she treated her almost like her own daughter. The second daughter-in-law, however, was quiet and reserved, always busy with work but not very talkative, so they weren't close. Now, thinking back, she realized the eldest only knew how to say nice things, while the second was the truly good one, steady and hardworking. She had really been blind before. The thought made her want to slap Hu Tsuehua again. Hu Tsuehua had never been treated like this since marrying into the Song family. She covered her stinging cheek, feeling deeply wronged. "Mother, how could you hit me?" She had always spoken badly about Shinjui before, and her mother-in-law had never scolded her. What was going on today? Lu Minggui wasn't about to let her off. "Why shouldn't I? You said the wrong thing and did the wrong thing. You deserve it. Looks like you haven't been disciplined enough all these years." After all, she was a widow who had raised 3 sons and a daughter on her own. Of course, she had a strong temper. She had always been gentle by nature, and as she grew older, she became even more restrained. So when she suddenly stood up, her presence carried a certain authority that frightened Hu Tsuehua into silence. Seeing her quiet, Lu Minggui scolded, "Why are you standing there? Help me up, so I can take a look." Hu Tsuehua froze. "Take a look at what?" Lu Minggui glared at her. "I'm going to see how the second daughter-in-law is doing. If anything happens to her, you'll be the one I blame." At that moment, Lu Minggui's thoughts became clear. People often say that even a fierce beast won't harm its own young, but those ungrateful children had driven their mother, who had raised them for decades, to despair. It was truly heartbreaking. Now that she had a second chance at life, she no longer planned to be kind to her eldest son's family, but it wasn't yet time for revenge. Her second son had died in battle, her second daughter-in-law was heavily pregnant, her third daughter had only been married for 2 years, and her youngest son was still an apprentice in town. The only ones left at home were her eldest son's family. Not that she truly relied on them, she simply needed help with the household work. As long as she still held the family's money, her eldest son's family wouldn't dare to act out. She hated them for their lack of respect and for treating their own mother so cruelly, but for now, she didn't know what to do with them. It wasn't a time of famine yet. She couldn't just take drastic action, even if she wanted to. Still, the anger in her heart was real, and the sharp look in her old eyes made Hu Tsuehua uneasy. Hu Tsuehua obediently stepped forward to help Lu Minggui out of bed, not daring to talk back. Lu Minggui hurried out of the room and went straight to her second daughter-in-law's quarters. Before she even entered, she heard crying from inside. "Mother, please don't die. Please, Mother, don't leave us." It was her second son's little girl, Man, only 5 years old. Later, during the famine, the poor child would be sold by the eldest son's family. Hearing her cries now, Lu Minggui's heart tightened. Was she already too late? She quickly pushed the door open and saw her second daughter-in-law, Shinjui, lying on the bed. The frail woman reached out a thin hand to gently touch Man's head. "Don't cry, dear. Mother is going to see your father." Her eyes were swollen from crying, her body weak and thin, though her belly was still round with child. Her breathing was shallow, her gaze unfocused on the ceiling, as if she were quietly waiting for the end. Lu Minggui looked pained. Her second daughter-in-law was a good woman, hard-working and patient since marrying into the Song family 5 years ago. She regretted being blind in the past, treating someone like Hu Tsuehua, an ungrateful person, as precious, while ignoring the truly good one. Right now, the most important thing was to stop her second daughter-in-law from wanting to end her life. She stepped forward, took Shinjui's cold hand, and said, "What are you talking about? If you're gone, what will happen to Man?" Shinjui's hand was icy, making Lu Minggui shiver, but she held on tightly and continued to comfort her. "You must take good care of yourself and give birth to the baby safely. You also have to raise Man well." Shinjui seemed to come back to her senses and murmured, "Mother, but Day has gone. If he's gone, I don't want to live either." Her voice was full of sorrow, and she finally broke down crying. Tears streamed down her face, and little Man, frightened, began to cry too. Lu Mingui had lost her son in old age. How could she not grieve? But she knew very well that if she also collapsed now, just like in her previous life, her daughter-in-law's fragile strength would crumble completely. Besides, for her, it had already been 2 years since her second son's death. Though the pain remained, time had softened it. She suddenly raised her voice, pretending to be angry. "What nonsense are you saying? Day isn't dead." The notice from the village had clearly said he went missing while chasing the enemy. His life or death is still unknown. That child has always been clever and strong. How could he be gone so easily? Don't you remember? When he was young, he went hunting with your father-in-law and was very skilled. Lu Mingui wasn't lying. After all, even after 2 years, no one had found Song Dae's body. Shun Jui seemed to take in her words, and a bit of light returned to her eyes. She hesitated and asked Mother, "Is that really true?" "Of course. Would I not know my own son?" The more Lu Mingui spoke, the more convinced she became herself. She reminded her gently, "Take good care of yourself. Do you hear me? If Dae comes back and doesn't see you, how could I ever explain that to him?" These words gave Shin Jui a bit of strength. Her thin hand gently touched her belly. "All right, I'll take good care of myself and give birth to this child for Dae. And also for Man, my dear Man." Man stopped crying, softly called Mother, and leaned close to Shin Jui. Lu Mingui was still worried. Although her second daughter-in-law no longer wanted to give up on life, she had just lost her husband and had been working hard every day. She might still be unwell. She turned to Hutsuehua and said, "You go to town and bring a doctor." Hutsuehua already felt unhappy seeing Lu Mingui treat Shinjuri so kindly. Now that she was told to fetch a doctor, she became even more displeased. "Mother, isn't my sister-in-law fine? Why call a doctor? Everyone in the village gets sick sometimes, but we all manage on our own. Why is she so special?"
She didn't want to go.
The town was far, there was no cart, and it was hot at noon. Besides, it would cost money. The family's money should belong to their branch and be saved for Jinbao and Inbao. Lu Mingui looked at her coldly. "I told you to go, so go. Stop talking nonsense." She handed her 10 copper coins. "Hurry up. If anything happens to Jay's baby, you'll be in trouble." Hutsuehua counted the coins, muttered a few words, but still feared her mother-in-law. She had no choice but to head toward the town. After Hutsuehua left, Lu Mingui went to the kitchen. The kitchen had always been managed by Shinjui. It was tidy but very empty. Although it wasn't a famine year, the family was still poor. Not only the Song family, every household in the village struggled. There was nothing in the kitchen except a bit of firewood. Lu Mingui remembered that since it wasn't a famine year yet and she was still in charge of the household, the rice and flour were kept in her own room. She quickly went back, searched around, and found some coarse grains, pickles, and 5 eggs left. Normally, the eggs would be saved to trade for money or salt. But when she thought of Shenjui's pale, thin face, Lu Mingui made up her mind and took 2 eggs into the kitchen. She had been dizzy for a long time, and now her stomach was growling with hunger. The second daughter-in-law was also pregnant and needed nourishment. Since the doctor hadn't arrived yet, Lu Mingui decided to fill everyone's stomachs first. She was used to doing housework. Although the second daughter-in-law had been taking care of most chores in recent years, Lu Mingui had never been idle. She started a fire in the stove, added water to the pot, and began cooking brown rice porridge. While the porridge was cooking, she washed some spinach and prepared to make spinach and egg soup. Just then, Man came out timidly and said, "Grandma, let me tend the fire." Usually, when Shunjoy cooked, Man helped by keeping an eye on the fire. So when she saw her grandmother busy in the kitchen, she quickly came to help. Although her grandmother wasn't unkind, she wasn't very close to her either, so Man felt a little scared. But her mother had told her that as a girl, she must be hardworking so that her grandmother and father would like her. Now that her father was gone, She had to try even harder to please her grandmother. Man was only 5 years old, but she already understood what death meant. It was like when the mother of a boy in the village, Urgu, passed away. She was buried under a mound of earth, and no one was kind to Urgu anymore. Later, Urgu's father remarried, and the new wife was very strict with him. Thinking of this made Man feel sad. She forced a smile and bravely repeated, "Grandma, I can tend the fire." Lu Mingui looked at her little granddaughter, only 5, thin and small, with sparse, yellowish hair. This little girl was just like her mother, quiet and not a big eater. In the past, Lu Mingui hadn't paid her much attention. But now, she felt sorry for her. So young, and already without a father. As a grandmother, she should treat the child better. She didn't refuse Man's offer to help. In the village, most children helped with chores, and tending the fire was one of the easiest tasks. She nodded. "All right, you watch the fire. Grandma will wash the spinach." She filled a wooden basin with water and placed the spinach inside. The green leaves looked so fresh and healthy. In the past, she rarely ate spinach, not because she didn't like it, but because the family didn't have much land for vegetables. Most of their fields were used to grow grain. Grain was what truly kept people from going hungry. The Song family only grew spinach and Chinese cabbage, and most of it would be sent by Hutsuehua back to her parents' home. Compared to these vegetables, the villagers mostly ate wild greens. As Lu Mingui washed the spinach in her hands, she thought about the drought that would come next year and felt worried. Once her second daughter-in-law gave birth, she planned to find a way to leave. But the world was so big. Where could they go? Forget it, she thought. Let's get through the current hardship first. Soon, the fresh green spinach was in the pot. The spinach was tender. It only needed a quick boil. Golden egg flowers floated in the soup, and Lu Mingui added a spoonful of pork fat. The oil sizzled instantly. A rich aroma filled the air, making her mouth water. She couldn't help swallowing as memories of the famine came back. It had been a long time since she'd eaten her fill. During those hard years, even tree bark and roots had been eaten clean. How could anyone dream of egg soup then? This pot of egg soup smelled heavenly. When she turned around, she saw Man secretly swallowing too. Lu Mingui smiled. "You little foodie. Don't worry, it's almost ready." Man's face turned red. "Grandma, I'm not greedy. I won't eat." Lu Mingui looked puzzled. "Why not? Grandma made this for the 3 of us. Come on, your mother can't get out of bed. We'll take it to your room." She quickly filled a bowl with spinach and egg soup, scooped out some mixed grain rice, and warmed 3 small dark buns. "I'll carry these." Man, you take the bowls and chopsticks." Man froze for a moment. In the past, all the eggs were saved for Jinbao and Yinbao. Now Grandma said her mother, and she could eat too? Something felt different about Grandma today. Different, but in a good way. She answered softly, "Okay," and followed behind Lu Mingui with the bowls and chopsticks. The sound of the door opening woke Shinjoy. She struggled to sit up. "Mother, you're still weak. Don't get up yet. Wait until the doctor checks you." Shinjoy's room was small, but since there wasn't much furniture, it didn't feel cramped. Just a bed and a small table, nothing more. Lu Mingui set the food on the table and placed a bowl of spinach and egg soup by the bed. "Have some soup with the buns." Shinjoy could hardly believe it, but the real, rich smell made her swallow unconsciously. She looked at the golden egg flowers in the bowl and quickly refused. "Mother, you should eat it." "I won't." Such good food. She had only eaten it once before, when she was pregnant with Man. Even though her stomach was growling with hunger, she held herself back. How could someone like her deserve something so nice? When Lu Mingui saw her hesitate, she frowned and said firmly, "I told you to eat, so eat." But Shunjuri still shook her head. Maybe let Man have it instead." She spoke softly and glanced at Lu Mingui's face. In this family, her mother-in-law always favored the eldest son and his wife. Their children were treated like treasures. But Man, being a girl, was rarely shown kindness. Would her mother-in-law be upset if she gave the soup to Man? Seeing her careful expression, Lu Mingui suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had she really been so unfair? Her second daughter-in-law didn't even dare to drink a bowl of egg soup. Forget it, she thought. Time will show a person's heart. There was no point in saying more now. She straightened her face and said, Man will have a big bowl too. When I tell you to drink, you drink. Don't you want your baby to have some too? Man added quickly, Mother, Grandma said I'll have egg soup today too. Please drink yours. Oh, really? Seeing her mother still unsure, Man lifted her bowl to show her. Grandma said everyone gets one bowl, and whoever finishes first can have another. That was something Lu Mingui had said to tease Man earlier, but it was true. There was plenty. The big pot of spinach and egg soup was enough for all three of them. Grandma, Mother, hurry and drink before it gets cold. Finally, Shinjui believed her. She lifted the bowl and drank eagerly. The warm, savory taste filled her with happiness. Man grinned, showing her missing tooth. Grandma, you should drink too. For some reason, as Lu Mingui watched them, her nose stung with emotion. Her voice trembled slightly. Drink, all of you. Grandma will drink too. The three of them said no more, each holding a large porcelain bowl, quietly enjoying the soup together. The spinach tasted sweet, and the eggs smelled wonderful. As she brought the bowl to her lips, the soft, smooth egg soup slid down her throat, warming her empty stomach. She took a bite of the dark steamed bun, chewed it together with the soup, and swallowed. The taste was amazing. The coarse bun, which usually scratched her throat, became delicious when eaten with the fragrant egg soup. Finally, she filled her stomach with some mixed grain rice. Warmth spread through her body, and she felt completely relaxed. The three of them had never eaten so much before. They rubbed their full stomachs, too content to speak. For some reason, Shinjui felt her nose sting, and her eyes grow wet. She wanted to cry. Today seemed to be the happiest day since she married into the Song family. Lu Mingui also felt like crying. After living through years of hardship, she knew that such peaceful days might only last for another year or so. Fear filled her heart. She didn't know what the future would bring. Yet, she also felt that surviving such hard times might mean a new beginning. The room was quiet. Then Man spoke first. Grandma, Mother, I'll go wash the dishes. Before they could respond, her small hands were already carrying the basin and bowls outside. Lu Mingui stood up to help, but Shinjui stopped her. Mother, let Man do it. In the past, Lu Mingui would have thought it was fine for a girl to do more chores. But when she thought of the eldest son's 3 children, who never helped and only played around, she felt it was unfair to Man. Besides, Man had already helped with the fire earlier. I'll go. There's not much water left in the jar, and we need to fetch more, Lu Mingui said. Shinjui found her mother-in-law's behavior strange today. She had cooked egg soup, brought it to her bedside, and now didn't want Man to do chores. Was it because Dae was gone that she suddenly became kinder to them? No, Mother was right. Dae couldn't be dead. She shook off the thought and quickly said, Mother, let me go instead. No, you're expecting a baby. You shouldn't do heavy work. As they gently argued, they suddenly heard children's voices outside. Song, Man, you stole food. Yeah, you worthless girl, did you sneak food when no one was home? The ones speaking were Song Daji's 2 children. The older one, Jinbao, was 8 years old. The younger one, Irfan, was a 7-year-old girl. The youngest, Inbao, wasn't there. He was probably still playing outside. The 2 children came back from outside, their faces covered in sweat. Song Jinbao stepped forward and looked at the bowl and basin on the ground, but since they had been cleaned out completely, he couldn't tell what had been eaten. Irfan sniffed the air and suddenly said, It smells so good. It must be eggs. They were eating eggs at home. I'm going to tell Mother and Grandma that the girl from Second Aunt's family dared to eat something so nice in secret. Irfan looked at Man angrily, as if she had caught her doing something terrible. Jinbao stepped forward and pushed Man to the ground. You greedy girl. Let's see you eat now. Man fell down, startled, her lips trembling as if she was about to cry. But she forced herself to hold back her tears. This wasn't the first time Jinbao and Irfan had bullied her. Before, When she told her mother about it, her mother went to talk to her aunt, but her aunt scolded them instead. Grandma didn't care either, and just let it happen. Her father wasn't home. After it happened many times, Man understood. Since her father was away, the family depended on her uncle's household, and even Grandma listened to him. So even if she was bullied, no one would help her. After that, no matter how Jinbao bullied her, she stayed quiet. Crying didn't help anyway. Seeing her so timid, Jinbao became even more pleased with himself and stepped forward to kick her. Man shut her eyes tightly, staying silent, ready to take the blow quietly. But the expected kick never came. Instead, she heard Jinbao cry out in pain. She quickly opened her eyes and saw Jinbao lying on the ground, while Irfan stood frozen beside him. Grandma was standing in front of her, shielding her. Warmth filled Man's heart, and the tears she had been holding back finally fell. She looked up and softly called Grandma. Grandma had protected her. Grandma was so kind. Lu Mingui didn't realize that this one act of protection would make Man forget all the past hurt and start to truly like her. When she heard the noise earlier, she had come out to check, and when she saw Jinbao about to kick Man, she didn't think twice. She kicked him instead. She hadn't held back her strength, and Jinbao was knocked straight to the ground. Irfan stood nearby, smiling, with no intention of helping her brother. Jinbao, lying on the ground, cried out in pain, thinking his second aunt had kicked him. He never took his timid second aunt seriously and was about to start scolding her with his eyes closed. "Oh no! Someone's trying to hurt me. That mean woman wants to kill me. Mom, come quick. Second aunt is going to beat me to death." Lu Mingui looked at him and felt a mix of emotions. So this was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. When had he turned out like this? Seeing him rolling and shouting like that, anyone would think he was a troublemaker from the streets. Anger rose in her chest. She grabbed a broom and started hitting Jinbao. "I'll teach you not to act like a rascal. You're still young and already learning bad habits. How dare you bully Man?" Only then did Jinbao realize it wasn't his second aunt who had kicked him, it was his grandmother. Seeing the broom swinging down at him, he didn't dare stay on the ground pretending anymore. "Grandma, stop. Please stop. It hurts. It really hurts." But Lu Mingui was too angry to listen. She raised the broom higher and hit harder each time, chasing Jinbao all around the yard. He screamed and ran, finally finding a chance to dash out through the gate. In the village, it wasn't unusual to see naughty children being chased by angry adults. It usually meant someone had really pushed their luck. Lu Mingui didn't chase after him. After all that, she was out of breath. Even though she looked a bit younger now, she was still in her 40s, and it took a toll. She set the broom down and said to Irfan, who was still standing there, "Don't just stand around. Help Man wash the dishes." Even though her brother had just been beaten, Irfan wasn't afraid of Lu Mingui. That was because Lu Mingui usually didn't bother with her, and her parents, Song Daji and his wife, treated their daughter well, never making her do chores. Of course, that was mostly because Shunjui and Man took care of all the housework. So Irfan usually spent her days playing outside. When she heard her grandmother tell her to wash the dishes, she pouted in protest. "Grandma, you're the ones who ate at home. Why should I wash the dishes? Did you eat the eggs? I can smell them." Lu Mingui's eyes turned sharp. "Stealing food? I just ate an egg at home. How is that stealing? Wasn't that chicken bought by me? I raised it with care, feeding it every day. How can that be called stealing?" She raised her hand and gave Irfan a light smack on the shoulder. "Go wash the dishes." Irfan dodged and muttered, "I'm not washing them. That's what servants are for. In the future, I'll be the wife of a rich man, and there will be plenty of servants to serve me. Maybe Song Man can serve me then, haha." Lu Mingui was furious. Seeing the little girl acting so proud made her even angrier. "Shameless. Who taught you to talk like that? We're simple village folk. Where did you learn such nonsense?" Irfan replied confidently, "My mother said it. She said girls should be raised gently. People in the city like delicate girls, and so do the landlords. Not like you country people." As she spoke, she lifted her fingers in a dainty pose, looking awkward and pretentious. Lu Mingui, fuming, tapped her on the forehead. Be quiet. You won't even do your own chores. Always daydreaming. Today, you'll wash those dishes whether you want to or not. Irfan's forehead turned red, and she started crying loudly. Song Daji pushed the door open and saw his daughter covering her face and crying, while his mother stood nearby, looking furious. Oh, mother, you're awake? What happened? Why are you so angry right after waking up? Before he could finish, Lu Mingui glared at him so fiercely that his heart skipped a beat. What's going on with mother? Why is she looking at me like that? So scary. Could it be that she found out I took her coins to buy meat? But Lu Mingui quickly calmed her anger, gave him a cold look, and scolded. You've raised a fine daughter. She won't even wash the dishes.
What now?
Do you expect this old woman to wash them herself? Hearing that, Song Daji sighed in relief. So that's what this was about. He glared at Irfan and shouted, Irfan, your grandmother told you to wash the dishes, and you dare to refuse? Hurry up and do it. Her father had spoken, so Irfan muttered a little, but still squatted down to wash the dishes with Man. Lu Mingui, however, had no intention of letting Song Daji off easily. Suehua said you went to buy meat? What made you so happy that you had to buy meat? Were you happy because I fainted? Song Daji was startled. How could he dare to admit it? Mother, what are you saying? I only went to buy some meat because you fainted and looked weak. I wanted to get something to help you recover. Lu Mingui knew he wouldn't admit the truth, so she didn't press that point. Instead, she asked coldly, really? Then where's the meat? She had already noticed that Song Daji came back empty-handed. He hadn't bought any meat at all, and her purse was missing 30 coins. 30 coins, enough to buy a whole pound of pork. These days, people could barely fill their stomachs, and meat was a rare treat. Meat was precious, something only eaten during festivals or when entertaining important guests. In the village, people usually bought just half a pound or so, enough to add a bit of flavor to their meals. But Song Daji had taken advantage of her fainting to steal 30 coins to buy meat. 30 coins. That could have bought 7 or 8 pounds of coarse rice. The question was, where had the meat gone? She asked again. So where's the meat? Did it end up in a dog's belly? Song Daji was speechless. His wife had been craving meat, and when the old lady fainted, she urged him to take the money and buy some. They did have a little money of their own, but they were too stingy to spend it. Of course, it was easier to use the old lady's money first. So he had boldly taken 30 coins. But just as he bought a pound of meat at the butcher's, he ran into Tsuehua's father. His father-in-law had never liked him, but when he saw him buying meat, he suddenly became very friendly. Before he knew it, he had been talked into going home with him, and his mother-in-law cooked the meat into a rich stew. He ended up eating with his father-in-law and brother-in-law until his mouth was shiny with oil, even drinking a bit of rice wine. On the way home, he started to feel uneasy, wondering how he would explain things to Tsuehua. Then he thought, since the meat had gone into his father-in-law's stomach, what was there to worry about? But he hadn't expected his mother to wake up so soon. Now he stood there, stammering, unable to say a word. When Lu Mingui saw his reaction, she guessed that she wouldn't be getting any of that meat today. After living through years of famine, she had become very attached to food, always feeling that only what she ate herself truly belonged to her. As for her eldest son, who had caused her so much trouble, she no longer had the patience she once did. Without thinking, she rushed out the door and shouted, "Everyone, come and see. Look at what kind of son I've raised. I must have done something terrible in my past life to deserve this." His mother fainted at home, and instead of finding a doctor, he stole my savings to buy meat. Our family can barely afford food, yet he dares to steal money for meat. If I don't wake up, they'll probably be celebrating instead. Oh, old song. Why did you have to die so early? Take me with you. How did I raise such a son? I might as well be dead. The more she spoke, the more upset she became. She sat down on the doorstep, slapped her legs, and cried loudly, "Everyone tell me, what kind of son treats his mother like this?" When Dae died, he didn't even shed a single tear. How could his heart be so cold? Lu Mingui had seen old women in the village act like this before, but it was her first time doing it herself. Yet she didn't feel ashamed at all. On the contrary, she felt wonderfully relieved. No wonder those old women made such a scene. It really did make one feel better afterward. Meanwhile, Song Daji stood frozen, completely shocked. He never expected his mother to suddenly act like this. He was even more surprised because she had always been gentle and proper. How could she suddenly behave like one of those loud, quarrelsome women? To understand why Lu Mingui had changed so much, one had to start with her father. Her father had been a poor scholar, strict about manners despite their poverty, and he had raised her to be quiet and obedient. After marrying into the Song family, she focused only on household matters and never interfered in anything outside. It wasn't until her husband died that she was forced to take charge. But once her son, Song Daji, got married, she returned to her old ways, leaving all household affairs to him and his wife. So this was the first time Song Daji had ever seen his mother act like this. While he stood there in shock, the neighbors, hearing the commotion, began to gather at the door, some still holding their bowls, others with their sewing in hand. Most families lived in earthen houses surrounded by fences, and any small noise could be heard by everyone nearby. Someone asked, "What's going on, Aunt Lu?" "Yeah, Aunt Lu, what happened to make you so angry?" Some thought she was sad about her late son, and tried to comfort her. "Auntie, Day has gone, but you still have Daji and his family. Don't be too upset." Lu Mingui took the chance to cry and complain, "Sister Foam, you're right. Daji's family is really something. I fainted at home, and he secretly took 30 copper coins to buy meat. That's 30 coins. We saved that money for salt and rice, and he used it to buy meat. How can we live like this? What's he so happy about? Is he waiting for me to die? Buy meat?" The neighbors all looked strangely at Song Daji. They had never seen anyone buy meat instead of calling a doctor when something like this happened. Old Madame Lu had always treated them well. How could this couple do such a thing? And Day had just passed away. What a heartless pair. "Daji," one of the women said, "I'm not trying to scold you, but your mother fainted. You should at least call a doctor. How could you take the money to buy meat?" "Exactly. That's so unfilial. Day even went to serve in the army for you. How can you be so ungrateful?" Song Daji couldn't stand everyone's accusing looks. He quickly pulled Lu Mingui aside and said, "Mother, you're too quick to judge. Listen to me first. I did take 30 coins, but the meat today wasn't good. It was too lean, so I didn't buy it." Trying to hide his pain, he took a small money pouch from his chest. "Here, look, the money's all here." Then he smiled awkwardly at the neighbors. "It's all a misunderstanding. I'm the most filial son there is. Everyone, please go home." But before he could count out the 30 coins, Lu Mingui snatched the pouch from his hand and tucked it into her clothes. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing the oil on your lips, I thought you'd already eaten outside." Her movements were quick and precise, and before Song Daji could grab the money pouch back, it was already gone. He grew anxious. He had only taken it out to silence the neighbors. He never meant to actually give it to the old woman. Speaking of his mother, she was getting on in years, yet still so quick and sharp. "Mother, that's my money." Hearing this, Lu Mingui stopped in her tracks and gave him a sharp look. "Your money? You're always complaining about being poor, and now you suddenly have money? Where did it come from?" Song Daji's heart skipped a beat. He had said too much. There was more than 30 coins in that pouch. During the busy farming season, he had earned some coins working for the landlord. Sometimes, he went into the mountains to hunt rabbits and pheasants, which also brought in a bit of money. His wife, Hu Tsuehua, made some by weaving cloth as well. With the money they earned, the couple often treated themselves in secret. But they always pretended to be poor in front of Lu Mingui, never handing over a single coin, and even made her spend her own savings to help them. Back when her husband, Old Song, was still alive, he had left her more than 20 taels of silver. He had been a skilled hunter, and with a nearby Dapan mountain full of game, they had lived well for a time. But over the years, Household expenses and the dowries for their two sons' marriages had drained her savings completely. Later, Lu Mingui found out that this couple had been hiding money, but by then it was too late. Now, she was determined to take back whatever she could. Song Daji watched helplessly as his mother walked off with the pouch. He hurried after her with an awkward smile. "Mother, some of that money is what Tsuehua saved from weaving." "Oh. So you're saying I took Hutsuehua's money? Do you want me to give it back to her? Is that what you mean?" Lu Mingui stared at him, waiting for him to nod. But how could Song Daji dare to? His mother was the head of the household now. If he admitted it, she might spread the word, and his reputation in the village would be ruined. Not that he cared much about reputation, but if he angered her, how would his family live comfortably? These days, his mother and his younger brother's wife handled all the farm work. That allowed him and Tsuehua to take on side jobs like hunting and weaving. They didn't have to do any chores at home and could still come back to ready-made meals. Where else could they find such an easy life? Thinking of this, he quickly smiled and said, "Oh, Mother, what are you saying? Isn't Tsuehua's money still part of the family's money? Please, you keep this money pouch." Lu Mingui only glanced at him, then turned and went back to her room. "Mother." Song Daji followed behind, wanting to say something more, but the loud sound of the door closing made him jump. He rubbed his nose and didn't dare to knock. He just felt that his mother seemed like a completely different person today. It reminded him of when he was a child and stole melons from the villagers. When they came to complain, his mother had punished him severely with a cold face. Just now, he almost thought she was going to scold him again. Lu Mingui returned to her room, locked the door, and took out all the copper coins from the money pouch. 10, 20, 30. There were actually 112 coins. This was just the pouch Song Daji carried with him, yet it had so much money. Lu Mingui guessed that the eldest son's family probably had about 2 taels of silver, but she couldn't possibly take it from them. She lifted the bedding, reached under the bedboard, and slowly pulled out a small embroidered pouch. Inside were a little more than 1 tael of broken silver and over 300 copper coins. That was all her savings. She put the coins she had just taken from Song Daji into the pouch, then counted out 50 coins to keep on her. Remembering how, when she had just woken up in a daze, she saw Tsuehua rummaging through her wooden chest, she decided to put the pouch inside the chest and lock it. After tucking the key safely on her, she heard Tsuehua's loud voice in the yard. "Mother! Mother! I've invited Dr. Li from Huichun Hall." Lu Mingui went out and saw the white-bearded Dr. Li standing in the yard with his medicine box. "Thank you for coming all this way. My daughter-in-law's pregnancy doesn't seem to be going well," she said. "Please take a look at her." Dr. Li had already heard from Tsuehua on the way that the family's second son had died in battle, and his wife had fainted upon hearing the news. So he didn't ask much and followed Lu Mingui into the room. After checking Shengai's pulse, he said without surprise, "This lady's pulse is very weak. Her body has long been lacking proper nourishment, and now that she's pregnant, the baby is not stable. She's suffering from internal heat and emotional distress. This child needs careful care." Lu Mingui's eyes turned red. "What should we do?" "Please, you must find a way to save her and the baby." Dr. Li thought for a moment and said, "For now, we must first protect the baby and then slowly help her recover. I'll write a prescription. Follow it exactly. Prepare the medicine each day and let her take it twice a day, morning and evening. I'll come back in 7 days to check on her." Lu Mingui nodded repeatedly. The doctor added, "Also, she needs plenty of rest. Don't let her get tired. Make her some millet porridge or chicken soup. That will help her recover." The consultation fee was 15 coins, plus 10 for the house call. Since Lu Mingui had already given Tsuehua 10 coins, she now paid another 15. As for the medicine, they went to Huichun Hall to get it. The 7 days' worth of medicine cost 300 coins. When Shunjui heard that the medicine cost 300 coins, she refused to take it. "Mother, I feel much better now. Let's not buy the medicine. 300 coins could buy so much rice." She couldn't waste money like that. But Lu Mingui wouldn't listen. "Better? Didn't you hear what the doctor said? This isn't something you can judge by how you feel. You must follow the doctor's orders. Just rest. Don't worry about the money. She did feel the pain of spending so much, but as long as her second daughter-in-law could keep the baby, it was worth it. If the baby was safe, her daughter-in-law wouldn't lose hope, and their family could stay together. At first, Dr. Lee thought Shinjoy looked so thin because her mother-in-law mistreated her, so he hadn't been very polite to Lu Mingguo. But now, seeing her care, his opinion changed. He said, "Someone should come with me to get the medicine." Naturally, Hu Tsuehua went along. By the time she returned with the medicine, the sun had already set. Since she missed the ox cart to town, she had to walk both ways, and she was exhausted. Looking at the dark courtyard, she muttered, "Mother, I've brought the medicine back. Why haven't you started cooking yet?" Lu Mingguo, of course, didn't cook. She had no intention of serving the eldest son's family, especially since she had already eaten well that afternoon. Not only was she full, but even Shinjoy and Man had eaten until their stomachs were round. She glanced at Hu Tsuehua and said slowly, "Cook? Who's going to cook? Didn't you hear what Dr. Lee said? The second daughter-in-law shouldn't get out of bed for now." Hu Tsuehua froze for a moment, thinking, if the second daughter-in-law can't get up, isn't that your job then? Lu Mingguo could easily guess what her eldest daughter-in-law was thinking. Though she was older, she still worked in the fields every day and sometimes helped in the kitchen when Shinjoy was too busy. But now, after nearly losing her life because of the eldest son's family, how could she still be willing to serve those ungrateful people? "Give me the medicine. I'll prepare it. If you're hungry, cook for yourselves. You all have hands and feet. Don't expect me to do everything." She ignored Hu Tsuehua's sour expression, brought out a small clay stove, and set it up in the yard. Man quickly fetched some firewood to help. The grandmother and granddaughter worked together. One started the fire, the other washed the herbs, and soon the medicine was boiling. Hu Tsuehua had no choice but to go into the kitchen to cook. She scolded Irfan, pulling her by the ear, and made her help with the fire. Soon, the kitchen was filled with noise. Irfan rarely did chores, and now she pouted unhappily, muttering, "So annoying. Why do I have to do this again?" Hu Tsuehua glared at her. "What do you mean again? You spend all day playing outside. What work have you done?" "I did work. I washed a bunch of dishes this afternoon." Irfan held out her hands. "Look, my hands are rough now." Hu Tsuehua frowned. "You wash dishes? What dishes?" Usually, the second daughter-in-law and Man did all the chores. Why would Irfan be washing dishes? "Yes, I washed them for Grandma." Then Irfan suddenly remembered something and whispered, "Mom, Grandma, and that girl secretly ate something at home today. I smelled eggs. They must have eaten eggs." Hu Tsuehua paused. "Really? Really? When my brother and I came home, we saw that girl washing dishes in the yard. There's even oil floating on the water. And that's not all. Brother Jinbao just said a few words, and Grandma wanted to hit him." Hearing this, Hu Tsuehua was already mostly convinced. It seemed that the old woman had been deeply affected by the second son's death. She used to dislike his family very much, but today she seemed like a completely different person. Not only did she call a doctor for Shinjuri, but she even cooked something special at home. She even gave an egg to Man, that girl she used to scold. Before, whenever the family had eggs, Jinbao and Yinbao always got their share. But today, not only did they get none, Jinbao was even hit by the old woman. Gritting her teeth, Hu Tsuehua muttered under her breath, "That old hag, how dare she hit my son? Serves her right that her son's gone." As soon as she spoke, she started coughing. Thick smoke was filling the kitchen. It turned out that Irfan, who was usually lazy and disliked doing chores, had grown impatient while tending the fire. She stuffed too much wood into the stove, hoping to finish quickly and go play, but the fire went out and smoke poured out instead. The smoke made Hu Tsuehua's eyes water, and her bad mood only worsened. "You useless girl. You can't even keep a fire going. What good are you?" She grabbed the rolling pin and swung it at Irfan. No matter how quickly Irfan dodged, she still got hit on the back. Crying out, she ran toward the yard, shouting, "Ow! Ow! Mom, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." I know. But Hu Tsuehua didn't seem to hear her. She chased after her, yelling, "You good for nothing. All you know is eating. You greedy thing. I'll teach you a lesson for sneaking food. I'll beat the greed out of you." Irfan ran and cried, confused. When had she ever been greedy? She hadn't even eaten dinner yet. Man was frightened by the commotion. She quietly moved closer to Lu Mingui, but didn't dare lean on her, afraid of being scolded. Sensing her granddaughter's fear, Lu Mingui gently patted her back, then looked toward the two in the yard and said coldly, "Do you think I'm dead?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was icy. Hu Tsuehua suddenly felt uneasy and stopped chasing. Forcing a smile, she said, "Mother, this girl just made me so angry. Look at her. I only asked her to start a fire, and she almost burned down the whole kitchen. Look at all this smoke. I was nearly choked." Lu Mingui gave a cold laugh. Did Hu Tsuehua really think she couldn't tell when someone was speaking in riddles to scold her? All that talk about greed and gluttony. Wasn't it clearly about what happened that afternoon? Irfan must have gossiped about her, telling everyone what she did. But since she had dared to bring her second daughter-in-law and Man to eat something nice, she had no intention of hiding it. This family was built through her hard work, so what if she ate an egg? If it weren't for her long-term plans, she would have already eaten the 3 hens they kept at home. Eldest daughter-in-law, who are you putting on a show for in the yard? If you can't stand the sight of this old woman and don't want to live together anymore, then let's split the family. The moment the words split the family came out, Hu Tsuehua froze. Life had been good these past years. She had never even thought about separating. Why did the old woman suddenly bring it up? Just then, Song Daji, who had been hiding inside, came out at the right moment. "Oh, Mother, why are you talking about splitting the family all of a sudden? They say as long as parents are alive, the family shouldn't split. Father may be gone, but you're still here. This home can't do without you. Besides, I'm the eldest son. If we split, you'd still live with me. Live with you?" Lu Mingui sneered. "You just can't wait for me to be gone, can you? I'd rather live alone than stay with a family that's lost its conscience." Song Daji didn't understand why his mother was so angry. He quickly pushed Hu Tsuehua forward. "Mother, what are you saying? Did Tsuehua say something wrong just now? You know what she's like. She speaks bluntly, but means no harm. Tsuehua, hurry and apologize to Mother." Hu Tsuehua was stunned. Apologize to the old woman? Why should she? She had only said a few sharp words. Was that really such a big deal? But Lu Mingui's cold gaze was fixed on her, clearly waiting for her to apologize. Song Daji kept signaling to her with his eyes. "Hurry up." Hu Tsuehua was already full of anger. She had run more than 10 miles today because of that troublesome Shinjuri, and now she still had to cook dinner. Even her husband was taking the old woman's side. She clenched her teeth. "Mother, please be reasonable. Irfan is my own daughter. Can I say a few words to her? So tell me, am I not even allowed to discipline my own child? I just said a few words, and now you want to split the family? Isn't that unreasonable?" Lu Mingui's face stayed cold. "You can teach your child however you want. I won't interfere. But I'll say this again, if you can't stand me, then let's separate. You can live wherever you like and raise your children however you please. But if you still want to stay in this house, then keep quiet. If I hear you speaking rudely again, you'll regret it." Her icy words finally made Hu Tsuehua fall silent. She swallowed her anger and watched her mother-in-law strain the medicine and carry it into Shin Jui's room. Then she glared fiercely at Song Daji. "Jui, come, drink the medicine first." Lu Mingui set down the bowl and helped Shin Jui sit up. Shin Jui didn't dare let her mother-in-law serve her, so she quickly tried to get up herself. "Mother, I can do it myself." She picked up the bowl and drank the dark medicine in one go. Lu Mingui said nothing more. After Shin Jui finished and went to wash the bowl, she went out to throw away the leftover herbs. People in Yongfeng village usually threw the used herbs on the main road at the east end of the village. Many people passed by there, and they believed that stepping on the herbs would carry away the sickness. By the time she came back, the sky was completely dark. When she returned home, She saw that her eldest son's family had just sat down in the main room to eat. It seemed Hu Tsuehua had only just finished cooking. Seeing her come in, Song Daji quickly stood up and said, "Mother, the food's ready. Come eat with us." I already sent a big bowl of porridge to the second family. But Lu Mingguei wasn't hungry. The egg soup and dark bread she'd had that afternoon still filled her up. She looked at the family of 5 and shook her head. "You all eat. I'm Fine." Then she turned and went back to her room. Hu Tsuehua was handing a piece of dark bread to Yin Bao. Seeing her mother-in-law skip dinner, she didn't try to persuade her. When Lu Mingguei closed her door, Hu Tsuehua curled her lips and whispered to Song Daji, she already had something good this afternoon. Why would she care about this plain food now? I told you not to bother asking her. When they eat something good, do they ever think of you? Song Daji glared at her and whispered, "Be quiet. Do you really want to split the family?"
"So what if we do?"
Hu Tsuehua shot back without backing down.
"Akeme piaka, Fine."
"But you'll regret it." After the 5 members of the main family finished eating and washing the dishes, the couple went back to their room and blew out the lamp. Even after lying down, Hu Tsuehua was still upset. "Tell me, what's wrong with your mother today? She slapped me as soon as she woke up and scolded me too. She must be losing her mind." Song Daji added, "That's not all. She even took my money pouch." Hu Tsuehua was shocked. "She took your money pouch?" "Yes, and it's your fault," Song Daji complained. "You told me to take her money to buy meat. Now look what happened. No meat and a big mess. You didn't see how she made a scene, shouting so loud the whole village could hear that I stole from her. I had no choice but to give her the pouch. Luckily, there were only 100 coins in it. Most of the money is still with you." Hu Tsuehua sat up. "No, I'm going to get it back. That's our savings." Song Daji tried to calm her. "Forget it. My mother's acting strange, like she's lost her senses. Maybe she'll be fine in a few days." Hu Tsuehua grumbled. "What's gotten into that old woman? Is it because your second brother died? If you ask me, it's not all bad. The officials might even give our family some compensation." Song Daji sighed, with his eyes closed. He was just a labor soldier. There won't be much, maybe 3 bushels of rice. That depends on how much the officials keep for themselves. Hu Tsuehua pouted. "Only 3 bushels? That's too little. Dae's death wasn't worth it. I'd say at least 10 taels of silver. What a waste." Song Daji grew angry. "Hu Tsuehua, do you have any conscience left? He was my brother. My own mother's son. Don't forget, when the village head said every family had to send 1 person, it was Dae who offered to go in my place. Otherwise, it would have been me. If I had died, you'd be left alone." Everyone in the village knew about this. Some praised Dae for being brave, while others said he was foolish. But Hu Tsuehua didn't agree.
"Of course you couldn't go.
We have 2 sons and a daughter. If something happened to you, what would happen to this family? The second brother's family only has 1 daughter anyway." Song Daji thought his wife was being unreasonable, but he was used to it. After thinking for a moment, he warned her, "Don't talk about dividing the family property again. Dae just passed away. If we talk about dividing things now, what will the villagers think of me? They'd gossip about us for sure." Hu Tsuehua nodded. "I know that. Besides, even putting Dae's death aside, the old lady must still have some money, right? Today she said she'd pay for the second brother's wife's medicine, and it cost 300 coins. She didn't even hesitate. What's so special about her that it's worth spending that much? I guess the old lady still has at least 5 taels of silver." "What?" Song Daji suddenly sat up, raising his voice. 5 taels of silver? Hu Tsuehua jumped. "Goodness. Why are you shouting like that? You scared me. I'm just guessing. Think about it. Father was a hunter, one of the best in the village. There weren't many people in the family, and whatever they couldn't eat, they sold. So they must have saved quite a bit of silver, right? These years, except for the money spent on your and your brother's weddings, the rest should still be with the old lady." Song Daji nodded. "That's true." He started calculating in his mind. "Your dowry cost 5 taels of silver, but the second brother's wife's family only asked for 2. But when our little sister got married, Mother also received 2 tails from the Feng family, so that evens it out. So, Mother must still have quite a bit of silver left. In the dark, Hu Tsuehua glared at him. What do you mean my dowry costs more? That's because I came from the town. Marrying into the village was already a step down for me. Besides, don't you think I look much better than that woman, Shinji? Oh, listen to you. You're already a mother of 3, yet you still talk so boldly. The couple joked for a while and finally agreed. This family must not be divided. At least, not for now. They would wait until they got all the money first. On the first day after coming back to life, Lu Mingue felt both tired and excited. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but as soon as her head touched the pillow, she drifted off. The night passed quietly. At dawn the next day, Lu Mingue got up. She went to the chicken coop in the corner and collected 3 fresh eggs, then brought them back inside. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen, she saw Shinji coming out, holding her big belly, ready to make breakfast. Hey, didn't I tell you to rest more? Why are you getting up so early? Mother, I can't just lie there all the time. Cooking isn't hard work. It won't tire me out. Lu Mingue frowned. When I tell you to rest, you rest. Why are you so eager to get up and cook breakfast? Do you think the family will starve without you? Though her words sounded harsh, her hands were gentle as she guided Shinji back to her room. Then, without hesitation, she went to knock on Song Daji's door. Get up already. Do you know what time it is? The sun's almost up. No one's cooking, no one's working in the fields. Still lying in bed like lazy bones. You 2 are a perfect pair of slackers. The crops are drying up, and you can still sleep? The more Lu Mingue knocked, the better she felt. As long as the eldest son's family was uncomfortable, she felt at ease. Her frustration faded a little, so she knocked even louder. The banging soon woke Song Daji and his wife. Hu Tsuehua rubbed her eyes and frowned. Has that old woman lost her mind? It's barely dawn. She's shouting like a ghost caller. Enough, Song Daji said tiredly as he got up. You go make breakfast. I'll eat a bit and then head to the fields. Hu Tsuehua grumbled. What? Why should I cook for her and serve them? That old woman really goes too far. Song Daji quickly put on his jacket and said, Didn't I tell you to stop complaining? Last night, what did I tell you? You can't separate the family. Just go along with her a little. Don't you want money anymore? Besides, you've been married into the Song family for so many years, living like a young lady in the city. They've taken care of you all these years. Can't you just make breakfast? All right, stop the nagging. Hurry up and go. Hu Tsuehua felt unhappy inside, but remembering the private words she and her husband shared yesterday, she still opened the door. When she opened the door, she put on a smiling face. Mother, I'm awake. Don't call me. I'll go make breakfast now. Juing, you should go back to lie down, she said with a fake smile. Mother treasures you so much now. Just lie down properly. Early tomorrow, give the Song family a big, healthy boy. This is my precious grandson. Shin Juing felt at a loss after hearing this. She was already a bit insecure because she only had one daughter, and now she was even more unable to lift her head. Actually, she hoped for a son in her belly, at least to leave a successor for Dea. If one day they find Dea's body, someone might even throw a basin of water on him. Lu Mingue snorted coldly at this moment. I like grandsons and granddaughters equally. They're all good children of the old Song family. If they give birth to some scheming, bad-hearted kids, what's the use of having a whole bunch? They're all good-looking but useless little rascals. Instead of standing here gossiping, why don't you go to the kitchen and cook? Hu Tsuehua was scolded harshly by her mother-in-law. She was angry but dare not show it, so she went into the kitchen to cook. Hu Tsuehua looked at Song Daji and then smiled, saying, Mother, I think I should stay at home and weave cloth. It's a good way to look after the second family. Man is just a little girl. Can she take care of her mother? She might not even know where she's gone to play by now. Hearing her eldest sister-in-law's words, Man pouted in frustration. If this had been before, she wouldn't dare speak. But now, since her grandmother seems less biased, she gathered her courage. Auntie, I won't run around. I can take good care of Mother. Hu Tsuehua looked at Man Man with a stern face, showing her anger. Hey, you little brat, who told you to speak when adults are talking? You're really too much. Man Man shrank back nervously, feeling scared. Her eldest sister-in-law was too fierce. She remembered how she had pushed her before. Lu Mingue pulled her close and looked at Hu Tsuehua with displeasure. Why are you being so harsh? I think your children are the ones being rude. Man Man is only 5 years old, but she's much better than your children. All they do is run around the village and never stay at home. In the village, older kids can already help with chores, but you all just like to play. Hearing her name mentioned, Jinbao looked unhappy. Usually, he and Yinbao could share an egg in the morning, but today, he could only drink porridge like everyone else. Even though he begged several times to have an egg, his grandmother pretended not to hear. He was already feeling sick from drinking so much, and now she wanted him to go gather firewood? Grandmother, I won't go. Why should I go gather firewood? Irfan also said, if brother doesn't go, I won't go either. Lu Mingue didn't get angry but said calmly, not going? Then you won't have dinner tonight. I always keep my word. If you want to play, go ahead. Just see how you'll be drinking the northwest wind tonight. Maybe because she had been too soft for too long, the children weren't afraid of her. Especially Jinbao. He put down his bowl, touched his mouth, and ran off quickly. Hu Tsuehua's voice was light. This kid really. Mother, don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson later. Lu Mingue didn't expect Hu Tsuehua to discipline the children. She snorted coldly and said nothing. Hu Tsuehua then tentatively asked, Mother, I think staying at home to weave cloth is good. I can do chores and look after the family. Man Man is still too young. She's not capable. When she mentioned weaving again, Lu Mingue suddenly remembered something. The eldest daughter-in-law refused to work in the fields, but she was very skilled with her hands. She liked to weave cloth at home or go to her sisters-in-law's houses to embroider or make shoes and sew shawls. But where did she end up taking these things? Anyway, Lu Mingue hadn't seen any of it, no money, not even a copper coin. The couple didn't bring money home for household expenses. They sold the copper coins and hid the money in their small treasure chest. At this moment, Lu Mingue frowned and said, Why are you in such a hurry to weave? Haven't you seen that others have already watered their bean sprouts? Lazy muscles are almost reaching the sky. If the work in the fields can be pushed back, then so be it. There's no rush. I think if you don't start paying attention, the crops this year probably won't yield much. When we really run out of food, just see how you handle it. Right now, the Song family has 9 people, including children, and owns 27 acres of land. That sounds like a lot, but with few strong workers at home, the crops don't grow well unless they are carefully tended every day. So the harvest isn't very good. But not only are the eldest couple lazy, but their children are lazy too. So, after paying taxes, there's barely enough to survive each year. At this moment, the eldest family still expects her to go work in the fields. Just her wife alone, even if she worked herself to death in the fields, couldn't finish everything. Lu Mingue made up her mind to stop caring and turn to leave. As for the eldest family not working, then let them go hungry. She touched the key tucked into her clothes, knowing very well that as long as the family's grain and money were still in her hands, she could still be the head of the household. Moreover, this family hadn't drained her last drop of blood, so she wouldn't fall out with them. Thinking this through, she carried a bamboo basket and headed to the fields. She had rested at home all day yesterday, so it was time to harvest the golden needle vegetables from the field. The Song family had planted quite a lot of these. Because the land was narrow and next to a ditch, it wasn't good for other crops without fertilizing, so they planted 2 rows of golden needle vegetables along the edge of the field. Now was the best time before the flowers fully bloomed. The tender yellow buds were swollen, with a bit of green on top. Picking golden needle vegetables meant harvesting early in the morning, before the sun came out. If you waited until the sun rose and the flowers opened up, half of the freshness would be lost. Lu Mingue walked confidently to the edge of the field, feeling relieved as she looked at the lush green crops. Currently, there is no drought, and the crops are healthy, which makes her feel very happy. However, this situation won't last long. She is also thinking about what to do next. The most important thing now is to harvest everything that can be gathered. For example, the golden needle vegetables in front of her are very good. They taste fresh and delicious, whether picked fresh or dried. It's a pity she didn't harvest them yesterday. Picking golden needle vegetables is a simple and easy task. She works quickly, her fingers flying among the flowers. Before long, her basket is filled with golden yellow vegetables. In a small stream nearby, the water flows gently, and dragonflies fly back and forth, touching the water. Lu Mingwei doesn't pay much attention to this. She quickly finishes harvesting these 2 plots. In the sky, the sun slowly begins to show half a circle. Villagers start passing by on the nearby path. Busy working? Your family's golden needle vegetables are abundant this year. Lu Mingwei looks up and sees her neighbor, Sister Zhao, who is 2 years older than her. She responds, "Yes, are you going to work in the fields?" "Yes." Sister Zhao glances at her again, then comforts her. Day's child also had a hard life. You should try to stay positive. Although her words are simple, they make Lu Mingwei feel a pang in her heart. Several young villagers have died in the village recently. Everyone is having a tough time. She nods and says, "Yes, people have to keep going, right? Go ahead, Sister Zhao." I just finished harvesting the golden needle flowers and was about to steam and dry them. Seeing that she doesn't want to chat more, Sister Zhao doesn't say anything further. Losing children is hard on everyone. They can only endure it slowly. "All right, I'll go now." Lu Mingwei looks at her back, rubs her waist, and adjusts the hairpin on her head. All morning, she's been bowing and looking up. Habitually, she reaches to check if her hairpin is loose. Suddenly, she feels a flash of white light before finding herself in a white room. She hurriedly takes a few steps forward. The room is entirely white, about 5 zhang wide. The walls on both sides are soft and misty, impossible to pass through. This is the same room she saw after being pushed down by Song Daji. There are no lights, but it's not dark. A gentle glow emanates from within. At that moment, she thought she had arrived in the underworld. But when she pushed open the door, she woke up and found herself alive again, back to more than a year earlier. What is happening now? How did I end up here again? Could it be that the past 2 days of being alive were just a dream? Lu Mingwei felt anxious, but when she looked down, she saw she was still holding a basket of golden needle flowers. The flowers looked fresh, as if they were still on the branch. These golden needle flowers calmed her down a little. She thought, even if these 2 days were just a dream, there's nothing to fear. After all, she had already died once. She managed to come back alive, drinking a big bowl of egg drop soup, and she had eaten well every meal these past 2 days. That was a gain. At least she wasn't a starving ghost. They say starving ghosts are very ugly when they are reborn. Calming herself, Lu Mingwei steadied her mind and followed the wall, carrying her basket, moving forward. Although she didn't know the way, she remembered there were 2 doors here last time. Soon, she reached a door. Looking at this door, Lu Mingwei felt a bit worried. She remembered there were 2 doors. One door couldn't be pushed open, but the other, when pushed, would wake her up. But both doors looked exactly the same, and she truly couldn't remember which one could be pushed open. Never mind, she wasn't afraid. She had already died once. She reached out and pushed the door open with force. A blinding white light made her close her eyes, but this time, she heard noisy sounds around her. Come see the organic vegetables. Fresh carp just caught from the river. Sold immediately, best for making soup. Hot from the pot, soy sauce duck. Vacuum-packed, lasts a week. Perfect for bringing to relatives. Black pork, do you want some? Much more fragrant than regular pork. And even stranger, more unusual voices sounded one after another. Zafubo received 3.5 yuan. WeChat payment, 10 yuan. What is this? Lu Mingwei listened to the sounds, slowly opened her eyes, and saw a huge house in front of her. She was standing in the corner of the house. She had never seen such a tall house before. The house was very bright inside. Looking up, she saw countless glowing orbs on the ceiling. The floor was not dirt, but shiny bricks, brighter than the ground of a landlord's house. so bright that they reflected shadows of people. The row of stalls in the middle made her stare nonstop. Each stall was neat, piled high with vegetables. Some she recognized, most she didn't. The green ones were long beans, arranged neatly. The red ones were carrots, washed clean without a speck of dirt. Looking further, there were chives, winter melons, cucumbers. She couldn't take it all in. Most were unfamiliar. Red, green, long, flat, round, looking fresh and tender. She had never seen them before and couldn't even name them. Lu Mingui felt her heart pounding wildly, almost jumping out of her chest. She started to feel dizzy and instinctively took a step back. Where was this? Definitely not the underworld. She had heard the underworld had 18 levels of hell, tongue-pulling hell, fire-burning hell. It couldn't possibly be a place selling vegetables. And these people, their clothes were even stranger, varied and bizarre. Some wore long sleeves and pants, but not the kind of long robe city folks wore. Some women wore skirts or shorts, showing their white legs and arms. It was quite embarrassing. But these women walked proudly, heads held high, and the men didn't even glance at them. Everyone was busy with their own things, lively but peaceful. It was so strange. Even stranger was their hair. Most men had very short hair. Women's hair varied, long, short, straight, curly. Besides black, there were other colors, yellow, red. Isn't it said that body and hair are given by parents? Yet here, people didn't seem to care about their hair at all. And why did women with such long hair not tie it up? Just let it flow freely. What's the difference from being naked? She felt awkward and dared not look, but the people here were confident and unbothered. The only thing that reassured Lu Mingui was that these people either had blank expressions, faint smiles, or were chatting and bargaining. They seemed relaxed, not dangerous. Unlike the city ladies and gentlemen, who looked down on these villagers and wanted to chase them away, or even called servants to do it, always scolding or hitting. No one paid her much attention. Even when someone glanced her way, there was no curiosity. But Lu Mingui still felt more and more nervous. She took a few steps back until her back pressed against the wall. She hurriedly reached out but couldn't find the door handle. It was a white wall, cold to the touch, but there was no door. This discovery made her even more anxious. She had just come out from here, so why was everything gone now? She reached out and blindly touched the white wall, only feeling its coldness. What should she do? What could she do? Could she not go back anymore? Her behavior soon caught the attention of someone nearby. A middle-aged woman at a nearby stall approached and first looked her over from head to toe. She was a rough-skinned, dark-skinned woman. Her outfit was quite unusual. She wore a traditional blue cloth jacket with patched cuffs, a knee-length skirt, and underneath, large pants with patches at the knees. Her shoes were old, worn-out cloth shoes. She was quite old and dressed like this? Could she be acting as a beggar in some short play? Or maybe she liked traditional clothing like her daughter? Thinking of her daughter, Zhu Yufang felt a bit shy to stare further. Her daughter had said to respect others' hobbies. But this woman, although fashionable, clearly didn't have good taste. Wearing so many patches? Lu Mingui felt uncomfortable and scared under her gaze, her head hanging lower and lower. Zhu Yufang then spoke loudly. "Old lady, what are you doing? Can a wall grow gold and silver ingots?" Staring so hard and picking at it. Lu Mingui dared not ignore her and stammered, I want to go back. Go back. Zhu Yufang understood. Oh, you want to go home, right? Our market is the biggest vegetable market in Beijing. If it's your first time here, it's normal to get lost. Zhu Yufang was very friendly, pointing at an arrow on the ground. Look, ma'am, if you follow this green arrow straight ahead, you'll find the main entrance. Lu Mingui looked down and saw a glowing green arrow on the ground, with another one a few meters away, extending into the distance. Could this woman be a guide ghost from the underworld? The woman had red hair, a very pale face with almost no blood color, a dark yellow neck, and very black eyes with long eyelashes reaching up to the sky. She also had thick, bright red lips that looked like she had just eaten a mischievous child. At this moment, Lu Mingui became even more frightened. She forgot everything about the market and the green arrow and quickly ran forward. At a stall, Zhao Jingquan had just measured a few cucumbers for a customer when he saw his wife, Zhu Yufang, return with exaggerated red lips.
Humph.
Good people really can't do well these days, she said. Zhao Jingquan looked at her with curiosity. What did you do? Zhu Yufang snorted. Just now, I saw an old lady dressed in torn clothes. She looked like she couldn't read and was lost, so I wanted to help her find her way. But she didn't even say thank you and ran away like she saw a ghost. Husband, tell me, isn't that really annoying? Zhao Jingquan looked at her face for a moment and then quickly looked down. They both came from the countryside. Their family was poor at first, but over the years, they made money selling vegetables in Jiangcheng. Zhu Yufang said she didn't know how to dress when she was young and looked very plain for many years, wasting her youth. So she started to learn how to dress up. However, she didn't know how to put on makeup and didn't want to buy expensive cosmetics. She just put whatever she had on her face, red, blue, gray, eyeshadow, blush, everything, turning her face into a canvas. Not to mention, today, he was really startled. At 4 in the morning, Zhu Yufang got up early to do her makeup, waking him up. When he was awakened, he thought he had seen a ghost. Fortunately, he kept his scream in his throat with his reason, or Zhu Yufang would have been angry and ignored him for days. So, he didn't dare tell the truth. Forget it. They were old married couples. Once he got used to it, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. As for the old lady she mentioned earlier, she was probably frightened by her. Lu Minggui ran a few steps faster, and many people avoided her because of how she looked. But she didn't care. When she looked back and saw that the ghost girl wasn't chasing her, she finally relaxed. Then she heard new calls from street vendors and caught a whiff of the sweet smell of fruit. Imported bananas, sweet and sticky. Oranges cost 4 yuan per jean. Now it's 10 yuan for 3 jean. Winter dates are cheap now. Big, juicy, and super sweet. Black diamond pineapples are even sweeter than honey. Crystal sugar apples. Lu Minggui looked around at the sound and was instantly dazzled. She saw countless fruits again. There were at least 5 fruit stalls, each with different kinds of fruit. But what is a banana? And what is a wax orange? She knows about dates, but it's not the season now. Are there still sugar apples? And that yellow thing with spikes and a bad smell, can that really be a fruit? One vendor saw Lu Minggui and was surprised. He muttered to himself, "What year is it? Still seeing someone dressed like this. These patches are all over. Are they real or fake? You're so old. Are you into cosplay? That's so trendy." Fortunately, his voice was quiet so no one heard. He looked at Lu Minggui's face. Her skin was dark and full of lines, clearly showing her age. Probably old and really poor at home. With the big gap between rich and poor nowadays, it's not so strange. She can't be mentally ill, right? Another fruit vendor was cutting and tasting a cantaloupe. The box had pieces of melon with toothpicks stuck in them. He greeted everyone. "Fresh cantaloupe. Try some. Very sweet. Free if it's not sweet. Once you try it, you'll want more." Seeing Lu Minggui dressed like that, he was also surprised but still called out, "Annie, want to try some cantaloupe?" Lu Minggui was startled. Who was Auntie? She wasn't this person's relative. And what was a cantaloupe? She didn't dare take the toothpick offered and hurriedly walked away. The vendor was confused. "What's wrong? If you don't want it, just say so. No need to be scared like that. This old lady is really... What's she afraid of?" He raised his voice. "It's free to taste. No money needed." Lu Minggui couldn't hear him. She hurried forward, looking at a few grocery stores. Fresh rice from Wuchang. Special price today, 4.90 yuan per jean. Eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, preserved eggs, century eggs, and pine-patterned eggs. All kinds of grains, oils, and supplies are available. Lu Minggui didn't know how long she had been walking here. Luckily, she had worked in the fields for many years and was very strong. Now she slowly calmed down. She guessed she wasn't in the underworld, but rather in a kind of paradise. Everywhere there was food. At this moment, she was standing outside a shop selling eggs, staring at the baskets of eggs with wide eyes. These eggs looked so nice, round and plump, white and fat. But she didn't dare ask the price after looking for a while. Just as she was gathering her courage, she saw someone take a tray of eggs and then pull out a small square object, holding it up to a sign. Suddenly, she heard a ding-dong sound, and the shop owner smiled and said, "Got it. Come back next time." This scene made Lu Mingui hesitate again. She had 2 copper coins in her pocket, but it seemed people here didn't use copper coins. And what was that black square? She didn't see the person take out any money, so how did the shop owner accept it? What did he take? She remembered burning paper money for the dead. Could it be that the paper money turned into a black square underground? Could this place really be the underworld? Maybe she had been standing there too long because the shop owner, Li Zian, had already noticed her. At first, he thought she was a beggar and didn't want to bother with her. But seeing her eager eyes, he couldn't help but feel sorry. Now, everyone said that if a beggar asked for money, they wouldn't give a single coin. But if they asked for food, they would give enough to fill their stomachs. Since he had nothing else to do, he cheerfully came over and asked, "Ma'am, what would you like to buy?" "Eggs, rice, grains, oils, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, chicken essence, anything you want. All the dates are good, fresh, and quality assured." He was tall, about 1.9 meters, and looked like a tower. He seemed to be in his 20s, speaking in a deep, rough voice that felt a bit intimidating. Lu Mingui shrank back in fear. She tried to act calm, but when she heard chicken essence, she was startled again. Could chickens really become spirits? So, this wasn't the underworld or heaven, but a monster's den? Her legs trembled, and she wanted to run, but she felt too weak to move. Li Zian saw her wobbling and exclaimed, "Madam, are you low on blood sugar? Come on, sit inside the shop." He quickly grabbed Lu Mingui, lifting her like an eagle catching a chick, and gently helped her onto a chair. Lu Mingui was a thin, old lady with no strength to resist. Li Zian took a bag of white sugar from the shelf, tore it open with a snap, poured a lot into a disposable cup, then added hot water. He stirred quickly, but then set it down again. His fingertips, red from the heat, pinched her ear. "Ouch, this is too hot. I can't drink it. Try this instead." His shop didn't sell drinks, but Li Zian usually couldn't do without soda. Today, he brought 2 bottles. He unscrewed a bottle of cola with a click and handed it to Lu Mingui without hesitation. "Madam, drink this quickly. The sugar water is too hot. Once it cools, it will be easier to drink. You're about to faint. Drink this first. It's tasty." Lu Mingui was so surprised by his actions she didn't dare move, shrinking into her chair like a quail. Was that white thing sugar? And what was that black liquid in her hand? Her thin, bony hand held a bottle with red packaging, filled with a dark liquid. She didn't dare throw it away because the big guy was staring at her fiercely. And he had a chicken essence, too, but she didn't know where it was hidden. "Hurry up and drink." Li Zian was a bit anxious. "I say, why are you hesitating, old lady? Are you trying to faint here and scam me? Let me tell you, there are cameras everywhere. You can't cheat me." Lu Mingui didn't understand what cameras meant, but she knew what it was to be cheated. She quickly said, No, little brother. You misunderstood. I don't want to cheat you. I just haven't drunk this before." She had never tasted something like this before and was a bit scared to take a sip. "What is this? It's dark and bubbling. Could it be manhwa soup? Or poison?" When Li Zian heard her say she had never drunk cola, a strange feeling arose in his heart, and he thought of his grandmother. Li Zian's mother married from a mountain town to Jiang City. During summer vacation, his mother took him back to visit relatives in the mountain town, and that was the first time he saw his grandmother. Grandma always wore a faded blue cloth jacket with a slanted collar. She looked a bit like the older woman in front of him, but her clothes were patched and mended, unlike this lady's. Grandma was very kind and gentle to him, but unfortunately, that was the last time he saw her. After summer vacation ended, the old lady was diagnosed with a serious illness and passed away that year. Grandma once looked at the soda he brought and said, "I've never had this before." "Grandma doesn't drink it, Zian. You can have it yourself." Thinking of this, Li Zian lowered his voice and said, "Then you should drink it quickly." This is soda, sweet. You have low blood sugar, right? Drinking it will make you feel better. Lu Mingui didn't understand what low blood sugar was, but the sweet smell made her a little interested. Then she thought she was just a simple village woman with only 2 coins in her pocket. Who would bother to trick her? Seeing Li Xian's hopeful look, she slowly raised the soda bottle to her mouth. Before drinking, tiny bubbles burst in her mouth. Sure enough, it was sweet. She took a brave sip, and immediately a sweet taste flooded her mouth, but then it felt like something was exploding inside, with a burning sensation. Cough, cough. Lu Mingui couldn't stop coughing. What was that? Why was it both sweet and spicy? It was like a firecracker exploding in her mouth, crackling loudly, and her tongue went numb. After coughing for a while, she felt a rush of air from her throat. She couldn't control herself and let out a small burp, covering her mouth in surprise, not daring to make any more sound. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he felt it wasn't polite to do so. He noticed that the old lady's clothes were torn and ragged, clearly from a remote mountain village. She probably had never drunk soda before, just like his grandma, who had never drunk soda and never left the mountains. Thinking of this, he handed her a disposable cup. Grandma, if you're not used to soda, forget it. You can drink some plain sugar water instead. Sugar water works better, and it's not hot anymore. Oh, wait here for me a moment. When Lu Mingui saw him stand up and leave, she was a bit confused and looked down at the cup in her hand. It is not made of clay or porcelain, and it is somewhat like paper, but thicker and whiter. The sugar water in the cup is clear. If you didn't see it, you might think it's just plain white water. Through the cup, she can feel the warmth. She tentatively takes a sip, and the warm, sweet sugar water almost touches her heart. Lu Mingui is a bit surprised and can't help but take another sip. It's very sweet, so delicious. Sugar is very expensive, so her family rarely buys it. She only drank such tasty things when she was 3 years old and sick. Her mother made her a bowl of sugar water. Later, when she had her children, she drank brown sugar water, but white sugar water was still better. That was 40 years ago. Although that bowl of sugar water wasn't as sweet as this one, she has never forgotten it. The young man just now was a good person. Even though he had a little chicken essence, he was truly kind. He even gave his unfamiliar wife such expensive sugar water. A warm feeling rises in Lu Mingui's heart. When she looks at the remaining sugar water in the cup, she feels even more reluctant to drink it. At this moment, Li Xian walks in carrying a bag of buns. Grandma, I think you haven't eaten breakfast, so you might have low blood sugar. I bought a few buns for you. Take them and eat. The transparent bag contains 5 plump, white meat buns, with a tempting aroma of dough mixed with meat, making Lu Mingui's mouth water uncontrollably. She hurriedly refuses. No way. I've already had a bowl of sugar water from you. How can I take your buns? No, really, I can't. Li Xian waves his hand casually. Why not? They're not expensive. Just eat, Grandma. Don't be polite. Each meat bun costs 2 yuan, and this bag is only 10 yuan. But Lu Mingui feels too embarrassed to accept. She's old, and it seems like she's shamelessly begging for food. Seeing her insist on refusing, Li Xian simply puts the whole bag of buns into her bamboo basket.
Take it.
Why be so polite? If you don't want it, I can't eat so many. I'll just throw them away later. That would be a waste, wouldn't it? How much are these buns? I'll pay you. They're just a few buns, after all. Li Xian doesn't consider himself very rich, but buns are not expensive. Ma'am, these are for you to eat. No need to pay. Lu Mingui shakes her head. That's not right. How can I take your things for free? In the town, meat buns usually cost 3 cents each. There are 5 here, so that's 15 cents. She silently counts in her mind while feeling for coins in her pocket. Unfortunately, today she's going to pick golden needle vegetables in the fields and didn't bring her purse. Only 2 coins. These 2 coins are for buying small items like needles or thread if she meets a traveling merchant. She shyly takes them out. Young man, ma'am didn't bring her purse today, only 2 cents. Ma'am knows that's not enough. Here, your shop is right here. I'll go home and bring you more. Keep these 2 coins for now. If she had really taken out cash, Li Zian probably wouldn't accept it. But seeing the old lady take out 2 coins, he decided to accept them. He secretly thought, it seems this old lady might not just be poor at home, maybe she's a bit forgetful too, using these coins as if they were real money. Sigh, getting old is tough. Since that's the case, he decided to play along with her and politely accepted. All right, ma'am, if you give me money, I'll take it. Lu Mingui didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing him accept the coins, she felt happy. Okay, young man, I'll be back soon. Wait for me, ma'am. I won't lie. She carries her basket and hurriedly goes home to get more money, not forgetting to finish her sugar water before leaving. Li Zian, seeing her want to get more money, quickly advised, Ma'am, don't go. This is enough. But Lu Mingui, proud and independent all her life, has never owed anyone anything. She refuses to listen. She doesn't turn back and keeps walking forward. Seeing she won't listen, Li Zian doesn't dare to stop her. He quickly walks a few steps and secretly places the open bag of sugar in her basket. The sugar bag is already open and can't be sold anymore. It's better to give it to her. Seeing her happy while drinking the sugar water, this sugar is worth it. Lu Mingui is unaware of his actions, her mind only focused on returning to the place where she first appeared. She thought that if she returned there, maybe she could find a way to go back. Behind her, Li Zian watched her walk away and then went back to the shop. He looked at the 2 copper coins in his hand, which had the words Taichung Tongbao written on them. He smiled and casually placed the coins into the cash box on the counter. Although mobile payments are popular now, many older people still prefer to use cash when shopping. So his shop also keeps a small money box. At this moment, a middle-aged woman hurried over. Boss, I'm back. How was your morning? Busy or not? Li Zian shook his head. It was okay. Sister Yang, how is your husband? He's fine now. He had an X-ray, and it shows he has a fracture. You didn't tell me? I was really scared. Luckily, he's okay. Then why are you back at work? Aren't you at the hospital taking care of him? Li Zian asked. I'm free anyway, watching the shop here. You can take a couple of days off. Sister Yang quickly shook her head. No need, no need. My parents-in-law are retired and can take care of him. This morning, I heard he fell off his bike. I was worried and took leave to check on him. Li Zian said, All right, whenever you're free, I'll go see him. Sister Yang smiled gratefully. Boss, having this job is already good enough.
No need to go see him.
He's fine. Just then a phone rang. Li Zian looked at the screen and answered. Hey, kid, what made you think of me? A cheerful voice came from the phone. What have you been up to lately? Come over for tea. Li Zian could tell from his cheerful voice that something good had happened to him. Looking back, he saw Sister Yang skillfully attracting customers in the shop. He stood up, walking and talking. Sure. I'll come to see you. After hanging up, he left the farmer's market and drove to the busy shopping street downtown. There was an unremarkable antique shop tucked away in a quiet corner. Li Zian pushed the door open and saw his childhood friend Fong Jian happily brewing tea. So free, drinking tea here alone. Fong Jian looked up and quickly invited him to sit. Finally waiting for you. Sit quickly. The tea is just brewed, just waiting for you. The two drank tea and chatted. Fong Jian suddenly lowered his voice, a hidden smile on his face. This time, I found a lot of old coins in a village, but I missed a good deal and made a big profit. At least this much. He held up 5 fingers. Li Zian raised an eyebrow. No wonder you're so happy. Did your old man support you this time to sell antiques? Not exactly support, but at least he didn't scold me this time. Hee. Fong Jian was very proud. He took out a brown silk box. I kept a few coins to play with. Maybe they'll increase in value later. Come on, let me take a look. Li Zian opened the box and said, Take a look? I don't really understand this. When he opened it, he saw 5 different copper coins inside. Fong Jian leaned over to explain. This one is the Jiaqing Tongbao. The original coin has already been sold. This one is a large sample worth about 1,000 yuan. This one is Longqing Tongbao. Li Zian listened and nodded. His eyes carefully examined the coins. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. What's this one? This is the Taichung Tongbao, minted during Emperor Zhu Youxiao's reign. It's worth about 500 yuan. The most valuable is the Taichung Tongbao with the 4 characters Tianqi Tongbao engraved on the back. It could be worth at least 5,000 yuan, but it also depends on the condition. Better condition coins are worth more. 500 yuan? This small copper coin is actually worth 500. For Li Ziyan, 500 yuan was not a big deal. But thinking about the old woman in rags who gave him 2 Taichung Tongbao coins made him feel uncomfortable. But maybe they were fake? After all, counterfeiting technology was very advanced these days. But what if they were real? The old lady was so hungry she had low blood sugar, but she didn't understand the value of copper coins. Fang Jian looked at him, strangely. Hey, what's with that look? Do you have that kind of money? Li Ziyan nodded. This morning, I went to a shop at the central market to help out, and I received 2 Taichung Tongbao coins. Fang Jian burst out laughing. Isn't your family running a grain and oil shop? Why are you collecting these? Are you trying to compete with me? At that time, I bought her some steamed buns, but she had no money to pay. She insisted on giving me 2 coins called Taichung Tongbao. I didn't think much of it and just put the coins in the shop's money box. Afterward, she looked at me strangely and asked, Jianzi, do you think this thing might be fake? I guessed that the old lady was quite old, maybe suffering from forgetfulness, and thought she might have mistaken it for real money and given it to me. Jianzi nodded and said, That's possible. After all, there are more fake things than real ones. If you're worried, you can bring it to me sometime, and I'll help you check. Li Ziyan thought it was better to take a look himself. If he accidentally took something worth 1,000 yuan, he'd feel bad. With the old lady's situation, she probably couldn't even afford a proper meal. He shouldn't take advantage of her, right? Jianzi saw he was still thinking and quickly said, Hey, don't think about it now. Don't go out today. I've been working hard for over 2 months for that money. I stayed in a remote village in Anxi City for a long time, where there's nothing around, not even alcohol. Today, I finally get to see you. I'll treat you later, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Meanwhile, Lu Minggui was panicking, trying to find the way back. Suddenly, someone patted her arm from behind. She was startled and shivered all over. Oops, sorry. Did I scare you? A woman's voice came from behind. She took a brave look back. She saw a woman in her 30s, with clear skin, wearing a floral dress, standing behind her, smiling kindly at her. Before Lu Minggui could answer, the woman said, Did I startle you? Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. She seemed to find Lu Minggui's surprise amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her smile, Lu Minggui also showed a small smile. After what just happened, she felt calmer now. Then the woman asked again, I just want to ask, where did you buy this golden needle vegetable? She pointed to the basket Lu Minggui was carrying and explained, It's hard to find fresh golden needle vegetables these days. I want to buy some too. Lu Minggui finally understood that she was asking about the vegetables. She quickly replied, Golden needle vegetables? Oh, I grew these myself. I just picked them this morning. Dongwon Hui's eyes lit up immediately. Today was really lucky. She hadn't seen fresh golden needle vegetables in many years. Just after arriving at the market today, she happened to meet some. Did you grow these yourself? Are you selling them? Selling? That question made Lu Minggui hesitate. Every household in the village planted golden needle flowers along the fields, but no one actually sold them. This is the right season now, so people just eat the fresh ones. If there are leftovers, they dry them to make dried vegetables. When winter comes and vegetables are scarce, they take them out and can eat them for a few more days. Besides exchanging eggs for salt in town, she usually didn't sell much. Even if someone wanted to buy now, she didn't know what price to ask. Seeing Lu Minggui look hesitant, Dong Wanhui thought she didn't want to sell and hurriedly said, Just name your price. If it's fair, we can make a deal. This isn't a house or a car, big things. Don't make it so difficult, ma'am. She really wanted to buy because she kept hearing her husband talk about how delicious fresh golden needle vegetables are. Her ears were almost worn out from listening. Lu Minggui thought about it and decided, since she wanted to buy, she might as well sell. What could she do with a basket of golden needle vegetables at home? Eat them all? They are light on salt and oil, so it's better to exchange them for money. Thinking this, Lu Minggui considered for a moment and then tremblingly raised 3 fingers. 3 cents? That should be about right, right? No one in the village sold this, but the restaurants in town bought dried golden needle vegetables at about 4 cents per jean. Seeing her like this, Dong Wanhui immediately felt relieved. She wasn't short of money, but dealing with someone who demands an unreasonable price was uncomfortable, like swallowing a fly. It seemed that this old lady was honest. She smiled and said, 30 yuan per jean? That's quite fair. She often bought vegetables and knew that dried golden needle flowers cost about 60 yuan per jean. It's expensive, but easy to buy, though her family was already tired of eating them. Fresh golden needle flowers are rare, so paying a bit more is worth it. All right, you weigh how much you have here, and I'll take it all. Lu Mingui was stunned. 30 yuan? She clearly wanted to say 3 cents. 30 yuan was a lot. But she quickly learned and didn't ask questions. She remembered hearing on the way here, XX payment, XX yuan. In her mind, she was calculating and realized this was money. But then she hesitated again. She could sell the items, but she didn't have a scale. Some villagers had scales, but now, was it too late to borrow one? Moreover, could she really go back now? She felt stuck and said, I don't have a scale. What should I do? Dong Wanhui had already noticed her difficulty. She guessed that the elderly woman hadn't sold anything before. She quickly pointed to a stall. No worries, I have a way. I know the vegetable seller. I can ask her to weigh it at her place. The stall she pointed to was Zhu Yufang's vegetable stand. When Zhu Yufang saw her, she greeted her warmly and familiarly. Oh, it's Ah Dong. Coming to buy vegetables? What do you want? Today, there are new ripe tomatoes. They're good for salads or frying eggs. Cucumbers are fresh too. Want some? Dong Wanhui smiled. A few tomatoes, please. You know, last time I bought these tomatoes from you, they were really good. My husband says he wants to eat his hometown noodle soup with tomatoes. It's tangy and tasty. Yes, our vegetables are the freshest. We just got them late at night, straight from the farm. I'll pick out some good ones for you. Zhu Yufang quickly selected a few tomatoes, put them in a bag, and weighed them on her electronic scale. 3 yuan 20. I'll charge you 3 yuan. Do you want anything else? I'll also give you a bunch of green onions. That's all for today. But I need a favor. I want to buy some golden needle vegetables, but this elderly lady didn't bring her scale. Could you help us weigh these golden needle vegetables? Zhu Yufang hurriedly said, No trouble at all. We're friends, no need to be polite. Dong Wanhui slightly leaned to the side, signaling Lu Mingui to bring the basket. Only then did Zhu Yufang realize that the woman selling the golden needle vegetables was the same elderly lady she had seen before. Hey, it's you? You've been here a long time and you still haven't left? At this moment, she realized there was still half a bag of white sugar beside the bamboo basket. She thought it was probably given by the young man earlier. Lu Mingui was now even more eager to return the money. White sugar was very rare and expensive, 50 coins per jean, even more costly than meat. The young man had given her so much at once. He was truly a kind person. While she was thinking about this, Dong Wanhui asked in surprise, Do you know each other? Zhu Yufang recounted what had happened earlier and laughed. This lady was lost and was looking for a door on that wall. Before Lu Mingui could feel awkward, she praised again. Wow, this golden needle vegetable is fresh, just like it was recently picked. How much do you want for a jean? Dong Wanhui quickly said, 30 coins per jean. Hearing this, Zhu Yufang thought for a moment and nodded. 30 coins? That's not too expensive. This year's wild vegetables have all gone up in price. Fresh chives now sell for 50 coins per jean and wild shepherd's purse at least 15 coins. Now, the purslane just came out and when I went to harvest today, it was 25 coins per jean. I didn't dare take too much, only 10 jean. But as soon as I put it out, it was all bought. Zhu Yufang was cheerful and spoke quickly. Since Dong Wanhui was a familiar person, she opened up easily. Lady, she asked Lu Mingui, where did you get this golden needle vegetable? Lu Mingui honestly replied, I grew it myself. Zhu Yufang didn't doubt her. The basket was small, maybe the harvest from some land outside the city. Her mother-in-law also grew pumpkins and peppers in their community, but the property management kept pulling them out. She placed the basket on the electronic scale, pressed the price, and said, 3 jean 6 liang, peeled 3 jean. This small bamboo basket is a bit heavy, Lu Mingui looked at the electronic scale with curiosity. This strange device was amazing. Just a few beeps and it showed the weight? No need for weights? Thinking again, she wondered, is there really 3 gene here? Most likely, it was just over 1 gene. She quietly asked, is this 3 gene? Zhu Yufang didn't expect anyone to question her scale and immediately looked displeased. Lady, we don't use fake scales. The market management office comes to calibrate the scales every month, and the approved labels are still here. Moreover, this is my own scale. It's a fair scale issued uniformly by the market. Her bright red lips moved as she spoke, frightening Lu Mingui into quickly explaining, No, I just think my golden needle vegetables don't weigh that much. Why not? Look, 1,800 grams. That's it, isn't it? What does grams matter? Lu Mingui was even more confused. Seeing her puzzled look, Zhu Yufang relaxed, guessing that the old lady only knew how to use traditional balance scales. She continued, 1,800 grams is 3 genes 6 liang. 1 gene is 500 grams, and 500 grams is 10 liang. How can you not understand this? Grandma, you can't be out of touch with society just because you're old. Now, everyone uses kilogram scales, not those old-fashioned balance scales from the countryside. Although Zhu Yufang scolded her, Lu Mingui didn't get angry. She quickly processed what was said. So, here, 1 gene isn't 16 liang, but only 10 liang? That means these golden needle vegetables actually weigh over 3 gene. Dong Wanhui comforted her, saying, Grandma, the scale here is definitely accurate. Since it's over 3 gene, I'll give you 100 yuan. How about that, Grandma? Lu Mingui didn't know how much 100 yuan was, but it sounded much more than 2 cents. She hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's fine. Then I'll transfer the money to you directly? You. Dong Wanhui paused, looking at Lu Mingui's worn-out clothes, hesitating to ask, Grandma, do you have a mobile phone? Hand chicken? What hand chicken? Lu Mingui looked confused. She didn't see anyone holding a chicken in their hand. Dong Wanhui understood now. It seemed this grandma didn't even know what a mobile phone was. She also felt stuck. You don't have a phone, so you can't receive money. I didn't bring cash when I went out. Now, going out with just a phone is very convenient. Who would think someone doesn't have a phone? But she didn't want to give up such good golden needle vegetables. They would make her husband very happy. It's rare to find such a good deal. Buying it back would surely make her husband happy. Zhu Yufang smiled and said, No problem. You transfer the money to me, and I'll give the cash to Grandma. That's easy. Just this morning, I collected a few hundred yuan. Dong Wanhui nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, it's true. You business people are quick thinkers. I'm just staying at home. My mind isn't working anymore. Zhu Yufang quickly smiled and said some nice words. Hey, I still want to find a good husband and enjoy life at home every day. Isn't that a good life? Dong Wanhui often bought vegetables from her, and after chatting a few times, she learned about her family background. She found out that she was a full-time housewife, her husband was an engineer at a big factory, and he earned a high salary. While they talked, she had already received a transfer from Dong Wanhui and handed a red note to Lu Mingui. Ma'am, here's 100 yuan for you, and this bamboo basket is also for you. She took a clear bag and helped Dong Wanhui put the bright yellow golden needle vegetables inside, then returned the bamboo basket to Lu Mingui, placing meat buns and white sugar inside as well. Lu Mingui touched the paper-like bill in her hand. It felt very good, and there was a person's face printed on it. There was also a twisted, worm-like drawing, but in the middle, it said 100 yuan. She recognized 2 characters. 100. Could this be 100 yuan? Do people here use this to buy things? It looked like old banknotes, but much prettier than old currency. Could this be used to buy things? Thinking about the things she saw earlier, fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, oil, Lu Mingui felt a little tempted. But then she thought, no, she should first return the money to the young man she saw earlier. Next to her, Dong Wanhui took the golden needle vegetables and happily said, Oh, my husband will be so happy. He said, This fresh golden needle vegetables must be blanched first, then mixed with a little salt, vinegar, and chili oil for a cold dish. The taste is so fresh. I'm leaving now. Sister Zhu, remember to save me some good fresh things next time. And ma'am, thank you this time. She turned around in her small high heels and left. Zhu Yufang then sighed with envy. People are just lucky. They only need to buy vegetables and cook, taking good care of their husbands. As for me, I get up early and work late with endless chores. Zhao Jingquan, standing nearby, said, "Are you jealous now? Didn't you say her husband is over 50? She's only in her early 30s. Zhu Yufang glanced at him and said, "What do you know? Old husband and young wife are the best match. When men get older, they learn to care for others." Humph, what's so good about the old man? After a few words of bickering, she finally realized that Lu Minggui was still standing nearby. "Hey, ma'am, why haven't you left yet? Could it be that you got lost again?" Lu Minggui still had questions to ask, so she forced herself to stay. She clenched her money and asked, "You just said that the head of the Chinese tomb can sell for 50 yuan a jean? And the porcelain for 25. Why are these wild vegetables so expensive?" Zhu Yufang curled her big red lips and smiled. "Ma'am, how fresh your words are. If wild vegetables aren't worth much, then why can this small basket of daylily buds sell for 100 yuan? Look at these small green vegetables I have. 100 yuan can buy a big basket. Nowadays, wild vegetables are more expensive than meat." Although she didn't answer directly, Lu Minggui understood what she meant. Wild vegetables are very valuable, more than cabbage or lettuce, even more than meat. Zhu Yufang's eyes moved as she said, "Ma'am, if you still have some daylily buds at home, bring them over and sell to me." Lu Minggui was still processing her words and asked confused, "You also like eating daylily buds?" "Oh, no," Zhu Yufang waved her hand. "I mean, I want to buy all your daylily buds. Look, all these vegetables on my stall are originally from the countryside. Didn't you just sell them to Ah Dong for 30 yuan a jean? My buying price definitely isn't that high, but I have many regular customers. People just like to try new things. As long as you have stock, selling won't be a problem." She was speaking the truth. Nowadays, people eat more big meals and start to enjoy wild vegetables because they are fresh, pesticide-free, healthy, and organic. Unfortunately, over the years, wild vegetables have become scarcer, harder to dig, young people find it troublesome, and older folks lack the strength. Most of the time, people just dig a little for themselves when they feel like it, and no one really wants to dig and sell. So now, wild vegetables are much more expensive than meat. Lu Minggui didn't expect that the people here were different from her hometown. Back home, wild vegetables were for poor people to eat, and even she was tired of eating them. Eating vegetables is rough and bitter, making your throat sore. It doesn't taste good at all. For example, porcelain is sour and has an indescribable flavor. As for golden needle vegetables, they are tasteless and bland. Where is the meat that tastes good? But from what the woman called a dong just said, it seems she thinks golden needle vegetables are very delicious. Zhu Yufang kept asking, "Ma'am, how about this? If you still have golden needle vegetables at home, you can bring them here to sell to me. I'll pay 20 yuan per jean. Is that a fair price? Plus, if you bring wild vegetables, you can take the money and leave. You don't have to stay here anymore." It's so much easier. Lu Minggui thought about the golden needle vegetables in her field. She didn't have many left, but even if she had just one jean, she could get 20 yuan for it. She felt a little tempted. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly remembered a question. Could she still come back to this place? Or would she stay here forever and never return? She felt nervous and didn't dare to promise. She only mumbled a few words and hurriedly left. When Zhu Yufang saw her leave as if she had seen a ghost, she felt a bit annoyed. "Hey, old lady, are you selling or not? Give me a clear answer. Why did you leave before we finished talking? Am I a ghost? Look at how scared you are." Zhao Jingquan was standing nearby, afraid to laugh out loud. "All right, if you don't want to sell, then forget it. Are you really trying to make money? Don't you want to earn this money? You're such a blockhead." The couple argued back and forth. Lu Minggui walked back along the same path she came. Now she had 100 yuan in her hand. She decided to return the money to the young man. Even if she couldn't go back, she shouldn't owe him money. But as she walked, she realized she couldn't find that shop anymore. There were too many stores here. In the middle, there was a vegetable stall, then fish sellers, meat vendors, cooked food shops, hot pot and dumpling shops, fruit stores, grain and oil shops, noodle and dumpling wrappers. Everything was dazzling and confusing. Lu Minggui felt anxious. She remembered following Dong Wanhui and turning only twice. Why couldn't she find it now? This was bad. The young man might be waiting for her and could think she's a liar. She anxiously grabbed her hair but accidentally touched the wooden hairpin tucked in her hair. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared before her eyes, and she found herself inside a white room. Meanwhile, the people in the market were going about their day unaware. No one noticed someone simply disappeared into thin air. Lu Mingui let out an exclamation. How did I get back? Why am I back in this White House again? Because everything here was pure white. She called it the White House. She had tried hard to return earlier but couldn't, and now she had suddenly come back without finding her little brother. This puzzled her greatly. Lu Mingui thought carefully. It seemed there was no special reason for her appearing inside the White House. She hadn't recited any spells or thought about anything in particular. Could it be? A sudden idea flashed through her mind. She quickly reached up and took down the wooden hairpin, examining it carefully. After her rebirth, the strangest thing was this wooden hairpin. Farmers didn't have extra money for jewelry, and this hairpin was a keepsake left by her mother. Although it was just a wooden hairpin, it was carved very beautifully. Originally, the hairpin was just plain wood, but after her rebirth, it turned dark red, then purple, then black, and even shone with a dark luster. Could all this be because she touched the hairpin on her head? Was this hairpin actually a treasure? But why hadn't it shown any signs of magic after all her hard work over the years? Only after she died did it start to glow? Could it be true that surviving a great danger brings good fortune? Lu Mingui couldn't understand it. She decided to stop thinking about things she couldn't understand. The most important thing now was to leave the White House. She followed a direction and soon saw a door. This time, she didn't hesitate and pushed it open. Again, a flash of white light appeared, and she found herself standing beside a furrowed field, with morning dew on the golden needle vegetables in front of her. Surrounding her was lush green farmland. She had indeed come out. Lu Mingui felt a happy surprise. She looked into the distance. The sun had not yet risen. She also saw the distant figure of Sister Zhao walking away along the small path by the field. Everything felt real yet unreal, as if nothing had really happened. She had been gone for a long time, drinking a cup of sweet sugar water. The sweetness still lingered in her mouth. She also sold the golden needle vegetables she had just picked from the branches. Why was Zhao's wife still only about 10 meters away when she returned? It was like she had just taken a few steps. Thinking about what just happened, she felt her whole body tremble. She was both scared and excited. A strange feeling made her feel a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, she called out loudly, "Aunt Zhao." Aunt Zhao turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Mingui just wanted to check her guess, so she quickly shook her head and said, Nothing. Just go ahead with your work. When you have time, we can chat again." Aunt Zhao sighed and turned toward the fields, but she was muttering to herself, probably still upset about her son's death.
Sigh.
Watching Aunt Zhao's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Mingui finally confirmed that her guess was right. Although she had been gone for a long time, the time here hadn't changed much. That meant it didn't matter how long she was away. She looked down at her basket, her heart pounding like drums. She hurried to the riverbank, pulled out some pigweed, and covered the basket with it. There were still 5 large meat buns and half a bag of sugar inside, which she couldn't let others see. Fortunately, it was early morning, and the fields belonging to the Song family were quite remote, so there weren't many people around. After carefully covering the basket with pigweed, she quickly headed home. On the way, she met many villagers. Some carried bamboo baskets like hers, others carried iron rakes or hoes, and some had wooden buckets. They were all heading to work in the fields. The older villagers greeted her, knowing about Song Dae's death. They comforted her, told her to take care of herself, or said, "If you're in trouble, just speak up." The younger ones couldn't directly comfort her, but still called her aunt or big sister. Most villagers in the village were friendly and easy to get along with. Lu Mingui nodded in response to a few greetings but was deep in thought. It wasn't a bad year now. Everyone was working hard. But when a bad year came, these good people would either die or run away. First, there were days of heavy rain that flooded the crops. When the rain finally stopped, a drought of more than half a year began. The wells dried up, the crops in the fields withered in large patches, and the riverbeds cracked open. At first, every family tightened their belts, mixing wild vegetables into porridge and even boiling tree bark, barely managing to fill their stomachs halfway. Later, even the bark was gone, and only dirt was left. For a bite of food, it wasn't unusual for fathers and sons to turn against each other. Some families even sold their children for food, but after one meal, they were hungry again, and in the end, there was no way to survive. The remaining people began to flee from the famine, and many died on the road, just like her. Thinking of this, Lu Mingui felt a deep sadness in her heart. Since she had survived this time, she decided she must live well. Only by staying alive could she see hope. When she entered the village, Jinbao and Yinbao were playing with the other children. She pretended not to see them and went straight home. The yard was quiet and empty. She glanced around. Irfan wasn't home either, probably out playing. Those children always loved to play. Lu Mingui first dumped the pig grass into the yard, then carried her basket into the house. After locking the door, her heart slowly calmed down. Inside the basket were 5 steaming white buns. The aroma of the meat filling seeped through the soft dough, making her mouth water. She then looked at the bag of white sugar. On the package were the words "refined white sugar." Lu Mingui's father had been a scholar, and she had learned some characters from him when she was young, though not many. She recognized the words only because she had seen Li Zian pour sugar from the same bag earlier. Otherwise, she might not have known them all. Besides, the character for sugar looked different from the old form she remembered. Never mind, she thought. As long as she knew it was sugar, that was enough. She wasn't taking any exams. She opened the large wooden chest by her bed. It had been part of her dowry. Originally a pair, but Hu Tsuehua had taken one. There was a small brass lock on the chest. She used to keep her more valuable things inside. But for a farming family, what valuables could there be? Just a few coarse clothes, some needles and thread, so sometimes she didn't even bother locking it. In earlier years, the chest had held quite a few things. Fine cloth, coarse cloth, her dowry quilts, and the hides of deer and foxes her husband, Song Qingye, had hunted. Later, while hunting, Song Qingye encountered a bear. It struck him with one paw, and he died on the way home. Later, to support her 4 children, she traded away her belongings for money. She married off her eldest son, her second son, and her 3rd daughter. She thought that once her youngest, the 4th child, grew up and started a family, her worries would be over. She could finally relax and enjoy some peaceful days with her children. But then, her second son died while working as a laborer, and later there was a bad famine. It was then that she truly saw the true nature of her eldest son's family. Thinking back on everything, Lu Mingui sighed and muttered to herself, it's all fate. Then she realized that worrying was useless. Now that she was alive again, there was still hope. She gathered her strength, put the white sugar into a box, and after some thought, added a few eggs. Her grandchildren, Jinbao and Yinbao, loved to eat eggs and often stole them. At that time, she felt sorry for her grandchildren and didn't scold them, so she let them do as they pleased. Now, thinking about those ungrateful children, she wondered if they still wanted to eat eggs. Don't even think about it. Better to use the eggs to trade for salt. In the past, she didn't lock this box, but now she decided to lock it up tightly. That way, those greedy children wouldn't be able to steal the eggs. After tidying everything up, she took out the crumpled 100 yuan bill from her pocket. The red note was still there. She had to quickly return the money to the young man. Lu Mingui clenched the money in one hand and reached for the wooden hairpin on her head with the other. The bright light she expected appeared again. Lu Mingui opened her eyes and found herself truly inside the White House. It seemed she was right. The wooden hairpin was the key to entering the White House. She calmed her mind and walked forward. Soon she saw the door. This time, Lu Mingui didn't hesitate. She reached out and pushed the door. But the door wouldn't budge at all. That's strange. Why can't I open it now? After trying several times, Lu Mingui realized she was still standing by the door and hadn't managed to open it. She felt anxious. What was going on? Was her guess wrong? Could it be that she could only go to that place once? If so, wouldn't she be a liar? She had tricked the young man out of 5 big meat buns. She thought for a moment and decided to return along the same path to look at the other door. She walked quickly, and this time she pushed the door open easily, standing again beside the wooden box. This is how she could go home, but she couldn't enter from that side. Lu Mingui was confused but reached out again to touch the wooden hairpin, going in and out a few times. She confirmed one thing. Touching the wooden hairpin allows her to enter the White House. However, the door leading to the vegetable market might not open. Lu Mingui couldn't figure out why, but she guessed there was some kind of trick involved. To avoid confusion about which door leads home and which goes to the market, she tied a piece of hemp rope to the door that leads home as a marker. After tying the rope, she noticed a yellow object on the ground. She walked over and saw it was a fallen golden needle vegetable. More than half a day had passed, but the vegetable still looked fresh, as if it was just picked. This surprised Lu Mingui. Suddenly, she thought, since she can enter the White House and the golden needle vegetable can fall here, maybe this place can store things? Could she also move the wooden box inside? Now, when no one was home, she decided to try. She pushed open the White House door and returned to her room. The wooden box was big and heavy, so she couldn't lift it. She could only touch the box with one hand and the wooden hairpin with the other. To successfully move the box inside, she silently repeated, "I want to move the box, I want to move the box." Unexpectedly, as she hoped, after a flash of white light, she and the box appeared inside the White House. Wow, I can move things just by wanting to. Does that mean I can put many things inside? This White House is really a treasure. A wave of joy rose in her heart, but then she thought about her empty home. What could she possibly put inside? Forget it. She decided to put the box back to avoid others noticing anything. With a quick thought, she opened her eyes again and found herself back in her room, with the big wooden box beside her. Everything was normal. She looked at the copper lock on the box and wondered, since she could put things inside the White House, what was the point of this lock? Maybe her older brother and his family thought she had hidden a lot of secret savings. She simply took a blue cloth bag, packed the silver purse, white sugar, and eggs together, along with the meat buns from earlier, and all of it was put inside the White House. Now, the box was almost empty, with only 2 torn clothes left. After finishing everything, Lu Mingui heard some movement in the yard. She carefully tucked the red bills into her sleeve pocket, then opened the door and stepped outside. She saw Man taking out the small stove from yesterday. She was preparing to make medicine for her mother. Man saw her come out and was a bit surprised. "Grandma, when did you come back? I've been inside the house all along. I didn't see Grandma." Over the past 2 days, her attitude towards Lu Mingui had become much friendlier. Lu Mingui smiled and said, "Just got back and Man already knows how to make medicine. Grandma's good girl," she praised. Man blushed and whispered, "I learned when I saw Grandma making medicine yesterday. Very clever. Grandma makes medicine with you. Where is your mother?" "She's sewing clothes for her little brother." She was also hoping her mother's belly would have a little brother, so if Jinbao bullied her, someone would protect her. Lu Mingui nodded. "Then don't bother her. Let's first boil the medicine." The grandmother and grandson started the fire and boiled the medicine, busy and happy. When 3 bowls of water boiled down to 1, the medicine was ready. It was almost noon, but Song Daji and his wife hadn't come back, and the 3 children from the main house were nowhere to be seen, playing around. Shan Jue supported herself and came out. "Mother, what should we do for lunch?" "I'll go cook." She was used to helping. Even though her mother-in-law had been telling her to stay in bed these past 2 days, she still got up. Hearing her question, Lu Mingui remembered things too. Even outside of busy farming times, the Song family's lunch was a bit better than others. At noon, besides coarse grain porridge and pickles, they also had black-faced steamed buns or wild vegetable dumplings. Sometimes her 2 grandsons asked for eggs, and Lu Mingui would cook a bowl of wild vegetable egg drop soup or boil eggs for them. Especially when Hu Tsuehua and Song Daji, with their clever words, persuaded her. She often took out money to buy food. The three children from the main house also had sweet mouths, and after eating, they would come to flatter her. Grandma is the best. Our favorite person is Grandma. In the past, she used to follow this routine, but now, thinking about it, Lu Mingui feels uncomfortable all over. She touched her soft, fine hair and then said to Shinjiyue, "No need to work at noon. The three of us will have something to eat. Go back and lie down. The medicine will be ready soon. Drink the pregnancy-safe medicine first." Shinjiyue was confused. Something to eat? Where is it? Why does she feel that her mother-in-law has changed so much recently? In the past, her mother-in-law was very distant from her. She didn't dislike her, but she didn't like her either. But now, her mother-in-law is much better than before. She looks at her as if she's her own daughter. Also, Man told her that yesterday, Jinbao bullied her, but her grandma protected her. Before, her mother-in-law would just say, "Kids will play rough, don't take it seriously." Now, she's willing to scold Jinbao for Man, which surprises her. Shinjiyue has no other hopes. Over the years since she married in, she's not afraid of hardship or tiredness. She only wishes her daughter can have a good life. As long as her mother-in-law cares about Man, she's willing to do anything. Even if Dahu passes away, she will still respect her mother-in-law for her whole life. At this moment, as she watches her mother-in-law busy working, a warm feeling grows in her heart. Lu Mingui saw that the sun was still early, so she went to the kitchen to cook a pot of brown rice porridge. Then she went to the White House to get some fine sugar and stirred it into the porridge. Looking closely at the fine sugar, she noticed it was quite special. White as snow, with tiny grains. It wasn't like the sugar here, which has uneven sizes and a yellowish tint. I wonder how they make this sugar. It looks so beautiful. She poured the brown rice porridge into a wooden basin and carefully sprinkled some of the fine sugar on top. The sugar looked like snow melting into water, almost disappearing instantly into the porridge. The plain-looking brown rice porridge immediately gave off a tempting sweet aroma. Lu Mingui didn't dare to sprinkle too much sugar. She didn't want to waste it. Then she put the sugar back into the White House and also took out 5 meat buns. To her surprise, the buns looked almost the same as when she first put them in, and they were still warm. She felt a strange wonder. Could it be that whatever you put in, you get out the same? If she cooked a pot of porridge in the morning, would it still be warm by evening? This White House is really strange. But in a way, it's more convenient. The buns don't need to be heated. They can be eaten directly. Since the second daughter-in-law is probably better not to get out of bed, Lu Mingui still brought a full bowl of mixed grain porridge to Shinjai's room. The second family's house is the same as hers. Although it's daytime, it still feels a bit dark. But even if it's dark during the day, no one is willing to light oil lamps. This makes her think of that vegetable stall. The roof there is very high, and countless bright lights shine from above, brighter than the sun. What kind of place is that? Lost in thought, Man carefully asked, "Grandma, what is this?" Lu Mingui looked down and saw that Man was pointing at a bag of meat buns. She smiled and said, "Silly girl, these are buns. Big meat buns. Take a bite, and your mouth will be full of oil. They smell so good. Is Man hungry?" Man swallowed and shook her head. She reached out and poked the plastic bag holding the buns. "Grandma, what is this? It feels soft. Is it cloth? But it's thinner than the cloth that Aunt Weng weaves. It's so thin you can see through." Lu Mingui finally understood what Man meant. Her mind suddenly went blank, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Revived, touching the wooden hairpin that leads into the White House and the vegetable stall. These are her secrets. She never planned to tell anyone about these secrets. Even if she died, she wouldn't speak of them in her coffin. If others found out, she might be seen as an old witch.
Who knows what might happen then?
She has lived again, so she can't die easily. But she was too careless. That bag was given to her by the kind, tall man. It's different from the oil paper or lotus leaf wraps here. It's clearly not from this place. She was careless enough to bring it out in front of others. Fortunately, Man saw it first. She is young and inexperienced. But if Shinjai's or someone else saw it and spread the word. Who knows what trouble could happen?
She almost exposed herself with that thing.
Lu Mingui really wanted to slap herself to remember this lesson. From now on, she must be more careful. For example, she shouldn't bring the remaining half bag of sugar in front of others either. Fortunately, the room was dark at this moment, and she and Man were both turned away from Shen Jiyue. Immediately, Lu Mingui quickly hid a bag of buns. Actually, this is just a piece of cloth. Man, Grandma forgot to bring chopsticks. Go and get them, okay? Man agreed, without asking about the plastic bag anymore. Lu Mingui sighed in relief, took the 5 buns and placed them in a bowl, then quickly tucked the plastic bag into her sleeve. Shen Jiyue had no idea what was happening. She was just sipping her herbal soup slowly. After finishing the soup, she frowned because it was too bitter. Lu Mingui hurriedly brought a bowl of coarse rice porridge to her. Here, have some porridge. It's sweet on your tongue. Thank you, Mom. Shen Jiyue was a bit surprised. Although she knew the coarse rice porridge wasn't sweet, her heart warmed from her mother-in-law's care. Lu Mingui also prepared 2 more bowls of porridge. One for her, a full bowl. Man soon returned with chopsticks. Grandma, time to eat. Yes, first drink the porridge. Lu Mingui pointed to a large bowl of porridge. Try and see if it's different. Man and Shen Jiyue looked at each other, both curious. What could be different about this coarse rice porridge? Although it was rough, at least it didn't have wild vegetables, and eating it made the stomach feel full and comfortable. But under Grandma's gaze, Man picked up her big bowl and took a sip. Just one sip made her eyes light up, and then she seemed to doubt her own taste buds, so she took another big sip. Grandma, it's so delicious. She had never tasted such good coarse rice porridge before. She didn't know what this place was, but her instincts told her it was delicious, and she liked it very much. But Man didn't know what to say, only watching her grandma with excitement. Shen Jiyue also slowly took a sip. Instantly, a sweet, fragrant flavor filled her mouth. Was sugar added to this? They actually added sugar? She couldn't believe it either. Sugar was precious. When Man was born, Day had cooked her a bowl of brown sugar and egg soup. That taste was so sweet, she would never forget it. Right now, the sweetness in her mouth made her nose feel a little sour for some reason. Seeing her daughter's eyes light up from not having tasted sugar before, her heart felt even more sour, and her eyes slowly turned red. Man felt a bit confused. She put down her bowl and softly said, "Mother, don't cry." Lu Mingui saw the two of them like this and sighed gently. She felt sad too, but quickly put on a serious face and said, "All right, no more crying. Just because you get a little good food, you start crying? Your eyelids shouldn't be so thin. Good days are still ahead. Hurry up and finish your porridge. We still have buns to eat." She picked up 2 plump, white meat buns and handed one to each of them. She didn't hold back either, took a bite of her own bun and bit down hard. Because her bite was too big, some oil and juice dripped from her mouth. Lu Mingui quickly caught it with her hand, not wasting a single drop of oil. The soft, elastic dough with the smell of flour, mixed with the juice, entered her mouth. Her teeth then hit the firm, juicy meat filling. Her tongue turned over, bringing out even more fresh, tasty flavors. In an instant, Lu Mingui felt that her 40-plus years of life hadn't been wasted. It was just too delicious. As soon as she swallowed that bite, she couldn't wait to take a second, then a third. Before she knew it, one big meat bun was gone. She looked at the mother and daughter again. Shen Jiyue was nibbling her food, clearly reluctant to eat. Meanwhile, she was holding 2 buns as big as her face, gobbling them down. Oh, slow down. Don't choke. There's more left. Man looked up and said, "Grandma, the meat buns smell so good and taste so delicious. I can't help myself. I really can't." She didn't want to be so greedy. Shen Jiyue asked in surprise, "Mother, where did you buy these meat buns? The dough is so white as snow. It looks so nice." Lu Mingui couldn't help but laugh, but didn't answer directly. Eat up. Just looking won't fill you up. No matter what, she had to make sure both of them ate enough. Lu Mingui was getting older, and her appetite had decreased a bit. She originally thought to eat one of the 5 buns herself and let Man and her mother each eat 2. But after some back and forth, the 3 of them ended up sharing and eating everything. 5 large meat buns and a big bowl of sweet porridge made them all so full their stomachs and waists were round. Man's young voice rang out, "Grandma, I wish I could eat enough at every meal from now on." Lu Mingui suddenly thought of that place, where people have clear skin, wear clean and neat clothes, and walk with their heads held high. It's obvious they haven't gone hungry. She wished they could be like those people. She wasn't sure if she was comforting herself or trying to cheer up Man, but she firmly said, "Yes, we can definitely eat enough. With Grandma here, we will always have enough to eat at every meal." Man looked hopeful, lost to her thoughts. Shun Jiyue touched her stomach, her eyes shining with longing for a better life. The past few days felt like a dream to her. She wished Day was alive and back. But Shun Jiyue knew deep down that Day was probably no longer alive. On the battlefield, danger was everywhere, and surviving was very hard. Since her mother-in-law believed Day was alive, Shun Jiyue chose to believe it too, to keep her mother-in-law from feeling sad and to give her hope. At that moment, both mother and daughter-in-law were thinking of each other and reached an agreement. Day was alive. After tidying up the dishes, Lu Mingui reminded Man to take good care of Shun Jiyue. Then she took a bamboo basket and went back to the fields. Meanwhile, in the fields, Hu Tsuehua urged Song Daji, "It's already noon, take a break. You can't finish all this work in a day. Why are you working so hard? Have you seen your mother and the second family relaxing at home? Go back and see what's for lunch. I've been busy all morning, and I'm exhausted. Really, if you're not coming to deliver food, no one's calling us back to eat. Are you trying to starve us?" Hu Tsuehua kept complaining. She didn't go to the fields much, mostly staying at home to weave cloth. Compared to weaving, farming was even more tiring. Under the hot sun, with bugs flying around. She worked all morning, and her back was about to give out. Song Daji finally straightened up and looked at the sky. It was getting late. He nodded and said, "All right, you go back first. I'll finish this and then come home." "Go ahead, you'll just wear yourself out." Hu Tsuehua spat and turned her hips to head home. In the village, every household was smoking their stoves, except for the Song family, which had cold stoves. Hu Tsuehua was a bit surprised and stood in the kitchen for a while. She sniffed the air, clearly smelling a sweet scent, but when she looked closer, she couldn't smell anything. She went to check Lu Mingui's room, but found the door locked, so she couldn't get in. Then she knocked on Shun Jiyue's door. "Second sister's family, why aren't you cooking lunch today? Your older brother and I have been working in the fields all morning. When we got home, we couldn't even get a hot meal." It was Man who opened the door for Hu Tsuehua. Shun Jiyue was sitting on the bed, embroidering, and called out, "Is your older sister-in-law back?" She wanted to get off the bed, but Man stopped her. "Mom, Grandma said you should stay lying down and not get up. If Grandma finds out you've gotten out of bed, she'll be angry." Hearing this, Shun Jiyue immediately pulled back her foot. She hoped more than anyone that the baby in her belly would be healthy, so she tried not to get out of bed. Moreover, now her mother-in-law's words seemed more important to her than the emperor's decree in the capital. Hu Tsuehua looked at the mother and daughter with some dissatisfaction, knowing that Man was speaking for herself. At such a young age, she was quite clever. I didn't mean for you to get up and cook. Now you're very precious." She suddenly sniffed the air. Why do I smell meat? Are you sneaking meat at home?" Her sharp eyes looked at the two, eager to get close and smell them. Man quickly shook her head. "No, we didn't sneak any. It was obvious they ate with Grandma, who was the head of the family, so it couldn't be considered sneaking." Hu Tsuehua believed that Man wouldn't lie to her, so she withdrew her gaze from the two. She looked around but saw nothing unusual. Her own room had a cabinet, a table, and a box, but Shun Jiyue's room was almost empty. Just a bed and a small table, with one of its legs broken and propped up with a piece of wood. Looking around, there was almost nothing. She thought that these mother and daughter probably didn't sneak meat to eat. With Shun Jiyue, she probably didn't even have a single coin. Hu Tsuehua then pursed her lips and asked, "Where's Mother?" I don't see her. Doesn't she cook at home? Second sister-in-law, don't you think that this time, when mother woke up, she seemed like a different person? Shen Jiu and naturally felt her mother-in-law's change, but it was a good change. At least she and Man could eat their fill. In the past, the favored eldest sister-in-law's family was now ignored, which made her very unhappy. However, she was truly unreasonable. In the past, the mother-in-law was so kind to their family, yet she still gossiped behind their backs. Thinking of this, Shen Jiu shook her head and said, I didn't think so. Isn't mother always like this? She's just hardworking. Even at her age, she still goes out to work in the fields every day. Other people's mothers-in-law aren't as diligent as ours. Hu Tsuehua curled her lip again. Hardworking? Hardworking enough that she hasn't even prepared lunch? Shen Jiu quickly replied, Mother went out to work early, so she hasn't cooked. Too bad I'm not feeling well. If I were, I would go make lunch. Not hearing Shen Jiu agree, Hu Tsuehua felt a bit annoyed. But the second family has always been honest and straightforward. They wouldn't say much. She didn't expect them to say anything detailed anyway. Then we won't eat lunch? Don't you and Deji have been working in the fields all morning? Are you willing to let you two go hungry? She's been thinking of you as her precious this whole time. Shen Jiu felt a little guilty. She had just drunk sweet porridge and eaten a big meat bun she had never had before. Now she was afraid to speak loudly, worried she might burp loudly. But her mother-in-law clearly didn't want the eldest sister-in-law's family to know about the meat buns, so she wouldn't say anything. Unfortunately, Shen Jiu was used to being honest and didn't know what to say. Instead, she quickly said, Uncle and Aunt, today my mother and I didn't go out to work or do anything. We're not hungry. Hu Tsuehua suspiciously looked at them but thought their words made some sense. You little girl are quite sensible. You're right. You and your mother are just freeloading now. One more meal or one less doesn't really matter. It's a pity that Deji is still working in the fields with an empty stomach. Forget it. What's the use of talking to you? I should go find my mother, she muttered softly. That old woman, it's mealtime and she's nowhere to be found. She searched around the village but didn't see Lu Mingui. She probably went to the fields or to dig wild vegetables or gather firewood. He turned his head and saw his 3 children playing with the village kids, not paying attention to anything else. Soon, the other children were called home by their parents for dinner. Jinbao felt bored with so few kids around and ran back home. He drank a bowl of cold water quickly, then started to complain. Mom, I'm starving. Why haven't we eaten yet? Jinbao also called out. I'm starving too. Eat. All you do is think about eating. Can't you see the stove is cold? It's like we're born to be hungry ghosts. We only know to eat when we get home. Look at you all running around outside like crazy. None of you are sensible. If you're so lazy, wait and see how you eat. I don't think you'll get anything to eat. Hu Tsuehua scolded for a while in the yard but still felt upset inside. Shen Jiu listened inside the house and felt uneasy, as if tiny needles were prickling her all over. She looked toward the door, thinking maybe she should go outside and cook. Man stayed at the door, not letting her go out, and softly said, Mom, don't forget what Grandma said. If you go to cook for Uncle's family again, Grandma will be sad. Although Grandma didn't say anything about how she felt about Uncle's family, Man felt that Grandma was no longer favoring Uncle's family. If they still spoiled the main household, Grandma would definitely be disappointed. Her words made Shen Jiu give up her idea. She leaned back on the bed to rest, pretending not to hear the harsh words outside. Hu Tsuehua talked for a long time but saw that the mother and daughter in the second household had no intention of coming out, so she told Irfan to start the fire and began to cook. When Song Daji returned, he saw a few bowls of coarse rice porridge, a small dish of salted vegetables, and a few black-faced steamed buns on the broken wooden table in the main hall. He was unhappy and said, Why not make egg drop soup? Or fry some oil cakes? This tasteless stuff. How is anyone supposed to eat it? Hu Tsuehua snorted coldly. How to eat? With your mouth. The eggs and oil were in the old lady's room, which was still locked. How could she fry oil cakes? Thinking of this, Hu Tsuehua was furious. This old woman is really getting more unreasonable. We're busy working in the fields, and she's at home not even cooking. Where has she gone? Humph, what do you want to eat? Your mother only left some coarse grains and salted vegetables. Song Daji hurriedly stopped her. All right, keep your voice down. Do you really treat your daughter-in-law like this? How could you accuse my mother? Be careful, someone might hear. The second family is still at home. Hu Tsuehua wasn't afraid. If Shun Jua dared to complain, she wouldn't dare to complain back. She threw down the ceramic bowl with a loud crash. Did I say something wrong? We work in the fields all morning, and when we come back, there's no food to eat. No family would do such a thing. Letting people work hungry. Only a useless man like you would let your wife and children go hungry. How could I have been so blind to marry you, a man from the town, to a rural woman? Enough. You can't shut me up with just food, Song Daji said, knocking his chopsticks onto the table with a loud bang after taking a few bites of coarse rice mixed with wheat bran, choking back his anger. Why did she say he was good for nothing and then turn it on him again? He cursed. Why are you so talkative? Can't you speak nicely all day? All you do is gossip. Besides, are you unhappy marrying into the Song family? I've sent fresh vegetables to your family every year, haven't I? Yet, I've been so sincere, and your father and that ungrateful brother of yours still look down on me. Our whole family is no good. I was blind to marry such a shrew as you. Hu Tsuehua, already furious, screamed. Song Daji, I married into your family, bore you children, and took care of the house, and this is how you treat me. If I had known you were so unkind, I wouldn't have married you even if I had to die. She cursed and then pounced on Song Daji, hitting, grabbing, and biting him. Song Daji was not someone to swallow his anger easily. His forehead veins bulged with anger as he roughly pushed her to the ground. The couple started fighting. Yin Bao, the youngest, was so scared he curled up in the corner. Meanwhile, Jin Bao and Irfan, quick and clever, carried bowls of mixed grain porridge and pickled vegetables to the yard. They each sat by the door, eating loudly, not caring about their parents' fight. The noise soon reached Shinjiu's ears, and she became worried. Her older brother and sister-in-law usually got along well. Why were they fighting now? She had to go and stop the fight. If something serious happened, what would she do? Man saw her mother trying to get out of bed and hurriedly stopped her. Mom, did you forget what Grandma said? She spoke softly but seriously. Grandma said you can't get out of bed. Big brother and sister-in-law are arguing. What if they hurt you? She started to cry a little. Mom, please don't die. Mian doesn't want to be without you. Shin Jiyue immediately stopped trying to calm her and hugged Mian to comfort her. Mom isn't here anymore. Mian, don't cry. Mian finally stopped crying. To her, the older sister-in-law seemed strict, but her older brother was also not easy to deal with. If they fought, it probably wouldn't be a big problem. Why would Mom need to step in? Lu Minggui didn't know that her eldest son and his wife had argued. She was at the edge of the field digging up purslane. Although golden needle vegetables are expensive, her family only planted 2 small patches. They hadn't picked any for 2 days, so she only got about 3 jin. She thought she could get around 2 jin the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the reason golden needle vegetables could sell for 30 yuan a jin was just because she happened to meet someone who needed them. At market prices, she definitely couldn't sell them at that price. But that day, she heard a woman with bright red lips say that purslane could sell for 25 yuan a jin. That was a pretty good price. Plus, purslane was everywhere, easy to dig up. Right now, most families weren't facing a bad harvest. They did dig wild vegetables to eat, but not many people did it. Only when they had free time would they dig a little. Lu Minggui wanted to take advantage of the current quiet time to dig a bit more. Then, even if she couldn't go to the market on the other side of the White House, she could dry the vegetables and store them for the bad season. Of course, it would be even better if she could sell them at the market. It's April now, the best time for purslane, tender and tasty, great for salads and soups. She found several spots with lots of purslane growing, but today she mainly observed and only dug a little about a jin. She moved forward a bit and found a large patch of malin head. To Lu Minggui, malin head was a bit tastier than purslane, crisp, fresh, and with a unique light fragrance. Now is the season for eating malin head. In a month or so, it will be too old. She didn't hear the woman with bright red lips say she wanted melon head, so she wasn't sure if she could sell it. Anyway, she decided to pick the greens first. Malantu doesn't need a knife to harvest. Just pinch it off with your fingernails. Now is the best time to pick the tender shoots. The remaining parts can still grow in the field. She kept working quickly, and soon her basket was full. Maybe tonight she would make Malantu egg drop soup with some black bread to have a good meal. Lu Mingui looked up again at the distant mountain. Yongfeng village is backed by Dashong Mountain, which should have plenty of wild vegetables and fruits. It probably won't be short. Villagers usually go to the mountain only on the outskirts to gather pig grass or firewood. Few go deep into the mountain because of wild animals like bears and wild boars. Ever since her family's old song was killed by a bear, fewer people have ventured into the mountain. Lu Mingui was even more afraid. Her husband was killed by a bear, so she fears Dashong Mountain more. Later, during hard years, when everyone was very hungry, they dared to go into the mountain despite the danger. The mountain became bare, and she never heard about the bear again.
She didn't know if the bear was dead or had left.
Lu Mingui wanted to go see the mountain, but hesitated. In the end, she didn't make up her mind and just wandered around the fields for a while. Besides Malantu, she also picked some fragrant cedar tips. Fragrant cedar is loved by those who like it, but disliked by others because of its strong smell. But more people liked it, as the saying goes: cedar tips, chives, top flowers, fallen lotus. These four are the freshest, and cedar tips are considered the best among the four. After walking around this big circle, her basket was already full. Lu Mingui felt her back and waist ache. She was getting old, so she stopped working. Seeing that it was getting late, she thought about going back and trying to reach the vegetable seller's place. Just as she was thinking this, a young boy ran over. It was Zhao Yuan, the grandson of Zhao's family, a neighbor of the Song family. Zhao Yuan was panting and said, "Grandma Lu, I've been looking for you everywhere. Your uncle Daji and his wife are fighting. He sent me to call you back to see what's going on." Fighting? Lu Mingui was surprised. It was only her first day as a part-time manager, and those two already started fighting? Yes, you should go back and check. Lu Mingui nodded and said, "Okay, you go home first." Grandma is old and walks slowly. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan quickly ran back. But Lu Mingui was thinking that it would be better if they fought. She was old and tired, so why go back? Just to watch the fun? In her memory, whenever Song Daji and Hu Tsuehua argued or fought, it was her who bought some meat or other things to calm them down. These two always pick her to cause trouble. When Lu Mingui slowly returned home, the yard was very quiet. She entered the main room and saw the floor was messy. Song Daji and his wife had fought, and the dishes and chopsticks were left on the table. A bench with one leg was on the ground, looking like robbers had been there. Lu Mingui checked carefully. Luckily, no dishes were broken, which eased her anger a little. Seeing the open door of the older brother's room, she went over and saw Song Daji lying on the bed, not moving. "Why didn't you go out to work this afternoon?" "Just lying at home." When Song Daji heard her, he quickly got up from the bed, looking angry with nails all over his face. He angrily complained, "Mother, look at what Hu Tsuehua did to my face. This damn woman. She's always humiliating me. Won't I be laughed at by the villagers if I go out like this?" Lu Mingui didn't sympathize with him and was in a good mood. She only asked, "What did you fight about this time? Didn't you clean up after the fight? Is this mess meant for me to deal with?" Song Daji didn't expect his mother to care more about the room than his face, and got upset. "Mother, this is all your fault. This morning you told me and Tsuehua to go out to work. We worked hard all morning, and when we got home, we couldn't even get a hot meal. How could Tsuehua not be angry? If you had cooked the meal at home, she wouldn't have argued with me." Lu Mingui didn't reply and asked, "And where is she?" "She went back to her parents' house with the 3 kids. Song Daji answered lazily, and then started complaining again. "Mother, what's wrong with you today? I and Tsuehua have gone to the fields. Why don't you cook for us?" "Cook?" Lu Mingui sneered. "Is it because I haven't gone to work in the fields, or what's wrong? Am I supposed to cook for you? Without me, would you starve?" I think you're doing just fine without my cooking. She turned and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a year of hardship, not eating one meal makes her feel anxious. Song Da-ji was stunned by his mother's words. Once he realized, he hurried to the kitchen. Mom, Tsuehua taking the kids back to her parents' house isn't a big deal. Won't the villagers gossip? Lu Mingui was busy with her hands and said, Isn't it good? The house is much quieter now. Song Da-ji found this hard to believe. Mom, weren't you quite fond of Tsuehua and Jinbao before? What's changed now? Other families like lively children at home, but you're happy now that the grandchildren are gone and the house is quiet. Other families like that. Then go to someone else's house, Lu Mingui said flatly. Quick, clean up the table and dishes, or I'll do it myself. She disliked the Da-ji family and didn't care about liking them anymore. Who can like someone who harms them? Song Da-ji saw his mother's face was very cold, so he had no choice but to tidy up the main room. But deep down, he felt resentful toward his mother. Favoritism and resentment. Lu Mingui always favored the Da-ji family, and now that they were slightly less favored, she complained. But even if Lu Mingui knew, she wouldn't care anymore. Her love for her eldest son's family had long been lost in the drought years. After dinner was ready, there was no thought of giving Song Da-ji any. He was completely stunned. Mom, what are you doing? You're not even giving me food? Lu Mingui looked at him coldly, full of impatience. I told Jinbao and Irfan this morning if they don't gather firewood, there will be no dinner tonight. But they didn't gather firewood. Why aren't you giving me food? Didn't I tell you I raised good children and daughters? And now you're asking me. In this family, we don't support idlers. From now on, you eat only as much work as you do. If you don't want to work, then just leave. Song Da-ji was stunned by her words. Why was she so eager to send him away? Moreover, if the children at home didn't work, why blame him? The children were all under Hu Tsuehua's care. He had nothing to do with it. He watched helplessly as his mother carried a pot of coarse rice porridge and 3 black-faced buns into Shun Jiyue's room. He didn't have the courage to go inside. He only said from outside the door, Mother, I don't have to eat, but I need to bring the 3 children back. They're all from our Song family. Lu Mingui served porridge to Shun Jiyue and the other woman, and gave each of them a black bun. She didn't bother to pay attention to him. Song Da-ji wasn't angry. He forced a smile and continued, Mother, my father-in-law already looks down on me. When I go to bring them back, I can't go empty-handed. Mother, can you give me a few coins? I want to buy something to bring over and cheer them up. Just 30 coins is enough. Or could you give me the money bag you took from me last time? Lu Mingui almost laughed out of anger. He was still thinking about the money bag she took from him. He wanted 30 coins? Why not ask for the sky? She really wished she could pour a bowl of hot porridge on Song Da-ji's face. With such a thick face, he probably wouldn't mind being scalded, but she was still worried about food. Man, go close the door. Don't let any outsiders disturb our dinner. Man obediently got up to close the door. Just then, Song Da-ji shouted in disbelief. Hey, Mother, what do you mean by this? Am I asking for 2 coins? Why do I need to close the door? Mother, do you still see me as your son? Man was so frightened by his shouting that she didn't dare to close the door. Lu Mingui simply put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to close it herself. Before closing the door, she said to Song Da-ji, You don't even see me as your mother anymore. Why should I keep you as my son? Mother, you're talking nonsense. When did I stop seeing you as my mother? But before Song Da-ji could say more, the door was already shut. As night fell, Song Da-ji had no choice but to go to the town hungry. He still had some coins on him, but since there was nowhere in the village to buy food, he decided it was better to go to the town and buy something to eat. This old woman refuses to feed herself, so I decided to go and buy some good food to eat instead. Or maybe I should just buy a roasted chicken to satisfy my craving. Thinking of roasted chicken, Song Da-ji's steps quickened. The Song family finally calmed down. Shun Jiyue felt nervous and hesitated for a moment before speaking to persuade her mother. Mother, now there are no workers at home. Big Brother and his family can do the work. If we chase everyone away, the land will become abandoned. She realized that her mother-in-law was now very unfriendly to her eldest son. But after the death of Dae, only the old and the young are left at home. Isn't everything still relying on the main household? Why does the mother-in-law treat the eldest son's family so badly? What exactly happened? Shun Jiyue couldn't figure it out, but she felt it was wrong. If the land becomes barren and there's no harvest, this family will really starve. Lu Mingyue understood Shin Jiyue's worries, but she had always been sincere to Song Daji's family. What did she get in return? Was it just a dead end? She knew that the family still depended on Song Daji, but just thinking about being pushed down and falling to her death made her feel a deep resentment she couldn't shake. Jiyue, I know you mean well, she said. But good intentions don't always bring good results. Think about it, the three of us have worked hard for them all these years. What have we gained? You do all the farm work, I also do my part. The two of them go hunting and weaving cloth, but where does the money go? They still ask me for money every day. My wife is old. Where does the income come from? We're just living off our savings. This family of 5 is draining me, and once they've taken everything, they'll just kick me out. She said they would kick her out, but in reality, she was being pushed to her death. Even if she hadn't hit her head that time, she would have starved to death during the famine. So, there's no point in sacrificing for Song Daji's family. If her experience of coming back to life wasn't so absurd, she would have wanted to speak out and question Song Daji. What kind of heartless person is he? But unfortunately, this has to stay hidden in her heart. Seeing her mother-in-law speak so seriously and solemnly, Shunju didn't dare to speak up for the main household anymore. Actually, she also felt resentment deep inside. As the mother-in-law said, in daily life, the main family treats them like servants and makes them do chores. Also, it was not their turn to go to the battlefield at first. It was the eldest brother who asked him, and only then did Dae go to fight, which led to his death. Thinking about her husband's death, Shen Jiyue fell silent again. At this moment, there was a sound outside the door. Mother, are you in sister-in-law's room? The voice was a bit hoarse. It was Song Xiaodong, Lu Minggue's youngest son, who had returned. He is now learning carpentry in the town. He eats and lives there, and it takes about a month to return home. When busy, he might only come back every 2 or 3 months. Hearing his voice, Lu Mingyue felt her heart tighten. She hurriedly went to open the door. Outside stood 14-year-old Song Xiaodong, wearing ill-fitting clothes that revealed his slender wrists and ankles. Although he was 14, he looked only about 12 or 13 because he was thin and small. His lips were cracked and dry, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his chest was rising and falling. Clearly, he had run all the way back from the town. Song Xiaodong hadn't returned home for 2 months, but Lu Mingyue hadn't seen her youngest son for more than 2 years. She quickly hugged her weak son in her arms and burst into tears. Xiaodong, my little Xiaodong. In her previous life, she never saw her son alive for the last time. Money Carpenter said that Xiaodong was killed by falling wood while helping unload timber. His face was disfigured beyond recognition, almost unrecognizable as a person.
It was already a drought at that time.
The family was struggling to get enough food, and Lu Mingyue was busy fetching water and watering the fields, which made her sick from exhaustion. It was Song Daji who led people to cause trouble at Money Carpenter's house, forcing him to pay 3 taels of silver. After that, the matter was settled. She only had time to glance at her poor child before Xiaodong was hurriedly buried in the field. Now, being able to see her child again, Lu Mingyue cried uncontrollably. Song Xiaodong thought his mother was just sad about his second brother's death, so he softly comforted her. But as he comforted her, he also started crying. Mother and son cried together. It was Shun Jiyue who got out of bed and helped them sit at the table. Lu Mingyue finally calmed down and saw that her son looked even thinner than in her memory, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Why did you come back today? She remembered that only half a month had passed since her son last returned. Song Xiaodong looked at a few people and then said, Old Wang at the west end of the village went to Carpenter Qian to order a wooden cabinet. He saw me and mentioned my second brother. As he spoke, his eyes started to turn red. Although he is 7 or 8 years younger than Songdae, they share a very close bond. When they were young, Songdae often carried him around to play, even carrying him on his back when gathering firewood. His second brother was also very caring, always thinking of him first when there was food. Unlike their older brother, who often scolded and hit him. Talking about Songdae, the family fell silent again. Lu Mingui was worried that the second daughter-in-law would be upset, so she quickly said, "Your second brother will be fine. He probably just got lost. He might come back home someday." She then changed the subject. "Haven't you eaten yet? Mother will serve you a bowl of porridge. You sit and rest for a while." Fortunately, there was still some coarse rice porridge and black flour buns left, enough for Song Xiaodong to eat. He touched his full stomach and said nothing more. The family situation was much better than he had expected. He had thought his mother and second sister-in-law might be in trouble, but now it seemed they were both fine. Since that was the case, he decided not to mention it anymore. Lu Mingui quickly heated the remaining coarse rice porridge and black flour buns and brought them over. Song Xiaodong ate eagerly, as if he hadn't eaten in many days. Seeing this, Lu Mingui felt heartache and went to the kitchen to fry 2 eggs. The pig fat in the clay pot was almost gone, but since her son was rarely home and looked so thin, he needed to eat more. She melted some pig fat in a hot pan, fried the eggs until they were bright yellow and fragrant, then sprinkled a little coarse salt. It was a very delicious dish to go with rice. Such good food made Song Xiaodong stare in amazement. "Mother, why are you making this for me?" He quickly refused. "Just porridge and buns are enough. I can fill my stomach. Mother, you eat it instead." Lu Mingui shook her head and refused. "Eat quickly. You're home rarely, and I won't let you go hungry." Seeing he couldn't refuse, Song Xiaodong divided a portion for Man-Man. Man-Man refused to eat. She had already eaten a big meat bun today and wasn't hungry at all. "Then maybe second sister-in-law can have some. She's still pregnant." He still didn't want to eat himself and tried to hand the food to Shen Jiyue. Shen Jiyue smiled and shook her head. "I just ate enough. You should eat." In the end, Song Xiaodong ate alone. Lu Mingui sat beside him, watching him eat. He ate quickly and eagerly, clearly very hungry. "Eat slowly, don't rush," she said gently. Song Xiaodong smiled shyly. "Mom, I'm so hungry. After I finish eating, I have to go back." Lu Mingui was surprised. "Go back now? It's already dark. Why not stay overnight at home?" In the past, he would stay one night and leave early the next morning. Song Xiaodong shook his head. "No, I won't stay. Carpenter Qian said there's a lot of work these days, and I wasn't supposed to come back." His voice lowered a bit. "I was worried that if you heard about second brother, something might happen, so I asked him. He originally didn't want to give me a day off. I begged him for a long time, and finally he agreed. He even said I must go back tonight." Lu Mingui felt a wave of sadness and complained. "Qian is usually kind. Why is he so hard to talk to? Making you travel over 30 miles back and forth in one night. That's just trying to make things difficult. Why is there such urgent work that needs to be done late at night?" Song Xiaodong didn't reply. He just lowered his head and ate his porridge silently. Lu Mingui sighed, knowing her son was an apprentice and probably not free. She comforted him. "Just focus on learning well there. Once you finish your apprenticeship, it will be better and more comfortable."
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'll save some money," he said in a muffled voice, swallowing the last piece of black-faced bun. "Mom, I'm going back now. Take care of yourself at home." Lu Mingui was a bit worried. "You're leaving now? Be careful walking in the dark. Watch your step." She then handed him 10 copper coins. "Although Carpenter Qian provides food and lodging, you shouldn't be without a penny. Keep these for your use." "Mom, I don't want to take them. There are many expenses at home. You keep them." "I have no place to spend money at the carpenter's." He refused and asked again. "By the way, where are my older brother and sister-in-law? Why aren't they home now?" Lu Mingui shook her head.
Don't mention that family.
"All right, go now." Song Xiaodong felt reluctant. His home was so good, and his mother was kind. But he still had to be an apprentice, eating poorly, staying cold, and working non-stop. He was doing all kinds of chores, learning nothing. He could only watch from afar as Carpenter Qian worked. Carpenter Qian was good at hiding his secrets and didn't want to teach him at all. Not only that, but she also had to be ordered around like a servant by the Qian carpenter family, and they didn't even give her enough food to eat. Recently, she said she was busy, but it wasn't carpentry work. It was taking care of their children at night. But she couldn't tell her mother about these things. She was able to become an apprentice at Qian Carpenter's place because her mother asked someone for help, and she even paid 50 silver coins. Song Xiaodong opened his mouth but finally said, "Mother, I will leave now." "All right, go ahead." Lu Minggui waved her hand, watching her younger son's thin figure disappear into the darkness. That night, Lu Minggui slept very restlessly. She kept dreaming of Song Xiaodong dying. Although he was almost 16 then, he looked even thinner, and his clothes hung on his skeleton-like body. Before dawn, Lu Minggui got out of bed. She wanted to go to the town to see Qian Carpenter's house because she felt uneasy inside. She first prepared breakfast, not only for herself, but also for Shinjori and her daughter. Before leaving, she picked 3 fresh eggs from the chicken coop. With the 3 eggs she already had, she had 6 eggs in total. In the past, she would let Xiaodong take eggs back to give to Qian Carpenter, hoping he would teach the children more. She would usually gather about 20 eggs to send over. But this time, after surviving death and eating several eggs, she only kept 6. She hoped Qian Carpenter wouldn't think it was too few. After tidying up and leaving the house, she met her neighbor, Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao thought she was going to the town to see Song Daji and Hu Tsuehua. After hesitating, she advised, "Big sister, you're already at this age. Do you still need to lower yourself and beg them to come back? I'm not saying this to criticize you, but there's no one in the village as weak as you. You should stand up for yourself. Otherwise, you'll be working like a beast until you die. The more you do that, the less they will take you seriously." Lu Minggui smiled but said nothing, knowing that even her neighbors couldn't stand to see her like this. They thought she was going to beg Song Daji's family to come back. But in fact, she no longer cared about that family. "Older sister, don't worry. I have my own plans. I'll go ahead now or I might miss the ox cart later. In the morning at the village entrance by the main road, you can wait for a bullock cart. The driver is Wang Da from the back mountain village, who makes a living this way. He takes people to the town, charging 3 cents for a one-way trip. If someone wants to go both ways on his cart, it costs only 5 cents. But now life is getting harder, and fewer people are willing to ride the cart. Only those who are physically unable to walk have no choice." In the past, Lu Minggui wouldn't hesitate to pay this money. Usually, she walks to the town about 10 miles away. If she walks quickly, she can get there in less than 2 hours. Today, she wants to see her younger son early and feels time is moving too slowly. Only after getting on the cart does she start to relax. Although there is still a year before Song Xiaodong is accidentally killed, what if it happens sooner? Wouldn't she regret not acting earlier? Thinking of this, Lu Minggui regrets not keeping her son at home yesterday. But if she had kept him, he would just be farming, working in the fields all day, facing the sun and back to the earth, living a hard life. She doesn't expect her son to become rich or famous, but having a skill could help him live a better life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked someone to find a master carpenter to teach him. Lost in these thoughts, the cart finally reaches the town at the 4th watch of the hour, around 4 p.m. The town is busier than the village. During big markets on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, people from nearby villages come to trade, making it lively. Wanda calls out to signal the others to get off the cart. Lu Minggui rubs her legs, which have gone numb, and slowly heads toward the carpenter's shop. The carpenter, Qian, has his workshop on Xiandong Street. Lu Minggui visited it once when Song Xiaodong became his apprentice. Now, she finds the place by memory. In front is the shop's entrance, with many small wooden items displayed inside. A blue curtain covers the door leading to the backyard. The backyard is large, where Qian does his woodworking. There are several rooms in the yard, where Qian's family lives. To make it easier for them to come and go, there's a small door on the east side of the yard. Lu Mingui thinks for a moment and decides not to go through the main shop door, but instead uses the side door. The side door isn't fully closed, leaving a gap. Just as she is about to knock, she hears the lively noise of children inside. She remembered that Xiaodong had once said that the Qian family lived here with several members. His son, Qian Liangkai, had already gotten married and had 2 children, who were twin boys, probably around 5 or 6 years old. The voices should belong to those 2 children. Hurry up and climb. Are you not hungry? Yay. Ride the big horse. The big horse runs fast. Ride the horse to fight. You useless kid, why are you climbing so slowly? Lu Mingui frowned, stopped, and quietly looked through the door crack. He saw that in the yard, the carpenter Qian and his son Qian Liangkai were working, sawdust flying everywhere. On the other side, 2 children about 5 or 6 years old were playing a war game. One person was crawling on the ground. One chubby child was riding on him, waving a wooden sword. The other child, though not riding, was hitting the person's backside with a stick. The person was small and thin, almost being crushed. At this moment, a young woman's voice called out, "Dad, Liangkai, come quickly for breakfast." "Dahu, Erhu, stop playing too. Eat first, then go back to play." Hearing this, the carpenter Qian and his son put down their wood and headed to the main room. The 2 children also dropped their sticks and cheered as they ran away. The person on the ground finally relaxed and slowly got up. It was none other than Song Xiaodong. Qian the carpenter glanced at him. "Go tidy up the wood over there. The sawdust is so thick now. Don't you know to sweep it? What's the use of raising you? Such a waste." The young woman from earlier brought a rough ceramic bowl with a crack from the kitchen and placed it in his hand, saying, "Sweep the sawdust, then come eat. Remember to clean the saw and the plane." Song Xiaodong's hands trembled as he held the bowl. Having crawled on the ground earlier, his already weak hands shook, almost spilling the foul-smelling porridge inside. There was a fresh wound at the corner of his hand, bleeding. It was from last night when he carved a wooden sword for Da Hu and got hurt. After crawling on the ground and rubbing against it repeatedly, the wound had become bloody and raw. Now, this bowl of spoiled rice reminded him of the fried egg his mother made last night, and a deep sense of grievance slowly welled up in his heart. He whispered softly to himself, "Mom, I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home." But who was he talking to? His family was poor, his father had died early, and his mother was old. He had to rely on himself. Lu Mingui finally saw the thin figure through the door crack. It was none other than her son, Song Xiaodong. No matter what, she never expected the Qian family to treat their own sons so badly. Suddenly, anger filled her heart. Without thinking, she pushed open the door and quickly walked over to Song Xiaodong. She raised her hand and forcefully knocked over the bowl he was holding, which looked like a begging bowl. The ceramic bowl fell to the ground, and the thin, watery rice and beans spilled everywhere. Only a few beans scattered on the floor, and a foul smell filled the air. She looked again at her son's thin face, which was clearer than last night under the dim oil lamp. He was so thin his bones showed, with dark bruises under his eyes. His hands were injured from crawling on his knees earlier, which had already been scraped. Lu Mingui felt tears almost coming out. Song Xiaodong was stunned for a moment, almost unable to believe his eyes. "Mom, why are you here?" His voice trembled as he spoke. Since becoming an apprentice at the Qian family, he had never had a full meal or a good night's sleep. But he had never complained to his mother. Now, she had seen everything. She must be feeling upset. Lu Mingui trembled as she looked at his hand. "Qian family only gave you this to eat. And what's wrong with your hand?" Before Song Xiaodong could answer, the Qian family members in the main room came out to eat. The carpenter Qian had seen Lu Mingui before. "Is that Xiaodong's mother? Your child is here learning a craft. You don't need to worry about his food or clothes. Hurry up and leave the eggs here, so you don't delay his work." Hearing Qian's sarcastic tone, Song Xiaodong knew he was narrow-minded. He also tried to persuade her, "Mom, I'm fine. You can go back now." Qian's daughter-in-law, Xiao Qian, also said, "Yes, Annie, Xiaodong said he's fine. You're just delaying things here. Where did you come from, a beggar? Hu, holding a plain steamed bun, also came out. Why are you pulling Song Xiaodong? He's my horse. I finished eating, and I need to ride. Get lost, quickly. Get out of my house. It sounds like childish words, but they hide a lot of mean thoughts. These words completely angered Lu Mingui. Her son not only ate spoiled food, but was also used like a servant by those two little brats. She lost her temper completely. She rushed a few steps to the Qian family's main hall. Looking inside, she saw white steamed buns, thick porridge, tofu, radish, and dried vegetables on the table. Without thinking, Lu Mingui raised her hand and overturned the table. If they're going to mistreat her child, then no one should eat. The Qian family members were startled, and the two children started crying. Qian Mujiang cursed. What are you doing? You shrew, old lady. You're causing trouble without looking at the place, trying to scold her? Lu Mingui pointed at the Qian family and shouted, Your whole family has no conscience. The old and the young are all bad people. I came to send my son to learn a skill, not to be used like a beast. Is this called learning a craft? It's just mistreatment. Qian Mujiang, with his hands on his hips, scolded. What does a woman like you know? Learning a craft means working hard. If you don't want to learn, then leave. Lu Mingui was so angry she trembled all over. She stepped forward and pointed at him, shouting, You, Qian Mujiang, are really good for nothing. Working hard is to learn skills, not to be mistreated. You're supposed to be parents too. Aren't you afraid of karma? All of you are heartless and selfish. Why doesn't heaven strike you all down? She pulled Song Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, let's stop learning. Mom will sell everything, but I won't let you suffer this way. Those eggs and vegetables before were just to feed the dogs. Even dogs wag their tails. Your family is worse than a dog. And that apprenticeship gift? We gave 500 coins. Maybe you should use it to buy a coffin for your family. These words immediately made Qian Liangkai unhappy. His wife spoke so harshly. He stepped forward to argue but found many people already gathered outside the side door. Neighbors and people who didn't get along with the Qian family were there. Someone in the crowd loudly said, Exactly. They're here to learn a craft. They brought eggs and a gift for the master. Of course, working is expected, but you shouldn't treat people like this. Look at what they've done to the child. Hi, you don't know. There was a boy who learned carpentry from the Qian family, but they didn't teach him anything for 3 years. They wasted 3 whole years of his life. That boy almost starved to death at the Qian family. Oh, the Qian family is really terrible. Someone also said to Lu Mingui, Annie, it's right that you took the child away. I know a bit of medicine. Looking at your son, he won't last 2 years at the Qian family. These words sounded harsh, almost like a curse, but Lu Mingui knew they were right. In her past life, the Qian family said Xiaodong was killed by falling wood. Now, thinking back, she still doesn't know how he really died. This made Lu Mingui very angry again. Her good child was gone just like that. She handed the basket to Song Xiaodong and rushed back into the yard. Somehow, she found the strength to push over all the finished half-made furniture, cabinets, tables, chairs, all crashing to the ground. The Qian father and son saw her acting like she was crazy and didn't dare to go forward and stop her. Besides, many neighbors were watching. If it got out that 2 grown men were bullying an old woman, it wouldn't sound good. The carpenter Qian signaled his daughter-in-law, Xiao Qian, to stop Lu Mingui. Xiao Qian bravely went to stop her but was instead grabbed by the hair and slapped hard a few times. Xiao Qian didn't expect this rural woman to be so fierce. She got scared and, feeling the burning pain on her face, covered it and started crying on the side. Lu Mingui saw she had made her point and stopped. She pulled Song Xiaodong and left. First, she couldn't possibly kill someone in the street. According to the law, killing someone on purpose could lead to the death penalty, and she wasn't capable of that. Second, she was upset because Song Xiaodong had been bullied, and the neighbors didn't like the Qian family. They all supported her. Otherwise, once the Qian family reacted, they might accuse her of damaging property. It was better to leave now. The Qian family suffered a big loss, but they were surrounded by neighbors. They nervously shut the door and forgot to come after Lu Mingui. Mother and daughter walked silently. Lu Mingui deeply regretted not noticing her son's abnormal behavior earlier. She felt like a bad mother. But at least it wasn't too late now. Song Xiaodong was worried and asked hesitantly, "Mother, can I really stop learning carpentry?" Lu Mingui was surprised and asked, "Do you still want to learn? You didn't listen to what that neighbor just said. If you keep studying like this, you'll end up losing everything to the Qian family." She felt a bit guilty and added, "It's all my fault. You've been getting thinner lately. I should have noticed earlier. Next time something happens, don't carry it all alone. Just tell me, with a family like the Qian family, if something happens to you someday, it would break my heart." Song Xiaodong's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded gently. He was a little worried and asked softly, "Mom, what should we do at home? Big brother is farming at home, and I go back to farm too. Do you think he might have other ideas? Farming can't support the whole family. He needs to learn a skill." It was his older brother who suggested he learn carpentry, saying that being a carpenter would be a good job, with steady work, and it would be easier to find a wife in the future. But he had been studying for over a year and hadn't learned anything. Now, if he goes back, he can only farm or learn something else. Maybe a bricklayer, stonemason, or painter would be good options. When Lu Mingui mentioned Song Daji, her face turned cold. "If he has any ideas, tell him to come talk to me. Don't worry, the land at home is still yours. Besides, even if Song Daji doesn't farm, he won't starve. When your father was alive, he learned hunting from your father, so he's somewhat skilled. If he weren't so lazy, life in the main household would be better now." Humph, does he dare to have ideas? Lu Mingui grew angrier the more she thought about it. "I haven't even confronted him yet. I told him to find a kind family for you to apprentice with, but he went and found such a family. I don't know if he's blind or just plain foolish." Now, Lu Mingui disliked Song Daji and his family more and more. She didn't know what kind of people the Qian family was, but she suspected Song Daji had asked around. She had only caused a little trouble at the Qian family's door, but she heard many people talking badly about them. This showed that the Qian family had a bad reputation, and everyone knew it. It was easy to find out with a little investigation, but Song Daji still sent his younger brother to them. "Isn't that just bullying Xiaodong, who is an honest kid?" She comforted herself. "Now that you've been through so much and I see you're so thin, you might as well stay at home and farm. Take care of yourself first. As for the future, take it step by step. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten out naturally." Song Xiaodong still frowned, feeling uncertain about what lies ahead. Lu Mingui teased him. "Come on, you're so young. Why do you look like an old man? Aren't you happy to go home?" Finally, Song Xiaodong's face showed a slight smile, and his posture straightened a bit, showing some youthful energy. Lu Mingui looked at his cracked lips, thinking that it was almost noon, and her son hadn't eaten anything yet. She was also a little hungry. Let's get something to eat first. If we go back now, we'll have to cook dinner, and it will be evening by the time we get home. We're starving." Having experienced hard times, Lu Mingui knew she couldn't go hungry. When it's time to eat, she must eat. She pulled Song Xiaodong into a noodle shop. Song Xiaodong didn't expect his usually frugal mother to take him out for a meal. He quickly said, "Mom, I'm not hungry." Lu Mingui glared at him. "Not hungry? Didn't I see the bowl you had this morning? Do you think I don't know you didn't eat breakfast?" Without waiting for Song Xiaodong to reply, she paid 6 cents to buy 2 bowls of vegetable noodle soup. The soup didn't contain meat, but it was made with meat broth, topped with scallions and greens. Bright green scallions floated on the white noodles, and the aroma was tempting. Mother and son ate their bowls, finishing all the soup. Lu Mingui felt her stomach was full and her spirit lifted, as if she had come back to life. Looking at Song Xiaodong, he also looked satisfied. After finishing the noodles, they didn't take a cart, but walked along the main road back to Yongfeng village. They chatted along the way, and time passed quickly. By the time they reached the village, it was already past noon. Many people found it strange to see Xiaodong returning in the middle of the day. "What's going on? He's back in the daytime? Did Carpenter Qian let you go home for a break?" Sister Zhao also asked Lu Mingui. "I thought you want to pick up that couple. Why did you bring Xiaodong back?" Xiaodong was handsome, diligent, and sensible. The villagers liked him, and Sister Zhao was no exception. Lu Mingui told them about Carpenter Qian, and many people gathered around, listening with righteous anger. A few young men heard her say that they had knocked over Carpenter Qian's furniture and all exclaimed, "That's satisfying." Someone else said, "Even if Carpenter Qian reports it, the officials in the county won't care about such matters. If they really come to cause trouble in the village, we won't just stand by." Lu Mingui thanked them and then took Song Xiaodong home. Shen Jui listened to her brother-in-law's experience and sighed. No wonder the mother-in-law left early in the morning. She must have sensed something was wrong with her brother-in-law last night. After all, mother and son are connected by heart. Fortunately, they brought the brother-in-law back, or as the mother-in-law said, the Qian family members are not good people. They treat living people like animals and sooner or later, they will be harmed. Song Xiaodong was already very tired. Last night, he traveled over 30 miles back and forth. When he returned, Big Tiger Qian and Second Tiger Qian kept pestering him to carve a wooden sword.
He didn't sleep well that night.
Early in the morning, the two children rode horses and played fighting games, and the bruises on his face became more obvious. Lu Mingui told him to rest first. Maybe the home environment made him feel more at ease, and Song Xiaodong quickly fell asleep. Man sat in the yard watching over the house. Lu Mingui finished her worries, went back to her room, locked the door, and thought about going to the vegetable market again. Yesterday afternoon, she put all the wild vegetables she dug into the White House. Today, when she looked inside, both the purslane and tender melon greens were still fresh. This confirmed her guess. The White House can store things, and fresh wild vegetables won't wilt at all. Doesn't that mean there will be fresh vegetables in winter? No need to dry vegetables anymore. That would be more convenient. But she still needed to see how many days they could store them. Actually, it wasn't just vegetables. Being inside made her feel refreshed and energized. Right now, the White House was empty, and the wild vegetables could only be placed on the ground. She should get a few bamboo baskets or large bamboo tubs to store them properly. But that's for later. Lu Mingui thought, for now, she should see if she could go to the vegetable market. I don't know what's going on with that market. Sometimes I can go in, and sometimes I can't, she muttered to herself, holding a basket full of wild vegetables in one hand and pushing the door open with the other. Suddenly, loud noises rang in her ears, and she could smell a mix of different vegetables. She felt happy and opened her eyes. Sure enough, she had entered again. Lu Mingui looked at the people coming and going. They were still dressed in bright colors and fancy clothes, with haircuts so short that the scalp was visible. But this time, she was not afraid. She didn't rush forward but thought about her previous actions. They seemed the same as before, but why couldn't she enter last time? Thinking about the 2 times she had entered, she noticed that she always carried a bamboo basket filled with wild vegetables. Could it be that she needed to bring vegetables to get in? That she couldn't enter empty-handed? Thinking of this, Lu Mingui couldn't help but want to try again. She reached out and lightly touched the wooden hairpin. In the next moment, she appeared inside the White House again. Following the soft wall, she walked back to the door. She pushed it open, just as she expected, and found herself back in the corner of the vegetable market. Is it really because I'm holding vegetables? No, I have to try again. This time, after entering the White House, Lu Mingui put the basket of vegetables on the ground. She went to push the door with empty hands. As she thought, the door wouldn't open. But when she picked up the basket of vegetables, the door opened easily with a push. Understanding everything, Lu Mingui finally relaxed and smiled happily. It turned out that as long as she carried vegetables, she could get to the market. From now on, before the drought arrives, she would stock up on vegetables inside the White House. That way, she could keep coming here. Vegetables wouldn't spoil inside the White House, and storing them for a longer time was no problem. Thinking of this, Lu Mingui felt very reassured. This time, she appeared near the same spot in the market as her first time, not far from Zhu Yufang's vegetable stall. She could see Zhu Yufang wearing a floral dress, busy working with her head down. Lu Mingui quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of the stall. Before she could think of what to say, Zhu Yufang noticed someone approaching. She looked up and immediately recognized Lu Mingui. Oh, isn't this the lady selling golden needle vegetables? I was about to say something last time, but I didn't finish.
You're two.
Before she finished, she saw the bamboo basket in Lu Minggui's hands. I saw a basket neatly filled with wild vegetables. The yellow-green asparagus, melonhead, and pigweed, all picked clean from the tree buds, tied with hemp rope, arranged neatly, which looked very pleasing. Hey, you're bringing vegetables again?
It's been a few days since I saw you.
Were you out gathering wild vegetables? Lu Minggui felt her words sounded strange. She had just been here yesterday, so how could it be a few days since she came? She tentatively asked, "How many days has it been since I came? Isn't it already 3 days?" Zhu Yufang didn't pay much attention to her question, focusing instead on the vegetables in her basket. Lu Minggui was surprised. She had just been here yesterday morning, brought Song Xiaodong back from the town, and came here in the afternoon. Could it really be 3 days already? Could the time be different on each side? Before she could think further, Zhu Yufang said, "This pigweed is very tender, and the cedar buds are pretty good too. Where did you get these? You didn't grow them yourself, did you?" "TSK, the vegetables are good, but there's just not enough." She spoke quickly, and Lu Minggui didn't have time to reply. Luckily, Zhu Yufang finished talking and calmed down, looking at her expectantly. "Madam, are you selling these vegetables?" Lu Minggui wanted to sell these wild vegetables. Hearing that, she quickly nodded. "Yes, I want to sell them. These asparagus are grown by myself, and the cedar buds and pigweed are wild, picked from the fields." Last time, Zhu Yufang saw her run so fast that she thought she didn't want to sell vegetables to her, which made her a little upset. Now that she heard she was willing to sell wild vegetables and brought several different kinds, she was suddenly very happy. No matter what, these vegetables would sell easily. They are money. Wild ones are better, but there's just not enough. "Madam, did you dig these from Disong Mountain?" Disong Mountain is dozens of miles outside the city. It has been developed into a 5A scenic area and a natural oxygen bar. Many people in Jiangcheng like to go there for outings on weekends. But Disong Mountain is quite large, so there must be some undeveloped areas inside. A few years ago, Zhu Yufang heard that someone had picked wild chestnuts, walnuts, and grapes there. But she didn't have time to go. Lu Minggui didn't expect her to know about Disong Mountain. Could there also be a Disong Mountain here? Currently, I can only say vaguely. It's near the field, and some are dug out in the wild. I haven't been to the mountain yet. Zhu Yufang thought she was just hiding her secrets and didn't want to say, fearing others would compete with her for digging, so she didn't mind. Anyway, even if she knew where wild vegetables were, she wouldn't have time to go and pick them. "Big sister, these wild vegetables are good. I want all of them, but I need to clarify the prices with you. Porcelain sells for about 15 to 18 yuan per jean if sold individually. I will charge 12 yuan per jean, but this melon head is a bit more expensive because it's less common here. If sold individually, it costs 25 yuan per jean. I can pay you at most 18 yuan per jean. However, the most expensive is this fragrant cedar head. Since it's a bit late now, if you bring it in early March to sell, it can sell for as much as 120 yuan per jean. People are eager to buy it. Now is the peak season. If sold individually, it costs 45 yuan per jean, so I will pay 30 yuan per jean for the fragrant cedar head.
How about that?
Is it okay? By the way, there's also golden needle vegetables. We agreed last time that it was 20 yuan per jean, but recently, new batches of golden needle vegetables have come out, so I can only pay 15 yuan per jean. Lu Minggui tried to remember her words. Porcelain is 12 yuan per jean, golden needle vegetables 15 yuan per jean, melon head 18 yuan per jean, and the most expensive is the fragrant cedar head at 30 yuan per jean. It seems Zhu Yufang is honest and told her the retail prices. Does that mean she can also sell at retail? But looking around, all the stalls have people, and they are all so neat. Someone must be managing them. She decided not to think too far ahead. Seeing her muttering the prices, Zhu Yufang suddenly smiled. "Big sister, you don't need to remember so clearly. Wild vegetables are fresh and in season, so prices will definitely change. When they first come out, the quantity is small, and everyone wants to try them, so the price is high. When there are more, the price will drop." "Big sister, what are you talking about?" She waved her hand and said, "My surname is Zhu. You can call me Little Zhu. I thought we wouldn't have much contact anymore, so I didn't plan to ask more questions. But now, this lady can gather several kinds of wild vegetables, and maybe in the future, she will continue to buy my wild vegetables. Doing business is about making more friends and having more options. She asked again, "May I know your surname, madam?" Lu Mingui hurriedly replied, "My maiden name is Lu, and my husband's family name is Song. You can call me Aunt Lu or Mrs. Song." Zhu Yufang always felt that her way of speaking was a bit formal, using words like husband's family and maiden name, but she didn't seem to be someone with much education. Maybe it's just her way of talking? She didn't want to bother too much, but she also felt it was rude to just call her Mrs. without knowing her name. So she said, "I think you and my mother are about the same age. From now on, I'll call you Aunt Lu." Her mother is 59 this year, and the lady in front of her looked about the same age, so calling her aunt was fine. This wasn't the first time Lu Mingui had heard this kind of address. She guessed it was a respectful way to address someone similar to an aunt, so she quickly nodded, yes, that's fine. Zhu Yufang saw that she always seemed a bit shy when talking and thought she was from the countryside, so she didn't pay much attention. Lu Mingui looked at her and asked, "Little Zhu, how old are you this year?" Zhu Yufang chuckled and asked back, "Andy, how old do you think I am?" Lu Mingui remembered that Zhu Yufang said she was about the same age as her mother, which was her age. So she guessed the other person was around the same age as Hu Tsuehua or Shinjiua. She looked a bit younger than Hu Tsuehua, so maybe about the same age as Jiua. She blurted out, "Probably around 21 or 22. Zhu Yufang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, almost doubling over. "Oh, Aunt Lu, I thought you were honest, but you're talking nonsense now." She said Lu Mingui was talking nonsense, but her face was full of smiles, clearly in a very good mood. Lu Mingui was confused. What? Did I guess wrong? Could it be that her mother gave birth to her early? If so, how early would that be? She gave birth to Song Daji at 18, which isn't considered early or late in the village. Thinking for a moment, she changed her answer. If you're not 21 or 22, then you're around 25 or 26. No more than that. Being guessed to be much younger made Zhu Yufang feel happy. She revealed the answer. "I'm 34 this year. My daughter is almost 10. 34? Really? You don't look it. Of course, I could be lying to you, right? Then how old is your mother now?" Lu Mingui asked, confused. "My mom? She's almost 60. 60? Lu Mingui was shocked, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Does that mean she looks like she's 60? But it's normal for villagers to look older due to sun and wind, working in the fields. Actually, Zhu Yufang is only 9 years younger than her and looks about 25, quite young. Maybe her mother at 60 looks like she's in her 40s? And her mother has lived to 60? That's really long life. There are a few elderly people in the village over 60, but not many." Zhu Yufang interrupted her thoughts. "Aunt Lu, I'll weigh these wild vegetables for you, so we can calculate the price." She placed the vegetables, golden needle vegetables, angelica head, etc., on the electronic scale and pressed a few buttons. 2 Jin 2 liang of golden needle vegetables, 1 Jin 5 liang of melon head, exactly 1 Jin of angelica head, and 1 Jin 8 liang of purslane. Total is 111 yuan and 60 cents. Then she looked at Lu Mingui. "Still no phone? All right, Aunt Lu, I'll give you 110 yuan in cash. I'm too lazy to count the remaining 1.6 yuan. Let me give you some vegetables instead. Would you like a few tomatoes to take home?" She pointed at the bright red tomatoes and asked. "Tomatoes?" Lu Mingui looked at them. They were round, about the size of a palm, bright red, and very appealing. They looked really nice. It seemed the woman named Adong bought tomatoes last time, and she heard they could be cooked with eggs. She secretly swallowed her saliva and asked, "Okay, sounds good. But how do you eat tomatoes? Do you cook them with eggs?" "Ha ha ha. How do you eat them?" Zhu Yufang laughed exaggeratedly. "Aunt Lu, are you joking with me? Don't your village grow tomatoes? Haven't you ever eaten them?" But she quickly stopped laughing when she saw Lu Mingui staring at the tomatoes with curiosity, looking very genuine. Is there really anyone who hasn't eaten a tomato now?
Impossible.
Zhu Yufang thought Lu Mingui was just joking with her. She held back her laughter and said, This tomato is also called a red fruit, and there are many ways to eat it. Eat it raw, sweet, and sour, or make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which is very tasty. Tomato and egg soup is also good, very delicious. Oh, and I like mixing sugar with tomatoes, then drinking the sweet and sour tomato water. It tastes great, but it must be chilled first. Lu Mingui was surprised by her words and muttered, "So many ways to eat it." Of course. Tomatoes are naturally delicious. These are just simple home recipes. I'm too lazy to make fancy dishes. Ordinary folks like us care about good taste, but convenience is also important. So, Aunt Lu, how about I give you a few tomatoes? Without waiting for her to refuse, she placed several big, red tomatoes into Lu Mingui's bamboo basket. Lu Mingui looked at the 5 or 6 large, red tomatoes in the basket and felt a bit worried. Last time, Dong Wanhui bought only 3 or 4 tomatoes and paid over 3 yuan. How could she feel good about taking so many tomatoes? No need for so many, just one is enough for me. Seeing that she wasn't greedy, Zhu Yufang thought Lu Mingui was a good, honest person. She advised, "Aunt Lu, don't be so polite with me. Tomatoes aren't expensive, just take them home and enjoy. And if you find more wild vegetables to bring me in the future, that would be even better." Lu Mingui couldn't resist her enthusiasm and accepted the tomatoes, then asked, "Will you still buy wild vegetables from me in the future?" "Yes. As many as you can find." This made Lu Mingui think deeply, and she asked, "What if you have hundreds of jin?" Zhu Yufang laughed out loud. "Ha, hundreds of jin? Then you be my lucky star. I'd worship you. Don't talk about hundreds of jin, even thousands I can handle. With wild vegetables like these, the more you collect, the more you earn." She teased her again. "Aunt Lu, I'll be waiting for your hundreds of jin of wild vegetables." Someone nearby called out, "Boss, please weigh this bunch of greens for me." It turned out someone had picked out vegetables and wanted Zhu Yufang to weigh them. Zhu Yufang quickly said to Lu Mingui, "Annie, my husband isn't here today. I'm a bit busy alone, so I can't serve you. Take the remaining money. If you find wild vegetables next time, come and give them to me." She also told the customer, "Would you like to order anything else? We have fresh cedar flower buds, malin greens, and purslane, all new arrivals." Before Lu Mingui could speak, Zhu Yufang went back to her work. Lu Mingui looked down at the money Zhu Yufang had given her. One bill was the same red banknote as last time, which she recognized as 100 yuan. There was also a smaller bill with a hint of blue, featuring a person's image, which was 10 yuan. She wanted to ask how to find the place where she met the young man last time, as she still owed him a few buns and half a bag of sugar. She hadn't paid him back yet. But seeing Zhu Yufang busy, she decided to wait and find out herself later. Now that Lu Mingui knew how to get back and how to enter, she wasn't as panicked as before. She carefully kept the 2 bills, slung her basket, and slowly wandered around the market. Compared to her previous panic, she was much calmer now. Looking around the market, she realized it was really big, probably 5 or 6 acres. Besides the vegetable stalls in the middle, there was a square-shaped ring of shops around it. Lu Mingui thought to herself, "How can there be such a wonderful place in the world? It's full of food. Vegetables, meat, fruits, everything you could want." She then saw a pork meat stall. A man was lazily chewing a toothpick and looking at his phone. Lu Mingui walked over to take a look. She saw various types of meat displayed on a clean white counter. Common cuts included marbled pork belly, tender front leg meat, back leg meat, and tenderloin. There were ribs, bone-in cuts, and also pork hearts, liver, stomach, intestines, and even ears and tongues. There were so many kinds, much more than the meat shops in her small town. Thinking for a moment, besides the 110 yuan she just had, she still had the 100 yuan from selling golden needle vegetables last time. Maybe she should ask about the meat prices? If she could afford it, she might buy a piece of meat to take home. Just in time to help Little Winter and Mom Man. Not to mention them, I haven't eaten meat myself for many years. The meat seller happened to look up at this moment and called out, "Want to buy some?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Mingui's appearance. Her gray hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head. Although neat, she only had a wooden hairpin. Her strange clothes looked like those of an ancient person. They were very clean but patched many times. Where did this poor beggar come from? The meat seller frowned and scolded, "I have no money for you. Go away, go away. If you don't leave soon, I'll call the manager. Really annoying. I haven't even opened shop today, and I meet such an old beggar. Lu Mingui was startled. She had been to the market twice, but this was the first time someone was so rude. A few people nearby looked over, sizing her up, making her face feel hot and uncomfortable. She dared not ask for the price anymore. In a hurry, she ran away quickly. Mom, I thought everyone here is kind, but they're also bad people. The pork seller is too fierce. She walked a little farther and muttered to herself. She looked down at herself and sighed. Her clothes were patched many times, and she looked different from others. No wonder people thought she was a beggar. But these were her best clothes. To buy new fabric and make a new outfit would cost at least 500 coins. Where would she get that much money? Thinking about it, she realized that the man was fierce, which was normal. Different people have different ways. There are both bad and good people everywhere. Still, this made her decide not to buy pork anymore. If she weren't worried about paying her brother back, she would have left right now. Sigh, she didn't even know where that shop was. She remembered passing by a few fruit shops. If she couldn't find it today, she would come back another time. Just as she was thinking this, she looked up and saw the shop she remembered from her past. She couldn't help but smile happily. Finally, she found it. She didn't dare go inside directly. She just tilted her head and looked in, but she only saw a round-faced woman busy working inside. She didn't see the young man from last time. Could I have been looking in the wrong place? The market is very large, with several stores selling rice, flour, and oil. Maybe I was searching in the wrong shop. Lu Mingui felt a bit disappointed, thinking she had remembered the wrong store. Just as she was about to keep looking, the woman inside the shop saw her. These days, Sister Yang had been watching people outside the shop. Boss Lee had told her to keep an eye out for an old lady dressed in traditional Chinese clothes, carrying a basket, and wearing very old clothes. At first, she thought the boss's words were strange. Who would have an old lady like that? But since the boss asked her to watch out, she had to pay attention. Now, seeing Lu Mingui, her suspicions were confirmed. There really was an old lady dressed in tattered clothes, looking like she was from ancient times. She hurried out of the shop, smiling at Lu Mingui. Annie, you. She wanted to say something but suddenly remembered that Boss Lee only told her to watch out, not why. So she asked, Annie, do you remember the man who was originally in the shop? He was tall and a bit chubby. Lu Mingui immediately understood. She was talking about the young man who came to ask for money. She quickly took out a wrinkled 100-yuan bill and handed it to the woman. Yes, I remember. I'm here to pay back some money. Sister Yang looked at the crumpled bill with a puzzled expression, but soon put on a smile. Auntie, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. I don't know. Our boss told me to wait here for you. Here, sit inside the shop for a while. I'll call the boss. Wait until he comes, and you can talk to him. Lu Mingui was pulled into the shop, still clutching the 100-yuan bill, feeling unsure what to do. Meanwhile, Sister Yang had already dialed Li Xian's phone. Boss, I saw that lady. Yes, she's inside waiting for you. Okay. She hung up and saw the old lady curiously looking at her phone.
But she didn't mind.
She put the phone back in her pocket and smiled. Sit for a while. The boss will be here soon. Today, he's probably patrolling the stores in the south part of the city. It's about 10 miles away, so he should be here in 20 minutes. Lu Mingui nodded. Being able to pay back her debt face-to-face was the best outcome. However, the hand chicken that woman held was truly impressive. She remembered Dong Wanhui saying before that she didn't have a hand chicken and couldn't accept money. Now, this woman was holding a hand chicken and could speak, even saying that the young man would arrive soon. What kind of magical skill was this? It seemed that the hand chicken was an important and valuable item. Not only could it accept money, but it could also transmit sound. But why was it called hand chicken? It was just a small block with not a single feather on it. It couldn't possibly be some kind of enchanted chicken, could it? Lu Mingui was lost in thought, feeling confused. She thought that everyone in this market was just like her. They weren't monsters or spirits, but many of them had quite extraordinary skills. As she was thinking this, Sister Yang asked her, Ma'am, your outfit is quite unusual. Why are you dressed like that? Are you having some trouble at home? Lu Mingui initially thought she was like the meat stall owner, who looked down on her, but her tone seemed a bit caring. As for trouble, her family was indeed having a hard time. But who wasn't having difficulties these days? She couldn't just look good on the outside and spend her family's food money on fabric for clothes, could she? Her clothes were worn but clean, not shameful. If the woman with the round face also looked down on her and wanted to chase her away, she would leave immediately after paying her debt. No hesitation. But Sister Yang didn't seem to think that way. She asked again, "Ma'am, do you live nearby?" "Which neighborhood? What neighborhood?" Although Lu Mingui didn't understand what a neighborhood was, she honestly answered, "I live in Yongfeng Village." Sister Yang thought for a moment but couldn't recall any Yongfeng Village nearby. Yongfeng Village? I haven't heard of it. Is it far from here? Seeing that Sister Yang didn't look down on her, Lu Mingui felt relieved and quickly nodded. Yes. Very far. Could it be close? She didn't even know how she got here. Sister Yang didn't ask further. Lu Mingui then looked around at the shop's decorations. Last time, she heard there was a chicken essence in the store, so she was so scared she kept her head down and didn't dare look at anything. This time, she was braver and looked around more freely. The shop wasn't very big, but it had many things. Neatly arranged white bags were on the floor, but she didn't know what was inside. There were several tall wooden shelves along the walls, filled with colorful bags. In the clear box in the middle of the shop, different kinds of rice were sorted, including white rice and yellow millet, and even beans in red, green, yellow, and black. On the other shelf, there were many clear bottles filled with bright yellow liquid. Lu Mingui looked carefully and was sure it was soybean oil. Only soybean oil can be this bright yellow. Rapeseed oil is a darker color, and lard is white. Round eggs in boxes also caught her eye. These eggs were very big, much larger than the ones from her own hen. Her bright gaze immediately attracted Sister Yang. Since she was just standing around, Sister Yang enthusiastically started to promote. "Ma'am, do you want to buy something? Our store is a chain with over 10 branches in Jiangcheng. We offer fair prices and a full range of products. Even if we don't have something in stock here, you can check other branches." Lu Mingui understood that although the store was small, the owner had many other branches, and the products were connected. Seeing Sister Yang's enthusiasm, her nervousness eased a little. She touched the red bill in her sleeve, feeling more at ease. She lowered her voice slightly and asked, "I heard you have chicken essence here." Her mysterious look made Sister Yang pause for a moment. Chicken essence? Did she really need to act so strange? But with her experience in customer service, she quickly took a yellow packaged bag from the shelf and said, "Ma'am, is this what you're looking for?" Lu Mingui carefully looked around and blinked. "Is this chicken essence?" "Yes, that's chicken essence. We also have MSG. These days, people are starting to use vegetable essence and chicken powder to add flavor." Add flavor? Lu Mingui found it amusing. So, all these essences are just for making food tastier? She realized she was just scaring herself. There are no monsters or ghosts at all. So, why do they call it chicken essence? What's it made of? Sister Yang thought she was asking about the ingredients and casually picked up a bag, reading aloud. It's made of MSG, salt, rice, white sugar, chicken. After reading, she was surprised herself. There's MSG in chicken essence? She had never noticed before. Lu Mingui heard a list of ingredients. Some she understood, some she didn't, but she knew that meat, sugar, and salt are all flavorful. However, since so many ingredients are used, it must be expensive. She didn't dare ask about the price, but pointed at the white rice and asked, "Can I see the rice?" Sister Yang quickly nodded. "Of course, take a look. This is loose rice, cheaper. We also have rice from the northeast's Wuchang, long-grain fragrant rice, Panjin crab field rice, and Jiangxi's silk miao rice." She pointed at the vacuum-packed rice. "Those are the ones. The smaller packages are 2.5 kilograms and the larger ones are 10 kilograms per bag. For gift boxes like these, the price is a bit higher. We have all kinds." Lu Mingui was dazzled. "So many options," Sister Yang nodded. "Yes, I haven't even finished. There are many varieties and prices vary. Look, we also have medium gluten flour, perfect for steaming buns and dumplings, high gluten flour and low gluten flour. Lots of choices." Lu Mingui was amazed. They only have dark flour back home, mixed with bran, which looks black and rough, unlike the bright white flour here. No wonder the steamed buns the young man bought for her last time were so white. She reached out and pinched a few grains of rice, holding them in her palm. Up close, the rice looked even more beautiful, crystal clear and shiny. It was unlike the coarse, yellow-brown rice at home, which was rough and dull. How much does this refined white rice cost per jean? Lu Mingue asked hesitantly after speaking. The prices here are different from back home. For example, wild vegetables that no one likes to eat are very expensive, but the beautiful tomatoes are quite cheap. She wasn't sure if her money was enough. Mainly, she didn't know how much red bills were worth, as she had no concept of their value. Sister Yang, hearing her ask about the price, became even more enthusiastic. Loose rice costs 2 yuan 50 per jean. This is a special promotion. Normally, it sells for 3 yuan 1 per jean. The price of bagged rice depends on the specific type. 2 yuan 50? Lu Mingue thought it didn't seem too expensive. She took out a red bill and asked, "How much rice can I buy with this money?" 100 yuan. Sister Yang quickly replied, "That can buy 40 jean, 40 jean." Lu Mingue started to think. The 100 yuan was from the last sale of golden needle vegetables. Xiao Zhu said that 3 jean of golden needle vegetables could buy 50 jean of refined rice. Remember, 3 jean of golden needle vegetables, if not counting whether a jean is 10 liang or 16 liang, would probably sell for only 10 coins in town. How much coarse rice can 10 coins buy? Lu Mingue remembered that when rice was cheap, it was 4 coins per jean. When expensive, it could be 6 or 7 coins. She couldn't afford refined white rice, so she never paid attention to it. But even then, it would cost at least 10 coins per jean. And in future hard years, everything would be more expensive. So, what used to buy just over 2 jean of coarse rice could now buy 40 jean of good refined rice. This realization made Lu Mingue feel very happy. That's great. If she could keep coming to the market, she wouldn't go hungry anymore. But is refined white rice suitable for her family to eat? How much is a jean of coarse rice? Lu Mingue wanted to call the woman in front of her, sister-in-law, but was afraid she might get angry, like Xiao Zhu earlier. People don't like being called that. She thought for a moment and decided not to ask directly, just to be vague. As for how white and good refined rice is, she still thought coarse rice was better for her family. Buying it wouldn't stand out. Nowadays, who can afford such good refined rice? Even the landlord's family probably doesn't eat it every day. And with the high price of refined rice, coarse rice must be even cheaper. Coarse rice? Sister Yang frowned, then said, "Are you talking about coarse grains? We have tricolor quinoa, oats, corn, black beans, and so on." Oh, and this organic 7-color coarse rice. She took out a vacuum-packed bag of 7-color coarse rice. This is a 2-jean bag, costing 19 yuan 90 cents. That's basically 20 yuan per bag. How much is that? Lu Mingue couldn't help but raise her voice, thinking she must have heard wrong. Good quality white rice costs only 2 yuan 50 per jean, but 2 jean of brown rice costs 20 yuan? Is this world crazy? It's unbelievable. So, she decided not to eat brown rice anymore. She would just buy white rice to eat, maybe secretly, and be careful. Sister Yang was amused by her expression, knowing she thought brown rice was too expensive. "Ma'am, this 3-color brown rice sells very well. It tastes good. If you buy it at the supermarket, it will be even more expensive. Besides, eating brown rice is good for health. It's rich in dietary fiber and vitamins. Many people buy it to cook porridge or rice." Lu Mingue kept waving her hands, saying she wouldn't buy it no matter how good it was. Not to mention, brown rice is coarse, and the price is just too high. She was bored and only bought such expensive brown rice because she had nothing better to do. But these people here are really strange. They eat things that villagers don't like. Anyway, she was determined to buy white rice. But why is white rice so cheap? Are you joking with me? Lu Mingue still found it hard to believe and asked again. Sister Yang thought this old lady was interesting. Isn't rice all sold at this price? She wasn't just wasting time here to tease her. Cheap because the yield is high. For example, this kind of hybrid rice can produce over 1,000 jean per mu. Over 1,000 jean? Lu Minggui's eyes widened. That's way too much. Her carefully tended rice fields produce less than 2 dan, and wheat yields are even lower. The land here must be very fertile, right? Seeing her look so surprised, Sister Yang looked at her curiously. What's the big deal? We have hybrid rice, thanks to Mr. Yuan, so everyone can have enough to eat. Before she finished speaking, she noticed Li Zian walking in. Boss, you're here? Li Zian hurried into the shop, smiling at Lu Minggui. Old lady, it really is you. Lu Minggui saw him and also smiled. He was that kind-hearted young man. Young man, I was just about to pay you back. Li Zian was stunned, then realized she meant the money for the buns. He quickly waved his hands and invited Lu Minggui into the shop. There is a quiet place here where Sister Yang can rest. Talking here does not disturb the customers in front. Ma'am, my surname is Li. I am the owner of this shop. From now on, just call me Little Li. By the way, do you remember these 2 copper coins? Lu Minggui looked at the coins in his palm and naturally understood. She asked, what's wrong with these coins? Are they not enough? I thought they wouldn't be enough. They are worth 5 big buns. That day, I wanted to go back and get you some money, but I got lost. Today, I finally found this place. Luckily, that older sister outside called out to me, or else I wouldn't dare to admit I was here. Li Zian saw how she kept talking and felt more and more like her grandmother. He quietly listened to Lu Minggui's chatter, then smiled and shook his head. Old lady, the buns are free. I want to return the copper coins to you. Lu Minggui was stunned, then realized what he meant. People here don't need copper coins anymore. If they take them, they are just broken copper or scrap metal, useless. She quickly nodded. All right, I'll give you some more money when I have it. Then she shoved a red note into Li Zian's hand. Ma'am, I can't accept this money. Li Zian pushed the money back to her. Besides, I have more money to give you. Lu Minggui was surprised. What? You don't want money, but want to give me money. What's going on? Ma'am, don't worry, let me explain slowly. Li Zian asked her to sit down before telling her about the 2 copper coins. My friend said he's willing to buy these 2 coins. One is worth 500 yuan, and both together are 1,000 yuan. It depends on whether you want to sell them. He later found out that this price is fair. Also, Fang Jian, his childhood friend, wouldn't lie to him. Lu Minggui listened, seeming to understand, but not fully. Why would someone want to buy copper coins? What would they do with them? In the town, there is a copper craftsman who collects broken copper coins. Villagers sell him damaged coins or save up to exchange for a copper basin. But these 2 coins are almost new. Wasting them as scrap copper would be a shame. Besides, scrap copper isn't worth much. After a moment, she first asked a question. What does your friend do with old copper coins? Surely not to make a copper basin, right? Li Zian patiently explained, his family deals in antiques. He likes to resell old antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and such. He also collects these old coins. Old coins? Lu Minggui muttered to herself, thinking, these aren't really old coins. Yes, I forgot to ask the lady, where did you get these copper coins from? This made Lu Minggui look confused. From home, I guess. From home? Li Zian repeated, worried she might be confused because of her age, thinking she took out her family's collection of copper coins to use. He asked again, does your family know about this? Lu Minggui straightened her back a little. They know these are my own coins. Things I own. I can decide myself. Seeing her so confident, Li Zian thought to himself that she didn't seem forgetful, but rather like an ignorant old woman from the mountains. He also remembered Fang Jian's words, saying that many elders in the village hold onto valuable family heirlooms. Some don't recognize their worth and just sell them as junk. Lady, these 2 copper coins you have are from the Ming dynasty. If they look good, they could sell for about 800 to 900 yuan each. Coins like yours are only worth around 500. From now on, don't casually take out your copper coins or give them to others. That could be dangerous if bad people get hold of them. Lu Minggui's mind suddenly exploded with shock. Ming dynasty. Are you talking about the Ming of the sun and moon? Li Zian nodded. Yes, the Ming dynasty founded by Emperor Zhu Yuanzong. Lu Minggui's face lost all color. The Ming dynasty, who among the people of the Ming would not know. She remembered as a child, her father named her Minggui because of the character Ming her mother said, who names their child that. Her father insisted on the name, saying since the court didn't avoid the character, it was fine to use. Later, she married Song Qingye. When Song Qingye was killed by Xiong Xiazi, she felt guilty, thinking her name was too grand and heavy, which might have caused her husband's death. Li Ziyan didn't notice her pale face and continued, yes, these are Ming Dynasty coins. Taichung Tongbao is a coin from the reign of Ming Emperor Zhu Chongle, but he only ruled for less than a month before he died. The next emperor was the famous carpenter emperor Zhu Youxiao. He ruled for a few years and then died. Then Zhu Youjian took the throne. During his reign, he cast the Taichung Tongbao coin. Later, Emperor Chongzhen Zhu Youxiao also cast this coin. The most valuable copper coin among these is the Taichung Tongbao with the backside of Tianqi Tongbao, which can be worth up to 5,000 yuan. But I'm telling you this, and you probably don't understand. Anyway, if your family still has any copper coins, you must keep them safe. Don't just casually take them out and give them to others like this time. Lu Minggui's heart was pounding. Of course, she understood. She was born in the 12th year of Wanli's reign. When Emperor Wanli died, she was already 36. Back then, her husband, Song Qingye, had been dead for several years, and Song Daji had only been married for a year. She was glad that Song Daji's wedding date was set well. Otherwise, the marriage might have been delayed by a year. Later, a new emperor ascended the throne and then died. Another emperor took over and also died. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was the first year of Chongzhen. She used to think these years were hard and slow, but now she realized it all passed in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, she looked at Li Ziyan again. Li Ziyan's face was calm, as if calling the emperor's name was just an ordinary thing. He not only dared to call Emperor Tianqi's name directly, but also casually said died when the emperor passed away. Why was all this happening? Had they already stopped being under the rule of the Ming Dynasty? That was the emperor. Lu Minggui felt like her heart was sinking into hot oil, burning and aching all over. Li Ziyan finished speaking, and then noticed Lu Minggui's strange expression. Madam, are you alright? Lu Minggui finally came back to herself. Maybe she was too shocked, so her voice was surprisingly calm. Little brother, what time is it now? The emperor won. Ha ha ha, Li Ziyan laughed. What emperor won? This is the new China. It's 2015 now. Madam, I find you very interesting. Just like when my grandmother asked me, have the Japanese been driven away? Later, he found out that his grandmother had Alzheimer's disease. Lu Minggui became more confused and asked, New China? Then, the Ming Dynasty is gone. Yes, it's gone. It was destroyed, defeated by Emperor Chongzhen. But you can't blame him. It was all part of history's flow. During the late Ming, there were many natural disasters and wars. With various reasons, no one could save it. Because Fang Jian liked to tinker with antiques, he often told her some history. Li Ziyan also knew a bit about the Ming Dynasty. By the way, the main reason the Ming fell was because Li Zicheng started a rebellion, captured Beijing, and Chongzhen hanged himself on Jingshan. Hanged himself? Lu Minggui found it hard to believe. The emperor would commit suicide? And in the palace? Only desperate old women in the village would jump into the river or hang themselves. So Li Zicheng was quite powerful. But it was also a serious betrayal. Yes, he hanged himself, Li Ziyan shrugged casually. He was just a fallen emperor from history. Why was that so shocking to the old lady? Lu Minggui felt her mind was in a mess. So, is Li Zicheng now the emperor? Li Ziyan thought the old lady was funny and continued. No, he declared himself emperor in Xi'an, but he was defeated by the Qing army not long after. Lu Minggui didn't understand and turned to ask, Your surname is Li too? Are you a descendant of Li Zicheng? Li Ziyan was first surprised, then burst out laughing. Old lady, although my surname is Li, I have nothing to do with Li Zicheng. No. Maybe there's some distant relation? But who knows? Li Zicheng died over 300 years ago. Over 300 years ago? So the Ming Dynasty has been gone for over 300 years. Lu Minggui asked again. Yeah, almost 400 years. I haven't really counted. Li Ziyan thought for a moment. Old lady, you're interested in history? Lu Minggui shook her head lightly. Who cared about history or not? For a farmer like her, The fall of a dynasty didn't seem to matter much. She had never been to Beijing in her life, and she had never seen the emperor. Whether it was Wanli or Chongzhen, she only knew that food was getting scarcer. She still remembered when she was a child, her father drank a little wine and recited, "When the prosperity rises, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer." So, she didn't care much about the change of dynasties. She was more shocked about how she had traveled 300 or 400 years into the future. It turns out that the White House can connect to the future? How can this be so incredible? She had lived most of her life and had never seen anything like this before. But no matter how strange it is, she truly felt it herself. If she had known from the start that this place was in the future, she might have been too scared to come. But after a few visits, she realized that this place is good. There's plenty to eat, and the people are very friendly. It's a place that can survive just by selling wild vegetables. It's really a good place. Much better than the Ming Dynasty. And also, she can leave just by touching the wooden hairpin. If she encounters danger, she can just touch the hairpin and escape. Of course, she must not let anyone know where she comes from, even the kind young man sitting across from her. Her main goal now is to understand some daily matters here, to avoid making mistakes and getting caught. Lu Mingui decided to change the subject. "I still have some copper coins at home. Does your friend want to take them?" Li Zian's eyes lit up. "Of course. If you have them, just bring them over. I'll show them to him. But the exact value depends on their condition, so I can't just give you a random price." Why are these copper coins so valuable? Lu Mingui really doesn't understand. Not all copper coins are valuable, Li Zian explained with an example. For instance, the Hongwu Tongbao coins minted during Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's reign. There are many left in existence. Because they were made in large quantities, they're not worth much. If you buy them on the market, they might be about 30 yuan. Lu Mingui started to understand. The more coins are made, the less they're worth. The fewer coins, the more valuable. It's the same principle. Rarity makes something precious. Right now, she had 5 copper coins in her sleeve pouch, but after thinking it over, she decided not to take them out. She'd wait for the next time. If she showed them now, it would look like she was carrying Ming Dynasty coins, which might arouse suspicion. Seeing that Li Zian was not only talkative but also very friendly, Lu Mingui wanted to learn more about the new China to make it easier to come back without revealing herself. She asked the most important question. "Young man, you just mentioned that 1,000 yuan is how much?" Li Zian saw that she was not worried about historical issues and instead asked about money. He scratched the back of his head suddenly and then noticed the 100 yuan bill in Lu Mingui's hand. 1,000 yuan is 1,000 yuan bills, which is 10 of these red notes you have. Lu Mingui silently remembered this and took out a light blue 10 yuan note. "And what about this?" Li Zian hit his forehead. "Oh my, how can some people have never seen even a 10 yuan note?" This old lady is even less familiar than his grandmother. But he remained patient and pointed to the 10 yuan note, saying, "This is 10 yuan. 10 of these make 100 yuan. We also have coins of 1 yuan, purple notes of 5 yuan, and green notes of 50 yuan. Seeing Lu Mingui's face grow more confused, he simply went to the front counter and took out a money box. He took out one of each, a 1 yuan coin, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan bills. Then he pointed to each one to show Lu Mingui. "Look, these are all money, just like I said before." Lu Mingui slowly understood. Suddenly it clicked. It's like 1 or 2 silver coins equal to 1,000 coins, but here, people divide money more finely. For example, 5 yuan can be imagined as 5 copper coins linked together. And this money is lighter, like the treasury notes issued by the court, which are divided into 100 coins, 200 coins, 300 coins, and so on. But these notes are smaller and lighter than treasury bills. Of course, now treasury bills are worthless and no longer used. Thinking this way, she probably understood. Li Zian saw her expression relax a bit, guessing she understood. He then asked, "Old lady, would you be willing to exchange these 2 copper coins? If you're willing, I'll tell my friend." Lu Mingui was happy to agree. Just now, she learned that high-quality white rice costs only 2 yuan per jin. She realized she should make money here and buy rice. Unfortunately, Wild vegetables are valuable but can't be dug up in large quantities. What she didn't expect was that a small copper coin could be so valuable. 1,000 yuan could buy 400 jin of white rice. Yes, I'm willing, she nodded repeatedly. Li Zian also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll tell him. That day, he couldn't resist and specifically came back to give Fang Jian a copper coin to check. Fang Jian looked at it and immediately said it was real, so he decided to accept it. At that time, Li Zian didn't agree right away. He was worried that the old lady might not know the value of the coin, so he gave it to him. He thought he should ask her if she was willing to sell it. Since the old lady was willing to sell now, that was the best outcome. This way, Fang Jian got the old coins he liked, and the old lady could also improve her life with the money. Look at her clothes, just like last time, very old and worn out. Old lady, I'll take these 2 coins to my friend, and I'll transfer the money to you. But before he could ask anything, Lu Mingue spoke first. I don't have a hand chicken. Since selling the golden needle vegetables last time, Lu Mingue knew that although people here could use red tickets, they preferred to use hand chickens. This device was very powerful. It could accept money and also let people talk to others far away. But Lu Mingue really didn't know where to get one. Li Zian was just a little surprised, but didn't find it too strange. Even though almost everyone now has a phone, some older people might not keep up with the times, and not liking to use phones is normal. Okay, then I'll give you cash, he said. He called Sister Yang. How much did you collect today? How much cash do you have? Is it enough for 1,000 yuan? Sister Yang quickly reported the amount and handed over 1,000 yuan in cash to Li Zian. Li Zian nodded and handed it to Lu Mingue. Seeing so many bright red bills made Lu Mingue feel warm inside. Because she now knew the price of refined rice, she understood the purchasing power of the red tickets for the first time. These weren't just a few light pieces of paper. They represented hundreds of pounds of good white rice. In a bad harvest year, this could feed a family of 5, at least for half a year. Thinking of this, she didn't put the money away but asked, Child, can I buy rice here with this money? Li Zian was surprised. Hearing her call him child, he felt a bit closer. He cheerfully replied, Of course you can. If you want to buy things from me, that's great. Just tell me what you want and I'll give you a discount. Lu Mingue pointed at the white refined rice. Is this the cheapest refined rice? I want to buy some rice, just the cheapest kind. This is loose rice, already the cheapest in the store. And it's fresh rice, which tastes better. Some shops sell old rice as if it were fresh, which is cheaper by a few cents, but doesn't taste good. When I heard that old rice can be even cheaper than fresh rice, Lu Mingue's face showed a little interest. Seeing this, Li Zian felt more sorry for her. How poor must she be to buy contaminated old rice just for a few cents? He quickly said, Ma'am, I'm not trying to make money from you, but if you buy old rice pretending to be fresh, it can be harmful. It's often treated with gutter oil or wax to make it look bright and clean, but eating it can be bad for health. This kind of fake rice should not be eaten. Price doesn't matter if it's dangerous. If you get sick, it's not worth it. Seeing his sincere concern, Lu Mingue decided to buy the refined white rice instead. Li Zian then said, Ma'am, how about I sell it to you for 2 yuan a jin? He didn't want to see an elderly woman like her save money at the cost of her health, so he was willing to earn a little less. Of course, as a businessman, he still needed to make a profit. He couldn't sell at a loss. When Lu Mingue heard it was cheaper, she quickly nodded. All right, thank you. I'll buy 200 yuan worth. 200 yuan is about 100 jin of rice, enough for her family to eat for a while. After that, Sister Yang started weighing the rice using 10-kilogram bags, filling 5 bags. Lu Mingue then looked at the round eggs in a red net bag, packed tightly together. How much is each egg? Sister Yang pointed to the most common eggs in the store. Ma'am, these are imported eggs, sold by weight. 6.5 yuan per jin. They're large, about 10 eggs per jin. There are also antibiotic-free fresh eggs, 20 yuan a box, with 30 eggs inside. She pointed to a transparent box with neatly arranged eggs. Additionally, we have edible eggs, selenium-rich grains, and free-range eggs. Which do you need? Li Zian, standing nearby, knew the elderly lady would choose the cheapest imported eggs. Sure enough, Lu Mingue picked the most affordable imported eggs. She was surprised and said, "Eggs are divided into so many types. Everything here is divided into so many categories and very detailed. Unlike them, where there is just one kind of egg, those laid by hens. That's because customers have different needs. We have to be more specific," Li Zian explained and then asked, "How many eggs would you like?" Lu Minggui had already thought about this. Eggs cost 2 to 3 cents each. After calculating, these are still cheaper here. Besides, eggs are good. Everyone, young and old, can eat them. She clenched her teeth and said, 3 jin. 3 jin is about 30 eggs, enough to last a long time. Even if she gives 2 eggs daily to her second daughter-in-law and Man, it would last a while. Now, Xiaodong also needs some, and she herself needs to eat more. Let's get 5 jin. She changed her mind. 5 jin. She felt a little reluctant, unable to imagine herself buying eggs to eat someday. In the past, she wouldn't spend money on eggs. The eggs at home were not even for eating. Sister Yang smiled and took out 5 bags of eggs, then asked, "Old lady, do you want anything else? How about oil?" Non-GMO soybean oil, 5-liter bottles, only 55 yuan. Knowing that the old lady wasn't well off, she didn't recommend olive oil this time but suggested the cheapest, best value blended oil in the store. Lu Minggui looked at the golden oil barrel and felt a bit tempted. The lard at home was running low, just a little left. After thinking for a moment, she decided to buy a barrel. The golden oil was heavy, stored in a clear barrel, and looked very nice. In the end, she bought 100 jin of rice, 1 barrel of oil, and 5 jin of eggs, costing a total of 287.5 yuan. Sister Yang was good at business and added 2 more jin of refined rice, so she charged her 290 yuan in total. While Lu Minggui hesitated about how to pay, Sister Yang had already taken 3 red notes from her hand and then handed back a blue note of 10 yuan. "Here, old lady, that's 300 yuan. Here's your change of 10 yuan. Keep it well." Lu Minggui wrapped the remaining money in an old cloth and carefully tucked it into her sleeve. She looked at the soybean oil again and said, "I originally wanted to buy a piece of pork fat to make lard. Lard smells so good. This time buying soybean oil is quite good." Sister Yang also thought lard smelled nice. "Then go buy some. There are several meat vendors in the market." Lu Minggui looked uncomfortable. "I just went there and the meat seller chased me away." It was a bit embarrassing to say, but being disliked was true. Li Zian immediately got angry. "Which shop? How can they do business like that? I'm going to confront him. If not, I'll complain to the market management. He is tall and strong, and when he gets angry, he looks a little scary." Sister Yang quickly stopped him. "Ma'am, was it at that meat stall?" She pointed in a direction and continued, "The boss is a man, with a beard, bald on top, probably around 40. Lu Minggui nodded. "Yes, that's the one." Sister Yang looked understanding. "Ma'am, you don't need to go there. That's just his temper. You don't know, he's the worst tempered in the whole market, and his business is the worst too. Look around, other stalls have people, but his has no one, only people playing on their phones. Many have argued with him, but it's no use, he never changes." Li Zian looked up and saw that one meat stall in the market was especially quiet. Sister Yang added, "Today, ma'am bought a lot from our shop. I consider you a friend now, so I want to tell you some things directly." Lu Minggui saw her serious expression and looked at her immediately. "Big sister, please speak honestly." Sister Yang didn't bother with her title. It didn't matter, just like she called the boss little brother. "Ma'am, since ancient times, people say clothes make the man, and even Buddha needs gold to dress up. In short, when you go out, you should dress nicely. Although your outfit is clean, it looks a bit strange, like traditional clothing, but not attractive, more like a pocket sewn onto your body. Young people now like traditional costumes and ancient styles, and they look good because they're colorful, but your patchwork clothes are easy to misunderstand." Actually, what she really wanted to say was that some time ago, a group of people dressed in ragged clothes holding a small drum came to sing in the shops. After singing, they would start asking for money. If you gave less, they wouldn't be happy and would stand at the shop entrance to block the way. Many shop owners found this very annoying. Later, the market supervisor came to patrol every day, and then these people left. But there's no need to tell the older woman about this. Talking about it might make it seem like they are begging. Lu Minggui looked down at herself and realized she was dressed differently from others. Many women here wear skirts that show a bit of their white legs. Some wear tops with pants, which can be tight or loose. There are many styles, but one thing is clear. No one wears patched clothes. She hesitated for a moment. The clothes she was wearing were the best she had. Should she really spend money on new clothes? She was reluctant to do that. When she had money, she would first buy food. Only by eating well could she survive. Li Zian saw her hesitation and said, "All right, Sister Yang, you take the older woman upstairs to buy some clothes. I'll pay for it. Old lady, your basket can stay here. I'll watch it in the shop. Go quickly." Lu Minggui didn't want to accept others' money without reason. She quickly waved her hand to refuse. No need for you to buy. I still have some money, see? How can I let you buy? Sister Yang pulled her along, saying, "Let's go, old lady. Our boss has money." "Oh, he has money, but I feel a bit embarrassed." "It's okay, old lady. Just think of it as a donation. His family also supports college students every year. Although our grain and oil shop isn't as big as others, the boss is a good person. His father has always been involved in charity work." Sister Yang said this as she took Lu Minggui upstairs to the second floor. Lu Minggui was half pulled and half led forward, holding the handrail of the stairs, feeling quite strange. She wasn't unfamiliar with stairs. There are similar stairs in the town's restaurants, made of painted wood. But this staircase was a wood. It looked like white jade stone. When they reached the second floor around the corner, another scene unfolded before her. Several clothing stalls hang with various clothes. Inside, there are shoe sellers and on the other side, daily necessities. At the entrance, brooms, mops, and water buckets are piled up. Lu Minggui looked a bit confused. "Sister-in-law, why are there still clothes being sold at the vegetable market?" Sister Yang chuckled. "It's called a vegetable market, but actually, it's a comprehensive market built by the government. It mainly meets the needs of the local residents. However, the second floor is much smaller than the first. The second floor sells daily necessities, small goods, and clothes. The first floor has more vegetables, meat, seafood, fruits, and our kind of grocery and oil shops. Outside, people buy cooked vegetables. In the morning, there are breakfast stalls with soy milk and fried dough sticks. At noon, there are fast food, box meals, and noodles. But in the evening, everything closes early." Lu Minggui nodded repeatedly, learning more about this market. They didn't walk far before reaching a clothing shop's entrance. It's called a clothing shop, but it looks more like a stall. Several shops in this row mainly sell clothes for middle-aged and elderly people. Because it's an open stall, they can see inside, where clothes are hung everywhere, colorful and lively. Sister Yang pointed inside. "Ma'am, let's check out this one. It's all clothes for middle-aged and elderly people. There should be something suitable for you, but the clothes here are very cheap, so don't look down on them." Lu Minggui quickly shook her head. "No, I don't mind. But these are all the same kind of clothes. Can I wear them?" She stood at the stall, afraid to reach out and touch the clothes. Inside, there were many colorful dresses hanging, each more flashy than the last. "Come in and look around. Try them on freely." A woman with curly hair peeked out from behind the clothes, enthusiastic and warm. "Who wants to buy? I can recommend some for you." Sister Yang pushed Lu Minggui forward. "Help ma'am pick out a set of clothes that make her look younger." The woman examined her from head to toe, paused briefly, then quickly recovered and smiled. "All right, leave it to me. Ma'am, how about this set? This is a dress that older women like to wear, made of floral chiffon. It's light, fashionable, and makes you look younger." Lu Minggui looked at the dress she handed over, the hem and the chest embroidered with shiny sequins that sparkled more than silver ingots. Her rough hand touched the soft, smooth fabric at the hem. She quickly withdrew her hand, afraid of damaging the dress. "Oh my, it's smoother than silk and softer than cotton. How is it woven?" Sister Yang encouraged her. "Madam, this dress is nice. Why don't you try it on?" Lu Minggui kept shaking her head. "No, I won't try it. The collar and the lace look expensive. What if they get torn?" She also glanced at the length, worried that wearing it would reveal a bit of her leg, which she couldn't accept. Although some people here wear such dresses, she couldn't accept it in her heart. "Madam, do you not like this one? Then look at this one." the curly-haired woman said, pulling another dress from the wall with a long hook. This one is made of cotton silk. It feels like you're not wearing anything, very comfortable. This is a set with a top and pants similar to what you're wearing now, with a bit of Chinese style. Why don't you try this one? It's also convenient for chores. You can buy vegetables and cook without changing clothes. Lu Mingui looked at it. It was a set with long sleeves and pants. The top was indigo blue, with subtle embroidery on the chest. The pants were black, loose-fitting, and somewhat similar to her current ones. This set was much better. Nothing was exposed, and she could accept it. She was also worried that if she didn't buy now, she might waste Sister Yang's time. Unexpectedly, Sister Yang rarely went shopping during work hours and seemed to enjoy it very much. She encouraged her, "Madam, if you like it, try it on. It's free to try. If it looks good, we'll buy it."
Try it?
How can I try it? Lu Mingui found it hard to believe. People in the village made their own clothes. When she was young, old Songtu took her to a tailor shop in the city, but they didn't let her try on clothes. At most, they just measured her body. How could she try clothes on? Wouldn't it get dirty? Of course you can try it. Before Sister Yang could speak, the curly-haired woman said first, "The store allows trying on clothes freely. If it looks good, you buy it. It's better than buying something and being unhappy, then coming back to return it. Just try this set." "Madam?" "Yes, the smallest size. You're so slim, it will definitely fit." She took the hanger directly and handed the clothes to Lu Mingui. "The fitting room is over here." She led Lu Mingui to the corner of the store outside the fitting room. Outside the fitting room, there was a large mirror on the wall, reflecting people clearly. Lu Mingui suddenly saw two people walking toward her and was startled. This. She tried to step back, but a woman with curly hair blocked her way. Unaware of her thoughts, the curly-haired woman quickly explained, "Don't worry, ma'am. Our dressing mirror isn't like others. It doesn't make people look thin and tall. What you look like is what the mirror shows." Lu Mingui let out a breath, realizing that the person in the mirror was herself and the woman beside her. She was amazed again. Oh my, she knew about mirrors, but what kind of mirror is this? How can it reflect people so clearly? Much clearer than a reflection in water. She used to have a small bronze mirror about the size of her palm, but it wasn't very clear. Later, Hu Tsuehua took it away. This mirror in front of her was so clear that she didn't even dare to look directly at herself. A small bronze mirror cost about 30 coins, so this big mirror on the wall must be worth a lot. Seeing Lu Mingui staring blankly at the mirror, the curly-haired woman quickly opened the fitting room door. "Ma'am, please inside." Lu Mingui was pushed into the small fitting room, and the door was closed behind her. Only then did she realize her breathing was heavy and a little frightening. Everything here was so new and strange. Her mind was buzzing, as if her soul wasn't really in her body. After a while, her heartbeat slowed down. Thinking that this wasn't the Ming Dynasty but hundreds of years later, nothing here was surprising anymore. Maybe this mirror isn't expensive either? Looking around the fitting room again, it was very small, just big enough for one person. On the wall, there was a row of iron hooks, and on the ground, a wooden bench. It seemed to be for sitting while changing clothes. She looked at the clothes in her hands. They felt as soft as cotton. The top had buttons in the middle, different from their traditional fasteners, which felt hard. She couldn't tell what material it was made of. The pants had no belt at the waist but could be tightened or loosened, which was quite magical. She looked back and saw that the fitting room door was not fully closed. She checked the door latch, which looked like made of iron. She tried pushing it, and sure enough, the door closed securely. Outside, the woman with curly hair smiled at Sister Yang and started talking. "You look a bit familiar." Sister Yang also smiled and replied, "I work downstairs at Lee's Grain and Oil." "I'm a store clerk." The woman with curly hair nodded. "No wonder you look familiar. Maybe I've bought something from your store before." They started chatting. Sister Yang casually asked, "How is your business now?" The woman shook her head and sighed. "It's okay. Business at physical stores isn't easy these days. Mostly older people who don't shop online come here, like this elderly lady, unlike your grain and oil shop, where people buy rice, flour, and seasonings while shopping at the market. It's convenient. Actually, I chose this second-floor shop because 3 years ago it didn't require rent. That's why I moved in, but I wish I had chosen a street-facing shop instead. The rent there is higher, though. It's tough. Sister Yang nodded in agreement. That's true. People who can shop online do so now. Young folks don't come to the market much. After a few more words, the woman with curly hair changed the subject. By the way, who is that elderly lady to you? Honestly, if it weren't for you bringing her in, I wouldn't dare let her come in. She lowered her voice. She looks a bit strange, like an old antique. Sister Yang also thought so. Besides, Lu Minggui isn't her relative, so she felt no burden. Exactly. She looks odd, like someone from a remote mountain village, but she seems to have helped our boss somehow. The boss told me to bring her here. That was her guess, especially seeing Li Zian and Lu Minggui whispering together, and Li Zian taking good care of her. She wondered if there was some reason behind it. The woman with curly hair sighed in relief. I thought I was the only one thinking that. I even wondered if she had a problem with her mind, but she seems normal enough, just not very worldly. Sister Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, she's unworldly, doesn't know much, and maybe can't read. The woman with curly hair was surprised. Can't read? How could her family let her go out then? Actually, it's okay. She still knows how to spend money on rice and oil, so she can take care of herself.
Sister Yang explained.
She's a good person, just not very worldly. The two of them whispered for a while. When Lu Minggui didn't come out, they started to feel anxious. The woman with curly hair didn't have time to gossip. She walked to the fitting room and loudly asked, Ma'am, do you need help? Lu Minggui was feeling shy. The clothes were too small for her to wear comfortably. She pulled the door latch and opened the door a little. These clothes are too small. I can't wear them. But the woman was confident. That's impossible. I have good taste. She moved closer to look inside. Ma'am, don't be shy. We're all women. I have what you have. Let me see what's too small. She peeked through the door crack and found it both funny and a bit speechless. She saw Lu Minggui had put her coat over her original clothes. Her clothes were already thick, and with the coat, she couldn't even button it up. Oh dear, how are you wearing this? That's not how it's done. Ma'am, you need to take off your own clothes to try on the new ones. Don't say you can't get it on. Even if you squeeze into it, it won't look good and will ruin the fitting. Lu Minggui was surprised. I have to take off my clothes to try it. In this unfamiliar place, she felt shy about that. The woman looked at Sister Yang, and they both understood each other's meaning. This lady was really old-fashioned. She didn't know she should take off her clothes to try on new ones. How could she try on clothes like that? Sister Yang, who had been given the task by Li Zian, quickly stepped in and started talking. Only then did Lu Minggui realize that trying on clothes was done this way. She went back into the fitting room, took off her clothes, and after some effort, managed to put on the new outfit. The clothes fit well, but she felt very awkward. The pants were loose, so that was okay, but the top was a bit loose. To her, it looked small, barely covering her backside. The fabric was soft, but she felt like she wasn't wearing anything at all. She hesitated for a long time before she dared to come out. Sister Yang was a bit anxious and urged, Ma'am, come out and show us once you're dressed. Reluctantly, Lu Minggui opened the door, shyly walked out, and looked a bit embarrassed. Hey, isn't this quite nice? Sister Yang said exaggeratedly. Madam, you look 10 years younger like this. Not only Sister Yang said that, but the curly-haired woman also praised. This set is really good. Fits perfectly. Hurry and take a look in the mirror. She pushed Lu Minggui toward the mirror. See, it fits very well. Madam, trust me, I'm sure you won't regret it. This outfit really suits you. Lu Minggui hesitated but looked into the mirror. The person looking back didn't seem like herself at all. Actually, she had never looked closely at her face before. The copper mirror was never very clear, so she never really knew her exact appearance. Now, looking at the person in the mirror, she felt strange and a bit uncomfortable. Carefully examining, her features weren't bad. An oval face, curved eyebrows, big eyes, a pointed nose. But years of working in the fields had marked her face with age, dark, rough skin, and fine lines around her eyes. Next to her, two plump, fair women looked bright and lively, making her seem dark and thin, like they were from two different worlds. Thinking of this, she almost wanted to laugh. They really were from two different worlds. This was over 300 or 400 years later. Seeing her smile faintly, the curly-haired woman thought the deal was almost done. She quickly said, "Madam, then let's take this set. It looks so good. Just wear it and don't take it off. And the old clothes, don't wear them anymore. I'll pack them up for you." Before Lu Mingui could speak, she grabbed a plastic bag and put the clothes from the fitting room inside. When her hand touched the old clothes, she felt they were very heavy and rough, like hemp fabric. She frowned secretly. "What is this? It's rougher than a scrub cloth. What kind of material is this?" After selling clothes for so many years, she'd never seen such poor fabric. Luckily, her face stayed calm. She couldn't afford to offend the customer. Lu Mingui awkwardly tugged at the hem of her new outfit. "Should I just wear it now? New clothes are usually saved for the new year. What era are we in?" "Still saving clothes for the new year," Sister Yang decided. "Just take this set and wear it." "Boss, how much for the set?" The curly-haired woman didn't hesitate to quote the price. "This fabric is good. It was originally 280 yuan, but since you look so nice in it, I'll sell it for 260. Lu Mingui widened her eyes in disbelief. 260 yuan? That's so expensive. Oh no, we've entered a shady shop. 260 yuan could buy a lot of food. Just now, I bought so much white rice, eggs, and cooking oil, and it only cost 290 yuan. I was careless. How could I put on the clothes so quickly?" She reached out to take off the clothes, stammering, "No, I won't buy it." "Let's go, Sister Yang, let's leave." But Sister Yang quickly interrupted her and said to the curly-haired woman, 50 yuan. Lu Mingui was stunned. Sister Yang was brave. Not only did she bargain, but she also offered only a small discount. If she tried to bargain like this in the town, the shopkeeper would probably throw her out. Sure enough, the curly-haired woman immediately looked unhappy and seemed angry. 50 yuan? Miss, I don't usually bargain like that. 50 yuan can't even buy a pair of pants. These are high-quality women's clothes. Look at this fabric and the style. How can it be only 50 yuan? 50 yuan isn't enough for a meal. Sister Yang didn't argue with her. She just pulled Lu Mingui and said, "Madam, forget it. Take off the clothes and give them to her." Lu Mingui was about to do that and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." "Oh, don't take them off. Add a little more. Add more, and you can take it for 80 yuan. The shop owner seemed very upset and shouted loudly. But Sister Yang was good at bargaining. Besides, all the clothes in this market were cheap and low-end, so she knew the price as well. Just 50 yuan. If they want to buy it, we'll pay. If not, forget it. We'll look somewhere else. This isn't just your shop. Their words were sharp, and they seemed to forget they had just been gossiping like close sisters with the curly-haired woman. Lu Mingui didn't expect the price to drop from 280 yuan to 260 yuan, then to 80 yuan in just a moment. She thought 80 yuan was already very low. It wasn't about whether it was worth it. The original price was 280 yuan. But Sister Yang refused and insisted on buying it for 50 yuan. Lu Mingui thought to herself, how is that possible? She was afraid the curly-haired woman would get angry and hit her, so she kept her hands on the buttons, ready to return the clothes at any moment. However, to her surprise, the woman with curly hair stomped her foot and complained, "Forget it, forget it. Since everyone is working here, I'll sell it to you. You really know how to bargain, huh? Well, the older lady's clothes are nice. This kind of outfit should be sold to someone who appreciates it." This change left Lu Mingui stunned. Was she really willing to sell it? Big Sister Yang then patted her thigh, looking regretful, and said the price was even higher. After just a little bargaining, she agreed to sell. If she had known, she would have just bargained down to 30 yuan. She took out her phone, ready to scan and pay, but Lu Mingui was quick. She pulled out a red bill and handed it to the female shop owner. "Let me do it. I was the one buying the clothes." There's no way the young man should pay. Seeing her firm attitude, Big Sister Yang didn't insist anymore. When the shop owner returned 50 yuan in change, the two of them carried their bags and headed back. Only then did Lu Mingui dare to ask, "How did you bargain so fiercely just now? I was afraid we might start a fight." Big Sister Yang smiled proudly. What's so impressive about that? If I had known, I would have bargained down to 30 yuan. Aren't I familiar with these clothes? You can buy a set on a shopping app for just 9 yuan 99. Today, she was in a hurry to buy clothes for the old lady. Otherwise, she would have just bought a set on the shopping app herself. 9 yuan 99? Shopping app? That cheap? What's a shopping app? Hearing her full of questions, Big Sister Yang patiently explained. It's a shopping app on your phone. But the key is you don't have a phone, so you can't buy anything. Old lady, if you can't get a phone, why not buy one? Or ask your family to take you to buy one. There are phone shops outside the vegetable market. Nowadays, having a phone is very convenient. Paying is easy, and when you have free time, you can watch short videos. It's very interesting. Lu Minggui wasn't very interested in phones. Anyway, now she could buy things with red bills, so what did she need a phone for? But she still asked, how much does a phone cost? Well, there are many types of phones and prices vary. The cheap ones might cost a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, while the expensive ones can be over 10,000. Lu Minggui was amazed. Such a small device could be so expensive? Fortunately, she felt she didn't need one, so she decided not to spend that money. Seeing she wasn't tempted, Big Sister Yang didn't try to persuade her. After going down the stairs, the two of them walked toward Li's grain and oil. This time, Lu Minggui clearly felt that fewer people were looking at her, almost no one at all. That made her feel much more comfortable. She thought to herself that next time she came here, she would wear this same outfit and change clothes inside the White House first. That way, when she arrived at the market, no one would pay attention to her. She could leave her old clothes in the White House and change back into them before going home. That way, no one would notice anything unusual. While she was thinking, they had already reached the shop. Li Zian had already placed all her things on a small cart. Seeing that she had changed clothes and looked quite different, he smiled and said, "Ma'am, you should have dressed like this earlier. Before, I almost called you Granny, but I was afraid it might sound rude." Lu Minggui felt a little embarrassed and could only smile back. Li Zian didn't mind and continued, "Ma'am, you bought quite a lot this time. Our store offers home delivery. I'm free today. Where do you live? I can take these to your place." Before Lu Minggui could answer, Sister Yang quickly said, "Just now, she said she lives in Yongfeng Village." "I've never heard of that place." "Yongfeng Village?" Li Zian repeated, shaking his head. He looked at Lu Minggui and asked, "Ma'am, where is Yongfeng Village? You can show me the way, or I can use my phone for navigation." As he spoke, he opened the map app on his phone. After a moment, he frowned. There's no Yongfeng Village, but there is a Yongfeng community about 10 kilometers away. It's a large resettlement area. "Ma'am, do you live in Yongfeng community? I can help you take the rice and other things there." Lu Minggui hadn't expected them to find a place with a similar name. But she couldn't possibly let him deliver the goods. She had never even heard of that community. After thinking for a moment, she lied, "You're both busy. No need to deliver. I'll have my family come pick me up. How about this? Let me borrow the cart for a bit. I'll return it soon." Once she reached a quiet place, she would put everything into the White House. Seeing that she refused delivery, Li Zian didn't insist. Sister Yang asked again, "Then how about I take you to the market gate?" No, Lu Minggui quickly waved her hand. "I can manage on my own." She also made a joke. "Aren't you afraid I might take the cart and not return it?" Li Zian immediately smiled. "No way. Grandma, don't worry, you can use it freely. This little cart isn't worth much. I can even give it to you." Lu Minggui breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that they would insist on giving her the cart. She went to look at the small cart again. It had 4 tiny black wheels about the size of a palm, a blue flatboard as the body, stacked with her bought rice, and a handlebar on the other end, about waist-high for Lu Minggui. She tried pushing it. It wasn't heavy, much lighter than the single-wheel or two-wheel carts in the village. Everything here is really well made. Seeing her push the cart away alone, Sister Yang smiled and said, "Grandma is quite strong." Li Zian also smiled. This little old lady. Lu Minggui pushed the cart around aimlessly until she was far from Li's grain and oil, then found a quiet corner and stopped. One hand reached for the wooden hairpin, the other gripped the handle of the cart. In the next moment, she and the cart suddenly appeared inside the White House. She didn't have time for anything else. She placed the 5 bags of rice, a barrel of oil, and 5 jean of eggs on the ground. After quickly finishing, she pushed the door open again and followed the route in her memory to find Lee's grain and oil. Li Zian was still there, seemingly waiting for her. "Grandma, have you moved everything?" Lu Mingui nodded. "Yes, my son is outside. I asked him to bring it over. I'll return the small cart to you." This was the first time she mentioned her family. Li Zian didn't find it surprising. Yongfeng community was 10 kilometers away, so Grandma probably couldn't have come alone. "Thank you very much today, Brother Li." Li Zian smiled and shook his head. "No need to thank me. By the way, Grandma, you can take this back." He turned around and took out a big bag of peach cookies, which he had just bought earlier. In the past 2 years, Chinese-style pastries have become popular. There was a new shop opened outside the market. Lu Mingui took it and saw that inside the semi-transparent bag, neatly arranged, were round pastries. The golden-brown pastries were covered with cracks, and a sweet aroma could be smelled even through the bag. She was surprised and asked, "Are these walnut cookies?" Lu Mingui still remembers the walnut pastry from her childhood. At that time, her older brother was working in the county town, and the host family gave her a piece as a gift. The whole family didn't want to eat it and left it for her, the younger sister, to enjoy. This delicious snack was unforgettable after just one taste. She still remembers the crispy texture and the sweet aroma mixed with nuts and caramel. "Yes, you have low blood sugar, so just eat a piece when you feel dizzy," someone said. Lu Mingui didn't want to accept it. Brother Li had previously given her steamed buns and even helped sell 2 coins, and now he wanted to give her some peach pastry. They weren't related, so she felt she shouldn't take things for free.
But she had some money now, so she decided to buy the peach pastry.
It was just right because she was craving it, and she could bring it home to share with Man and the others. "Brother Li, I'll keep the peach pastry. I'll pay you. If you don't want money, I can't accept it," she said. Although the villagers are poor, they shouldn't take advantage of others. "Ma'am, just keep it. The peach pastry is my way of thanking you," Li Zian said. "Thanking me?"
"Yes.
"The 2 coins you gave me, my friend liked them very much. If I get more in the future, my friend said he'd keep them all."
No.
"You already gave me 1,000 yuan, which is quite a lot," she replied. "It's just that I hope I can get more coins later," Li Zian said sincerely. "If your family or neighbors have any, you can bring them to us. It's also helping my friend."
"You can keep the peach pastry.
"In the future, come to our shop to buy rice or flour. It's a way of supporting our business," he added. Li Zian kept talking, and finally, Lu Mingui was moved. She took the peach pastry somewhat confused, thanked them for a long time, and then said goodbye. Big Sister Young watched the cheerful shopkeeper and asked, "Boss, I see you're quite kind to that old lady." Li Zian didn't hide his feelings. "When I saw her, I thought of my grandmother. If my grandmother had been willing to leave the mountains and come for treatment, she might not have died. If my grandmother hadn't died, my mother wouldn't have been so heartbroken." "Never mind, I won't say more about this," he added. Big Sister Yang thought to herself, so that was the real reason. She had thought Li Zian was just being kind. "You're right. There are no good things in this world without reason." Lu Mingui didn't know about the conversation between the 2 people. She learned to be clever and kept circling around to avoid being followed. But in the end, she still wanted to buy some meat. She had wanted to buy pork earlier, but was chased away by someone. Now, she had changed her clothes. Would the other person recognize her? She hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and her thoughts kept drifting to it. She decided to check how the pork at the market compared to Daming's. If the price was too high, she wouldn't buy it. Passing by the meat stall, she saw the man who had scolded her earlier. He didn't recognize her and greeted her casually. "Want to buy some meat?" Seeing that he didn't recognize her, Lu Mingui gathered her courage and asked, "How much is pork belly per pound?" 15 yuan, he replied casually, still scrolling on his phone. 15. Lu Mingui suddenly remembered how Sister Yang bargained earlier. If she also haggled, she might save some money. To save money, she felt braver than before. Her clothes, originally costing 280 yuan, were now only 50. She bargained the pork from 15 yuan down to 5 yuan. That should be about right, right? So she tentatively asked, "Will you sell it for 5 yuan?" The man finally looked up, surprised, as if he thought he had misheard. He snapped, "What did you say? 5 yuan? Why don't you go steal it? Wow, it's so fresh and people are bargaining for pork." Such strange things happen every year, but this year especially. If you're here to cause trouble, let's have a fight. Lu Mingue was surprised. Fight? Did she want to hit someone? And is it not allowed to bargain for pork? She shrank her neck and quickly took a few steps back, scared, and ran away. Fortunately, there were several meat stalls in the market. She wandered around and found one that looked friendly. The owner was much nicer. "Ma'am, what would you like?" Lu Mingue looked at the neatly arranged pork on the counter, and her eyes lit up. There was pork belly, ham, pork tenderloin, pig's feet, large bones, and more. Seeing her stop, the owner became even more enthusiastic. "Ma'am, take a look at this tenderloin. Great for stir-fry, very tender." Following his hand, Lu Mingue saw a piece of bright-colored lean meat and immediately shook her head in dislike. All the meat costs the same, but who wants to buy pure lean meat with no fat? It has no flavor. The meat vendor noticed her meaning and pointed to some pork belly. "How about this one? 3 layers of pork belly with fat and lean meat mixed. You can use it to make braised pork. The lean parts won't be dry, and the fat parts won't be greasy. It smells very good." Lu Mingue looked at it and thought it was indeed good, but she still preferred leaner meat. Having not eaten much meat for a long time, she just wanted something fattier. That's what smells the best. "Do you have something fattier?" This made the vendor happy. He didn't expect this Annie to want a fattier piece of pork belly. Nowadays, people buying meat are very picky. Even when buying pork belly, they don't want it too fatty. They prefer it evenly balanced with some fat, but too much fat is disliked. Today, there were 2 pieces of pork belly that were quite fatty. They had been sitting in the corner since morning, unwanted by many customers. He quickly picked one up and placed it in front of Lu Mingue, looking more enthusiastic. "Auntie, how about this one? It has less lean meat and more fat." Lu Mingue reached out and touched it, her fingertips getting a bit of smooth pork fat. "Good, this one is nice." Cooking fatty pork makes delicious stew and can also produce pork lard, which smells very good. But she also remembered to ask the price. "How much per jean?" The vendor pointed to the price list nearby. "Auntie, everything here is clearly marked." Lu Mingue looked up and saw a white board with black writing in those squiggly, worm-like characters. She tried to figure it out. The character that looked like a short stick was next to a red note with 100 on it. Could that be 1? And what about the one behind? It looked like a scale hook. She couldn't quite remember at first. Fortunately, the vendor wasn't testing her knowledge and quickly said, "Pork belly usually costs 15 yuan per jean, but honestly the piece I gave you is a bit too fatty. How about 12 yuan per jean?" Lu Mingue calculated that the price was much cheaper than in Daming Dynasty, and she nodded. "Then let's weigh it." She felt that her speaking had improved quite a bit now. At least she wasn't nervous enough to stutter. The meat vendor quickly placed the piece of meat on the electronic scale, and it quickly displayed the price. 3 jean 4 liang, 40 yuan and 80 cents. "Let's round it off and make it 40 yuan. This time, Lu Mingue didn't dare to bargain again. She took out a handkerchief, picked a red bill, and handed it over. The meat vendor gave her back a green 50 yuan note and a blue 10 yuan note. Lu Mingue looked at them and saw that the 50 yuan note was the same as the one given by the curly-haired woman selling clothes. Only then did she put the money away. The man asked again, "Annie, do you want me to cut it for you?" "Cut it? Still to be cut?" This was another thing Lu Mingue didn't understand. "Sure, you can choose how to cut it into chunks, strips, slices, or ground into meat. We have a meat grinder here. It's very fast to cut strips or grind into meat. The knife is also quick. You can take it home and stir-fry directly. Wow, another machine, maybe a phone, a meat grinder, so many machines here." Lu Mingue thought for a moment, then cut it into 4 parts. Then she could divide it into 4 meals and eat it slowly. Anyway, it wouldn't spoil in the White House. "All right," the owner agreed with a nod. He lifted his shiny knife and quickly cut a large piece of pork into 4 equal parts, carefully packing each in a bag. "Andy, I see your family might like fattier pork. I'll give you an extra piece of pork fat to make lard," the owner said as he casually picked up a piece of white pork fat and put it into the bag. Pork fat is the purest fat inside a pig. Using it to make lard results in snow-white, fragrant, and impurity-free lard. But nowadays, people eat less pork fat, so pork fat isn't easy to sell and is cheap. It was already late, and if they waited any longer, the meat might not sell today and would have to be kept overnight. It's better to give it away, and maybe it will bring back a customer. Lu Mingui looked and saw a piece of pork fat weighing over 2 jin. 1 jin of pork fat can produce more than half a jin of lard, and the remaining oil residue is very fragrant. Such a good thing was given to her? In the town, a jin of pork fat costs 10 coins more than a jin of pork. Lu Mingui thought the owner was very generous. No, I can't accept. You should weigh it and tell me the price, and I'll pay you." The meat vendor waved his hand. "Auntie, pork fat isn't worth much. I'll give it to you. Just make sure to buy meat from us in the future. Eat well, and you'll come back again." Lu Mingui nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will definitely choose your place. Next time, I'll buy meat from you." Although she didn't know how many more times she could eat meat, she decided that since the boss was so generous, she would buy from him in the future. Lu Mingui happily carried the meat and left, feeling very good. Today was truly a good day. She sold wild vegetables, bought rice and meat, and even the 2 copper coins surprised her. Who would have thought that hundreds of years later, copper coins would become valuable? She wanted to give some copper coins to Li Zian, but was afraid that taking out too many would attract attention, since they were so precious. When she reached a quiet corner, she took out her wooden hairpin and returned to the White House. Looking at the rice and meat piled inside, Lu Mingui felt a bit worried. She knew she couldn't take these things out, as it would cause trouble if she was caught. After thinking for a moment, she changed out of her old clothes and put on her rough cloth jacket before pushing the door open and leaving. For her, this period felt like time had stopped. When she went in, it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and when she came out, it was still the same time. She pushed the door open and stepped out, only to see Man still sitting on a small stool, counting ants. The eldest family hadn't returned from the town yet. She guessed that Hu Tsuehua really managed to get something done this time. Song Daji went to invite her, but she refused to go back. She probably wanted to make herself look bad by asking her to come back, right? But that was impossible. It would be best if she never came back. Only then would the house be peaceful. She was about to walk over to Man to play with the little girl when she heard voices outside the fence. "Mingui, little sister?" "Little sister." Lu Mingui's heart moved, and she turned to walk toward the gate. Outside, a few people were standing, pulling a worn-out ox cart. Leading them was a man about 50 years old, her eldest brother, Lu Wenli. Another was her second brother, Lu Wenqi, with a younger man taller than him, her eldest nephew, Lu Yongkong. Sitting on the cart was a small girl, about 6 or 7 years old, Lu Huan, her youngest niece. "Big brother." "Second brother." "Yongkong, little Huan, why are you here?" Lu Mingui called out, her voice choked with emotion. In her past and present lives, she hadn't seen her family in a long time. These were her relatives. In her past life, Song Daji looked down on her uncles, thinking they were poor. Every time her maternal family visited, Song Daji felt they were just here to take advantage and showed them unfriendly faces. After a while, her older brother, sister-in-law, and younger relatives also didn't want to come. Now she realizes her older and second brothers weren't like that at all. Although their father was a scholar and not very useful, and their mother was just an ordinary farmer, they were all well-educated and never tried to take advantage of others. Plus, her older brother, second brother, and their 2 sisters-in-law were hardworking. Even though their family was poor, they worked diligently. They didn't live luxuriously, but could support themselves. Since childhood, her 2 brothers had been very kind to her. Even after they married, their sisters-in-law were also very good to her. When Song Qingye died, she almost collapsed and couldn't handle anything. Her maternal family helped take care of Song Qingye's funeral. Later, they often brought rice and vegetables, and during busy farming times, they came to help harvest crops, only collecting their own grain after. At that time, the Song family relied on the Liu family to get through the tough times. Otherwise, the children wouldn't have grown up. Back then, Song Daji was very sweet-tongued. But once he grew older, married, and no longer needed the Liu family, his attitude changed immediately. Liu Mingui regrets that in her past life, she was unfilial and looked down on her two brothers, which she now knows was wrong. Until the famine came, she never saw her two brothers again. Thinking of this, Liu Mingui's vision blurred. Seeing her younger sister crying, Liu Wenli became worried. 12 years ago, when Song Qingye died, her younger sister fainted from crying and then became weak. It was only in recent years that she gradually recovered. So when they heard that Day had died, they hurried over, worried that her sister couldn't handle the shock. Now that they saw her crying, everyone felt sad too. Liu Wenqi patted Liu Mingui's shoulder and said, "Little sister, death is final. If you hurt yourself, Day wouldn't be happy in heaven." He hadn't finished speaking before his eyes also turned red. Especially Liu Huan and Man, the two children, saw the adults crying and their mouths drooped, and they started crying too. Still, Liu Yongkong helped a few people and said, "Dad, second uncle, little sister, let's go inside and talk." Liu Mingui saw that she had made a bunch of people cry, so she quickly touched her face and took a deep breath, saying, "Yes, yes, everyone go into the house. Big brother, second brother, let's go in quickly. It's rare to see family again, so why cry?" She had suffered enough in her past life, losing her husband and son. In this life, at least Xiaodong won't die, and she can eat well with the wooden hairpin. Everything will get better and better. Liu Wenli pulled the ox cart aside and then directed Liu Yongkong to take down a basket of vegetables, a bag of coarse rice, and 2 bundles of dry firewood from the cart. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "We don't have much at home, so I only brought these." Liu Mingui scolded gently, "Your family is enough. Why bring things? Yongkong, you should also tell your dad not to worry." She looked at her 2 brothers with disapproval. These days, every household is having a hard time. Not to mention, that bag of coarse rice was probably gathered together by the big brother and second brother. Liu Yongkong quickly said, "Little sister, it's been a long time since I visited you. How can I come empty-handed? This time I decided to come myself, but Dad and second uncle insisted on coming too. We borrowed a bullock cart. And Huaner also wants to see Grandma." Liu Mingui patted Liu Huan's head. The little girl, like Man, had yellow, soft hair and was a child who had long been hungry. Man, go boil some water." Man responded with a sound, and Liu Huan ran off with her. These 2 little girls had only seen each other once before, but they got along very well. Liu Mingui invited everyone to sit in the main room. At this moment, Shen Jiyue heard the noise and came out. "Big brother, second brother, cousin is here." Seeing her pregnant belly, everyone sighed again. In the inner room, Song Xiaodong, who had been sleeping soundly, was also awakened by the noise. He didn't bother to put on shoes and jumped out. "Big brother, second brother, big cousin," he spoke excitedly and affectionately. Although he didn't see his uncles often, he liked them very much. Everyone also liked him very much. "Xiaodong has grown so tall. He's really growing up fast. But he's too thin. Didn't you say Xiaodong went to learn carpentry? Why is he at home today?" Liu Mingui simply told the story of how Qian Carpenter had been harsh to Xiaodong. Suddenly, 2 uncles got very angry. They started scolding the Jiang family again. Liu Wenli thought for a moment and said, "Then we won't go to his house. Later, I will ask Yongkong to look for another carpenter in the county town. Xiaodong, do you want to learn something else? Why not go do something with Yongyan?" Liu Yongkong added. Liu Yongyan is Liu Wenqi's youngest son. He works as a waiter at a restaurant in the city and can only come home once a year. Xiaodong then started talking with his uncle and cousin. Liu Mingui took the chance to go back to her room, planning to get some meat from the White House to cook. She thought about entering the White House in front of everyone and no one would notice. But she couldn't take any risks. If something went wrong, it would be bad. When she came out again, she carried some meat, a few eggs, and several walnut cakes. Shin Joy was not lying down. She took her medicine and ate enough food. These days, her stomach felt much better, so she didn't have to stay in bed all the time. Seeing Lu Mingui come out, she quickly asked, "Mother, can we invite Uncle and the others to dinner tonight?"
Yes.
Of course, Lu Mingui said as she went into the kitchen. "We still have dried golden needle vegetables from last year. We can stew some meat with them and cut some chives to fry with eggs. Oh, and we should make some egg pancakes and steam a pot of rice." Lu Mingui listed all the dishes she wanted to make. Now that she had food in her pocket, she felt calm. Since her older brothers were visiting rarely, she wanted to treat them with the best food. Shinjoi was surprised to hear this. There was meat and eggs. How could they have so much at home? "Mother, we don't have any meat at home." Lu Mingui quickly waved a piece of pork in front of Shinjoi. "Isn't this meat?" A good piece of pork appeared in her hand, mostly fat with some lean parts, looking very tasty. Shinjoi widened her eyes. "Mother, where did this come from?" "Your uncle just brought it over. He said it's to help us strengthen our bodies." There's more inside the house. Lu Mingui was now lying without blinking. Whatever she said, Shinjoi believed. Uncle is really kind.
Look at this pork belly.
He bought it very well. Shinjoi swallowed hard. "Mother, I will cook the meal today. How do you feel today? Can you light the fire and cook?" "I can, Mother."
Don't worry.
"I feel much better. I can even fetch water now." Lu Mingui smiled and said, "Forget about fetching water. Just light the fire and cook. Let's start cooking early today so we can eat dinner sooner. Your older uncles need to leave early." Shunjua thought about the meat she would eat later and suddenly felt full of energy. Lu Mingui smiled again and took out a cloth bag, took a piece of peach pastry, and put it in Shunjua's mouth. "Eat something sweet first." A fragrant mix of nuts, sweetness, and oil filled her mouth, and Shinjua felt her mind go blank for a moment. "Mom," she dared not chew, nor did she want to. "What is this? It's so fragrant and sweet." Shinjua's family lived closer to the foot of Disong Mountain and was poorer. Because they had many siblings and her parents favored boys, she never had good days or tasted walnut pastry before. "This is called walnut pastry brought by your older uncle," Lu Mingui said seriously. "Eat quickly so we can get to work." Shinjua nodded, feeling warm inside and out. "Grandma, Grandma, the water is boiling." Hearing the cheerful voices, Lu Mingui left the kitchen and handed each of the two children a piece of peach pastry. The two little girls jumped happily. She then carried water into the main room. Since there was no tea, she poured each a bowl of plain water. Lu Mingui also divided the walnut pastry, giving one piece to each. "Big brother, second brother, have some walnut pastry to fill your stomach." "Yongkong Xiaodong, you too." The sweet aroma quickly filled the main room. Lu Wenli looked at the walnut pastry in his hand and asked suspiciously, "Walnut pastry? Isn't that expensive?" "Save it for the children." "I won't eat it." Seeing that her older brother wouldn't eat, Lu Wenqi also put his down. "Yes, little sister, you eat." Lu Mingui simply set her piece aside. "If you won't eat, I won't either. Let's all go hungry together." The two brothers were surprised. Lu Wenli smiled bitterly. "You're already a grandmother and you're still using childhood tricks. No matter how old I am, whether 80 or 100, if you eat this trick, it works. Anyway, if you won't eat, I won't either." "Big brother, do you remember when you worked in the city and the host rewarded you with a piece of walnut pastry? You wrapped it in a handkerchief and brought it back for me to eat." Lu Mingui dismissed Song Xiaodong and then spoke to Lu Wenli. "Big brother, I met someone collecting wild vegetables in town." She thought for a moment and said, "He charges 4 coins per gene, no matter what kind of wild vegetables they are." 4 coins? For wild vegetables. The Lu family members were all surprised. "Little sister, you're not being tricked, are you? There are plenty of wild vegetables in the fields and mountains. Why would someone pay for them?" "Yeah, maybe he's a bad person," even Lu Yongkong advised. "Annie, there are many scammers outside now." After they all talked excitedly, Lu Mingui said, "I'm just an old woman. What could anyone trick me with? Plus, I already sold the golden needle vegetables and they paid me right there. Then where did these peach pastries come from?" At this point, the Lu family members also became confused. Could it be that someone really needs wild vegetables at home? Lu Mingui thought for a moment and continued. "Yes, this person said they came from the capital city. The wealthy people there want to buy wild vegetables." Lu Wenli said, If that's true, then little sister's luck is really good. Yes, wild vegetables can sell for a good price. That's great. They all genuinely felt happy for Lu Mingwei. It's not easy for a rural family to have an extra source of income. Lu Wenli still advised her, little sister, since you've sold the vegetables, you should keep the money safe. Don't spend it recklessly. For things like walnut pastries, next time you want to eat, just buy some for yourself. Big brother, are you teaching me to keep everything for myself? Lu Mingwei teased. I can't do that. Since we've always been good to you, now that I have something nice, I'll share it with my brothers too. Lu Wenli was speechless after hearing her. In fact, her personality seems gentle, but she's quite stubborn. When she wants to do something, it's hard to change her mind. Lu Mingwei then said, so I want my big brothers to help me with something. Lu Wenli and his brother immediately straightened up. Little sister, just tell us. You're not one to beat around the bush. We'll do anything you ask. Lu Mingwei directly said. That wealthy person said they still want some wild vegetables. They said they need them in the next couple of days, even hundreds of gene. I can't dig that many wild vegetables alone. Can you guys help me gather some? Lu Wenli quickly nodded and said, it's about this? I'll go dig it up when I get back, and your sister-in-law and the family can all help. Yes, Lu and she also agreed. Since it's not farming season now, your second sister-in-law is free too, and I and Xinghua and a few kids can go dig too. Seeing everyone agree, Lu Mingwei nodded and said, all right, no matter how much, just dig it up quickly and send it to me. I'll pay 4 won per gene. What? You want money too? Lu Wenli was angry. Little sister, you're being too polite. Yes, little aunt, it's just digging wild vegetables. How can we ask for money? If we say that, we have nowhere to put our faces. Lu Mingwei found it a bit funny, but also felt touched. Her older brothers and their families never expected anything from her. They just always treated her kindly. Not now, but since they were young, they had always been good to her. But now, she earns much more than 4 won per gene. She mentioned 4 won because that's the price of coarse rice. If she said more, her brothers might start to suspect. If she said less, she felt they would be too unfair to her. Big brother, second brother, I know you're good to me. All these years, you've been sending me grain and firewood. Can I return the favor? Do you think I am ungrateful? Or do you think I am unkind? Lu Wenli was startled by her serious question and quickly waved his hands. Little sister, that's not true. Besides, what we send you isn't worth much. All right, since you don't want money, I won't take the wild vegetables. Lu Mingwei, bold in front of her brother and quick-tempered, said directly, I won't sell wild vegetables to the rich anymore. Just pretend I don't have the luck to get rich. Lu Wenli looked at her with a bitter smile. He knew she was just angry. Lu Yongkong, being young, thought quickly and said, little aunt, don't be angry. Dad, little aunt is doing this for our good. We'll listen to her. At worst, we'll take the money, buy things, and send them to little aunt's house. Hearing this, Lu Wenli agreed. That's right. Hey, all right, little sister, don't be angry. It's just that big brother's head isn't working right. Seeing that they agreed, Lu Mingwei finally smiled and said, all right, it's settled then. Next time, prepare a few baskets. Different wild vegetables should be kept separate. Also, don't bring mud. Make sure they're clean, but don't wash them with water. I'm worried they'll rot. Thinking about the vegetables at the market, which are clean and neatly arranged, she felt she should do the same. Hey, I hear you. The brothers from the Lu family nodded in agreement. Okay, when you dig up the wild vegetables, just wait outside on the main road. Call Yongkong to come and tell me. Lu Mingwei didn't want them to carry a lot of vegetables into the village openly, as it wouldn't look good if others saw. Yongkong quickly nodded and agreed. Got it, little sister-in-law. Big brother, second brother, sit for a moment. I'll go see if the food is ready, Lu Mingwei said, and stood up to go out. The brothers, Lu Wenli and his brother, were anxious again. They stood up to leave, saying repeatedly, little sister, don't cook. We're not eating here. We won't eat here. We'll leave soon. Your wife has already cooked at home. We're just waiting to go back and eat. Yes, Yongkong added. Aunt, don't cook for us. It's already arranged for us to go home and eat. Lu Mingwei looked at them with a half-smile. Do you think I don't know? Every time you come back, you leave before dinner. You just don't want to eat here. Now, many relatives avoid bothering others and don't want to eat at relatives' houses. It's because every household is poor. Eating at someone else's house is like taking their food. But her two brothers didn't want to stay, largely because of Song Da-ji. In the past, when they brought things over and it was mealtime, Song Da-ji and his wife would never keep guests. If Lu Minggue wanted her brothers to stay and eat, Hu Tsuehua would come over loudly saying, "There's no oil at home," or "The salt jar is empty," and so on. That was clearly a way to chase guests away.
How could they stay then?
After several times, the Lu family had gotten used to it. Once they brought something, they left. Even today, staying to drink water was already rare. She looked at everyone and sincerely said, "Big brother, second brother, as long as I am in charge of this family, you will always have a place here. From now on, I promise you won't go home hungry." Then she headed toward the kitchen. Lu Wenli's eyes turned red again. He wiped his eyes hard and sat back down. "All right, let's have dinner here tonight." Lu Yongkong couldn't help but say, "Dad, little sister-in-law seems to have changed a bit." Lu Wenli slowly nodded, gritting his teeth. It must be that mischievous kid, Deji, who hurt her feelings this time. When your sister-in-law's father had an accident in the mountains, we advised her to come back with us. She could remarry if she wanted, or we could support her. But she refused, saying she couldn't leave her children. Deji even swore he would take good care of her, begged her not to leave. But look now. Humph. Lu Yongkong comforted him. "Dad, don't worry. Little sister-in-law said she wants to split the family, right? If she does, we'll watch over her and make sure Deji doesn't bully her. Who knows if she'll really split the family?" Lu Wenli thought his sister might not actually go through with it. He was angry now, but maybe in a few days, Deji would smooth things over again. Old people just want to see their children and grandchildren happy and lively. Lu Yongkong nodded. That's true. Deji is good at talking and convincing people. By the way, right now, I just want to go digging for wild vegetables. They cost 4 won per jean. If I dig 100 jean, that's 400 won. How much rice or rye flour could that buy? Isn't filling our stomachs more important than anything else? Dad, why don't we start digging tonight? We can get more that way and send some to little sister-in-law earlier. Lu Wenli and Lu Wenqi both glared at him. Just now, your little sister-in-law said young people are clever. But I think your head isn't very clever. Lu Yongkong was confused. What did I do? What did you do? What do you think you did? Lu Wenli patted the table lightly. I ask you, how is your sister-in-law's wild vegetable business? Lu Yongkong answered. Good. Of course it's good. Wild vegetables are everywhere, and everyone in our poor area eats them. Now, some people are selling them for 4 won per jean. I've never heard of such a thing before. That's right, Lu Wenli continued. Wild vegetables are not rare. If you go out at night to pick them, isn't that too obvious? If someone with bad intentions sees it, they might target our family, and then they could also go after your aunt. What would we do? Maybe your aunt's wild vegetable business will be stolen. Or, if others find out and get jealous, they might try to cause trouble for your aunt. Our village is about 10 miles from Yongfeng village, but if someone wants to watch us, they will eventually slip up. Lu Yongkong suddenly realized he had been only thinking about money and almost caused trouble for his little aunt. No wonder people say that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Experience is the best teacher. So, we can pick wild vegetables, but we shouldn't do it so openly. Yes. Exactly. As they were talking, Lu Minggue came in with a bowl and chopsticks. Behind her, Song Xiaodong carried a large clay basin filled with scrambled eggs with chives. The bright green chives wrapped around big pieces of golden eggs, making everyone hungry just looking at it. Second brother Lu Wenqi, though quite old, still couldn't take his eyes off the chives scrambled eggs. He swallowed and politely said, "Why are you making scrambled eggs?" "Just eat a little," Big Brother also said. "Why make such a fancy dish?" Really, Lu Minggue ignored him. Her brothers always loved to complain when they were young, and now they are even more nagging as they get older. She turned and went back to the kitchen, bringing out a big bowl of stewed pork with golden needle vegetables. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. The pork was cooked until shiny and oily, and the dried-out golden needle vegetables had become full and tender. A rich aroma of meat mixed with the fresh scent of the vegetables spread out, overshadowing the smell of the chive scrambled eggs. Finally, she brought out a large bowl of rice. Unlike brown rice porridge, today they ate plain rice. Lu Mingui mixed some of their homegrown brown rice with the white rice she bought today. Instead of making porridge, she steamed plain rice. The rice water from steaming was just right for drinking as soup. The two types of rice mixed together didn't look as bright as pure white rice, but they still surprised Lu Wenli and the others. Big brother, second brother, come and eat. Little sister, you. Lu Wenli felt a little scared, worried that his little sister had used up all the family savings to make such a meal. Did the death of the great river cause her such a big shock? Looking at the little sister, she seemed fine with no obvious problems. Lu Mingui noticed what her older brother was thinking and said, "Big brother, did you forget what I just said? Eat quickly, I'm already hungry." Hey, Lu Wenli responded, understanding that his sister meant she had earned money selling wild vegetables. 8 people sat around a wooden table. Since the household ceramic bowls were not enough, Song Xiaodong simply used a small wooden basin to eat. However, except for Lu Mingui, no one dared to pick eggs to eat. Not even the 2 children could resist. No one dared to pick the pork belly either. The last time they ate meat was during the New Year, when each person only got 2 strips of meat. But now, in the ceramic basin, there were large chunks of pork belly, glistening with oil, making everyone's eyes almost pop out. Seeing this, Lu Mingui knew they were shy. She repeatedly urged, eat vegetables, but no one moved. If they didn't eat now, would they save the meat for Song Daji when he returned? She guessed Song Daji would come back today, especially since Hu Tsuehua had already stayed at her mother's house for a night, and her sister-in-law there was not easy to get along with. She directly picked up pieces of meat and placed them into each person's bowl. 1 piece each, and there were still quite a few left. Lu Mingui wanted to serve more, but her older brother quickly covered their bowls with his hands. "All right, you eat. Yes, little sister, you should eat quickly." Lu Mingui couldn't hold back anymore and took a piece of meat into her mouth. The strong fire in the clay stove made the fat melt in her mouth, not greasy at all. The lean meat was tender and flavorful, delicious. So tasty. With oil running down her mouth, Lu Huan didn't hold back either. Song Xiaodong, enjoying the fragrant pork belly, took a big bite of rice. "Mom, pork is really delicious. Eat more if you like." The braised pork with its sauce makes the rice even tastier. Lu Mingui scooped a spoonful of meat broth over each person's rice. The broth soaked into the rice, looking oily and tempting, making everyone unable to resist. Everyone ate faster than before. In the end, both dishes were completely finished, and the rice and broth were all gone. Seeing the satisfied smiles on everyone's faces, Lu Mingui felt very happy inside. She thought, maybe this is what it means to live again. Dinner was eaten early, and the family finished quickly. The sun was still high in the sky. Big brother was in a hurry to go back and needed to return the ox cart. Lu Mingui didn't stay long, as traveling at night was unsafe. "Big brother, second brother, Yongkong, drive carefully on the way. Bring these things back too." She took a bamboo basket from home, packed in a pound of pork, half a piece of pork fat, and a pound of eggs, then covered it tightly with dried vegetables. She also packed 2 bags of white rice mixed with brown rice. There were 2 sets in total. One for Big Brother's family, one for second brother's, all loaded onto the ox cart. Lu Wenli and others hesitated again. Lu Mingui said coldly, "Do you want to argue with me at the gate? Everyone nearby is watching. If someone sees these things, how can I explain?" Thinking about her younger sister's talk of selling wild vegetables, Lu Wenli immediately stopped hesitating and drove the cart back to the village. It was already getting dark. Yongkong's wife, Xinghua, had been waiting at the door. When she saw the ox cart coming back from afar, she hurried over. "You're back? Dinner is ready, just waiting for you." She pouted. "Didn't get to eat? I don't know why you always take things over there. Just to please others. But they don't like us, and the road is so far. Aren't you tired?" She complained loudly. Yongkong quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking? We've already eaten." Meanwhile, Lu Wenli overheard his daughter-in-law and frowned, giving her a sharp look. He then glanced at Yongkong before saying, "Hurry up and bring the things down so I can return the ox cart." Xinghua didn't notice her father-in-law's glare and continued to complain. "Really ate? What, wild vegetables and rice husks? She had visited Song's family once. It was rare for them to serve a meal. They brought out a big bowl of wild vegetable rice porridge. Was that for guests? It was quite humble. Xinghua held a grudge about this for many years. Lu Huan tugged at her mother. Mom, we really ate. Grandma cooked meat for us today. The fatty meat was so tasty. Plus rice and scrambled eggs. Xinghua was doubtful, but then saw Yongkang carrying something down from the ox cart. She hurried over to look and saw that the basket only contained some dried vegetables. She immediately made a face and said, I thought I might see something special this time, but it turns out it's just the dried vegetables we sent. What's wrong? Does the Song family no longer want these dried vegetables? Are they sending them back? Lu Wenli couldn't stand it anymore and said seriously to Lu Yongkang and the others, Your mother, your second uncle, and your second aunt have loved your little sister all her life. This lifetime can't be changed. Your mother and second aunt have never complained. Now it's your turn, and your wife is upset. If that's the case, let's split the family tomorrow. His words were calm, but they made Lu Yongkang's heart skip a beat. Dad, Xinghua didn't mean that. Xinghua also knew she had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. Dad, I didn't mean that. In her heart, she actually felt she hadn't done anything wrong. Isn't that right? Every time she hurried over to deliver things, she came back hungry, only to be humiliated when she arrived. Lu Wenli didn't bother to listen to this confused daughter-in-law and went to return the cart. Lu Yongkang then looked coldly at Xinghua. Look inside this bamboo basket. What's in it? Xinghua shrugged. Just dried vegetables. Isn't the bag full of coarse rice you sent? Why make such a fuss? Fine, if you don't care, then don't eat it, he snapped, carrying the items into the house. Lu Yongkang's mother, Mrs. Wang, was mending shoes by the dim oil lamp. On the table were a few bowls of coarse rice porridge and a large basin of wild vegetable dumplings. Seeing him come in, she asked, Has your dad gone to return the cart? How is your sister? Yes, Dad went to return the cart. He'll be back soon. Little sister looks fine. She said she fainted for most of the day but woke up, but I think she's still upset. She brought Xiaodong back from the carpenters and keeps him close. Mrs. Wang nodded. Sai, your little sister has a hard life. Sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired person. How can she not be sad? Next time, I'll go and talk to her more. With time, she'll feel better. Let's eat first. The whole family is waiting for you. Lu Yongkang hurriedly said, We've already eaten at my sister's house, mother. Look, these are from her. He moved the dried vegetables aside, revealing pork, including a piece of pork fat and a bag of eggs. There is also a bag of rice here. It doesn't look like ordinary brown rice. Mrs. Wang was stunned and looked over in disbelief. Sure enough, it was a mix of brown rice and polished rice. The pork was mostly fatty, with a little lean meat, looking very good. Xinghua also came over and asked, Really giving something? Are you finally generous? Lu Yongkang felt annoyed and his face darkened. He raised his hand and slapped Xinghua on the back. I see you're looking for trouble today. What are you talking about? What do you mean by really giving? I just sent some things to my aunt's house. It's our family's kindness, hoping for a little gratitude. Xinghua was slapped and felt wronged. Did I say something wrong? Every time you rush to give her family things, what are you really doing it for? Our own family is struggling, and you're helping your aunt's family. Helping? It's just some dried vegetables and brown rice. Didn't you bring anything from your own family? Is it only okay for you to be filial to your parents and siblings? Can't I be filial to my aunt? Seeing the couple about to argue, Mrs. Wang quickly stepped in and separated them. Yongkang, say less. Xinghua, you too. What are you talking about? The things at home are saved by me and your father. Why are you jealous? I know you were wronged when you went to the Song family, but that was Song Daji's fault, not your little aunt's. But back when your uncle was alive, didn't he bring us wild chickens and rabbits? Your little aunt has always been thinking of us. Lu Yongkang added, This time my little aunt earned some money and immediately thought of us. What more do you want? Zhao Xinghua, if you're so ungrateful, then we should divorce. Xinghua was speechless. The reason she spoke harshly today was because a few days ago, her mother's family came to borrow grain. She had been planning to find a chance to talk to her father-in-law and mother-in-law about it. But then the Lu family learned about Song Da's death, and hurried to visit with dried vegetables and brown rice. Most of the brown rice at home was gone, leaving only some rye flour and beans. Her plan was completely ruined, and she was filled with anger. As for divorce? Of course, she didn't want a divorce. Although the Liu family was not wealthy, the parents-in-law were reasonable people, and her husband was handsome and kind to her, without any tricky intentions. If she really divorced, her sister-in-law from her own family probably wouldn't even let her come home. Thinking of this, Xinhua felt it was so silly to argue with her family over her in-laws. She quickly changed her words. Yongkong, Mom, I was mistaken just now. I won't say those things again. Yongkong, please don't be mad at me. Liu Yongkong felt a bit helpless but spoke sincerely. Xinhua, I'm not angry with you. Since you married into the Liu family, I haven't treated your family badly, right? Then why do you treat my younger sister as a stranger? Isn't she your sister-in-law? Why make such a big deal about it? Shouldn't there be some reward? A family should live happily and peacefully. That's more important than anything else. Mrs. Wang also agreed. That's right. Liu Yongkong wasn't sure if Xinhua would listen, so he urged his mother. Hurry up and eat dinner. We have something to do tomorrow. Seeing her son seemed excited about something good, Mrs. Wang asked curiously, What is it? Eat first, then I'll tell you. The porridge will get cold. He then explained about asking them to help dig wild vegetables. My sister-in-law said, 1 gene of wild vegetables costs 4 coins. Both mother and daughter-in-law put down their chopsticks at the same time. How much? 4 coins. Yes, 4 coins. Mrs. Wang doubted herself. Wild vegetables can be sold? And for 4 coins a gene. Could your sister-in-law have been scammed? Liu Yongkong shook his head. No, my sister-in-law sold wild vegetables once before. The pork and pork fat she bought with that money. Tomorrow, our family will go dig wild vegetables too. We'll do it early and send some to her. Zhao Xinghua's eyes flickered, but Liu Yongkong kept a close watch on her. Xinhua, this must stay a secret. Don't tell your family, understand? Mrs. Wang also said seriously. Xinhua, this is your sister-in-law's business. We don't know what will happen in the future. If you tell your family and something goes wrong, our family might not be able to accept you anymore. Both looked serious, and Xinhua could only force down her thoughts and lower her head to eat her porridge. Lu Minggui saw off her older brother and others. Song Xiaodong took the initiative to wash the dishes and tidy up the main room. He looked for a chance to ask, Mother, did uncle and second uncle get rich? Why did they send meat and rice again? When uncle and the others arrived earlier, he was sleeping. Later, when the family cooked meat, he overheard that it was sent by uncle and the others while helping second sister-in-law burn the fire. In his memory, uncle and second uncle's family weren't very wealthy, right? But they have always been generous to mother, willing to give her everything. Lu Minggui had already decided to push the pork and white rice onto her older brother and others. At worst, she would remind them not to say anything about it later. Anyway, keep it a secret from both sides. She thought for a moment and said, It seems that Yongyan from second uncle's family earned some money working outside, so he bought meat and sent it here. Mother didn't accept it all, right? Isn't she returning half of it? Song Xiaodong hesitated and said, We can't keep taking from uncle's family without giving back. Every family has a hard time. Lu Minggui nodded. You're right. In the future, when you become successful, you should be more filial to your uncles. I've been close to your uncles since childhood. You and your cousins should treat each other well. Anyway, Song Daji can't be trusted. He's not even as good as a cousin. Song Xiaodong nodded. Mother, I understand. Until it was dark, Song Daji's family of 5 returned to the town. Hu Tsuehua ignored everyone and turned back to her own room. But Song Daji ran to the main room and saw Song Xiaodong. He was surprised for a moment. Oh, Xiaodong is back? Carpenter Qian gave you a break? Not leaving tonight, but leaving tomorrow morning. Before Song Xiaodong could speak, Song Daji saw the bamboo basket and cloth bag in the corner of the main room. He moved closer and looked. The basket was filled with dried vegetables, and the other bag contained coarse rice. Huh. Did uncle and the others come by? No wonder I saw 2 bundles of firewood in the corner when I entered the yard. Only people like them treat these messy things as treasures. They come back every time and send some. It's really poor. His tone was full of disdain, but he didn't say it directly. Song Xiaodong finally found a chance to speak. He somewhat blamed him. Big brother, why did you go to your father-in-law's house for so long, knowing that second brother had an accident and no one was helping mother with chores? You just left without a word. You say with so many things at home, how can you handle it all? Song Daji was annoyed by his complaints and immediately raised his eyebrows. Hey, little brat, you come home once and start criticizing your big brother? I think that carpenter Qian isn't good enough. He actually teaches you to disrespect your elders. Really asking for a beating? Song Xiaodong snorted. Don't mention carpenter Qian. I'm not going to be his apprentice anymore. What? Song Daji was surprised. Why not? Was I not learning well? Are you lazy? I tell you, the land at home isn't for you. What else can you do? Learning to be a carpenter will help you not worry about food and clothes in the future. Look at Carpenter Qian's family. Life is much easier. I was also hoping that when your nephews and nieces get married, you could make some furniture for them. Song Xiaodong was unhappy. Big brother, when you asked me to learn carpentry, was it just to make furniture for your family? Oh, I was just joking. I was counting on you to make furniture, but when will your nephews and nieces get married? Song Daji asked again. Really not going? Song Xiaodong looked up seriously. No, I'm not going. Carpenter Qian is not a good person. The Qian family is a dangerous place. Hearing this, Song Daji slapped him hard. One slap, then another mercilessly. Hey, you little brat, you're really clueless. The Qian family, we only managed to get you in there because we helped. We even gave them 500 coins. Say you're not going? Then don't go. Do you think you're some young master? I tell you, you have to go to the Qian family. When you go, learn well. How dare you run back? You've got guts. Song Xiaodong was pushed back by the beating but stubbornly shouted, I won't go anyway. If you want to go, go yourself. Lu Minggui heard the noise inside and came out to see Song Daji hitting Xiaodong. Xiaodong didn't dare to fight back and could only endure the beating. She couldn't stand it anymore. Immediately, she grabbed a stick and swung it at Song Daji. Who are you calling a brat? You're a brat, and what are you yourself? Oh. Song Daji was hit several times and shouted, Mother, why are you hitting me? You should have scolded Song Xiaodong. He is too unreasonable. We went through so much trouble to send money to Carpenter Qian, and now he has become so capable, learning well, and yet he refuses to go. Mother is really too unreasonable now. Did I teach my brother the wrong way? Lu Minggui stopped and pointed at the thin Song Xiaodong, asking him, Are you doing well? Can you call that doing well? Song Daji was stunned for a moment, looked at Song Xiaodong, and then said indifferently, He's just a bit thinner. Isn't that what apprentices are like? It's not for enjoying life. Still hoping to gain some weight, Song Xiaodong was almost in tears, feeling wronged. What do you mean he's not enjoying life? What do you mean he's just a bit thinner? Does that mean he's suffering every day and enduring beatings for nothing? Lu Minggui raised Song Xiaodong's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and looked at him. Song Daji, you're really blind. Look at what they've done to Xiaodong. Today I saw with my own eyes how badly they treat Xiaodong at Carpenter Qian's house. You, as the older brother, are so cold. No words of comfort, only hitting him. Song Daji glanced at the purple and blue bruises, which were obvious. Isn't that just a beating? He shrugged lightly and said indifferently, Just endure these 2 years, and it'll be over. Xiaodong has been here for 1.5 years. Once he learns the skills, he'll be out of this. Mother, you're overreacting. Spoiling a child is like killing him. You can't just let Xiaodong do whatever he wants. Seeing his cold-heartedness, Lu Minggui remembered how he had pushed him down and caused his death in a past life. Immediately, he grabbed a stick and started hitting Song Daji mercilessly, each strike full of hatred. How could I have a son like you? Heartless and cruel. That's right, spoiling a child is like killing him. I've spoiled you too much. You caused Dahu's death and now you want to kill Xiaodong too. Get out of here. Leave this house. Just pretend I never had you as my son. Song Daji, in pain, ran out into the yard, shouting, Fine. So that's why Mother's been so hostile to me lately. So it's because you blame me for Dahu's death. You're really confused. Daha's death was his own bad luck. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Minggui's face turned black with anger at his shamelessness. Damn beast, truly a beast. Why wasn't the person who died Song Daji? Could this be what they call a disaster that lasts for generations? Song Daji was beaten to a swollen face and nose, and he was furious inside. He was already a father of 3 children, yet he was still chased around the yard after being beaten. What kind of situation was this? His mother was really confused. It seemed she wouldn't be scared unless they split the family. Mother, since you no longer like me, let's split the family. Lu Minggui looked at him steadily. Split the family? Song Daji, are you serious? Seeing his mother's serious expression, he thought she was just scared. He also remembered what his father-in-law said during the day. His father-in-law said that now that Song Dahai was dead, he left Shin Jiyue, her unborn child, and a little girl named Song Manman. And Song Xiaodong wasn't engaged yet. When the time came, it would cost a lot. Not to mention, old Lady Lu was quite old now and might not be able to work for the family for many more years. These people, old, weak, sick, and disabled, were all burdens. It was better to split the family early and cut ties cleanly. Song Daji thought his father-in-law's words made sense. Instead of waiting for Shen Jiyue to give birth and sit for her postpartum, adding another mouth to feed without working, it was better to split the family now. But when he thought of splitting the family, he was afraid the villagers would gossip about him. Hu Tsuehua gave him an idea. Go home and do nothing, not interfere with anything. Just eat when hungry, sleep when full. After some time like this, old Lady Lu would get so annoyed that she would voluntarily suggest splitting the family. Tsuehua said she was confident she could make old Lady Lu unbearable. If they split the family, and old Lady Lu insisted on staying with the main household, they wouldn't have to care for Shin Jiyue and her daughter, nor Song Xiaodong. They could just treat old Lady Lu as a labor. But if old Lady Lu wanted to take care of Shin Jiyue, then the main household wouldn't care about them at all. At first, Song Daji hesitated about splitting the family. But now, after Lu Minggui grabbed a stick and beat him wildly, he made up his mind immediately. They must split the family. This household has to be divided. If things continued like this, his mother would be driven crazy. If they let the old lady ride over them, how could he have a good life? Lu Minggui had no expression on her face, unable to show happiness or anger, but inside, she felt more joy than surprise. In her previous life, her eldest brother's family never mentioned splitting the family. In this life, she only acted as a temporary manager for a few days. Since she didn't serve as a servant for the main household, they couldn't wait to cut ties with her. But coincidentally, she also wanted to free herself from these blood-sucking relatives. Originally, Lu Minggui worried that there were no workers at home and feared that Shinjoy wouldn't be cared for when she had her baby. Now, she realized she was overthinking. Not to mention Hu Tsuehua's personality. Would she help take care of Shinjoy? Maybe she would even cause troubles secretly. Also, she called her family to help dig wild vegetables, planning to sell everything at the White House to Zhu Yufang. What if they still lived together, and the main household found out? She couldn't let the main household discover the secret of the White House, nor did she want to give Song Daji and his wife a single coin. So, when she suggested in the evening that her family help dig wild vegetables, she had already made up her mind. It was better to split early. When the disaster year truly arrived, she would let her eldest brother's family fend for themselves. While she was silent, Song Daji was also carefully observing her, but he couldn't tell her emotions. However, he was sure that his mother didn't want to split the family. Thinking of this, he felt even more proud. If he had known that splitting the family would scare his mother, he would have used this trick long ago. Mother, I didn't want to split the family at first, but look at what you've become now. You don't work in the fields, and you don't cook at home. If you hadn't abandoned your responsibilities, Tsuehua wouldn't have run back to her mother's house. This time, I finally begged Tsuehua to come back. My father-in-law said if it happens again, he will divorce us. Mother, think about it. I'm already this old. If we divorce, how can I find another wife? Can you really bear to see our family fall apart? He spoke with a serious tone, pretending to be heartfelt. Mother, as long as you stay the same, our family can still live happily together. Like before, Lu Mingui repeated, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. But Song Daji didn't notice and thought she had agreed. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as his mother was willing to listen to him, that was enough. Controlling his mother meant controlling everyone else. Yes, mother. Weren't you very diligent before? Why have you become so lazy these days? I know second brother's death hurt you, but everyone has to look forward. We must keep going as best as we can. Lu Mingui felt a wave of disgust. She spoke kindly, but it seemed she was just trying to fool herself into continuing to work hard. Song Daji became more and more excited, as if he believed he was right. Now that second brother is gone and I am still young, if you don't rely on me, who can you rely on? In the future, you should take some money and send Jinbao to study and learn to read. When he becomes an official, you'll be a retired noble lady. Hearing this, Lu Mingui couldn't hold back any longer. She spat at him angrily. Phew, Jinbao is lazy and foolish. How can he be a student? Humph, don't dream about that, and don't fill my wife's head with empty words. No matter how much money you make in the future, this family belongs to me. Song Daji was surprised. Mother, are you really going to divide the family? Isn't that what you suggested first? Lu Mingui raised her voice. Xiao Dong, go invite the village elder to come here. Tell him Song Daji wants to split the family. Her voice trembled, but it wasn't fear. She was excited. Song Daji didn't expect her to be so eager to split the family and to call the village elder so late. Did she really dislike their big family that much? He always thought he was the eldest son, especially since their father died early. He believed he held the authority at home and was the head of the family. Everyone depended on him, and even his mother should respect him. But now his mother said she wanted to split the family? He clenched his teeth. Mother, don't regret this. Whoever regrets is a fool. Lu Mingui replied lightly, then urged Song Xiaodong. Hurry up. If you're late, the village elder will be resting. Xiaodong hesitated. Mother, are you really going to invite the village elder? Are we really splitting the family? When did mother start thinking about splitting? Could the family really part ways with the eldest brother? Was it because he hit her? Lu Mingui glared at him. If I tell you to go, then go. Do you still want to be sent to the carpenter's place? Have you forgotten the hardships you've endured? Thinking about Qian Carpenter's family, Song Xiaodong shivered with fear and quickly ran towards the main house. The village head's family name is Wang, a prominent family in the village. He was about to rest when Song Xiaodong called him over. Your mother and your older brother want to split the family? That's so sudden. Did something happen? Song Xiaodong shook his head. He had just left Qian Carpenter's place and returned home, so he didn't know anything. The village had looked a bit confused. Everyone knows that Song Lu's family is very kind, especially to Song Daji's family. And now that Song Dae has died, Song Lu's family will have to rely more on Song Daji's family. Why would they want to split now? Maybe Song Lu is being stubborn, trying to boss around Song Daji? That's not impossible. Some of the village women are quite cunning. If Song Lu is like that, trying to control Song Daji but using herself to do it, she will definitely be scolded. Thinking of this, the village head felt more energetic and hurriedly went to the Song family. At the Song house, Hu Tsuehua was hiding inside, listening carefully. When she heard her mother-in-law agree to split the family, she was very happy. A few days ago, she had listened to Song Daji and thought she could endure for money, but now she couldn't take it anymore. That old woman does nothing all day and keeps forcing them to work in the fields. If they work in the fields, how can she do embroidery and make money? She originally thought she needed to flatter her to persuade her to split the family. But unexpectedly, because Song Xiaodong refused to learn carpentry and they fought, it suddenly became necessary to split. She had long disliked her mother-in-law, and now her wish was finally coming true. The three children were playing inside. Erfan saw her mother listening for a while and finally smiling, immediately asked, Mom, are we going to split the family? Jean Bao also looked over. Split the family? Hu Tsuehua nodded fiercely.
Yes.
I want to see how that old woman will live after leaving us. She can cry and beg me then. I won't give her a drop of water. Erfin raised her eyebrows, almost identical to her mother. Yes, this old woman dares to make me wash dishes. She deserves to have a hard life from now on, Goldbow shouted. That's right. Now she won't even give me eggs. We need to split the family. In the yard, Song Daji felt more and more uncomfortable. He sat on the muddy ground, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Heartless mother. Does she hate her son that much? Once she says split the family, it has to happen. In the dim evening light, his screams could be heard, heart-wrenching, but it was hard to tell if he was just pretending. Lu Mingui didn't care about the main household. She called Shinjoy and Man and told them again about splitting the family. Man was still very young and didn't understand what splitting the family meant. Shinjoy, however, looked worried, her eyes full of confusion about the future. But she usually listened to her mother-in-law and didn't object. In just a short while, Wang Lijing arrived at the Song house, followed by many villagers. That's how the village was. People liked to gather and watch. They had finished dinner and had nothing else to do. Now that the Song family was splitting up, interesting things were happening. Wang Lijing entered and asked loudly, Song Lu's wife, are you really going to split the family? This is no joke. Lu Mingui was not afraid of Lijing. She was not the type to shout for no reason. If she said they would split, then they would. She also had a lot of grievances to vent. Old Lijing, I have a hard life. Dai went to serve in the army for Song Daji and died outside. Xiaodong was sent to learn carpentry by Song Daji and almost got bullied to death by that family. I work early and late, doing chores and cooking for them. Yesterday, I didn't cook a single meal, and they went to town to enjoy themselves. When they came back, they scolded me for not cooking. Old Lijing, tell me, which young person would treat their mother so badly? This family is a disaster. Anyone who gets involved will be unlucky. If we don't split up soon, I fear I might die at their hands someday. Lijing frowned as he looked at the sorrowful Lu Mingui. Suddenly, he remembered something. Many neighbors also recalled it. It was about Song Qingye's death. As an experienced old hunter, why did Song Qingye go deep into the mountains to provoke a bear? It's all because of Song Daji. When Song Daji was about 12 or 13, full of youthful energy, he often led the way when he went hunting with his father, Song Qingye, in Dasong Mountain. One time, he saw a bear cub and was tempted to catch it. Unexpectedly, the mother bear spotted him and charged at him. Song Qingye protected him. Both humans and bears are protective of their young, but unfortunately, the bear was stronger. It slapped Song Qingye away with one paw. Song Daji managed to escape safely. When he called others to help save his father, it was already too late. Thinking about these past events, the villagers felt uneasy. Could it really be true, as Granny Lu said, that Song Daji is a troublemaker? If it weren't for him, his experienced father wouldn't dare to provoke the bear. Looking at the Song family members, the most noticeable is Shun Jiwa. She is so thin that only her belly is prominent, staring blankly into the distance. She looks so skinny, like a bean sprout, sitting on the doorstep, holding her cheeks, with fear in her eyes for Jin Bao and the children. As for Song Xiaodong, he's even more skeletal. Granny Lu is also obvious to everyone. She's busy every day, picking wild vegetables, gathering dry wood, watering the fields, planting beans. She does all kinds of work. Looking again at Song Daji, although he sits on the ground with a sad face, he hasn't shed a single tear. There's also Hu Tsuehua, whose skin is fairer than most village women, indicating she doesn't go to the fields often and lives quite comfortably. The three children of the main household are taller and chubbier than other village kids. This contrast makes people think that Song Daji's family might not only be a troublemaker, but could also be unlucky enough to attract others' good fortune. Otherwise, why are they plump and fair, while others are dark and thin? No wonder Granny Lu wants to split the family. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? The villagers' hearts are mostly with Lu Mingui, and now they feel even more sorry for her. The village chief also softened his tone. All right, if things are too hard, then split the family. But, Song Lu, you must think carefully. Now that you're older, without relying on Song Daji's family, do you want to depend on Shen's family instead? He whispered again. How about waiting until Song Xiaodong gets married? Then you can ask for a division of the family property? Look at you all, so weak and sickly. He glanced at Shin Jiyue and the others, feeling almost unable to look directly at them. But Lu Minggui had already decided to break away from Song Daji's family. Respectfully, she said, "Old village chief, this matter must be settled. I want to live a few more years, see Dae's wife have a baby, and help Xiaodong get married." The village chief stopped trying to persuade her. If not dividing the family means death, then just divide it. He nodded and said, "All right, divide it. Who do you want to live with?" Lu Minggui hurriedly replied, "I want to stay with Xiaodong and take care of Jiyue." Just split off Song Daji. The village chief looked at her, then at the villagers gathered around. He picked a few young men and said, "Go get the family register, the elders of the Song family, and the head of the clan. Song Daji, don't sit on the ground and cry." What kind of look is that? All members of the Song family come over and listen carefully. Because of the village chief's authority, Song Daji stopped crying, and Hu Tsuehua no longer hid in the dark to play the cricket. Shen Jiyue, supported carefully, also managed to stand up, and Song Xiaodong straightened his back. The family register arrived quickly. Knowing that the Song family was about to split, they had already brought the yellow register to confirm household registration, land, and property. Under the witness of the elders and the clan head, they checked all the land and household belongings. "Let's start with dividing the land," the village chief said, and the family register was ready with paper and pen. Currently, the Song family owns 27 acres of land. 17 acres are divided according to the number of family members, and the remaining 10 acres were bought when Song Qingye was alive. After discussing with the elders, they made a plan. The original 17 acres are divided by household members, and now it will still be divided this way. The remaining 10 acres will be split into two parts, one of 6 acres near the river, and the other of 4 acres on the hillside. Song Daji, your family will take the 4 acres on the hillside. Song Lushi, you, Song Dae's wife, and Xiaodong's family will take the 6 acres. Song Lushi, do you have any objections? Lu Minggui quickly shook her head. We listened to the village chief, but Hu Tsuehua was unhappy. Village chief, why do they get 6 acres near the river? The land near the river is easy to water, healthy, and produces a high yield. The village chief gave her a cold look, then turned to Song Daji and said, "You talk to your wife." Song Daji quickly responded and went to pull Hu Tsuehua. Hu Tsuehua, used to being strong-willed, was upset when the village chief ignored her. Song Daji, don't pull me. How many people are in your family? Including Shun Joy's unborn baby, only 5. Our family now has 5 members. Jinbao is grown up and can eat a lot. There should be more land given to us. Nearby, Jia Shou couldn't listen anymore and scolded. Hu Shi, you are really being unreasonable. Your family has 5 people, but over there they have 2 households. Your mother-in-law will be cared for by Song Xiaodong in the future, so shouldn't they give him a little more land? Let me tell you, the village chief is watching your children, and they are at the age to eat a lot. Giving you an extra acre of land was already generous. Stop being so unreasonable. It's just too much. Wang Lijing was already unhappy inside. He had been the village chief for many years and always acted fairly. No one had ever dared to question him like this. No wonder Lu Posey was eager to split the family. It turned out she was dealing with such an unreasonable daughter-in-law. He lightly said to Song Daji, marrying an unworthy wife can ruin 3 generations. Song Daji was a weak man, and since it was the village chief speaking, he lowered his head and dared not reply. Hu Tsuehua's face turned pale. Hearing the village chief's words, only women with thin skin might consider ending their lives, but she was thick-skinned. After a moment, her face recovered somewhat. The villagers started whispering, probably criticizing Hu Tsuehua. Soon, the village chief began counting the household items. A single iron pot, 2 ceramic basins, 2 wooden basins, 1 small clay stove, 7 coarse porcelain bowls, a water jar, 8 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, a salt jar, and an oil jar. Though these were small items, they were essential for daily life. Fortunately, Hu Tsuefa didn't care much for these things, and after being scolded by the village chief, she didn't argue. Everything was divided equally. If it couldn't be split, they would draw lots. As for the bedding and clothes, since there was little extra, each kept their own and did not share. The rest of the household items, including rice, flour, cooking oil, even the salt in the jar and firewood in the corner, were all clearly divided. The 3 old hens were also given to Song Daji's family. Lu Mingue didn't argue. She just wanted to finish dividing everything quickly. Then came the house. Currently, the Song family has a 3-room main house facing north and south. The central room is the main hall where they usually eat. On both sides of the main hall are bedrooms. On the west side is a room where Shun Jiua lives with her family, and on the east side is Lu Mingue's room. There are also small houses built on both sides of the yard. The west side house is divided into 2 rooms, where Song Daji's family lives, one for the couple and one for the children. There is also a small room on the east side, which is Song Xiaodong's room. It is short and small, and if he gets married in the future, they will need to build a new house. Another building is the kitchen. Outside the kitchen, there is a pile of firewood, and next to it is the chicken coop, where 3 old hens are kept. The village chief glanced around and said, "When dividing the house, you should think long-term. Song Daji's children are grown up now. In a few years, they will start looking for marriage partners, and the small house definitely won't be enough." He looked at Song Daji and said, "You're the eldest son, and you have 2 younger brothers. They will soon be adults, and it won't be good to keep everyone cramped in the small house." Song Daji thought he had a point. "Village chief, what do you suggest we do? Based on your family size, you could find a piece of unused land in the village to build a new house." Rebuilding a house. Song Daji hesitated. Building a new house costs a lot of money. He was unsure what to do and looked at Hu Tsuefa's expression. But Hu Tsuefa thought building a new house was a good idea. First, the small house is really too tiny. Now Jinbao is 8 years old, and Irfan is 7. They can't keep sleeping together anymore. Originally, she thought about letting Jinbao stay in Song Xiaodong's house since he rarely comes back. But now things are different. Since Song Xiaodong isn't going to the carpenter's shop, he will have to stay at home from now on. Second, since they have divided the family, she doesn't want to live with the old lady anymore. Living separately means she can be the mistress of her own home, eat what she wants, and feel free. Moreover, the small house is made of mud bricks, dark inside all day long. It's nowhere near as bright and grand as a brick and tile house. Money is not a problem. She and Aji have saved nearly 20 taels of silver. She plans to borrow a little from her family, enough to build a big blue brick house. Thinking this, she nudged Song Daji's waist to signal him to agree. Although reluctant, Song Daji listened to her. "Old village chief, please give us a piece of land to build our house. Once it's built, we'll move in." Wang Lijing nodded and said to the official record keeper, "Just prepare the land application documents and have him stamp it." The record keeper agreed and handed over the family separation papers. "If there's no problem, just stamp it," Hu Tsuehua suddenly said. "Hold on, we've finished dividing the stuff, but the family's silver and money haven't been divided yet." She remembered that the old lady still had 5 taels of silver. Since they're dividing the family, this money should also be shared. The village chief also said, "That's right. If there's still silver and money, it should be divided clearly." Lu Mingue sneered silently. She knew Hu Tsuehua wouldn't stay quiet for long and was already eyeing the family's silver. Since that's the case, she decided to show them so they wouldn't be robbed by thieves every day. She turned around and went into the house to take out a small pouch. When Hu Tsuehua saw the pouch, her breathing grew heavier. She gave Song Daji a look. "See, I told you the old lady still has silver." Song Daji immediately responded with a look. "Since she insists on dividing the family, don't blame us for being rude." Lu Mingue pretended not to see their eager eyes. Under the dim oil lamp, she poured out all 3 or 400 copper coins from the pouch. As for the broken silver piece, she had already hidden it inside the White House, where no one could take it. The sound of coins dropping and hitting stopped quickly. Song Daji opened his mouth in disbelief. "Is that all?" Hu Tsuehua snatched the pouch and examined it carefully. How is that possible? Seeing how anxious they were, Lu Mingyue felt both cold and amused. These two really were fixated on her money bag. Looking back, she realized that in her previous life, these two probably thought she still had money, which is why they brought her along to escape poverty. On the way to escape, Song Deji repeatedly tested whether she still had money, and Hu Tsuehua secretly searched her clothes. Later, it was probably discovered that she really had no money at all, so they decided to leave her in the broken temple. Before, when she fainted, these two troublemakers took the opportunity to steal 30 coins from her. Fortunately, her money was not all kept together. Besides a few dozen coins in the box, most of it was hidden under the mattress beneath the bedboard, so it went unnoticed. Lu Mingyue snorted and asked, "How much do you think there should be?" Wang Lijing's sharp eyes also looked at the two of them. Then he asked, "What? Is there something wrong with this money? If there's a problem, say it now. When we split the family, don't cause trouble again." His tone was warning, mainly because Wang Lijing didn't think Hu Tsuehua was easy to deal with. Hu Tsuehua swallowed and shouted, "It's definitely not right. How can there be so little? Back then, my father-in-law was a famous hunter in 10 villages. He hunted so many things. Didn't he exchange them for silver? Mother, are you trying to fool us with this little money?" Song Daji also stared at Lu Mingyue, upset because the originally planned over 5 taels of silver had turned into just a few hundred copper coins. "Mother, since we're splitting the family, you shouldn't play tricks on us. Our family's silver isn't hidden from us." Lu Mingyue raised her voice and said, "Old Master Lijing, although I don't keep accounts, I remember things well. When Song Qingye was killed by the bear, it was my brother-in-law and you who arranged everything. At that time, we had 20 taels of silver, and you know that too." Wang Lijing nodded and said, "That's right. At that time, seeing you as a woman and with the Song family's declining numbers, we helped manage things together." Lu Mingyue continued, "Over the years, I, as a woman, haven't earned any income. All household expenses depended on those 20 taels of silver. First, Song Daji got married, and the bride price was 5 taels of silver to Hu Tsuehua's family. Then a banquet cost another 1 or 2 taels. Song Daji hurriedly asked, "So, there should still be 14 taels left?" Lu Mingyue looked at him calmly and asked back, "14 taels? Have you been eating and drinking from the sky all these years? Or did you earn it yourself?" Just then, a burst of laughter sounded from the crowd. The words were rough, but they made sense. It's true. You don't realize how expensive everyday life is until you manage a household. The 7 essential things to open a door are firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Which of these costs nothing? Song Daji is quite good at only watching his mother's money bag, but he doesn't realize that all daily expenses come from that money. Song Daji was blushing with embarrassment, being told that he himself was responsible for his food and drink. Is he a pig or a dog? Lu Mingyue continued, "Now that your father has been gone for 12 years, your brothers have married, your younger sister has married, and the household expenses and social visits all cost money. So, what's left are these. If you want to divide, then do so. If anyone doesn't believe it, just search the house. She used to be good at managing the household, careful with money, or else she would have to borrow outside money." Listening to her, Wang Lijing and the elders looked at the pile of copper coins, feeling a bit reluctant. Old Lady Lu is too old to earn money. Young Song Xiaodong is still young, and Song De's wife is pregnant. The family only has this little money. How will they manage in the future? The village chief cleared his throat. "Ahem, with so little money, we old folks have discussed it and decided not to divide it. Just leave it all to Song Lu's family." Song Daji, do you agree? He thought Song Daji would definitely agree. Although they had divided the family, they were still one family. His own mother and younger brother. Surely they wouldn't be so heartless as to cut them off completely? But unexpectedly, Song Daji didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Hu Tsuehua. Hu Tsuehua understood immediately. "Village chief, even though it's only a little over 400 coins, since we're dividing the family, it should be clear and fair. Even the smallest thing is money. Why shouldn't she share?" This village chief is really old, probably confused. If these people weren't all old enough to be on their deathbeds, I'd think the village chief has a thing for her widow mother. His mind is completely gone.
Dividing? Just this little?
Are you serious about dividing? Wang Lijing was a bit shocked, thinking he must have heard wrong. But Hu Tsuefa emphasized again, yes, dividing. It must be divided. The village chief is the most fair and strict. He wouldn't show favoritism, right? Wang Lijing naturally didn't take this obvious threat seriously. Anyway, in the future, he wouldn't be the one embarrassed in the village. But I couldn't help but scold her, saying, "You woman, you've truly lost your conscience. Enough. If we're going to split, let's do it properly." Song Lu's wife, do you have any objections? Lu Mingue shook her head. Old village chief, my wife has no objections. We are willing to split everything clearly and thoroughly. The village chief felt sorry for Lu Mingue and stroked his beard. Then let's split it. Count the coins carefully. The clerk stepped forward and counted the pile of copper coins, stacking every 10 together. There are a total of 484 coins. Each family can get 121 coins. He first separated 4 stacks, then combined 3 of them and handed them to Lu Mingue. Since the second and third households live with Song Lu's family, naturally, the money belongs to her. The remaining stack was given to Song Daji. Daji was happy and put the coins into his pocket, tucking them into his chest. Lu Mingue looked coldly at the first household and suddenly said, "Old village chief, I have divided my silver and money. Shouldn't the first household also take out their share?" Song Daji has been married for 9 years, but he has never contributed a single copper coin for household expenses. Daji and his wife, who were happily smiling, were stunned. What? Now, they wanted money from them? Daji quickly tried to smile, awkwardly. "Mother, we don't have any silver." Lu Mingue remained calm. "You don't have silver? That can't be right. Didn't you just say that hunting in the mountains makes good money? If you catch foxes or rabbits, their pelts can sell for a lot and the meat can be exchanged for grain. Every day you go to Datsong Mountain. When you come down, isn't your basket always full? And Hu Tsuehua often visits her family. Is her hands ever empty? Look at the rouge and powder on her face. That money must come from the wind." Hu Tsuehua hurriedly said, "My rouge and powder are the cheapest. I didn't go to town to visit my family. I sell embroidery." Lu Mingue waited for her to finish and asked, "Since you're selling embroidery, where did the money go?" Hu Tsuehua hesitated and couldn't answer. "Over the years, you've been eating and using my things. The clothes on your children were bought with my money. You all are good, hunting, weaving, embroidery, earning silver. Now, when it comes to dividing the family property, you even want to take the last copper coin from the public fund. Let me tell you, since you want to be clear, let's count all the expenses over these years." Some villagers who didn't like Song Daji spoke up in support. "Speaking of which, a couple of years ago, I saw Daji catch a fox. Its fur was very beautiful. If sold in town, it could be worth at least 5 taels of silver. Last time I saw him hunt a wild chicken. That fat bird weighed at least 2 or 3 jin. Daji is good at hunting. He's got some of his father's skills. But he's lazy, fishing for 3 days and resting for 2. The conversation started to drift off topic. Wang Lijing interrupted the villagers' talk. "Based on this estimate, over the years, your big family has saved at least 30 taels of silver." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Tsuehua shouted, "Nonsense. Where would we have 30 taels? Old Lijing, you can't count it like that. Daji doesn't always catch something every time he hunts. Out of 10 tries, he often comes back empty-handed 8 times. And look at the handkerchief I embroidered. It took me so long to finish just a small piece, and making money isn't that easy." Zhao Annie, who had been holding back, finally spoke up. "Now you admit that making money is hard, but earlier you pushed your mother-in-law into a corner? You want to share over 400 coins. You're really heartless." Others nodded in agreement. Exactly, they don't realize how painful it is when things don't go their way. Some young wives who had embroidered handkerchiefs with Hu Tsuehua also joined the conversation. Hu Tsuehua is skilled. Her embroidered handkerchiefs are a bit more expensive than others. Yes, she doesn't do farm work, spends all day embroidering, and even weaves cloth. The village had listened to these voices and looked at Song Daji and his wife. "Did you hear that? Don't think no one knows how much you've earned. Everyone can guess. Hu Tsuehua's face turned pale, and she stubbornly said, "There can't be that much. You can't falsely accuse us." Seeing she wouldn't admit it, the village head said straightforwardly, "Don't argue. If you don't show the money, I'll estimate the amount for you. Let's say 15 taels of silver for your mother." But as soon as he said 15 taels, Hu Tsuehua looked like a dog that had been stepped on its tail. 15 taels? That's like asking for someone's life. Where would we get that much? You all are good at talking nonsense. Old village chief, please help us. Don't bully us like this. Wang the village chief was old and very tired. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this troublemaker so late. He sneered and said, "Then search." He had seen many messy disputes during family splits, so he knew how to handle these people. First, the leader of the search immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, I will search." He was a strong man who usually helped the village chief with work. "Last time, a family buried silver in the ground, and I found it all. Don't worry, I can find it quickly." Initially calm, Hu Tsuehua and Song Daji immediately stood in front of the side room door. Song Daji was more upset than when his father died. "Village chief, Leader Jia, we are willing to give silver. It's really not that much. Our family isn't well off, and the children are greedy. We spent the silver we earned on food. We can give at most 5 taels of silver." Hu Tsuehua also said, "My mother is unwell. I buy tonic for her every time. We've already spent all the silver." These words were partly true and partly false. They had spent quite a bit, and their relatives had also given some. But now, they had saved up about 20 taels of silver. Wang the village chief's sharp eyes flicked between the two, and he still told the leader, "Go search." He didn't believe their words. Song Daji's heart tightened, and he quickly increased the offer. 7 taels. "No more than that. We really have no extra money at home." "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Trying to bargain with me here?" Wang's face darkened, clearly angry. "Go search. Turn their house upside down and check carefully." Song Daji and his wife were stunned, their lips trembling, but they dared not say another no. In the village chief was like an emperor. His words carried more weight than officials. Hu Tsuehua also regretted it. They shouldn't have bargained earlier. Now they had lost more. Leader Jia knew exactly where villagers hide their money: inside cabinets, under beds, in pillows. Of course, besides these places, he even checked the thatched roof of the house. Every time he found something, Song Daji and his wife looked paler. Soon, the shiny silver coins spilled onto the wooden table, dazzling everyone under the oil lamp. "Wow, there really is so much silver. This is truly a lot of money. Is there ever not enough money? Haven't you heard what Granny Lu said? Since they got married, they haven't spent a single copper coin." That's true. They eat and use what others give them, hunt, and do embroidery. If I were them, I could save up silver too. Some villagers looked envious, while others looked down on them. Lu Mingui looked at the silver, feeling surprised. The big family had hidden their wealth well. Although she and the villagers guessed the couple was rich, she never expected they had saved so much. They even pretended to be poor in front of her, which was really dishonest. The head of the village clapped his hands and said, "Sir, I think all the silver is here." Wang Lijing looked at Song Daji and his wife with pride and disdain. "See, this is what happens when you argue with him." The clerk quickly weighed the silver with a scale and counted the copper coins. The total silver is 22.5 taels, and there are 872 copper coins. Wang Lijing snorted and said, "Since the money was earned by the Song family, it can't be divided into 4 parts. Just split it in half. Divide 10.5 taels of silver to Mrs. Song Lu, and give her half of the copper coins." Song Daji and his wife watched helplessly as the silver they had saved for years was taken out and divided, their hearts aching. Hu Tsuehua sat on the ground and cried loudly, "Mother, I don't want to live anymore. This is so cruel. All of you are too mean. So ruthless." "Stop crying," the village chief shouted. "When you were planning to share your mother-in-law's 400 coins earlier, weren't you proud? Splitting your family's 22.5 taels of silver in half won't affect your family much. But just now, when you wanted to take your mother-in-law's 400 coins, that was trying to take her life. Talking about being ruthless, you are the real ones. As he finished, the people around nodded in agreement. Song Daji and his wife seemed to want her life, so why pretend to be pitiful now? Wang Lijing added, Song Daji, Song Hushur, I will tell you one last time. The matter of dividing the family is over. If you cause trouble again or think strange thoughts, you will only bring yourself suffering. The village will no longer accept you. Hu Tsuehua sniffled and held back her tears, but inside, she hated these people, especially Lu Mingui. Wang Lijing spoke again to Lu Mingui, saying, Song Lu's family, now that you have money, you should live a good life from now on. Your daughter-in-law is carrying the last child of the Dea family. You must take good care of her. And Xiao Dong, since he is no longer learning carpentry, make sure the land at home is well farmed. If your family faces any difficulties, the villagers will help as much as they can. Lu Mingui nodded and agreed. Wang Lijing felt satisfied and asked, Is there anything else you want to say? If not, we will sign the family separation document. Lu Mingui clenched her teeth and made a firm decision. Old Lijing, can we add a line to the separation document? That in the future, no matter who gets married or has funerals, each family handles their own affairs and they won't interfere with each other. The village head was surprised. Are you trying to cut ties with Song Daji's family? Don't be foolish. Even if you separate from Song Daji's family, they're still supposed to provide grain and support for your old age according to the rules. But if you cut ties completely, you won't get anything from them. Many families in the village have separated before. When sons grow up and get married, living together often causes conflicts. One says one thing, the other says another, and fights might start. But even after separating, they are still family. When real problems come up, they still need to gather and discuss. Brothers and uncles helping each other is how life can go on. Why are you thinking about cutting ties altogether? When Daji heard about cutting ties, he was stunned. He looked at Lu Mingui in disbelief, never expecting her to be so cold-hearted. Lu Mingui didn't look at him. Instead, she sighed at the village head. Old Lijing, if they still consider me family, why would I do this? Seeing her disappointed eyes and recalling the scene of dividing the property earlier, the village head hesitated but said nothing more to persuade her. All right then. Write in the separation agreement that the ties are cut. He quickly used his brush to write the separation document, adding the clause about cutting ties. Soon, the document was completed. The village head said some polite words, and everyone signed their names with their fingerprints. The matter was settled. This commotion had been going on for almost 6 hours, and the lamp oil was nearly finished. The villagers, still eager, each went back to their own homes. Lu Mingui saw the village elders and the head of the clan off. Thank you all today. Here is some money. Please enjoy some tea. The village head, Wang, looked at the string of coins. There were about 200 coins. He thought she was generous and was glad he had helped her earlier. He was pleased with Lu Mingui's actions. He nodded and took the money. Tonight, they worked late on the family division. They drafted the documents, helped search for silver, and the elders served as witnesses. It was proper to receive some tea money. Since Song Lushur was so polite, he decided to take better care of her family in the future. After seeing everyone leave, Lu Mingui returned to the yard. The moonlight made the yard bright. Because of the family split, things were scattered around here and there. Song Xiaodong was busy moving things into the house, and even pregnant Shinjua helped carry small items. At the side door, Hu Tsuehua's eyes were red as she stared at Lu Mingui as if she wanted to eat her alive. This mean old woman had taken over more than 10 taels of her silver. It felt like she was taking her life. All that silver was earned with her hard work. She had over 20 taels before, enough to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. Now, she could only build a mud house. You old witch! I'll fight you! She gritted her teeth and charged at Lu Mingui. Lu Mingui was prepared. In the past, she wouldn't have believed that a younger person would dare to hit an elder. But in her previous life, Song Daji pushed her down to death. What couldn't they do? Knowing she was too old to fight Hu Tsuehua, she stepped back and grabbed a fire poker from the wall, ready to defend herself. But just as Hu Tsuehua reached her, Song Daji suddenly slapped her in the face. Enough! Hu Tsuehua, if you dare to hit my mother, I will divorce you. He was a hunter and very strong. The slap made Hutsuehua tilt her head, her eyes spinning. She looked at Song Daji in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Song Daji's eyes were red, and he looked wild, crying and shouting. "I hit you. If it weren't for your instigation, I wouldn't have talked about splitting the family with my mother. I miss my mother so much. I feel like I have no mother anymore." Lu Mingui was surprised when he hit Hutsuehua, but then he quickly calmed down again. He didn't really know what kind of person he was. Right now, he was just upset because of the broken family letter, or maybe. Lu Mingui couldn't help but guess malicious thoughts. Perhaps it was because of the 10 taels of silver he received tonight. That seemed very likely. Moreover, compared to Hutsuehua, he disliked Song Daji even more. Hutsuehua was his daughter-in-law, with her own parents, but Song Daji was his own son, and he felt he owed him the most. So, she pretended not to see Song Daji and turned to Shinji Yue and said, "You shouldn't tire yourself now. Take Man and go to sleep. I and Xiaodong will finish tidying up and then sleep too." She arranged things for everyone and then started moving her belongings into the house. When Hutsuehua realized what was happening, she grabbed and bit Song Daji. "Song Daji, I will fight you." Song Daji let her hit and scold him. "Go ahead, hit me. Since my mother doesn't want me anymore, I might as well just die." He spoke sadly, but he caught a glimpse of his mother turning into the house. Well, that was a good performance. His mother was really heartless this time. Why? Since the audience was gone, Song Daji was too tired to keep acting. He impatiently pushed Hutsuehua away. "Enough. Stop touching me. Be careful, or I'll hit you back. Now, hurry up and pack up so we can rest early." Night fell, quiet and still. Lu Mingui, being older, didn't like staying up late. She hurriedly tidied up and then went to sleep. After the family split, she felt like a big stone was lifted from her heart, and she slept very soundly. Everyone else, except for a few children, couldn't sleep, especially the main family, whose house was filled with arguing almost all night. The next day, Lu Mingui woke up early again. Before dawn, she was already in the fields. Last night, they divided the land, but luckily, the golden needle vegetable patch was still hers. Today, she could only harvest a small handful of golden needle vegetables. After finishing, she went to the riverbank to pick melon heads. The melon plants were sparse, and she only managed to gather a handful, worth maybe a few taels. At that moment, Lu Mingui quickly noticed a small patch of dark green landweed growing at the edge of the small creek. It hadn't rained for more than 2 weeks, so how could there be landweed? Upon closer look, she realized the water level in the river had dropped a bit, exposing the dry and wet riverbed, which gave the landweed a chance to grow. Lu Mingui didn't have time to sigh. She had already started picking the landweed with her hands. The landweed looked a bit like wood ear mushrooms, but it was thinner and more delicate, with a smooth and crispy texture and a very good taste. In future droughts, she wouldn't be able to enjoy such good food. She finished picking this patch, which was just enough to stir-fry in a pan. After rinsing it with river water, she placed it into a bamboo basket. By the time she finished, the sun had just risen higher in the sky. Her stomach was growling because she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Feeling anxious, she quickly got up and headed home, as she couldn't afford to be hungry for even a moment. Near her house, she heard a melodious selling call. "Tofu for sale, tofu." Thinking of the soft, smooth tofu, she suddenly felt hungry and hurriedly quickened her steps to catch up. "Stop the tofu cart. Tofu seller, stop." After calling out a few times, Zhao Si, the tofu seller, finally stopped and set down his tofu pole. As she approached, Zhao Si cheerfully lifted the bamboo cover, revealing the steaming, white, tender tofu. "Auntie, how much tofu do you want? Cut a bit more." Lu Mingui gestured to show the size, then asked, "Is it late today?" "Not late at all. I've already sold a whole batch. Business is very good today." Zhao Si said this as he cut a large piece of tofu according to her request. "Auntie, why are you buying tofu today? Do you have guests at home? My relatives are coming," Lu Mingui replied, "or maybe I can exchange some beans for you." "How about eggs?" In the village, buying tofu didn't require money. You could exchange it for beans or eggs. But her family had run out of beans, and fresh bean sprouts were still growing in the field. Zhao Ci's eyes lit up. Beans are good, but eggs are even better.
Just 2 eggs, Auntie.
I'll also cut you another piece of tofu so you won't lose out. Lu Mingyue waved her hand. No need to cut anymore. These are enough to eat. I'll give you an egg, and you can put some bean paste on it. Wait a moment, I'll go get a bowl. All right. Lu Mingyue turned and walked toward her yard. Song Xiaodong hurried over and took the bamboo basket from her hand. Mother, you went to the fields early this morning. Is that Zhao Ci, the tofu seller outside? Do we want to buy some tofu? Yes, go get a big ceramic bowl for the tofu and a small bowl for the bean paste. She took the opportunity to go inside and took out 3 eggs from the space. The 3 plump, white eggs caught Zhao Ci's eye. He sold tofu around the neighborhood and had never seen such big eggs. Even if he had, he wouldn't be willing to exchange them for tofu. Oh wow, Auntie, you're so honest. He said this while filling the bean paste to the brim, almost making Song Xiaodong unable to carry it. Lu Mingyue also smiled. Your bean paste is delicious. I can't make this flavor at home. Now, bean paste sells for 15 cents per jean. She wasn't losing out. Everyone in the village knew Zhao Ci was honest. Moreover, her family had run out of beans and couldn't make more bean paste now.
Zhao Ci smiled.
Then I'll fill a little more for you. After they finished buying, someone called out for tofu again. Zhao Ci hurriedly carried his basket and left. The mother and daughter headed home. Song Xiaodong nagged, Mother, I already cooked some coarse rice porridge. It's waiting for you to come home and eat. Next time there's work in the fields, just call me and I'll do it. Got it? Mother didn't go to the fields, so I just dug some wild vegetables, Lu Mingyue said, holding the tofu. Where's your second sister-in-law? She took Man to the back of the house to catch bugs and feed the chickens. I told her to rest, but she said it's not hard work. Lu Mingyue felt a bit helpless. Shun Jiyue was always restless. She still needed to persuade her more. Just then, Song Xiaodong softly said, Mother, look. Actually, Lu Mingyue had already seen. Jinbao was lying by the side room window, looking into the yard with a sneaky look in his eyes. She chose to ignore him, frowning as she carried the tofu into the main room. Song Xiaodong closed the door and then asked, Mother, I've been meaning to ask since last night. Are we really going to split the family with Big Brother? Foolish child, isn't everything already divided? Why are you still reluctant? Song Xiaodong shook his head. It's not that, I just think it's a bit sudden. Mother used to like Big Brother's family very much, and also Jinbao and the others. Once we decided to split, we did, and even wrote a letter to cut ties. Lu Mingyue asked, Do you think Mother is heartless? Do you think she did something wrong? Song Xiaodong quickly shook his head. No, Mother must have her reasons. It's just that Big Brother cried so sadly yesterday. I couldn't bear to see it. Xiaodong, I know you're soft-hearted, but before she finished, the door was kicked open from outside. It was an 8 or 9-year-old child, and he had quite a bit of strength, making the wooden door shake. It was Jinbao, with Erfan and Yinbao behind him. The 3 kids looked fierce, like bandits. Jinbao shouted, Where's the tofu? I want to eat tofu. Erfan also called out, I saw you guys making tofu, and you locked the door to eat it all by yourselves. Jinbao was clever. He immediately saw the tofu on the table and rushed forward to grab it. But Lu Mingyue was faster. She carried a basin of tofu to the side, and Jinbao, who was about to snatch it, missed. He tried again, but was blocked by Song Xiaodong. She scolded, Jinbao, what are you doing? Although Jinbao was a few years younger, he was strong and didn't take Song Xiaodong, who was thin as straw, seriously. I said I want to eat tofu. Are you deaf? Quick, give me the tofu. I want to eat, I want to eat. Erfan's eyes were bright and fierce, also staring at the tofu. Song Xiaodong was so angry at their behavior. How could juniors fight with elders over food? All of you get out. Even if we have already split, or if we haven't, you shouldn't be fighting your grandmother for food. Get out now. He pushed toward Jinbao, but Jinbao stood firm, even pushing back a little, looking tough. Lu Mingyue watched the 3 children coldly, feeling very disappointed inside. Fortunately, There was a fire poker in the corner, which she had placed there yesterday after trying to hit Hu Tsuefa but failed and casually left it there. Xiaodong, move aside. These ingrates talking is useless. She raised the fire poker and struck Jin Bao. The blow hit Jin Bao hard, and he let out a loud cry. Old woman, how dare you hit me? I'm going to tell my dad and mom. You hit Tofu and don't give us any to eat. Erfan saw her grandmother start hitting people whenever she disagreed, and she knew she wouldn't get any good treatment, so she turned to run outside. But Lu Minggui was determined to teach the 3 kids a lesson today. She swung her second stick at her.
Erfan screamed, "Ah!
I came in with brother Jin Bao. Why are you hitting me?" Lu Minggui didn't care who led her. This time she wanted to teach the children a good lesson. Seeing her hit Tofu and rush to grab it, she wondered if next time other things might also be taken. If she didn't stop them, they might hurt her again. It seemed she had to be more strict. Since Song Daji and Hu Tsuexia didn't care for the children, she decided to step in while she still had some strength. As the saying goes, good children come from strict discipline. Thinking this, she swung her stick faster. One hit Jin Bao, another struck Erfan. The 2 children cried loudly. The youngest, Yin Bao, saw his brother and sister being hit and ran up to scold Lu Minggui. You old woman, don't hit my brother. This was something Hu Tsuexia had secretly said about Lu Minggui before, and now the children had learned it. Lu Minggui paused briefly, feeling that anger was unnecessary. She had long seen through the true nature of this family. They weren't good people. But Song Xiaodong was furious when he heard this, his thin chest rising and falling with anger. He had even wondered if his mother had been too harsh. Now, hearing Yin Bao dare to speak so about his mother, he kicked Yin Bao. Who told you to say that? How can you talk about your grandma like that? Yin Bao was kicked to the ground and started crying and rolling on the floor. Old woman, just an old woman, Song Xiaodong was angry. He grabbed Yin Bao and threw him into the yard. Then he went to smash Song Daji's store. Big brother, don't pretend to be dead inside. Your son is insulting our mother right in front of us. Aren't you going to do anything? Inside the house, Song Daji turned over in bed and poked Hu Tsuehua. You go take care of this. What kind of mess is this? It's really noisy. Now that the family is separated, the old woman can't control herself, but it's been noisy since early morning. How is anyone supposed to sleep? If you want to go, then you go. Hu Tsuehua didn't move. Her face still bore the red marks from being hit, and she was even angrier inside. The money that was taken away made her feel terrible, and she cursed Lu Minggui many times. Right now, she felt the children were just trying to protect her and were angry for her. Besides, it's just a few pieces of tofu. So what if they ate it and took it? She thought it would be good if the old woman's family caused a big fuss and made everyone upset. Outside, Song Xiaodong saw that no one was paying attention to him, which made him even angrier. But he couldn't just go and open his brother and sister-in-law's door, so he could only stay in the yard, feeling upset. But Yin Bao's voice was even louder. He was rolling around in the yard, throwing a tantrum. Lu Minggui saw this and shouted, Xiaodong, you can't be soft on these little troublemakers. Do you see that stick in the corner? Pick it up and spank him. Hearing his mother's words, Song Xiaodong really grabbed the stick and swung it at Yin Bao's backside. Yin Bao initially argued, You little brat. You dare to hit me. Why aren't you dead at the carpenter's house? Why did you come back? Song Xiaodong, cursed like this, clenched his fists and fought harder. Soon, Yin Bao stopped cursing and started crying loudly. Inside the house, Erfan managed to escape, but Lu Minggui was hitting Jin Bao hard with the stick. She couldn't hit his head, afraid she might kill him, but she could hit his backside harder. Jin Bao softened and cried, Woo-woo, stop hitting me. My butt is going to be all bruised. Woo-woo, help. Dad, Mom, save me. You're going to kill me. The brothers' cries kept coming one after another. The whole Song family was filled with wailing and crying. The children were being beaten like this, and the father could hear it clearly. The mother felt a little sad. Hu Tsuehua opened the door and pointed at Song Xiaodong, scolding, You heartless thing. How could you do this, uncle? Look at what you did to Yin Bao, Song Xiaodong said coldly. That's because they wanted to steal the tofu we bought. I haven't asked you yet. How did you raise the children like this? Fighting with elders over things and daring to scold people. Hu Tsuehua sneered coldly. How was I supposed to teach them? If their grandmother had been kind to the children, why would they scold her? She deserves it if you ask me. Song Xiaodong almost got angry enough to hit her, wishing he could just hit her hard. Big sister-in-law, are you still being reasonable? Our mother worked hard for you for 10 years, and now your children are insulting her right to her face. 10 years of hard work, and this is what I get in return. I can't understand why our mother insisted on splitting the family. It turns out your family is just like this, bullying her. This family should have been split long ago, and those children, raised like this, will grow up to be troublemakers. Hu Tsuehua was so angry at the accusations that she shouted without thinking, How I teach the children is none of your business. This is my home, and I won't let you boss me around here. If you don't like it, take your mother and leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mingue came out of the main room, looking at everyone in the yard. She stared fiercely at Hu Tsuehua and said coldly, Shut up. The one who should leave is you. Who sure, have you lost your mind? Don't you remember we already split the family last night? This is the old house, and the side room is just for your temporary stay. If you can't stay here anymore, then leave now. Hu Tsuehua choked. How could she forget about the family split last night? She was just used to being arrogant and domineering at home, so she blurted out that Song Xiaodong should leave. Now, being scolded by Lu Mingue, she couldn't hold her face. Her eyes flickered as she thought about the silver they took, and she softened her tone to say, Mother, you. Don't call me mother. Lu Mingue didn't plan to pretend anymore and cut her off directly. Calling me mother to my face, then calling me old fool behind my back. I can't stand that. The divorce papers were clearly written yesterday. From now on, the two families are strangers. Your side room, you'd better move out quickly, she warned sharply. Don't think I don't know about you two encouraging them to fight over the tofu. If there's a next time, we'll go talk to the village head about it. Hu Tsuehua's face alternated between pale and flushed. She didn't say much, simply picked up Yin Bao and went back inside. Jin Bao and Erfan took the opportunity to run away. Seeing the main house's people all fleeing in a panic, Lu Mingue felt quite happy, but she noticed Song Xiaodong still looked angry. She advised, It's okay now. Why are you still upset? Didn't mother scold everyone away? Song Xiaodong's eyes shimmered with tears and her voice trembled. Mother, I'm just angry. With all the fuss in the yard, why isn't Big Brother coming out of his room? Mother, how did Big Brother become like this? That woman bullied you, and even the children have been affected by how he's been teaching them. He's not good to his brothers, and he's so unfilial to Mother too. Lu Mingue sighed. Xiaodong, when I first found out that your big brother was like this, I was also very sad. Not just sad, I also blamed myself. I thought about how your father left early, leaving you 4 children behind. But I didn't teach him well. All of this is my fault. But later I understood. Your second brother, your third sister, and you're all good children. It's just that he's a bad seed. This shows that some people are born bad. I no longer feel sad about it. Good children, don't be upset either. We've separated from him, and from now on, we'll live our own good life. Maybe someday, we'll find a wife for you. Song Xiaodong was comforted by her mother at first, but when she heard about finding a wife, she shyly lowered her head. Lu Mingue sighed inwardly. In theory, Song Xiaodong was old enough to consider marriage, but a famine was approaching, and she didn't know what the future held. Should she start looking at potential matches? Just then, Shen Jiyue returned with a full basket, holding a small clay jar. Mother, you're back. Me and Man caught a lot of bugs to feed the chickens. Only then will they lay eggs. She didn't know that there had just been a commotion at home. Lu Mingue didn't plan to tell her, only chattering. How is your health? Why are you so restless? If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell Mother. Don't go catching bugs again, or you'll hurt your stomach. She said this while carefully examining Shen Jiyue's face. Recently, I have been taking pregnancy vitamins and eating well at every meal. Shen Jiyue's face has gained some color, and she no longer looks so weak. She feels a bit more at ease. Shen Jiyue shakes her head and says, Mother, I am feeling very good now. Besides, catching bugs is not tiring at all. Man also praises her mother, saying, Grandma, my mom is so amazing. She's not afraid of bugs at all, and caught many. I will feed them to the chickens. Lu Mingui pats Man-Man's head and says, go ahead, feed the chickens, then come back to eat. Grandma just made tofu and asked for some bean paste. While it's still warm, let's eat quickly. Tofu is considered a rare delicacy for the Song family. Since they bought a lot, Lu Mingui didn't eat it all, only cutting half, which was enough for 4 people. The soft, tender tofu, dipped in bean paste, looks very appetizing. The first taste is the bean aroma, mixed with rich sauce flavor, making it very delicious with rice. The family sits around the table, quietly eating breakfast. Song Xiaodong has filled himself halfway, and then finally raises his head to speak. Mother, I will go to the fields later. Since he is no longer learning carpentry, he needs to start working in the fields early and work hard. Lu Mingui thinks for a moment. The bean sprouts in the field are still small, but it won't rain again soon. Instead of tending to the bean sprouts with little harvest, it's better to go pick some wild vegetables. The field isn't urgent. Finish your meal first, then go pick wild vegetables. Although Song Xiaodong doesn't understand, he agrees. Man volunteers. Grandma, I will go with Uncle Xiaodong to pick wild vegetables. All right, you can go with Uncle Xiaodong, but be careful not to fall. Just as she is giving instructions, there is movement outside the door. Lu Mingui initially thinks it's her older brother's family bringing wild vegetables, and she feels a bit strange. Coming so early? Did they not find many wild vegetables? Song Xiaodong hurriedly gets up and opens the door, but it's not his eldest uncle. Instead, Wang Lijing leads a group of people, pulling an ox cart loaded with several baskets of coarse rice and black flour. Lu Mingui comes out to see the scene and understands what's happening. In her previous life, it was probably around this time that Wang Lijing brought people to deliver relief supplies from the river, but it wasn't silver, only these grains and flour. They said that Song De was just a local soldier, and it was good enough that he received some food. Sure enough, Song Xiaodong asked, is my second brother's life only worth this much grain? He looked very sad, with tears in his eyes. Wang Lijing looked at the whole family, including Shinjuri, who was heavily pregnant, and sighed. There's nothing we can do. Song De is just a local soldier, not a guard soldier. The official records clearly state 3 sure of coarse rice, 2 sure of black-faced rice, not a single grain more. I also want to ask for more for you, but the officials said that the benefits for local soldiers are already a great kindness. Fortunately, you received some silver when you divided the family last night. Use it well and live happily. Thinking of his second brother, Song Xiaodong covered his face and cried loudly. In the yard, Shinjuri hugged the crying family members tightly. Lu Mingui, who believed she had experienced life and death in 2 lifetimes, thought she wouldn't cry, but her eyes still filled with tears. She looked at the grain, each grain bought with her second son's life. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she couldn't save his wife and daughter, and they were taken away by the Song Daji family instead. While she was lost in thought, Song Daji, who had been hiding in the house all afternoon, finally came out. He looked at the relief grain and was tempted. Lijing, shouldn't these grains be shared with our family too? He directly asked Wang Lijing, not planning to ask the others in the Song family. But before Wang Lijing could answer, Song Xiaodong, with red eyes, looked at him and said, shared with your family? This was earned with my second brother's life. Why should it be shared with you? Song Daji glared at him and said, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm taking your stuff. So what? Are you jealous of these grains? Song Xiaodong was very angry at his older brother's shameless attitude. Is this really his brother? He felt very wronged, but more than that, he saw his brother's true nature. Selfish, cold, only interested in profit. No family love at all. Just then, Hu Tsuehua also came out, her mouth crooked as she said, of course he's jealous. After all, they are now a family. We are all outsiders. I believe that our family should also receive a share of the relief grain, especially since yesterday we shared our savings with you. Song Xiaodong looked at her with tears in his eyes and said, are you still being reasonable? Yesterday, we shared our money because you haven't contributed to the family expenses for many years. Can that be compared to relief grain? I think you just care about money. You're even willing to eat humble pie. Don't forget, It was our eldest brother who asked second brother to serve in the army. Hu Tsuehua rolled her eyes and said, Song Xiaodong, how are you talking to me? Big brother is like a father and the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. If you dare to disrespect me again, I swear I'll slap you. She raised her hand as if to slap Song Xiaodong. Lu Mingue quickly pulled Song Xiaodong behind her and shouted angrily, Old woman, you're not the boss here. You can't just yell at him. Just because you think you're the eldest sister-in-law doesn't mean you can talk like that. Look at yourself. Hu Tsuehua glared at her with resentment and wanted to say more, but Wang Lijing interrupted with a cold snort. Song Daji, who sure, calm down now. Last night, when the Song family divided the household, he saw clearly that this family was not good. Now, it seems they are even worse than he thought. Not only did he take 200 coins from Granny Lu yesterday, but even if he hadn't taken a single coin, he would still scold Song Daji's family harshly. Look at your family. There are the elderly, the weak, and a pregnant woman. Do you still want to fight over the relief grain? Who sure, don't blame me for speaking harshly. If the person who died was Song Daji, you could still claim the relief grain. But the person who died is Song Dahu, so you'd better give up that idea. Hu Tsuehua didn't dare argue with the village head and could only purse her lips and step aside. Lu Mingue couldn't stand this family anymore. She wiped her tears and said, Village head, you see what kind of family this is. I don't even want to give them this small house anymore. Can they move out now? Song Xiaodong took the opportunity to complain, Village head, this morning my mother made a block of tofu, and their 3 children rushed into the house to grab it. If they couldn't get it, they started hitting and scolding. Tell me, where do you find such grandchildren? Poor my mother, she's getting old now. She's worked so hard for his family all these years, and now she still has to suffer from these young boys' mistreatment. He suddenly knelt down heavily in front of Wang Lijing. Sir Lijing, please stand up for my mother. There's no such unfilial children in our village. If this gets out, our village's reputation will be ruined. Wang Lijing already disliked the couple, Song Daji and Hu Shi, and when he heard about this, he nodded immediately. There's an empty house at the west end of the village. It just needs some cleaning, and it can be lived in. Song Daji, Hu Shi, you're causing trouble again. Don't stay in that house. Move out sooner. Hu Tsuehua naturally refused. Sir Lijing, are you joking? That house belongs to Wang Er's family. They all passed away, and that's why it's empty. The feng shui isn't good there, I won't live in it. Wang Lijing glared sharply, looking quite stern. I didn't ask for your opinion. You've all moved out, and that house was just borrowed by your mother-in-law for temporary use. Yet you're still causing trouble at home. If you had behaved properly, your mother-in-law wouldn't have kicked you out. Isn't that your own fault? And moving there isn't a bad idea. He pretended to comfort them. The kitchen and everything are usable. Isn't it better than squeezing here? Anyway, you should move there today. Stop causing trouble here. Song Xiaodong was immediately happy. Thank you, Sir Lijing, for standing up for us. I'll go help them move their things. As long as he could send away these troublemakers, he wasn't afraid of hardship or tiredness. Wang Lijing, a kind man, also instructed some villagers help them clean up and move today. Song Daji was stunned. Not only did he not receive any relief grain, but he was also driven out of his home. He had hoped to delay by pretending to be sick, staying in the old house. Maybe his mother would soften her heart someday. After all, his mother wasn't very strict. He thought that maybe he could get the 15 silver coins back then. But now he was being forced out? He blamed Hu Tsuehua for everything. He was just testing to see if he could get some relief grain. Hu Tsuehua, like a cat smelling blood, pounced on him and spoke so harshly. He glared back fiercely, but saw Hu Tsuehua staring desperately at Song Xiaodong and Lu Mingue. He understood that look. She must hate them deeply. But what good is hatred? Right now, Wang Lijing clearly favored the old lady. If they kept arguing, there would be no good outcome. All right, pack up quickly and move out, he said. Hu Tsuehua spat at him harshly, calling him useless man. Without caring about the messy yard, she twisted her waist and went back to her mother's house. Song Daji, embarrassed in front of everyone, didn't chase after her and simply turned to move away. The 3 children were left feeling confused. But Erfan was a bit smarter. She thought that staying at home with her father might mean not even getting a sip of water, so she followed her mother to town. Wang Lijing didn't want to bother with the couple and told someone to quickly unload the relief grain from the ox cart. They had already wasted a lot of time at the Song family, and there were other families' relief grains to deliver. The relief grain was stored in Lu Minggui's house. She carefully counted it again. Although now you could buy white rice at the market, during the disaster years, these coarse grains were what kept people alive. Because there were many people and eyes in the yard, she locked the door. In a side room, Song Daji was grumbling as he packed various items. Song Xiaodong stood in the yard, watching him like a guard, worried he might cause trouble before moving out. Outside the yard gate, a timid female voice called out, "Xiaodong, Xiaodong." Song Xiaodong turned around and saw a thin woman standing outside, dressed in ragged clothes, nervously twisting her hands. His eyes lit up and he called out, "Sister, sister." "Mother, it's sister back." Lu Minggui had just locked the door when she heard Song Xiaodong's voice and was overjoyed. It was Xiao Qiu, her daughter, back. Xiao Qiu stepped into the yard quickly, not bothering to say anything, and rushed to Lu Minggui's side. "Mother, mother." Lu Minggui's tears started to fall. She hadn't seen her daughter in so long. Her heart felt both sad and overwhelmed. Her daughter was only 20, but after so long apart, she looked so old. She gently patted her daughter's shoulder and said, "You naughty girl, you've not come to see your mother after so long. Have you forgotten about your mother?" Song Xiaoqiu also started crying. "Mother, how could I forget you?" The two women cried together. Meanwhile, Song Xiaodong felt sad and stood there feeling helpless, with a sour feeling in his heart. Suddenly, Song Daji heard the noise and came out of the house. He raised an eyebrow and looked like he wasn't from the Song family, but more like Hu Tsuehua. "Oh, Xiaoqiu is back." Song Xiaoqiu wiped her tears and managed to calm down a bit. She called out, "Big brother." Song Daji snorted and then said, "You really know how to choose the right time to come back. Just when the relief supplies arrived at home, you show up. Is it your greedy mother-in-law who sent you back to take advantage?" Song Xiaoqiu blushed and lowered her head, afraid to speak. It was Song Xiaodong who spoke up for her. "Big brother, how can you talk like that? Sister doesn't come back often. How can you say such things about her? Am I wrong?" Song Daji chuckled. "She married in Xiawang's Wang, right? It's 3 miles away. How many times does she come back in a year?" "Yes. She doesn't come back often," Lu Minggui added. "Unlike your wife, who runs to the town every few days, she always comes back empty-handed, as if she wants to move the whole house." Song Daji forced a smile. "Mother, I didn't mean it that way. But Xiaoqiu's in-laws' home is so close to her own family, and she hasn't come to see you once in half a year. And every time she comes back, she has nothing. Isn't that strange?" Lu Minggui said directly. "Is it any of your business whether it's strange or not? Have you forgotten? We already separated and cut ties. Are you done moving? Do you have time to meddle here? Our family matters have nothing to do with you." Song Daji's face immediately turned cold. He said nothing, turned around, and went back into the house. That old woman really has a sharp tongue. Song Xiaoqiu then noticed that the door of her brother's house was piled with things, and a few young villagers were helping to carry them out. "Mother, what's going on? Why did you split the family? For what reason? This all happened so suddenly. My daughter has always liked her older brother's family, including Jin Bao and Yin Bao. Why did they suddenly split up? Now that they are separated, what should we do in the future?" Lu Minggui held her hand and led her to the main room. "Let's sit inside and talk, just the two of us." Song Xiaoqiu felt her mother's warm palm, rough with calluses, and her heart sank a little. As soon as they sat down, she asked, "Mom, about the family split." Before she could finish, Lu Minggui interrupted her. "No need to persuade me. I understand," she said firmly. "Anyway, if you want me to live a few more years, don't try to change my mind." Song Xiaoqiu swallowed her words and asked, "Mom, how is your health lately?" "I'm very well," Lu Minggui replied, feeling relieved now that she was away from Song Daji's family. "That's good." Song Xiaoqiu bit her lip. "Mom, I'm not here to take advantage of you. I only just heard about second brother's situation and asked my mother-in-law to let me come back for a visit. Thinking of second brother Song Dae, her eyes welled up with tears. She held Lu Minggui's hand and said, Mom, even though second brother has gone, there is Xiao Dong, second sister-in-law, and Man at home. Please take good care of yourself. I see your hair has turned whiter. Lu Minggui patted her hand. Getting older means having some white hair, that's normal. As for second brother's matter, I've come to terms with it now. People can't come back to life after they die, but I can't mention it to second sister-in-law because she's pregnant. I only told her that Dae definitely isn't dead. If he's missing, we can't see him or find his body. How can we be sure he's gone? In the future, I will take good care of them both. If they stay at home, I won't treat them badly. If one day second sister-in-law wants to remarry, I will give her a dowry. Outside the door, Shen Jiyue, who was about to enter, stopped in her tracks, her eyes red. She touched her belly, not thinking too far ahead, just wanting to have her brother Dae's child safely born. Inside the room, Lu Minggui said again, What kind of miserable days are you living? Going back to your parents' home and still needing your mother-in-law's approval. Your mother-in-law is a bit too overbearing. Song Xiaoqiu lowered her head, her voice soft. After all, she's the elder. If I don't tell her, she might say I have no manners later. Lu Minggui frowned and asked, Rules, she replied. Isn't her Wu family just like our village folks? We're all just farmers working in the fields. Why are they acting like city folks when it comes to treating their daughter-in-law? Besides, she can't even go back to her own family. It's clear they don't see her as a person. Song Xiaoqiu's eyes turned red again. Mother, I really don't know what to do. I've been married for 3 years, and there's still no sign of pregnancy. Her mother-in-law keeps bringing this up. If I argue, she just takes it out on me. Hearing this, Lu Minggui felt a pang of sympathy. Xiaoqiu was her only daughter, and she used to be very precious to her. They even specially chose Wu Shunzi, who seemed honest, as her son-in-law. But now that he's married into the family, they don't cherish him at all. Look at her once lively daughter. After more than 2 years of marriage, she's been worn down like this. She looked angrier and said bitterly, Your mother-in-law is so unreasonable. Doesn't Wu Shunzi also know how to protect you a little? When she mentioned Wu Shunzi, Song Xiaoqiu's face grew even paler. Shunzi treats me well. But her trembling voice clearly showed she was lying. Lu Minggui looked at her deeply, then suddenly remembered something. It was something from her past life. Xiaoqiu had come back crying. About a month later, Wu Shunzi's widowed cousin, Sun Lianlian, came to live at the Wu family. Sun Lianlian had married a family in town earlier that year, but her husband died 6 months after their wedding. Her in-laws couldn't stand her and drove her out. When Wu Shunzi's mother heard about this, she took a liking to her. First, she kept her in town, then she decided to bring her into the Wu family. A few months later, Sun Lianlian was pregnant, and only then did Xiaoqiu learn that the baby was Wu Shunzi's. Xiaoqiu had been unable to get pregnant, but Sun Lianlian was already pregnant. The Wu family then planned to divorce Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu returned home crying, and Lu Minggui comforted her. Later, it was Song Daji and Hu Tsuehua who stepped in, saying the families should sit down and talk. No one knew exactly what was said, but suddenly Xiaoqiu tried to drown herself. Thinking about all this, Lu Minggui felt her heart grow heavier. She was determined to bring Xiaoqiu home as soon as possible. She thought for a moment and asked, Little Autumn, I was a bad mother. I was blind back then and couldn't see the true nature of the Wu family. Song Xiaoqiu quickly shook her head. Mother, please don't say that. The Wu family wasn't like this before. People can change, so it's not your fault. Besides, it's my own fault. I've been married for so long, and there's been no sign of pregnancy. Big sister-in-law has already had 3 children, and my younger sister-in-law has 2. Only I. Lu Minggui saw her like this and felt another wave of pity. She tentatively asked, If things are really too hard, should you consider separating from Wu Shunzi? Song Xiaoqiu was stunned. Separation? She hesitated and said, The Wu family won't let me separate. Wu Shunzi would divorce me. Since she had no children, the Wu family could use the excuse of childless in the 7th month. to divorce her. Although the law says women over 50 without children can be divorced, in reality, it was different. 3 years without pregnancy was enough for the Wu family to divorce her. At least, separation might be a bit more dignified. Mother and daughter fell silent again. Lu Minggui knew that Xiaoqiu was afraid of being divorced, but the Wu family wouldn't easily give her a divorce letter. They would not only divorce her, but also spread dirty rumors about her. To leave the Wu family intact, she would need to put in some effort. Xiaoqiu, I only ask you, if separation is possible, are you willing? Song Xiaoqiu's once dull eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, I am willing. I am willing. But then she whispered, but is it really that easy? Lu Minggui patted her hand firmly, determined to help her daughter escape from that dangerous situation. Don't worry, I will think of a way. Xiaoqiu felt a sourness in her heart. She didn't believe her mother's words. Her mother was just an old woman. What could she possibly do? Moreover, since she couldn't have children, she would always be looked down upon. Lu Minggui sensed her doubt and didn't press further. She also didn't have any good ideas at the moment. She simply said, let's not talk about these unrelated things. Since you're here, stay for dinner today. Xiaoqiu suddenly panicked and looked at the sun. Mother, it's getting late. I need to go back. There are a lot of chores waiting for me at home. Lu Minggui hadn't seen her daughter in a long time and felt a bit reluctant. How can there be so many chores? You've only been here for less than half an hour. Song Xiaoqiu whispered, fields, home, there's always work, doing laundry, cutting pig grass, cooking. Lu Minggui was quite unhappy. All these chores and you're doing them alone? Are those Wu family folks all dead? Or what? Your mother-in-law doesn't work, and your sisters-in-law probably don't either. Your younger sister-in-law is pregnant again, and your older sister-in-law still works at home, Song Xiaoqiu explained. Mother, I really have to leave now. My mother-in-law is very strict about discipline, she added softly, with a hint of fear. Lu Minggui didn't want to hold her back. All right, go ahead. Take these grains of coarse rice and report to your mother-in-law. She handed a little rice to her daughter, not out of meanness, but to give her a reason to return and not take too much, so the Wu family wouldn't benefit unfairly. After all, her daughter hadn't officially separated from her husband yet, so it was better to let her suffer a little less. There were some leftover walnut crisps from last time. Lu Minggui hadn't eaten them either. Sometimes she used them to entertain Man.
So, there were still half left.
She wrapped a few pieces in a handkerchief for Song Xiaoqiu to eat on the way. Take these walnut crisps with you and eat them on the road. Don't bring them back. But Song Xiaoqiu refused to accept them, her eyes reddening. Mother, I am unfilial. I came empty-handed. No matter what, you can't take things without permission. That would really make Big Brother say, I'm just begging for handouts. Lu Minggui spat in the yard. Listen to her nonsense. My own daughter, I'll give her as much as she wants. It's not like I'm taking his stuff. Be obedient. Take these back and shut your mother-in-law's mouth. Don't make a fuss these days. I'll find a way to bring you back. Song Xiaoqiu stared at her mother, feeling that she seemed different from before. In the past, her mother only advised her to endure and be patient. Now, she seemed like a mother hen protecting her chick. Thinking this, she couldn't help but ask, Mother, you seem to have changed a bit. Now things are different. She has silver and paper money, and in the White House, there is plenty of white rice. This time, she is confident she can protect a few children. She pats Song Xiaoqiu's hand and says, Good child, don't be afraid. No matter how much I change, I am still your mother. Go ahead. It won't be long before I can bring you back. Song Xiaoqiu almost starts crying. Before the tears fall, she quickly leaves her mother's house. Lu Minggui, however, is full of determination, thinking about how to rescue her daughter as soon as possible. Even when fetching water for farming, she keeps thinking about this. But for now, she hasn't found a solution. In the late afternoon, Lu Wenli and his son arrive. Following Lu Minggui's instructions, they stop the ox cart loaded with wild vegetables outside the village. Lu Minggui puts down her shoulder pole, tells Song Xiaodong she is going to town, and then heads out of the village. This time, the older brother is driving the ox cart, but the second brother didn't come along because there isn't enough space on the cart. The cart is loaded with 4 woven willow baskets filled with fresh wild vegetables. Little sister, here are 2 baskets of purslane, another basket of wild chives, and one of fragrant cedar tips, all picked fresh. The older ones we keep for ourselves. Also, we picked a small basket of fern shoots, only about 4 or 5 jin. Fern shoots. Lu Mingwei is a bit surprised. It's the right season for fern shoots now, usually found in the mountains. She hasn't picked any, because she doesn't want to go to Dashong Mountain. Yes, fresh fern shoots. I wonder if that noble person needs some. There's also a small basket of wild chives, picked from a mountain. They look fresh and bright. Don't sell these. Keep them for yourself. Making dumplings with these will be delicious. Lu Mingwei salivates at the thought. Wild chive and pork dumplings are indeed tasty. Maybe she should keep the chives for herself to make dumplings and sell the rest of the vegetables to Zhu Yufeng. Big brother, Yongkong, please help me carry the wild vegetables to town. When we get there, I will look for the noble person. To act properly, Lu Mingwei directs the 2 to drive the ox cart all the way to town. As for the place, she already has a plan. Last time, when she went to find Xiaodong at Qian Muzhang's house, she passed by a quiet alley behind the restaurant, where there are few people. When they arrive, sure enough, no one is there. Lu Wenli was a bit surprised. Little sister, the noble person said to buy wild vegetables here. The alley was flanked by brick walls on both sides, and not a single person was in sight. He became suspicious. Lu Mingwei remained calm. Big brother, the noble person said to get the wild vegetables right here. If we deliver them to his restaurant, it might embarrass his boss. Little girl, maybe this noble person isn't from any official family? Lu Yongkong asked. So, he just wants to collect the vegetables here? Lu Mingwei nodded. She had already thought up a convincing excuse for selling the vegetables. The noble person is an official from the capital, living at the Ulian ahead. He collects wild vegetables but doesn't want me to deliver them directly. He said to leave them here, and he'll come to pick them up at the right time. Big brother, Yongkong, it's almost the right time now. You 2, unload the vegetables and wait for me at the town entrance. This explanation naturally made Lu Wenli suspicious. Vegetables are usually for the poor, so why would a rich person avoid them so much? And he even chose an alley for this. He felt a bit uneasy. But Lu Yongkong advised, Dad, officials often have strange habits. Since he doesn't want others to know, let's hurry and go. Don't delay little girl's business. Lu Mingwei also said, Big brother, this person is from the capital. Maybe he will leave someday, so we should sell them while we can. Making some silver is good, right? Lu Wenli could only nod and remind, Be careful and don't let anyone bully you. We've weighed these few baskets of vegetables at home. They weigh about 270 pounds. Lu Mingwei nodded to show she understood. The father and son then relaxed and took the ox cart out of the town. Watching their figures disappear, Lu Mingwei stroked her wooden hairpin and carefully placed the baskets of vegetables into the White House, but she didn't go to the market right away. Although she knew that no matter how long she stayed, time wouldn't change, she was always cautious and didn't want to take any risks. After leaving the White House, she walked along the alley toward the street. They were running low on salt at home and needed to buy some. There was only one official salt shop in the town. The shop was small but crowded. People at the door couldn't even get inside. Many people were asking, How much is salt today per jin? Someone replied, Today it costs 50 coins per pound. Is it that expensive? Is it really that expensive? In some places it's already 60 coins per pound. Someone else shouted, The price of rough rice has gone up to 5 coins a pound, and rye flour is also more expensive. How can people live like this? Lu Mingwei listened nearby and felt worried. Salt prices had risen again. The last time she bought salt, it was 45 coins. Rough rice used to be 4 coins per pound, now it's 5. It's the season when crops are scarce, so prices might go up again. While she was thinking, there was a quarrel outside the salt shop. Price hikes are one thing, but what kind of salt is this? Are you really selling this kind of salt? Lu Mingwei looked over the crowd and saw a man opening a cloth bag. Inside were large, grayish-white salt grains mixed with impurities, tiny sand particles, and even some dried grass. They are selling this kind of salt? The shop assistant sniffed and came out looking proud. What do you know? Salt prices are up again. Having this much is already good. It's just a little impurity. Just sift it out at home. Why complain? The man held back his anger and argued, but I can't buy this kind of salt. I paid good money for it. How can people eat this? Whether you buy it or not, if you don't like it, just leave. The shop assistant snapped back, not paying much attention to them. Many people gathered around, and the noise grew louder. Lu Mingui looked at the official salt shop but decided not to go in. She quietly left. She thought she'd go to the vegetable market near the White House. Maybe the salt prices there wouldn't be so crazy. She turned around and bought 2 pounds of black flour, planning to go home and make dumplings. She also secretly took the last piece of pork from the White House and hid it in her basket before heading toward the town entrance. But before she reached the town gate, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that Hu Tsuehua? Lu Mingui remembered that Hu Tsuehua's family lived in Shuijing Alley, not in Dashui Tree Alley. Why was she running here? And why was she sneaking into the alley? She didn't want to get involved, but her feet moved on their own, and she followed. After turning several corners, she saw Hu Tsuehua turn into an alley, and then she disappeared. She lost her. Lu Mingui shook her head and was about to leave, but at the other end of the alley, a door opened, and a man came out. She looked carefully and immediately muttered to herself, "Is this person Wu Shunzi's son-in-law, or who else could it be?" Seeing his sneaky manner, it was clear he hadn't done anything good. His family lives in Shaowangzhuang. Why is he coming to town? Not buying salt or rice, just empty-handed. Lu Mingui suddenly remembered Wu Shunzi's widow cousin. From her memory of the previous life, she seemed to live in this Dahui street, and her house was rented from the Wu family. So, they had already started their affair early on. She wanted to go and confront Wu Shunzi, but seeing the empty alley made her hesitate. It was just her and Wu Shunzi there. If she shouted about this, Wu Shunzi might kill her to keep it quiet. Plus, they were caught in the act, but there were no witnesses now. Thinking of this, Lu Mingui calmed down. Watching Wu Shunzi get closer, she felt a bit nervous. If Wu Shunzi found her now, it would be bad. But turning around now would look even more suspicious. She decided to walk toward Wu Shunzi, lowering her head and pulling her scarf down to hide most of her face. Wu Shunzi was in a good mood, humming a tune as he passed her by, not noticing that the woman was his long-lost mother-in-law. After all, his mother-in-law was just a country bumpkin, living far from town. Even if she came to buy things, she usually wouldn't walk into the alley. Lu Mingui saw him walk away and finally relaxed her tense heart. She silently spat at his back. Once Wu Shunzi was gone, she didn't waste time and headed toward the house he had just come from. She was thinking about how to bring Xiao Qiu out of Wu's house without trouble. Now, the opportunity was right in front of her. She remembered the place and planned to find a chance to bring people to catch them in the act. Lu Mingui quickened her steps, but saw that the door of the house was slightly open. Inside was quiet. After a moment of thought, she gently pushed the door and went inside. Looking around, the yard was small, paved with blue stones, and there was a persimmon tree in the corner. There were some miscellaneous items piled near the tree. Lu Mingui was about to go inside to see if the woman was the widow she thought, when she heard a noise at the door again. Her heart raced, thinking Wu Shunzi had returned. She sighed inwardly, worried that something was wrong. I didn't want to disturb anyone, but I suddenly acted on impulse and entered. What should I do now? In a flash, I thought of a plan. I reached out and grabbed a wooden hairpin, then slipped into the White House. First, I emptied a basket of porcelain, then carried it out in a willow basket. Sure enough, I stayed in the same spot, and I could still hear noises outside the door. Before I could think too much, Lu Mingui put the willow basket on her head, crouched in the corner, blending in with the clutter near the persimmon tree. After doing all this, my heart was pounding. I looked out through the gaps in the basket and saw a pair of black boots stepping inside. A man slipped in quickly, then locked the door, and hurried toward the house. I could faintly smell alcohol. This person had been drinking. Carefully, I looked closer and realized this man was not Wu Shunzi, but a stranger. He entered the house, and soon I heard a woman's sweet laughter. I gently took down the willow basket, placed it inside the White House, and quietly moved to the window. Inside, the woman said softly, "Oh, why did you come to see me so late?" "I'm so bored alone." The man snorted. "You're bored? Didn't your cousin Wu just leave? You just served him, and now you're upset that I came late? Aren't you tired?" The woman replied, "What jealousy? Weren't you the one who asked me to find Wu Shunzi? Otherwise, why would I bother serving that country bumpkin?" She started to cry softly. The man softened his tone. "I'm just worried you can't hide your pregnancy." The woman stopped crying. "Humph. All you care about is your stomach. Do you know how worried I am? Your brother is dead, and you're acting like this. It's like sinking into a pond. Honestly, just give me some medicine to end it so I don't have to worry." But the man said, Lian, miscarriage medicine is dangerous. I can't let you risk it. Better to have a child and raise it in the Wu family. Anyway, Wu Shunzi can't have children." Inside, Sun Lian covered her mouth and giggled. "Speaking of which, Wu Shunzi doesn't seem very capable." "Really? Then who is capable?" The man teased back. Outside the window, Lu Mingyue was so scared she couldn't even breathe. Now she finally understood who these two people were. This is about Sun Lian and her husband's older brother. They needed someone to cover for the past, and Wu Shunzi, who desperately wanted a child, was the best choice. Wu Shunzi truly deserved it. He deserved to be a fool. But she felt sorry for her little Chiu. Inside the house, the sounds of something unusual gradually grew louder. Lu Mingyue knew that the two were doing something secret, so she didn't dare to shout. She took the opportunity to slip out of the yard, while the man and woman inside, caught up in their passion, didn't notice. However, when the man left, he was confused. He remembered locking the door. Could he be mistaken? At the village entrance, Lu Wenli and his son waited anxiously. When they saw Lu Mingyue walking over with a basket, they finally relaxed. "Little sister, why did you take so long? Is everything okay?" Lu Mingyue shook her head. "Nothing's wrong. I just bought some black flour." She didn't mention what she saw at the young widow's house, only that the salt price had increased again. Both men sighed in response. The three of them then got on a bullock cart to head back to the village. On the way, Lu Mingyue also talked about how she had broken ties with Song Daji. This surprised Lu Wenli. "I thought you were just joking, but you really cut ties." "Yes, I did," Lu Mingyue said casually. "From now on, if you want to treat him as a relative, I won't stop you. Anyway, I just consider him not my son." Her eyes showed a bit of relief, which eased Lu Wenli's worries. "If you don't plan to acknowledge him, why should we keep in touch?" He didn't intend to persuade her. Now that they were older, most people didn't want to split the family, seeking stability. Usually, splitting the family meant living with the eldest son. But since Song Daji, as the eldest son, made his little sister dislike him so much, he must have done something wrong to her. If he still kept in touch with Song Daji, wouldn't that hurt his sister's feelings? Hearing this, Lu Mingyue smiled, clearly in a good mood. "Big brother, these silver coins were given by the noble people. You dug 270 jin, and this silver is for you." She held a silver piece weighing about 1 tael in her hand. Lu Wenli looked at the silver and hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't need to give me so much." Lu Mingyue stubbornly pressed a tael of silver into her brother's hand. "How can I not give so much? Didn't I tell you, for 1 per jin? You've worked so hard digging all this up, it's only right you get paid." "Little sister, listen to me. The wild vegetable business depends on you, so we can't take too much money. You take 70%, and we'll take 30%. The driver ahead, Lu Yongkong, also agreed. "Yes, little sister-in-law, wild vegetables are everywhere, but there's only one person willing to buy them. So, you should go ahead and take the money back now." Before the Lu family arrived, they had already discussed it. As Lu Yongkong said, wild vegetables are easy to dig, but few people want to buy them. All of this credit goes to Lu Mingyue. So, they couldn't take the money, at least not too much. After some back and forth, Lu Mingyue decided, each side gets half, and they gave the Lu family 500 coins. When Lu Wenli received the money, Lu Mingyue advised him, "Big brother, this year's weather is dry, with no rain for a long time. The crops in the fields might not yield much. Since you have money, Buy some coarse rice and black flour to store. I think prices will go up later, so the sooner you buy, the better. Lu Wenli also worried. The water in the river has dried up halfway. It looks like there will be a drought this year. These days, everyone in the village is drawing water to irrigate. Yongkong, you're right. Little sister-in-law, let's prepare to buy some grain. Lu Mingui was pleased to hear this. Buy as early as possible. And about the wild vegetables, I'll ask the noble person again if they still want more. If they do, I'll send Xiaodong to come to your place, and you can keep digging. Lu Wenli agreed repeatedly. Seeing the ox cart approaching Yongfeng village, Lu Mingui invited guests. Big brother, I bought some black flour and pork. Stay and have dumplings today. Lu Wenli felt a bit shy. No, we have food at home. Lu Mingui persuaded him. Big brother, don't be so polite. You've been busy all day with the ox cart. Aren't you hungry? Besides, look at the sun. When will you be able to eat once you go back? Just have a bite here to tide you over, eat a little, then go back. Unable to refuse, Lu Wenli drove the ox cart into Yongfeng village. Song Xiaodong was sweeping the yard. When he saw his uncle and cousin arrive, he hurried to greet them. Mom, uncle, cousin, you're back. All of Big Brother's belongings have been moved out. I have swept both inside and outside the house. Lu Mingui nodded, feeling the yard was much cleaner. She then said to Song Xiaodong, you can stay in this side room. Leaving it empty isn't good. Your previous room was too small. Earlier, Song Xiaodong lived in a room outside Lu Mingui's house. Now that the child has grown, it's inconvenient for him to come and go. Since the side room is now empty, he can stay there. Song Xiaodong was a bit happy and agreed. He quickly started moving his bedding to the side room. Lu Mingui let him do his work and went back inside, secretly sneaking into the White House. She first tidied up the basket of porcelain she had spilled, arranging it neatly with the other 3 baskets of wild vegetables. Then she looked at the wild chives, enough to make dumplings, with some left over. She took half of the wild chives and also took out some pork. It took some effort to open the big jar of soybean oil. The soybean oil was golden and beautiful, but for some reason, Lu Mingui felt the smell wasn't very strong. She poured some of the oil into a ceramic jar for storing oil at home, then left the White House. Today we're happy. We'll make chive and pork dumplings to eat, but she felt a bit regretful. Last time at the market, she didn't buy white flour, so now she could only make dumplings with dark flour, but dark flour also smells good. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her, blinking. Grandma, are pork dumplings tasty? I haven't eaten pork dumplings before. Hearing this, she felt a little sad. During the New Year, they always made dumplings. But they rarely made pork dumplings, and her family ate them all. She couldn't even have pork water dumplings, only wild vegetable dumplings. Now that she's away from the Song Daji family, she realizes that everyone at home is not doing well, including herself. In the future, she wants to take better care of herself. Of course, she's willing to return kindness to those who have been good to her. The dumplings will be delicious. Man will find out today. Lu Mingui said this and started pouring water to knead the dough. Shen Jui was heavy, so she only let her sit and pick wild chives, while Lu Wenli chopped the meat filling. Song Xiaodong was washing the land vegetables. The land vegetables had already been roughly washed in the river water, but they still needed to be carefully rinsed with well water at home. Man was watching the stove. Even Lu Yongkong was busy. He went to fetch water with a bucket, and after filling the water tank, he went to water the fields at Song's farm. Lu Mingui didn't mind her nephew and quickly reminded him, just water the land by the river. Don't water the wrong one, she thought to herself. Well, I might be a bit petty, but if he waters Song Daji's land by mistake, I will feel uncomfortable. Lu Yongkong smiled happily. Don't worry, little sister-in-law. All right, go ahead. Come back after a while. There are many people today, so we can make the dumplings quickly. Seeing her nephew head to the field, Lu Mingui went back inside. The wild chives had already been washed and chopped, and the minced meat was prepared. First, she mixed oil into the chives, then added the meat and stirred until well combined, finally adding salt. Once the chive and meat filling was ready, everyone sat together and started making dumplings. Mom, The filling smells so good. Song Xiaodong couldn't help but sniff the aroma. A whole bowl of filling was in front of them. Bright green wild chives mixed with pork and some blanched ground vegetables, all seasoned with oil, giving off an inviting smell. These wild chives are really fragrant, Lu Wenli also said. And they grow fat too. I didn't harvest all of them today. When they grow back, I'll go pick some again, Lu Mingui said. Cudweed dumplings are also very tasty, but it's a pity the season is over. Everyone chatted and laughed, their hands busy making dumplings. Each person had their own way of folding dumplings. Lu Mingui and her older brother learned from their mother, making small, delicate dumplings with fine pleats that looked like lace. Song Xiaodong didn't know who he learned from. He packed each dumpling full of filling, making them look like little gold ingots. Only Shun Jui's dumplings were flat, like leaves. Lu Mingui looked around and reminded her, Jui, you put too little filling in your dumplings. When you eat them, it will feel like eating thin noodle soup. Jui smiled shyly. She had always made dumplings this way. She didn't want to put too much filling in. Back at her parents' house, if she added too much, she might have been scolded. After marrying into the Song family, she didn't dare to put too much filling either. Lu Mingui understood her thoughts and knew she was used to it. Put in more filling. Look at all this filling. Aren't you afraid it won't be enough? It would be a shame if I couldn't finish making them. Joey looked at the filling and dough. There was quite a lot, so she relaxed and started making dumplings. When she finished, her dumplings looked plump and nice. Before long, the dumplings were almost ready, and the strainer was filled with them. Man ran in and called out, Grandma, the water is boiling. Okay, put the dumplings in. Before Lu Mingui could move, her older brother had already picked up the strainer and headed toward the kitchen. In a rural family, especially in the Lu family, there are no strict rules about being polite in the kitchen. Everyone helps with the work. So, Lu Mingui asked Lu Wenli to cook the dumplings while she secretly took out a few big, red tomatoes and some sugar. She remembered Zhu Yufang saying that mixing sugar with tomatoes tastes very good. Since her older brother was there, she decided to eat together. As for where she got the tomatoes, she planned to say they were given by a kind person who bought wild vegetables. After all, the person didn't really exist, so she could say whatever she wanted. This time, she was clever and put some sugar into a clay jar instead of taking it out with the clear plastic bag. When she left the White House, she saw others still busy boiling dumplings, so she took a knife, thinking of Zhu Yufang's method, washing, cutting, and then sprinkling sugar. She placed the tomatoes in a basin of water and gently washed them. Just then, Lu Yongkong came back carrying a water bucket. He was sweaty and tired, about to scoop some cold water from the well to drink, when he saw the tomatoes in Lu Mingui's hand. You're back, Lu Mingui greeted him. The water's boiling inside. Don't drink cold water, or you'll get a stomach ache. But Lu Yongkong didn't answer and looked frightened. Little sister-in-law, where did you get these? He was pointing at the tomatoes in her hand. Lu Mingui was confused and asked, Have you seen these before? She wondered why she had never seen them before. She thought they were something rare, but it turned out her nephew knew about them. But from Lu Yongkong's expression, he seemed very afraid of the tomatoes. In the kitchen, the dumplings had floated to the surface. Lu Wenli was carefully taking them out one by one and came out when he heard this. Lu Yongkong asked cautiously, Little sister-in-law, tell me, where did these come from? Lu Mingui didn't blink and said, They were given by the kind person who bought wild vegetables. They said it tastes very good. Oh, little sister-in-law, you've been tricked. This is called a tomato, but you can't eat it. You can only look at it. Lu Yongkong's face turned anxious as he continued to ask, You haven't eaten it, right? This thing can be poisonous. When they heard poisonous, Lu Wenli and the others looked worried. Song Xiaodong stepped forward to check his mother's face and reached out to try to throw away the red lantern-like fruits. Mother, big cousin said it's poisonous. Hurry and throw it away. Lu Mingui listened to Lu Yongkong and found it strange. She stopped Song Xiaodong and asked, Yongkong, why do you say this is poisonous? Little sister, why don't you believe me? A couple of years ago, I went to Baoding Prefecture. At that time, Yongyan was working at the dock. I also did some short-term work there. Once, a government official from the capital brought a pot of persimmons on the boat, green leaves, red fruits, exactly like these. By the way, he said that pot was worth 30 taels of silver, the bright red color, like lanterns. I won't forget that. He even specifically told us it was poisonous and could kill people if eaten. Lu Wenli listened and advised, "Little sister, Yongkong is right. We haven't seen this before, so we shouldn't eat it casually. If we eat the wrong thing, it could be very bad." Lu Mingui looked at the tomatoes, surprised that there were tomatoes in Daming, and they were expensive. The most shocking part was that they were poisonous.
How could that be?
She had seen Ah Dong buy tomatoes herself, and Zhu Yufeng also told her that tomatoes could be eaten. If they were truly poisonous, wouldn't everyone who ate them be poisoned? Besides, these people didn't even know her, so they couldn't possibly be trying to harm her. Suddenly, she thought, if a tomato plant could sell for 30 taels of silver, maybe she could buy some at the market and sell them for profit? But the tomatoes at the market were picked, not grown on trees. While she was lost in thought, Song Xiaodong stepped forward again, ready to throw away the tomatoes. "Mother, if you're hungry, I'll make dumplings for you. But these poisonous fruits must not be eaten," he spoke with a hint of tears in his voice. Lu Mingui quickly waved his hand and said to everyone, "Don't worry, these persimmons are definitely not poisonous. I saw that noble person eat them myself. How could they believe her?" They all asked eagerly, "How did he eat them? Did he eat them raw?" Looking at the bright red color, it seemed almost dangerous. Even Man, with a worried face, said, "Grandma, don't eat it." Man is scared, but Lu Mingui didn't believe in that superstition. "If you don't believe me, I'll cut some for the chickens to try first. If they're fine, then we can eat it too." She said this and cut the tomato in half. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the semi-transparent green seeds and juice splashed out, with the orange-red flesh still feeling rough. A sweet and sour smell quickly filled the air. Lu Mingui, being closest, sniffed and couldn't help but swallow. How could this smell be poisonous? To convince everyone, she took a piece and went to the chicken cage, tossing it inside. The two old hens immediately stopped clucking, moved to the tomato, and started pecking. Soon, the half tomato was completely eaten, skin and all, and the hens continued clucking happily.
"See?"
Lu Mingui smiled slightly. "Isn't it safe? Can we eat now?" Lu Yongkong scratched his head. He remembered the servant from the official's house said this was poisonous and shouldn't be eaten. But now, the facts showed otherwise. What's going on? Could it be that the servant was just inexperienced? Lu Mingui dismissed everyone. "Are the dumplings ready? Don't break them. And you guys, peel some garlic quickly." When they left, she hurriedly cut the remaining tomatoes into pieces and sprinkled sugar on them. The white sugar slowly melted into the tomatoes, and the juice in the dish increased. She stirred it a few times with chopsticks, and the sugar disappeared completely, turning into a sweet syrup. Meanwhile, the dumplings were already on the table. Usually, dumplings are more tempting, but right now, everyone was staring at the dish of sugar-coated tomatoes and hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. They said it was not poisonous, but no one had tried it before. Finally, Lu Mingui was the first to take a bite, placing a piece of tomato in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste instantly filled her mouth, tangy, sweet, and cool, refreshing and delicious. Especially the slippery tomato seeds, which almost didn't stay in her mouth, going straight to her stomach. She couldn't help but take another piece, and soon everyone else started eating as well. 6 or 7 tomatoes were quickly finished, leaving only sweet syrup in the bowl, with a few small pieces of tomato flesh floating in it. Everyone finally realized this and felt a bit embarrassed. They ate so fast, just starting to enjoy the flavor. Especially Lu Yongkong, who was savoring the sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes in his mind, while also recalling a proud servant from the past who said, "This plant is worth 30 taels of silver." If that person wasn't bragging, didn't they just eat 30 taels of silver worth of tomatoes? No. That must be an exaggeration. How could it be that expensive? Song Xiaodong scratched his head, feeling a bit envious. "Mom, can I drink this soup?" Lu Mingui nodded. "Yes, of course. It's just sweet syrup, and it's very tasty." She hadn't drunk it herself, but since the tomatoes tasted so good, the syrup must taste even better. Drink it. You and Man can each have half. The leftover soup in the bowl wasn't enough for one person, so it was better to let the two children enjoy it. Song Xiaodong felt a little shy and wanted to give it to his mother. Lu Mingui shook her head and insisted that he and Man drink it. The two children carefully took a sip, and their eyes immediately lit up. The sweet and sour flavor was just too delicious. Especially Man, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandma, it's so tasty." Lu Mingui reached out to wipe the juice from her granddaughter's mouth. "Drink quickly and then we'll eat dumplings. Big brother, you all should eat quickly too. The dumplings are going to get cold." She took a dumpling first, biting into it. The dark-colored dumpling wrapper was a bit chewy, not very thin, and carried a wheat aroma when bitten. The smell of chives was the first to come out, a bit strong, followed by the chewy pork filling and the crispy vegetable leaves. Each ingredient had its own flavor, and together they made an especially delicious taste. With one bite, the juice splashed in the mouth. Lu Mingui squinted happily. Dumplings are really delicious. The others also stopped being polite and started eating. Everyone had a big plate of dumplings and finished them quickly. They all felt full and round-bellied. Lu Wenli touched his stomach. In previous years, we could only eat dumplings during New Year, but now, even without a festival, we get to eat them. Lu Mingui heard him start to nag again and quickly interrupted, "Big brother, just say if the dumplings smell good and taste nice, okay?" "Yes, they taste great." Very delicious. He thought about the 500 coins he had in his pocket, feeling more hopeful about the days ahead. After dinner, it was already getting dark. Lu Wenli and his son hurriedly said goodbye. Lu Mingui didn't keep them long, and the family went to rest early. The next morning, she went into the White House. As soon as she entered, she noticed some differences in the White House. For example, the bags of fine rice that were originally leaning against the wall now tilted inward a bit, and the large barrel of soybean oil, which was once close to the wall, now had a gap of about a fist's width. It seemed like the place had grown bigger. Lu Mingui looked around and confirmed that the White House had indeed become a little larger. She couldn't help but marvel at this strange thing. Trees grow taller, crops grow higher, but who has seen a house grow? But the most amazing thing about the White House is that it can go hundreds of years into the future. Any other changes don't seem so strange anymore. Lu Mingui reorganized and counted again. Now, besides eggs and rice, there was also a basket of fiddlehead ferns and a bunch of wild chives. There were 4 baskets of wild vegetables, 2 of purslane, 1 of fragrant cedar tips, and 1 of malin leaves. The fragrant cedar tips were bright purple and green, with a unique aroma. The purslane's dark red branches looked sturdy, but also very tender at a glance. They had been well preserved. She thought they could fetch a good price. But Lu Mingui wasn't entirely sure. With so many wild vegetables, she didn't know if Zhu Yufang would take them all. Although she had said before that she could accept even hundreds of jin of wild vegetables. Anyway, she decided to try. If it didn't work out, the 500 coins could just help support her big brother and second brother. She first changed into the clothes she bought at the market last time, feeling much lighter and more comfortable. Then she struggled to carry the baskets of wild vegetables to the door, pushed it open, and in the next moment, appeared at the market with the baskets. People around didn't seem to notice her sudden appearance. This time, she appeared near Zhu Yufang's stall. Lu Mingui wiped the sweat from her forehead, then went over to call out to her, cautiously looking around every few steps, afraid someone might take her baskets. Fortunately, no one tried to move her baskets. She jogged a few steps and reached Zhu Yufang, calling out, "Little Zhu." At first, Zhu Yufang was startled, but then she smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you're here? I was just wondering why you haven't come for several days. I've been missing you a bit." She smiled like a flower, very warm and friendly. Lu Mingui saw her enthusiasm and guessed that the wild vegetables she sold last time must have sold well. She felt a little more relaxed. Zhu Yufang looked her over and saw she was empty-handed. "Aunt Lu, didn't you bring me any wild vegetables? Let me tell you, the vegetables you brought last time sold very well. They were all gone the same day. Have you been digging these days?" She spoke quickly and eagerly, just like always. Hearing that they sold well, Lu Mingue's face lit up with a smile. Good to sell, good to sell. I brought a lot this time. I haven't moved them over yet. If you still want to buy, I'll go get the cart. Don't strain your back at your age. Lu Mingue knew her words were like that, so she didn't mind and happily agreed. Zhu Yufeng turned around, took a small folding cart from behind her stall, bigger than the one Li Zian had at his shop last time, with some vegetable leaves still on it. She snapped it open with a click, then quickly pushed it to the bamboo basket. She shook the basket of willow branches, which felt a bit heavy, and called her husband to help move it. Zhao Jingquan, come help quickly. Zhao Jingquan placed 2 baskets of porcelain onto the small cart. The remaining wild chives were much lighter, so Lu Mingue simply moved the basket of chives herself, following behind him. Aunt Lu, you're pretty strong. Zhao Jingquan couldn't help but gasp. She looked like an old lady, but she was surprisingly strong. Lu Mingue smiled and said, I'm used to working in the fields. This is nothing. Seeing this, Zhu Yufeng simply carried the basket of fragrant cedar leaves along with her. In the market, women often take on men's roles. Zhao Jingquan then brought over a scale and weighed each basket of wild vegetables. Portulaca, 212 jin. Wild chives, 34 jin. Fragrant cedar leaves, 76 jin. Lu Mingue thought for a moment. Her older brother had told her earlier that the total weight of the vegetables was about 270 jin, but now Zhao Jingquan was reporting around 320 jin, about 50 jin more. She was sure that the weight of 1 jin here was indeed lighter than in Daming. No wonder in previous sales, she felt the weight was a bit more than she estimated. But that didn't matter. She couldn't compare her weights with Zhu Yufeng's to bargain. Whatever she said was final. Zhu Yufeng listened to the numbers, then took out her phone and opened the calculator, quickly tapping the keys. This time, Lu Mingue moved closer and clearly saw the soft glow on one side of the rectangular screen. Zhu Yufeng's fingers flew over the buttons, clicking rapidly, and after a moment, she announced a price. Total is 5,436 yuan. The speed truly surprised Lu Mingue. No need to use an abacus, she just calculated it. How is her phone so powerful?
Does it know math too?
She couldn't help but want to see the screen again. Her reaction made Zhu Yufeng laugh nonstop. She raised her phone and handed it to Lu Mingue. Auntie, look. Is this price correct? The glowing screen made Lu Mingue's heart race. It was the first time she had been so close to a phone. She squinted, trying to stay calm and look at the numbers. But she only remembered the 5 that looked like a hook. She couldn't recall the rest. She thought she should find a chance to memorize these numbers properly. Seeing her stare at the screen for a long time, Zhu Yufeng thought she had forgotten the price per jin of the vegetables and said, This time, we used the same prices as last time. Portulaca at 12 yuan per jin, wild chives at 15 yuan per jin, and fragrant cedar leaves at 30 yuan per jin. Total is 5,436 yuan. Lu Mingue didn't feel like looking at the phone anymore. She quickly nodded and said, Okay, yes. The amount of over 5,000 yuan made her feel so excited that she was a little overwhelmed, as if she could see countless bright white grains of rice in front of her. How much white rice and flour could she buy with that much money? Zhu Yufeng looked at her and hesitated. Auntie, since you don't have a phone, how will you collect the money? I can give you 100 or 200 now, but I don't have over 5,000 yuan on me. Zhao Jingquan also looked troubled. He checked all the cash he had, only about 1,000 yuan, which was far from enough. Maybe I should go to the bank to withdraw some money, he said to his wife. Let's not delay paying them. Withdraw money? Zhu Yufeng asked. Do you have a bank card? Zhao Jingquan was excited. You forgot? Now you can withdraw without a card. I want to try it. I've never tried how to withdraw without a card before. It's not easy for the old lady to sell vegetables, so she shouldn't delay paying for them. Zhu Yufeng nodded. Then go quickly and withdraw some money. Seeing Zhao Jingquan about to leave, Lu Mingue quickly waved her hand. Xiao Zhu, there's no rush. You can keep the money first. Just give me what you have. It's okay, Zhu Yufeng said. The bank is not far, just across the street. Zhao Jingquan hurriedly left. Zhu Yufeng then said, Auntie, wait here for a while, Or you can go for a walk and come back later. Lu Minggui gratefully thanked her. She carried her basket and planned to go to Li's grain and oil store first. This time, she definitely wanted to buy some flour to take home. Just as she was about to leave, Zhu Yufeng noticed that her basket still had some fernbreak. "Auntie, wait a moment. You still have fernbreak. Are you not selling it?" She loved eating fernbreak herself, and since it wasn't in season yet, it was even more precious. Why hadn't she seen the fernbreak in the basket earlier? Lu Minggui kept the fernbreak to give to Sister Yang. Last time, Sister Yang took her shopping for clothes and helped with bargaining. She wanted to give her something in return. But as a farmer, she didn't have many valuable things, and she knew people here liked wild vegetables, so she thought of giving some. Now, when Zhu Yufeng asked, she shook her head. "I'm not selling this. I want to keep it." Zhu Yufeng felt a little disappointed. Such good fernbreak, and it was foraged in the mountains? "If you pick more later, bring it to me. I'll buy it. It's not in season yet, and the price is high. Last year, fiddlehead ferns just came out and sold for 40 yuan per jean. This year, I think the price won't be lower than 40 yuan. Zhu Yufeng is an experienced vegetable seller and is very sensitive to wild vegetables. Her eyes are fixed on the fiddlehead ferns. "By the way, I haven't eaten fiddlehead ferns in a long time. Blanched and cooled, mixed with a bit of vinegar, garlic, and sesame oil. That taste is truly special." She says this while swallowing her saliva. Seeing this, Lu Minggui quickly took most of the fiddlehead ferns out of the basket. "Xiao Zhu, you can take these to eat." Zhu Yufeng didn't expect this elderly lady to be so generous. With a casual grab, she took over 2 jin, which at market price could be sold for over 100 yuan. She smiled and said, "That's too much to accept. I'll pay you." "No need. These are a gift for you." Lu Minggui replied kindly. "You've taken so many wild vegetables from me. I should thank you. You're a good person helping me so much. This little bit I give you isn't much." Lu Minggui truly thinks Zhu Yufeng is a kind person. She has bought all the wild vegetables that no one else wanted at high prices. Zhu Yufeng felt a bit shy. Actually, her prices for wild vegetables weren't high. She made quite a bit of profit last time. She just happened to meet this elderly lady. If another vegetable seller had come first, they might have taken these vegetables too. Maybe they would have offered even more. Sigh. It feels like she's the one who's gaining, but this rural grandma calls her a good person. Zhu Yufeng is the kind of person who treats others well when they treat her well. She immediately accepted the fiddlehead ferns and asked, "Was the tomato delicious last time?" "This time, I want some more." She then packed a lot of tomatoes into a bag, along with a few cucumbers, filling the bag completely. Now, it was Lu Minggui's turn to feel embarrassed. She still remembered her nephew Lu Yongkong saying that these tomatoes are called tomato persimmons, treasured like bonsai by wealthy families, with one plant worth 30 taels of silver. Even if they aren't worth much here, they're still quite valuable. And these cucumbers. Although cucumbers aren't expensive, it's not the season for eating them yet, and they probably aren't cheap either. After some back and forth, Lu Minggui finally accepted the vegetables. "Aunt Lu, these fiddlehead ferns are really good. If it's convenient, pick some more." "I'll take them all. Anything else, no matter what fresh wild vegetables, just bring them over. The prices are easy to discuss." Hearing that she still wanted wild vegetables, Lu Minggui felt happy inside. "All right, we have plenty of wild vegetables here. I'll come again next time." While they were talking, Zhao Jingquan returned, slightly out of breath. "I got it back. This cardless withdrawal is quite convenient. I took out a little more," he said, placing a stack of money into Zhu Yufeng's hand. "Count it." Lu Minggui guessed that the bank they mentioned was probably a money shop, where they could exchange paper notes for cash. As for the cardless withdrawal, she didn't know what that was. Zhu Yufeng pinched the stack of money with her middle and ring fingers, quickly rubbing her thumb. She counted out 54 red bills, then 3 10-yuan notes, a 5-yuan note, and also handed over a 1-yuan coin. "Aunt Lu, you count these and don't lose them, okay?" Lu Minggui took the money, feeling a bit excited as she held it. It was quite a lot. She wasn't sure if she was happy because she could buy a lot of food with this money or for some other reason. She felt a strange mix of heaviness and relief in her heart. She thanked Zhu Yufeng again, carefully put the money away, and then left. Seeing her go, Zhu Yufeng smiled happily at Zhao Jingquan. How is it? Got more wild vegetables this time. Zhao Jingquan gave her a thumbs up. My wife is amazing. Just knowing someone is like having a treasure. Hurrah! Zhu Yufeng laughed loudly. I wouldn't call myself a treasure, but earning a little is pretty easy. Next door, a woman had been watching everything. She sneered and said, I don't know where those wild vegetables came from. Acting like they're treasures. Maybe they were sprayed with pesticides. Otherwise, how could they grow so well? Her voice was loud, and Zhu Yufeng heard her clearly. Since their families were rivals, she didn't hold back and shot back. Wang Lijuan, what are you jealous about? If you're so capable, go find someone who can dig wild vegetables. Huh? Too bad you don't have that skill. And what are you talking about, pesticides? If you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Lijuan usually couldn't argue with her and would turn away, feeling upset. But Zhu Yufeng looked back at the wild vegetables and felt nervous. She whispered worriedly, Husband, do you think these wild vegetables might really have pesticides? After all, where can you find so many good wild vegetables these days? Zhao Jingquan chewed his lip and said, That Annie doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do that. Zhu Yufeng rolled her eyes and asked, What kind of person do you think Annie Lu is? I'm just worried that she's old and might not know better. What if she digs up vegetables she shouldn't? What's the big deal? We have a quick test kit for pesticide residue. Let's test them. Zhao Jingquan didn't take it seriously. He took out the test kit from a cabinet under the stall, picked a few vegetables randomly from 4 baskets, and started testing. After about 10 minutes, the test showed no pesticide residue. See, it's negative. No pesticides at all. Now you can relax, right? Don't listen to Wang Lijuan's nonsense. She's just jealous. Maybe she's envious because you're making money. Zhu Yufeng finally relaxed. I'm just worried that if we sell them, someone might get sick. Now it's all good. Let's tidy up and get ready to sell. She went to pick some purslane first. It was already cleaned, with the red roots showing and almost no dirt. Then she checked the garlic chives, which were also neatly trimmed, with only the tender tips bundled in small bunches. The same went for the Chinese tune tops. They were all carefully prepared. She immediately praised, I tell you, Auntie Lu is really honest. Look at how well she prepares them. She cares more than we do. Zhao Jingquan smiled and said, That's why I say she's like a lucky god. No mistake. Zhu Yufeng added, Yes, even if she's not a lucky god, she's at least a lucky star, haha. Not to mention the wild vegetables we bought last time. We made a delicious egg soup with garlic chives. It was really fresh. Who knows where she dug up those vegetables? Probably from deep in the mountains, no pollution. They were chatting happily when someone asked, The Chinese tune tops look good. How much per jean? And the tender purslane? I'll take some. Lu Minggui carried her basket toward Li's grain and oil shop. The 5,000 yuan she had just received, along with the tomatoes and cucumbers given by Zhu Yufeng, had all been quietly placed in her small white house. She thought it best to keep the money there until she needed it, so it wouldn't get lost. Sister Yang was chatting with a regular customer, gossiping as usual. That's right, they just got divorced. Was it because the man couldn't have children? At first, he insisted it was the woman's problem, but after a hospital check, it turned out it was him. Exactly. He couldn't have children, yet he wanted her to go through medical treatment. She didn't want to suffer like that, and besides, her mother-in-law treated her poorly. When they got married, his family didn't even want to give a bride price, but still expected a dowry. Oh dear, what kind of people are they? It's better she left early. Lu Minggui couldn't help but listen, inching closer and closer. Sister Yang finally noticed her and greeted her. Oh, Auntie, it's you. She recognized her right away. After all, they had gone shopping for that very outfit together. The woman chatting with Sister Yang glanced at Lu Minggui, realized she didn't know her, and said goodbye. I'll head home to look after my grandson. You get back to work. We'll chat next time. Sister Yang waved her off, then turned to Lu Minggui with a smile. Haven't seen you in a few days, Auntie. You look well. What brings you here today? Lu Minggui smiled and handed over some wild chives and leftover bracken she had taken from her white house. Sister Yang, these wild vegetables are for you. She had planned to share them with both Brother Li and Sister Yang, but since Brother Li wasn't around, She decided to give them all to Sister Yang. Sister Yang was surprised. For me, she did love wild vegetables, but rarely had time to go out and pick them herself. Buying them was expensive, and she usually couldn't bring herself to spend that much. After all, the prices had gone up a lot in recent years. For example, bracken now costs 30 to 50 yuan a pound, and even wild chives were more than 10 yuan a pound. Not only were they pricey, but they were also seasonal. Once the season passed, no amount of money could buy them fresh. That's why she was so surprised. She hadn't really helped Auntie with anything, yet Auntie was giving her such a nice gift. Could it be that Auntie needed a favor from her? Sister Yang hesitated for a moment. Although Boss Lee was very kind to her, she initially thought that Sister Yang's clothes looked worn out and strange. She didn't really want to accept the gift, worried it might cause trouble. Lu Mingui saw her hesitation and thought she was worried about the humble wild vegetables. But since Zhu Yufang was willing to pay a high price, she gathered her courage. Big Sister Yang, thank you for helping me buy clothes last time and for bargaining. These wild vegetables are from my own garden. They're not worth much, just for a bit of fresh flavor. Sister Yang was even more surprised. So, it's just for this. Ma'am, I'll be honest with you. That day, the boss asked me to go. You should thank him. Lu Mingui nodded. Yes, Xiaoli is a good person. But you made a special trip, so you're also a good person. Her sincerity made Sister Yang feel a bit shy. All right, ma'am. I'll accept it. Thank you. Come inside and sit for a while. There are no customers now. Lu Mingui thanked her and sat on a small stool by the counter. Then she hesitated and asked, what were you talking about just now? About whether people can have children or not. Is it about having babies? Sister Yang, knowing how to keep secrets, thought it was interesting to spread gossip. Yes, it's about divorce and having children. She nodded and looked excited. The person I mentioned earlier is my neighbor. She has a relative who's been married for a few years but hasn't had a baby. Her in-laws say she can't have children and even spread rumors that she had an abortion before, which is why she can't get pregnant. The woman is innocent. She refused to accept such accusations. She went to the hospital for a checkup. Turns out, she's perfectly healthy. It's actually the man's problem, sperm issues. Sister Yang was animated, but Lu Mingui was confused. She asked, isn't having children usually a woman's thing? Why can't the man have children? Sister Yang didn't like hearing that. Ma'am, what are you saying? Having children isn't just a woman's matter. It takes two people. Can a woman have a baby all by herself? She's not Mother Mary. Lu Mingui had never heard of that. Who? She asked. That's not important. Sister Yang spoke passionately, with no time to explain the story of the Virgin Mary to the old lady from the countryside. Anyway, having children is something two people do together. Think about it. If the seed doesn't work, then no matter how fertile the land is, it's useless. She gave an example. You're a farmer from the countryside, so you should understand, right? Even if the land is very fertile, if you plant cooked rice, it won't grow into a seedling. Because these seeds are dead. Lu Mingui understood and murmured, so that's how it is. It made perfect sense. Suddenly, the fog in her mind seemed to clear. Yes, having children is a matter for both partners. Why should it all be blamed on the woman? But in the village, if a family didn't have children, people would say the woman couldn't have them. Just like her little Chiao. Wasn't it because she couldn't have children that the Wu family looked down on her? Thinking this way, maybe little Chiao was not the problem at all. If little Chiao was fine, then the problem was with Wu Shunzi. Even if that widow got pregnant, it wouldn't be his child. Lu Mingui thought for a moment and asked, Sister Yang, you mentioned earlier about a doctor. Can the hospital find out who is at fault for not being able to have children? Of course, Sister Yang said confidently. A check at the hospital will tell you. Both men and women need to be checked for this. It shouldn't all be blamed on one person. Lu Mingui sighed inwardly. Hospitals are so powerful, much more than a local clinic. She had never heard of a doctor at a clinic being able to tell who couldn't have children. If only she could bring little Chiao here. But she thought that was unrealistic. Even if she could bring little Chiao, she could keep her secret and not reveal the White House's secret. But where was the hospital? The hospital wasn't really a problem. Just ask around, and she could find out. But even if the hospital confirmed that little Chiao was fine, How could she explain all this to the Wu family? That was truly a difficult problem. Then she thought again. What's the point of all this fuss? Why explain to them? A family full of troublemakers. Was it worth arguing over? With that free time, she might as well dig up some wild vegetables. After all, she had the White House and could sell vegetables to make money, and she could also bring little Chio back from the Wu family. The Wu family was really good at causing trouble. She couldn't let her daughter follow the wrong path from her past life. Moreover, she already knew where the widow's son lived. As soon as she found the right moment, she would catch her cheating. Big Sister Yang saw that she was very eager to ask earlier, but then fell silent. She decided to ask directly, "Madam, is it that someone in your family can't have children? If that's the case, you should take them to the hospital quickly. Medicine is so advanced now. Even if it's hard to get pregnant naturally, they can try IVF. IVF can even produce twins. When I was young, I envied people who had twins, especially a boy and a girl twin. What a perfect match. Madam, is it that your son and daughter-in-law can't have children?" Lu Mingyue felt like she was hearing something from a strange story. What is this IVF? Can it really make twins? Is this, IVF, taking over the work of the goddess of fertility? She couldn't help but shiver, and then said, No, I was just asking casually. However, Big Sister Yang thought Lu Mingyue was hiding something. But that was normal. Some families still felt that not being able to have children was shameful. Since she wouldn't say, she wouldn't ask anymore. She wisely changed the subject. "Madam, you should buy a few more sets of clothes. Look at how lively you look in this one. Although your white hair makes you look older, you should dye it again. Look at my hair. How does it look?" Lu Mingyue looked at her jet black hair in surprise. "Dye it? Like dyeing fabric?" Big Sister Yang chuckled loudly. "Madam, you're so funny. More or less, just like dyeing fabric. Anyway, it covers the white hair. Do you also have white hair?" Lu Mingyue examined her carefully but couldn't tell. She only thought Yang's hair was too black. "Of course I do," Yang said, playing with her hair. "I started getting white hair in my 30s. Now that I'm 42, I have more and more white hair. I dye it because I feel uncomfortable without it." Lu Mingyue didn't expect to meet someone her own age. She had always thought Yang was just in her 30s, but it turned out she was only a year younger than herself. She didn't say much, since she had already seen that the people here not only looked young but also lived long lives. "Hey, I don't dye my hair. If it turns white, it just turns white." Lu Mingyue acted as if she didn't care, but she really had no idea how her hair turned white. "I have money, but I prefer to use it to buy food. Eating it is the real benefit." Sister Yang rubbed her stomach. "Food? Isn't that simple?" She was already well-nourished. "Auntie, when I look at you now, I feel like you're not that old. How old are you?" Lu Mingyue was caught off guard by the question. People in the village also called her Auntie, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Even if her peers called her Auntie, she didn't mind. Just like Zhu Yufang considered her to be 60 years old. She mumbled, "A little older than you." Seeing that she wouldn't say directly, Sister Yang suddenly had an idea. Could it be that this Annie is only a few years older than herself? Then she was learning from Boss Lee and calling her Auntie. If someone else was called that, they would be angry. But she couldn't blame herself. This Auntie really did look a bit old. Compared to her, she seemed young. Lu Mingyue didn't know what she was thinking and asked, "Sister Yang, I want to buy more food this time. Besides rice, I also want to buy flour. Is there still rice at 2 yuan a jin from last time? And the flour? Is there something like the rice from last time, doing some special work?" Seeing her want to buy things from the shop, Sister Yang perked up. Yes, there was plenty of rice. But that wasn't called doing special work. It was a promotion. "What kind of flour do you want?" But there are no loose packages, only bagged. 3 jin, 5 jin, 10 jin, 20 jin, there's even 50 jin bags. Are you planning to make noodles, steamed buns, or dumplings? Look, high-gluten flour is good for hand-pulled noodles, chewy, and low-gluten flour can be used for baking cakes. And the most common at home is medium-gluten flour, suitable for buns, dumplings, and so on. Lu Mingyue thought for a moment. She couldn't tell the difference between medium and high gluten, so she just chose the most ordinary flour. If it can be eaten, it's fine. "I just want the regular kind, not the expensive one." Okay, if we count the price, this 50-pound bag is the best deal. It costs 100 yuan per bag, which is about 2 yuan per pound. Sister Yang took out a bag of fine flour. Lu Minggui thought to herself that this white flour was priced the same as the rice she bought last time. It's really not expensive. Then I'll take 10 bags. As soon as she said that, Sister Yang almost thought she heard wrong. 10 bags? Lady, are you sure? That's 50 pounds per bag. Why do you need so much? Lu Minggui was surprised and asked softly, Can I buy that much? No, I mean, Sister Yang realized she shouldn't question her guest. She explained, You can buy it, but flour has a shelf life, only about a year. After that, even if it doesn't get bugs or mold, the taste will get worse. And you're not running a business. Buying so much flour at once might be a waste. Lu Minggui thought to herself that things in the White House wouldn't spoil, no matter how long they stayed. But her mind was quick, and she nodded along with Sister Yang's words. Actually, I want to make steamed buns to sell, so I bought so much flour at once. If she said she was making food, maybe next time she wouldn't be asked so many questions. Do you sell steamed buns at your place? Sister Yang looked suspicious. Honestly, this lady didn't seem like a business person. She didn't have that sharp business sense, just simple honesty. Lu Minggui nodded. Yes, I plan to sell steamed buns, Sister Yang wanted to say. Now everyone uses pre-made ingredients and machines to make buns. Who still makes them by hand, but she held back and just nodded politely. All right, when you open, I'll come support you. Seeing she wouldn't ask more, Lu Minggui added, I need more than just flour. I want to buy some other things. Like some salt, she said, glancing at the shelves. She remembered Sister Yang mentioning last time that they sold salt here. Unlike the official salt shop in Daming, which only sells salt, nothing else. Sister Yang pointed to a spot and said, The salt is over here. Feel free to look at what you want. One side of the bag has words and flowers printed on it, while the other side is transparent. She couldn't help but gently pick up a bag of salt. Looking inside through the clear part, her pupils immediately shrank. Wow, is this salt? How can it be so white and fine? Seeing white sugar before had already surprised her, but white sugar isn't something she uses every day. Salt, on the other hand, she eats daily. So this snow-white, fine salt made her heart tremble a little. She asked in a trembling voice, How much is this salt per jean? Lu Minggui felt a bit guilty asking. She knew rice and flour here were cheap, but salt might not be. For example, the coarse rice and rye flour in the town cost 5 cents per jean, but salt costs 50 cents per jean, and it's still impure salt. With such good quality salt here, could it be extremely expensive? She thought about the red bill she had just seen, more than 5,000. That gave her a bit more confidence. Sister Yang looked at the bag of salt in her hand, which was just regular edible salt. This is 250 grams, half a jean, 1.5 yuan. Lu Minggui almost thought she heard wrong. She guessed she was looking at the most expensive item, but it was surprisingly cheap. How much is this salt? 1.5 yuan? Her excitement was so intense that Sister Yang was a bit confused. Was she feeling it was cheap or expensive? But in these days, probably no one would think salt is expensive. Maybe she thought it was too cheap? Ma'am, what you're holding is the cheapest. If you want something better, this iodized kind costs 3 yuan per jean, and this low-sodium, non-iodized one, about a jean per bag, costs 7 yuan. Lu Minggui was shocked by these prices. So cheap. Too cheap. Why is salt so inexpensive? It's almost the same price as a jean of rice. She couldn't help but ask, How much is the most expensive salt? Sister Yang thought for a moment. If you're talking about expensive kinds like Himalayan pink salt, it could be dozens or even hundreds of yuan, but those are just marketing tricks. Ma'am, don't be fooled. The most expensive salt in our shop is this kind, costing about 7 or 8 yuan per jean. This salt tastes good, comes in many varieties, and is affordable. Lu Minggui understood that, apart from strange and rare salts, ordinary people's salt was not expensive. Since it was so cheap, if she bought salt here to resell, this good quality salt could sell for a good price. Wouldn't she become rich quickly? But her bright idea quickly faded from her mind. What was she thinking? Selling illegal salt was a serious crime. Not only would she be whipped 100 times, But she would also have to serve 3 years of hard labor, and her family and neighbors could be affected. She didn't even dare to let people know she had rice or flour, let alone salt. After realizing this, all her greed disappeared. Second sister-in-law Yang, just give me 20 bags of this 1 yuan 50 salt. All right. Sister Yang didn't try to dissuade her. Since the lady wanted to do business, she might as well take the opportunity to promote her products. Take a look at the others and see if you want anything else. I'll give you a discount. Lu Minggui first asked about her long-standing curiosity, chicken essence. Sister Yang took out the yellow packaged one she had shown Lu Minggui before. This kind of chicken essence comes in 2 types. If you use a lot at home, buy the big bag. It's more cost-effective. The big bag is 520 grams and costs 15 yuan, more expensive than salt. Lu Minggui thought, weighing it in her hand, hearing the small granules inside. Then I'll take 1 bag. She held it tightly, not putting it down. Second sister-in-law Yang, don't laugh at me, but I've never tried chicken essence before. How do you eat this? Sister Yang was slightly surprised, but not too shocked. As she knew, some people thought chicken essence and MSG were not good things, and some even said they could cause health problems. So, they usually didn't add these when cooking, which was normal. She continued, Lady, chicken essence is used to enhance flavor. Add it when stir-frying, making soup, or preparing cold dishes, just a little before serving. No need to use too much, just a small amount. Any dish can have it. Once added, the food will taste much better. Lu Minggui nodded, understanding what she meant. Can I also add it to tomato salad with sugar? Tomato salad with sugar is already delicious, and with this, it would be even better. Sister Yang was caught off guard by Lu Minggui's question. She looked at her carefully, but didn't see any sign of disagreement on her face. She took a deep breath, thinking she might have been a bit careless. Lady, for sweet cold dishes like that, you don't need to add sugar. Sugar can also enhance flavor. There's no need to add syrupy sweet potatoes or honey-glazed yams. Lu Minggui nodded repeatedly, understanding now. She didn't know how to make the 2 dishes mentioned later, but she remembered not to add chicken seasoning to sweet and sour tomatoes. Ma'am, do you want soy sauce and vinegar? Light soy or dark soy? Light soy is for flavor, dark soy for coloring. Fragrant vinegar is good for cold dishes, aged vinegar for stir-frying. That day, Lu Minggui opened the door to the world of seasonings. Just like people here divide flour into low gluten, medium gluten, and high gluten, seasonings are also very varied. Daming soy sauce is just soy sauce. But here it's divided into light soy, dark soy, and further into types like braising soy, lightly salted light soy, first-pressed soy, organic soy, and more. Under Sister Yang's guidance, she didn't buy the fancy ones, but chose the most affordable large bottles of soy sauce and aged vinegar. The large bottle of soy sauce is about 2 liters, costing 30 yuan, while 3 liters of vinegar only cost 25 yuan. There are many kinds of white sugar, including regular and fine white sugar. Lu Minggui picked a small bag of the sugar she used last time for making sweet syrup, less than a kilogram, which only cost 5 yuan. Of course, there are more expensive options, but she didn't dare buy them. To her, a 5 yuan bag of sugar was already very good. Eggs are a must-buy, cheap. 6 yuan 50 mao for a net of 10 eggs. This time, she bought 4 nets, totaling 40 eggs. Finally, she bought 200 jin of rice, still at 2 yuan per jin. Altogether, it cost 1,510 yuan. Sister Yang kindly rounded down and charged her 1,500 yuan. She couldn't get it any cheaper, as the profit margin for the grain and oil shop wasn't high. She originally wanted to help carry the goods, but just then, customers arrived. Lu Minggui thought to herself, perfect, I don't need an excuse now. She pushed her small cart, pretending to go to the market entrance. In fact, she still didn't know where the market entrance was. Fortunately, she wasn't really going there, just trying to keep up appearances. She ran back and forth several times with 10 bags of flour, 200 jin of rice, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, eggs, and miscellaneous items. Sister Yang felt guilty and gave her a bunch of bananas she had just bought today. Ma'am, please take these bananas and enjoy them. I'm really sorry earlier. You bought so many things, and I didn't help you carry them. Lu Minggui said casually, it's okay. I have strength. If I can carry it myself, I will. I can't accept this. Big Sister Yang felt even more embarrassed. She is an honest person. She doesn't know that even if someone buys a bag of rice, they might ask for it to be delivered to their car. Ma'am, bananas are not expensive. Please keep them and eat. Otherwise, I would feel guilty and might not sleep well tonight. Lu Mingui had no choice but to accept. She placed the bananas into a bamboo basket. To hide her curiosity, she didn't look at the bananas closely. Until she said goodbye to Big Sister Yang and walked to a corner where she couldn't see her, she reached out and touched the bananas. They felt smooth and cool, neither soft nor hard. They were all yellow. She wondered how to eat this thing. Never mind, she thought. She would look at it carefully when she got home. Big Sister Yang had some free time and quickly called Li Zian. Hello, boss. One type of flour is sold out and needs restocking. Yes, I will send you the product number later. It was bought by that lady. She bought 10 bags of flour at once. On the other end of the phone, Li Zian was also surprised. Why did she buy so much? Did she say she was bringing anything for me? No. All right, I'll have someone deliver the goods later. After hanging up, Fong Jian asked curiously, was it that lady? Didn't we say last time that there are still copper coins? Li Zian shook his head. Last time, I only said if there were still copper coins, she would bring them to me. Maybe she doesn't have any now. Fong Jian smiled and said, could it be that you said rarity makes it valuable, and the big lady is hiding her copper coins? No, she doesn't seem like that kind of person, Li Zian said confidently. Maybe she really doesn't have any. Next time you can say there's a copper coin called Shiwang Reward that was auctioned in 2011 for 2.3 million. See if she's interested. Hearing this, Li Zian rolled his eyes at Fong Jian. You're really tricky. Stop giving me ideas. Do you just want to get the copper coins? Nonsense. Fong Jian replied bluntly. This is my livelihood. You better remember to ask her again for me. All right, I will ask the shop staff to be more careful next time. If an elderly lady comes to buy something, have someone stay with her. Mark it. Lu Mingui looked for the place where she bought meat last time, based on her memory. Last time, the meat vendor was very kind and thoughtful, even giving her pork fat, so Lu Mingui decided that from now on, she would buy meat only from him. Andy, what kind of meat do you want today? That pork fat from last time was pretty good, right? As she approached, Chen Xian recognized her. Lu Mingui didn't expect him to remember her, and she smiled, saying, I want pork belly again, a bit fattier, and please weigh a few more Jean. Chen Xian picked a fattier piece of pork belly and showed it to her repeatedly. Auntie, how about this piece? Is it enough? This piece weighs about 6 or 7 Jean, which most people can't finish. Lu Mingui shook her head. Not too much, just this one. All right, Chen Xian weighed it. 6 Jean 8 liang. Just like last time, I'll charge you 12 yuan per Jean. That makes it 81 yuan 6 mao. I'll take 80 yuan. Lu Mingui felt he was very honest, not only giving her a good price but also rounding down the change. Thank you. I want to buy a few other things. Sure, whatever you need, just look around, Chen Xian agreed, then cut the meat into 5 pieces like last time and packed each in a bag. My daughter-in-law is pregnant and needs some nourishment. What do you recommend she eat? Pregnant. Chen Xian looked up. Is she expecting a baby? Yes, buy some pig liver for her. It's good for blood and also provides folic acid. My wife ate a lot of pig liver when she was pregnant. If she can't get used to pig liver, she can also buy pig trotters. They have lots of collagen and are very nutritious, but she shouldn't eat too much fat. Gaining too much weight during pregnancy can be troublesome. Ribs are expensive too. Now, with bones, meat costs more. Meat with bones tastes better. Lu Mingui was just asking casually. She had already noticed that the people here have fair skin and look strong. No one is as thin as she is. So they don't like fatty meat, which is why it's cheaper. She pointed to a pig's hind leg and said, please weigh this for me. The pig's hind leg was large, enough to make soup. She didn't want more. 1 pound 4 ounces, 33 yuan 6 mao. I'll take 33 yuan. Chen Xian quoted the price and asked, would you like some pork ribs too? Lu Mingui felt a bit disgusted and shook her head to refuse. It was mostly bones with just a thin layer of meat, so she didn't want it. With the pork, the total is 113 yuan. There's no small change left, but I'll give you a piece of pork liver for free. Chen Xian took a bright red piece of pork liver, which probably costs about 5 or 6 yuan. Lu Minggui kept thanking him. She had wanted to buy pork liver, but unexpectedly, the vendor just gave her a piece. He really knew how to do business. She looked at the vendor nearby, who looked quite fierce. That person was still looking at his phone. On his stall, there were a few pieces of pork that had turned pale. People passing by didn't bother to look at the stall. The vendor rarely looked up, showing no interest in attracting customers. Lu Minggui wondered what was so attractive about that phone. While she was distracted, Chen Xian had already used a small torch to burn off the pig hair and clean the ashes from the hair. Auntie, here is your meat. I've cleaned all the hair off the pig's hoofs and cut them into pieces. Just wash them at home, and they're ready to stew. Seeing the clean, evenly sized pig's hoofs in the bag, Lu Minggui felt amazed. Pig's hoof hair is the hardest to clean. She didn't expect this vendor to help with such details. Thank you so much for being so careful, Lu Minggui sincerely praised. Chen Xian smiled and said, Annie, everyone here does the same. If you buy meat and they don't help you clean it, you can ask them. But don't buy from other places. Buy from my shop. Our meat is the best and freshest. You won't find such good quality elsewhere. Without needing him to say more, Lu Minggui was already convinced. She nodded and smiled in agreement. She had almost finished buying things and felt like wandering around the market. After the first 2 times, she was always nervous and hurried, so she didn't look carefully. Now, she looked more closely and saw many things she had never seen before. It was very interesting. She passed by a stall selling pork and then heard someone calling out about beef. Come take a look. Fresh yellow beef just slaughtered this morning, tender beef brisket, beef shank, and beef tendons. Beef? Lu Minggui looked in the direction of the voice and saw a stand with fresh beef on display. She had never eaten beef in her life. Killing a cow without permission was a serious crime. Last time, someone in the village had a cow die of illness. They didn't want to eat it themselves, so they reported it to the village chief, who then allowed them to sell it in town. But here it was different. So much beef was just laid out openly. A few people were gathered around, choosing and looking. Lu Minggui looked at the large pieces of beef but didn't feel like buying any. She was just curious and looked for a while before leaving. Further ahead, she saw the seafood stall. Big metal basins were placed on the ground, with water flowing through thin pipes. Various fish were swimming and bubbling in the water. Behind them, there were clear water tanks with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Moving on, she reached the main gate of the market. For large, transparent glass doors opened outward. But when Lu Minggui looked outside, she was confused. Outside was thick white fog, just like inside a White House, and she couldn't see what was outside. People going out seemed to disappear into the fog, while those coming in looked like they had just stepped out of it. Lu Minggui wasn't afraid. She slowly walked closer. The fog was soft and bouncy, but she couldn't step into it at all. It turned out she couldn't leave this market. This discovery made her feel mixed emotions. She was glad she didn't have to face another possibly unfamiliar world, but also felt a bit disappointed. Just now, she had wanted to take Xiaoqiu to the hospital, but now she couldn't even leave herself. Then she thought this fog was like the one inside the White House, and the walls of the White House seemed a little smaller. Maybe someday the fog would clear, and she could see outside. People kept coming in and out of the gate. Lu Minggui didn't block the way and turned to walk in another direction. There are shops on both sides inside the gate. One side sells cooked dishes and cold salads. In a clear display case, whole roasted ducks and chickens with a golden brown color are arranged. A large tray holds marinated pig's feet, pig ears, and various vegetarian dishes. Most of these are unfamiliar to Lu Minggui. She looks at them curiously and then moves on. On the other side is a very lively shop. At the entrance, there are many red papers pasted on the wall with words like clearance sale, everything 2 yuan. A woman's voice with a strange accent comes from somewhere. 2 yuan, everything 2 yuan. Every item 2 yuan. Don't miss out as you pass by, everything 2 yuan. Lu Minggui approaches, but doesn't see which woman is speaking. Inside, there are quite a few people. Most are older and wandering around the shop. At the door, a man sees her hesitating and quickly calls out, "Come in and take a look. Everyday goods, home essentials, everything you need. 2 yuan per item. No risk of losing money, no scams." Lu Mingwei hesitates a little but can't resist the temptation of 2 yuan per item and steps inside. When she enters, the man immediately hands her a red shopping basket. "Pick what you like, put it in here, and pay all at once later." Lu Mingwei, confused, takes the basket, weighs it, and finds it lighter than her usual bamboo basket. Suddenly, she steps further into the shop and can't help but rub her eyes. This is definitely the most dazzling place she has ever seen. The shop isn't very big, but it is packed with many items, neatly categorized and sparkling with variety. Anyone else would recognize these as cheap little things: hairbands, ear pickers, wire balls, plastic basins, toilet brushes, nail clippers, so many to list. But Lu Mingwei doesn't recognize these. Compared to the vegetables and fruits she saw earlier, these objects seem even more novel. What is this small round ball? And that transparent box, what could it be? Hanging on the wall is something that looks like a hedgehog with a long handle. What is that? This pile should be spatulas and rice spoons. They are all made of wood, with a layer of varnish on the surface, and they look quite nice. There are also 5 pairs of chopsticks bundled together, and they only cost 2 yuan? Really cheap. Thinking about how her own spatula at home was already worn out, she decided to take 1 spatula, 1 rice spoon, and 1 set of chopsticks. Next to these wooden items, there were also many various wooden combs scattered around. Her family does have wooden combs, but some teeth are missing or broken, so she simply took a few more. Walking further ahead, she saw a colorful pile of cloth scraps, and a woman was holding some cloth pieces, comparing them to her hair. It turned out to be hair accessories. Lu Mingwei was a bit tempted. Usually, she and Jiwei used wooden hairpins, which weren't very pretty, but were practical. But since she was still young and had little hair, she didn't need wooden hairpins, just 2 cloth strips tied into small bunches on her head. Those 2 cloth strips had already faded from blue to a dull gray-white. So she carefully selected a few hair flowers, deliberately avoiding bright yellow and red, which might be considered unlucky colors. They looked simple and not too eye-catching, perfect for Ming Man. After choosing the hair flowers, she quickly saw a box filled with many pearl hair ornaments. The shiny, bright pearls clustered into flower shapes, set on silver hairpins, looking very lifelike. Although Lu Mingwei was older, she couldn't help but stop and look at these beautiful pearl ornaments. They looked even better than the headpieces sold in the jewelry shops in town. Could it be that these pearl hair accessories only cost 2 yuan? Someone nearby glanced at the pearls, then casually tossed them back onto the tray with a snap, which made Lu Mingwei feel a little distressed. She also picked up a blossom-shaped hair ornament resembling a crabapple flower and examined it carefully. She found it lighter than she had expected. Then she looked at the silver hairpin. It was very shiny, but probably not made of silver. Still, she couldn't tell what material it was. "You're holding a 10 yuan one, not 2 yuan, a customer nearby said after noticing her looking for a while. Lu Mingwei was surprised and saw it was a man with short hair. She asked, "Aren't all the items 2 yuan? Ha, they're just fooling people into coming in," said another woman. "Look, the small items at the front are sold for 2 yuan each. As you go further inside, they are 10 yuan, and in the very back, there are some that cost 20 or 30 yuan. Isn't that just cheating?" Lu Mingwei asked, confused. "Are scammers so bold now?" The first man sneered and said, "That's how it is nowadays. Besides, it's not really cheating." He pointed to the red paper with black writing. "Look carefully, it says everything starts at 2 yuan. Adding the word starting makes a difference." Another woman nodded and said, "No trickery in business. That starting means the cheapest items are 2 yuan, but the more expensive ones could be 15 or 20 yuan. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They're so cheap. What more do you need?" Although Lu Mingwei didn't know what a bicycle was, she agreed with the woman. "These things are really cheap. A delicate pearl flower for only 10 yuan. Wouldn't it cost 5 or 6 taels of silver in town?" Seeing her still staring at the pearl flower, the woman advised, "It's made of plastic beads, just for show." Lu Mingwei listened and quickly examined the pearl flower. Such beautiful pearls are fake? She really couldn't tell. Plastic? Made of plastic? Hearing her doubt, the woman nodded. Yes, now most of these are made of plastic. There are also plastic bags, plastic basins. The woman then said, if you like pearls, you should go to the shop at the very top, the one that sells river clams. They have real pearls. They can even drill holes for you, making necklaces or bracelets, and they can grind pearl powder too. Lu Mingui was a bit surprised. Does this market really have people opening river clams? Villagers naturally eat river clams. They have some meat and are easier to catch than fish. But she had never heard of anyone getting pearls from river clams. It seems there are many places in this market she hasn't explored yet. She must take some time to look around. The woman mumbled a few more words and then went to pick out what she wanted. Lu Mingui put down the pearl flower and looked at the copper hairpin beside it. Its shape was simple, with a blue gemstone embedded at the top. It was probably fake too. The people here are quite skilled. They can make such beautiful things, even if they are fake. But fake or not, they look really good. Lu Mingui thought about the money she had and couldn't resist the temptation of 2 yuan. She took 1 pearl flower and 1 copper hairpin. The pearl flower looked a bit brighter, so she gave it to Xiaoqiu. The copper hairpin she decided to give to Jiwa since she didn't have many accessories. As for herself, she felt that these were not suitable for her old age. The shop owner was watching from the door and saw everything. The goods they bought in Yiwu were originally meant to entertain children. They ended up renting the shop in the vegetable market, where most customers were middle-aged and elderly people. It was rare to sell 1 or 2 items. Now that someone was willing to buy, his eyes lit up. He quickly stepped over and said, if you take everything, I'll sell them to you for 5 yuan each. I'll sell at a loss. Look, these copper hairpins aren't plastic, they're glass, and they look just like real gemstones. Lu Mingui paused, realizing he was talking to her. Take everything. She looked at the pearl flowers and hairpins. There were about 10 pearl flowers and 7 or 8 hairpins. She quickly shook her head to refuse. Too many. I don't want that many. That was too many. Even 3 heads and 6 arms couldn't wear them all. The shop owner looked a bit disappointed, but then thought of a new idea. What's the big deal? Not many at all. These can be stored without damage. Look, there are 12 pearl flowers and 7 hairpins. I'll sell each for 5 yuan, so it's less than 100 yuan. I see, like traditional styles. If you really want them, I can get something for you as a gift. He went to the back storage and soon brought out 2 antique-style copper mirrors. They were small handheld mirrors, about the size of a palm, 1 round and 1 with a diamond shape. The back was made of copper with embossed lotus patterns. The front was like modern silver mirrors, very clear and sharp. Look, how about these? I used to sell each for 50 yuan. Only these 2 are left now. If you buy those hairpins, I'll give you these 2 mirrors for free. Lu Mingui was happy. These mirrors looked nice and felt heavy in her hand. When she looked into them, her face was reflected clearly, just like the mirror in the clothing store on the 2nd floor. She remembered her old copper mirror, which Hu Tsuehua took away. When they last separated, she couldn't find it. Therefore, compared to the pearl flower, she prefers these 2 mirrors more. After all, the pearl flower is not food, nor is it meat. No matter how pretty it is, it can't fill her stomach. Why buy so many and take them home? Just to look at them? But Lu Mingui also wants to buy mirrors. She quickly calculated in her mind that if she bought 2 mirrors, it would cost about 100 yuan. Adding a pearl flower and a copper hairpin, the total would be over 100 yuan. It might be better to follow what the person said, buy the pearl flower and hairpin, and get a mirror as a gift. That seems more cost-effective. All right, then take these. Seeing her relax, the shop owner quickly checked the pearl flower and copper hairpin again. There are 12 pearl flowers and 7 copper hairpins. That makes 95 yuan. Wait a moment, I'll get a plastic bag to pack them. He also saw that Lu Mingui's shopping basket contained a wooden spatula, a wooden rice spoon, wooden chopsticks, and 5 wooden combs, so he added those to the total. Total is 111 yuan. The shop owner pointed to the QR code hanging on the door. Scan to pay. Lu Mingui waved her hand. I don't have a phone. I'll pay you directly. Just give me some change. She remembered that others could get change, so she asked cautiously. The shop owner didn't want to give change at first. His small shop was just a quick stop, not relying on giving change to keep regular customers. But when he heard she was paying in cash, he agreed. After all, withdrawing money costs fees, and cash is better. Then just give 110 yuan. Less than that, I won't make any profit. After rounding down a yuan, Lu Mingui felt a small sense of achievement for paying a little less. 1 yuan is enough to buy half a kilogram of rice. She took out a red bill and then a 10 yuan note, paid, and left feeling satisfied. After leaving the small shop, she didn't linger. She found a chance to enter the White House. Inside the White House, things were getting more numerous. Bags of refined rice, flour, salt, pork, and eggs were neatly placed along the wall. Lu Mingui quickly looked around, and her gaze stopped at a piece of pork fat. This was from the last time she bought meat at the market. The meat vendor gave her 2 pieces for her brothers, and she kept 1 for herself. It wasn't that she forgot. She had been eating soybean oil lately, so she hadn't refined pork fat. Although things in the White House won't spoil, Lu Mingui still plans to refine the lard today. She first changes back into her clothes, then leaves the White House, noticing that it's still early. She hears the sound of sweeping in the yard. When she opens the door, she sees Song Xiaodong already sweeping the yard. Lu Mingui notices that her son likes sweeping, doing it early and late. That's good, as it keeps the house clean. Although the yard is muddy, it has been compacted, so it only needs to be swept to remove dust and fallen leaves. After sweeping the ground, Song Xiaodong sees his mother has gone into the kitchen. He immediately gets worried. Mother, do we eat 3 meals a day now? It's not busy farming now. Every household usually eats 2 meals. Maybe we should eat 2 too. Lu Mingui thinks her son has been influenced by Qian Mujiang and has lost his mind. She curses Qian Mujiang's family in her heart. Then she comforts Song Xiaodong. Don't worry, we have enough grain at home. Besides, you're growing, you can't go hungry. Moreover, Man is still small and your second sister-in-law is pregnant. No one in the family should eat less. Of course, she also mentions herself, your mother can't go hungry either. As I get older, I eat less. Hearing this, Song Xiaodong feels a bit ashamed. He only thinks about the lack of money at home, but forgets that even if he doesn't eat, the others still need to. Mother, my son was thinking too much. Second sister-in-law needs good food and you're so thin. I will work hard in the future so that everyone can have enough to eat every meal. Lu Mingui feels a bit comforted but only says, I just hope our family can live well. Alright, enough of this. I will go make breakfast soon. Water the small green onions in the corner of the wall. In the yard, 2 rows of green onions are planted under the fence. There are also 3 pumpkin seedlings, just a few leaves grown, still tender. They're protected by a small fence made of reed sticks to prevent chickens from damaging them. Pumpkins are good. Their leaves can be eaten, and so can the flowers. Young pumpkins can be stir-fried, and when fully ripe, they become sweet. They can be cooked with coarse rice to make a fragrant porridge. Roasted pumpkin seeds are the most delicious. Usually, Lu Mingui washes, dries, and selects the plum seeds for planting. The remaining seeds are roasted during the new year to give the family some snacks. 2 old hens are also let out, scratching the ground in the corner, looking for worms to eat. The soil is being turned up everywhere. Lu Mingui is thinking that in a few days it will be time to plant cucumbers, and the season for sowing yard-long beans is also here. He plans to plant a few along the wall, not too many. When a drought comes, they can only wait and see. A young boy outside the yard calls out, Aunt Lu, is Uncle Xiaodong at home? I'm going to find him to go fishing in the river. Zhao Yuan from the neighbor's house sticks his head out from behind the fence, followed by his younger brother Zhao Xing. Although Zhao Yuan is only 2 years younger than Song Xiaodong, he is from a lower generation, so he has to call Song Xiaodong uncle. Before Lu Mingui can answer, Song Xiaodong already asks him, Where can I find fish to catch? Zhao Yuan whispers mysteriously, My brother and I found out that the water is drying up, and there are quite a few small fish inside. Let's go quickly, or someone else might beat us to it. Song Xiaodong looks at his mother and asks, Mom, can I go catch fish after I water the plants? Lu Mingui waves his hand. Go ahead, I'll water the scallions. But be careful, even if the water is shallow, watch out. You're the oldest, take care of Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xing. The three of them agree and grab a wooden bucket before heading out. These mischievous kids, Zhao Yuan's grandma calls after them. It's already this late, and all you think about are sneaky tricks. Lu Minggui advises her, catching some fish to fill your stomach doesn't take much effort. They are all young boys, and it's rare to find a chance to play. Zhao's wife doesn't say anything more. She turns to Lu Minggui and says, Big sister, wait here for me a moment. Soon, she comes back with a bowl filled mostly with soybeans. I saw you making tofu the other day and ran out of beans, so I brought you half a bowl to help you out. Lu Minggui is surprised. Zhao's sister-in-law, you shouldn't do that. How can I accept your soybeans? The Zhao family has many members. Although more people mean more labor, it also means more food is needed. Life is not easy for the Zhao family. After some polite refusal, Zhao's wife sighs and finally says, Xiaodong's mother, I'll be honest with you. Once, Song Daji's family didn't treat you well. I often advised you to split the family. But now that you've really separated, cutting ties with your relatives, I feel guilty for you. Look at you, now only your small family remains. How will you manage in the future? It turns out that Aunt Zhao has been worried about this matter lately, to the point that she can't sleep well at night. She feels like she has caused trouble, stirring up issues in the Song family, and feels sorry for Lu Minggui. Seeing her face full of guilt, Lu Minggui also feels a bit sad. In her past life, the Zhao family members died of hunger or fled from famine. She doesn't know what happened after that. But Aunt Zhao has always been kind to her. When she first married Song Qingye, there were no elders at home. She didn't understand many things, and the Song family next door didn't want to help much. Aunt Zhao took good care of her. She even reminded her when she was pregnant and feeling sick, which is how she found out she was expecting. People say that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Her own family and brothers-in-law are good, but they are 10 miles away, so they can't help with everything. In the end, Aunt Zhao is a very good person. Thinking of this, she quickly comforted her. Aunt Zhao, what are you saying? Am I a puppet on a stage? The decision to split the family was mine. I can't blame others for that. Besides, now that we've split, with fewer troublemakers around, I feel much freer and more confident. Splitting the family is really a good thing. In fact, I should thank you more. Hearing her words of comfort, Aunt Zhao finally relaxed a little, but she insisted on giving Lu Minggui some soybeans. Here, take these soybeans. My family doesn't have much good stuff. Take these to exchange for tofu and give some to Zhuiying and the others to nourish them. Lu Minggui couldn't refuse her, so she took the soybeans, stored them away, and then filled a bowl with 4 eggs. Sister-in-law, you can take these eggs home to eat. Aunt Zhao, like a cat stepped on its tail, quickly refused. No, what are you saying? How can I take your things? What would that make me? Seeing her so excited, Lu Minggui found it a bit funny. Sister-in-law, listen to me. You take these eggs home to eat. I have something else I need your help with. Zhao, Annie finally calmed down a bit. What's the matter? Just say it. Why do you need eggs? Listen to me, Lu Minggui said softly as she pulled her into the yard. This is for Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu? Then I definitely can't take her in. Xiaoqiu is someone I watched grow up, but Zhao Auntie still refused to accept her. Lu Minggui then advised, Auntie, listen to me carefully. She explained everything about how Song Xiaoqiu was being mistreated in Wu's family, and also mentioned discovering the young widow. Zhao Auntie listened with anger and indignation. That Wu family is really terrible. Back then, your Xiaoqiu was a beautiful girl in the village. Many families came to matchmake, but after careful selection, they chose someone like Wu Shunzi. Hearing this, Lu Minggui also sighed. Yes, after all that careful choosing, they ended up with such a bad person. So, what do you want to do now? Zhao Auntie asked after calming down. I can't just watch Xiaoqiu suffer in Wu's family, Lu Minggui said. Xiaoqiu is part of me. As her mother, I feel heartbroken seeing her like this. I think it's better for them to divorce, so Xiaoqiu can come back home. In Wu's family, she'll only be mistreated and worn down. Coming back to her mother's house, at least she won't be hurt. Zhao Auntie agreed. That's right. Now that you and Song Da-ji are separated and no longer related, you can make the decisions about the old house. As a mother, I just can't bear to see my child suffer in someone else's home. Lu Minggui's eyes welled up with tears. Auntie, you understand me. They say a daughter married out is like water spilled, gone forever. But Xiao Qiu is my own daughter. This time, I must bring her back. Even if my family is short-handed, I need help. Zhao, Auntie patted her chest. Whatever you need, just say it. Lu Minggui didn't hold back. I need Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xing to watch over Daikyu Alley. When Wu Shunzi and the young widow are caught in the act, let me know. They don't need to do much. Just keep an eye on them. When Wu Shunzi goes somewhere, come back and tell me. I'll handle the rest. No need for the younger ones to get involved. Zhao Auntie promised her. All right, those two boys have been free lately anyway. Just say the word, and I can send the two people to run errands anytime. Lu Minggui then handed an egg to Aunt Zhao, saying, This is a small thank you for the two boys' hard work. When the task is done, I will give your family some coarse rice. Seeing Aunt Zhao hesitate to refuse, Lu Minggui added, If you don't accept, I might find someone else. But other children aren't as reliable as your big Yuanzi. This compliment made Aunt Zhao straighten up proudly. Yes, her son Zhao Yuan was a good boy, clever and not very old. If they had more money, he might even become a scholar someday. She said, All right, I'll accept it. It's a bit embarrassing, but thank you. No need to feel embarrassed. We shouldn't let the kids work for nothing. Lu Minggui comforted her and then saw her off before going to the kitchen to cook. This morning, she decided to make spinach and pig liver porridge because the meat seller said pig liver is good for health. Since it's good for health, the whole family should eat it. Seeing her start to work, Shun Jiyue, who was pregnant, wanted to help again. Lu Minggui quickly told her to sit back and relax. Don't worry. I have something for you to do. She then took out some small pieces of cloth. Make a hair accessory for Man with these. These pieces of cloth were bought from the 2 yuan shop for making hair accessories. After returning home, Lu Minggui realized that the hair accessories also had elastic bands that could stretch and shrink, just like the waistband of her pants, which also had an elastic band. Worried about causing trouble, she decided to take apart all the hair accessories, leaving the inner parts in the White House and taking the cloth strips out. Shun Jiyue looked at the scraps of cloth and exclaimed happily, Mom, where did these pretty fabrics come from? They're so nice. Plus, Man's hair ties are about to break. Perfect, I'll make a hair accessory for Man, Lu Minggui said, then added to Man. Tell your mom what kind you like. The little girl loved hair accessories and happily went along. Lu Minggui then went to the kitchen, first rinsing rice. This time, she used only polished white rice, with no coarse rice mixed in, and it looked bright and clean, which made her happy. Then she lit the fire and placed a few thick pieces of firewood in the stove to burn, so she wouldn't have to watch the fire constantly. She then washed the pig liver thoroughly, sliced it thinly, and soaked it in clean water to remove blood. After soaking for a while, she added chopped green onions, ginger, and soy sauce to marinate. While waiting, she washed the spinach and checked the porridge, which had become thick and bubbly, with a layer of rice oil floating on top. Seeing the rice had fully opened, Lu Minggui took out 2 sticks of firewood and extinguished the fire, saving some for next time. The fire in the stove immediately grew smaller. First, she poured the pig liver into the boiling porridge. When the liver changed color, she added the spinach, which quickly softened to a bright green. Finally, she added salt and a few drops of oil. The spinach and pig liver porridge was ready. If she had sesame oil, it would taste even better, but unfortunately, sesame oil was too expensive for her family. Since there was only one stove, she had to serve the porridge before she could use the pot to make pancakes. Eating only porridge felt unsatisfying, so Lu Minggui decided to make a scallion and egg pancake. The scallion and egg pancake was very simple, with no need for dough to rise. She just mixed flour into a batter, added plenty of chopped scallions, cracked in a few eggs, and added some salt. She cleaned the pan, poured in oil, and waited until it sizzled. Then she poured in the batter, spread it evenly with a spatula, and flipped it once it was cooked through. The pancake was ready. This time, She used refined flour, so the pancake was golden yellow, with bright green scallions. The side touching the pan was slightly charred, looking very appetizing. Lu Minggui's mouth watered. She looked at the sun, guessing that Song Xiaodong wouldn't return soon, so she served a portion for him to save. The rest was her and Xinjui's breakfast. Just then, Mian Mian came in shaking her head, eyes full of anticipation. "Grandma, does Mian Mian look pretty?" She saw Mian Mian with 2 fluffy little puffs of hair on her head, each decorated with a small flower. The flowers on her head were sewn into a flower shape by Xinjui, which was quite unique. Her previously pale face had become a bit rounder, but the biggest change was in her eyes. They used to look helpless and scared, but now they looked carefree and happy. Lu Minggui felt even more that leaving the big family was the right choice. Looking at the whole family, including herself, everyone seemed a bit more lively. She immediately praised, "You all look so nice. Everyone looks their best." Man Man was shy, but happy to be praised. She softly said, "Grandma also looks nice." Lu Minggui laughed happily and said, "Grandma is just an old lady, no need to look good. Grandma just wants to be healthy and free from illness." Man Man tilted her head, her big eyes blinking happily. Grandma will definitely live a long life. Hearing this, Lu Minggui felt joyful. She reached out and pinched her little face. "That's good. Grandma loves to hear that. Man Man is the same. Let's go. Hurry and eat. Only after eating can we grow tall and strong. Then we will all live long lives." She said this and picked up Man Man to walk toward the main room. Suddenly, Shun Jiwa hurriedly stopped her. Mother, please put Man Man down. She's so heavy. Don't tire yourself out." Lu Minggui weighed her and saw that the little girl was quite thin, probably only about 20 pounds. She didn't insist and gently put Man Man down. Man Man was a bit attached to her grandma's arms. It seemed like this was the first time her grandma had held her since she could remember. "It's not tiring. Man Man is still too thin. You should eat more in the future." Man Man nodded happily and jumped into the main room. On the table, there was a big bowl of spinach and pork liver porridge. Next to it was a golden yellow scallion and egg pancake. Shunjua paused, thinking, why is the family eating so well every day now? How will we get through the future days? She looked at the porridge, which seemed to have meat in it, and the rice was bright white. The scallion and egg pancake was shiny yellow, definitely with plenty of eggs. Also, the wooden spoon used to serve the porridge was new. "Mother, isn't the money we saved from the last family division supposed to be for Xiaodong's marriage and for your future expenses? You're like this." She was the daughter-in-law, unsure how to respond. Lu Minggui understood her meaning and comforted her. "Don't worry. There's still enough food at home. I know what I'm doing, you can rest assured. Eat quickly. I cooked spinach and pork liver porridge. Your body is heavy, so this will be good for you." Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't listen, Xinjue could only keep quiet. She served a bowl of porridge first and placed it in front of Lu Minggui, then Man Man, and finally herself. Lu Minggui took a sip first. The taste was pretty good, though she didn't really like pork liver. But now, it doesn't matter whether you love or dislike eating, as long as you are full, that's enough. Xinjue is eating pig liver porridge for the first time. She carefully takes a sip, and immediately the soft, sweet aroma of rice hits her. Then she bites into the pig liver, which is salty and tender, with no strange taste. Next comes the fresh tenderness of spinach. It's really delicious. Even Man Man drinks happily, and she casually picks up a piece of egg pancake, eating with a mouthful of oil. This fried egg pancake has been cooked with plenty of oil by Lu Minggui. She also takes a piece. The outside is crispy and brown, while the inside is soft and tender. It smells wonderful. After eating, the sun becomes very hot. Lu Minggui takes out several quilts from the house to hang in the sun. They hang the quilts on a thick hemp rope in the yard. Soon they are all dried out. Man Man runs around among them, playing a game of hide-and-seek alone. Because reed flower quilts are hard to wash, they can only be dried often. When drying, they also need to be beaten with a stick. As Lu Minggui raises the stick, a lot of dust flies into the sunlight with each strike. After hanging the quilts, She goes back to the kitchen to make pig fat. She adds a ladle of water and some evenly cut pig fat into an iron pot. Not too much water, to prevent burning and to make the pig fat clearer. Watching the fire, Lu Mingui gently stirs the pig fat. When the water evaporates, the pig fat slowly tightens and begins to release oil. More and more oil comes out, and the pig fat changes from white to golden yellow. The fragrant smell can be smelled from far away. When it looks almost ready, she quickly uses a bamboo skimmer to scoop out the oil residue. If left too long, the residue will turn bitter. If too short, the oil won't be fully extracted. But Lu Mingui is very good at controlling the timing of making pig oil. Sure enough, the oil residue is perfectly crispy. While still hot, she sprinkles a little salt on it, turning it into a tasty snack. Lu Mingui tastes a piece herself, and the rest she gives to Man to share with her mother. She then carefully pours the pig oil into a clay jar, leaving the pot unwashed. The leftover pig fat can still be used for cooking. By noon, Song Xiaodong and the others finally return. They all have mud on their faces, their pant legs rolled up high, and their straw sandals carried in their hands. They run back barefoot. Mom, look, we caught quite a few. Their voices are cheerful, and they place a wooden bucket in front of Lu Mingui. Inside, there are small fish about the thickness of fingers, many transparent little shrimps, as well as freshwater clams and snails. Wow, there are quite a few, Lu Mingui praised. Especially one of the freshwater clams, which was as big as a basin. Yes, the water is shallow, only up to the calves, Song Xiaodong said excitedly. We first pushed the fish to one side, then piled up some dirt and scooped out the water. Now there's less water, and the fish are showing their white bellies. Man also came over, looking at the large bucket of fish and shrimps, and exclaimed, "Uncle is so amazing. That freshwater clam is really big." Song Xiaodong was very proud. Of course. I stepped on a big hard thing and found out it was a big freshwater clam buried in the mud. Man said happily, "Next time, I want to go with you." Great. I want to catch fish to eat too. Lu Mingui quickly advised. The water in the river is still cold now. Do you think Man is as tough as you? Song Xiaodong smiled and said to Man, "Then you can only watch me catch fish from the riverbank." Man nodded obediently. Okay, I won't go into the water. I'll just watch the fish from the shore. Seeing how obedient and cute she was, Lu Mingui couldn't help but smile again. Song Xiaodong then said, Man, you should watch me clean the fish first. Mom, I'm going to clean the fish. Wait, don't rush to clean the fish. First, let's keep the freshwater clams alive. Lu Mingui pointed to an old broken jar in the corner of the wall. That jar had been broken for years, with only a part of the bottom left. It was badly damaged and couldn't hold much water, and it was hard to repair. She felt it was a pity to throw it away, so she kept it in the corner without using it. Song Xiaodong asked, Mom, are we not eating the freshwater clams today? No, not today. We have vegetables at home. Let the clams stay in clean water for a few days to spit out the mud, so they won't be fishy when we eat them. By the way, during these days, Mom will marinate some pork. Later, we can cook a dish with salty clam and pork. The broth will be white, salty, and fragrant. Very delicious. Hearing this, Song Xiaodong drooled and hurriedly put the clams into the broken jar with some clean water to soak. Lu Mingui then picked out the remaining freshwater clams and snails, which filled half a basin. Take these to Zhao Yuan's family. We'll just keep a small amount of fish for ourselves. Lu Mingui's words puzzled Song Xiaodong. Mom, the meat of the freshwater clams and snails is plentiful. Why don't we keep some for ourselves and give the rest to their family? We have already divided everything between our families just now. Lu Mingui scolded. That silly boy. Your mother asked you, when you divided the fish and shrimp earlier, did you split everything equally? Song Xiaodong nodded. Yes, we split everything equally. Lu Mingui continued. The small creek was discovered by Zhao Yuanxian. His brothers aren't short of fish, so why did they bring you along? It seems that the Zhao family mentioned that their life was hard, and the younger members overheard it. The younger ones are kind-hearted. When they found a good fishing spot, they couldn't wait to bring Song Xiaodong along. They are kind-hearted, and I understand their feelings. Besides,
We're not lacking meat now, so why keep so much? Song Xiaodong blinked, understanding his mother's meaning. He quickly took his basin and brought it to the neighbor. Next door, the Zhao family was in a cheerful mood. It's been a long time since they had fresh meat. Today, the two boys caught so many fish and shrimp, enough for the family to enjoy a good meal. Zhao's son and daughter-in-law went out to work in the fields. Old Zhao was sitting on a stool, busy repairing the fence, with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xing helping him. Aunt Zhao was in the yard, cleaning fish. These small fish are easy to clean. Just squeeze their bellies, and the guts come out completely. Song Xiaodong called out, "Uncle Zhao, Andy, my mother wants me to bring you some freshwater clams. Bring them over?" Aunt Zhao asked, her hands dirty, without standing up, surprised. "What's the point? The ones I give you are yours to keep," Song Xiaodong explained. "My mother said we don't have many people at home, and we can't eat so much. It would be a pity to waste them." "Oh, your mother is really thoughtful. What's there not eat?" Aunt Zhao could tell this was polite talk. Who doesn't like meat? Everyone's stomach needs some oil and water. Song Xiaodong smiled. "Annie, I've left them here for you. Next time, if Zhao Yuan finds some fish, just call me to go along." Zhao Yuan was helping his grandfather sit on a wooden stool. Hearing this, he quickly agreed. Okay, having received the message, Song Xiaodong ran off quickly, leaving Aunt Zhao helplessly saying, "This kid." She looked at him and called out, "Why did you give so much?" Yuan takes him back to Song Xiaodong's family. Old Zhao saw his grandson about to stop helping with the stool and quickly scolded, "Next time, just give him whatever you find." Aunt Zhao chuckled shyly and decided to drop the matter. When the Zhao family members who went to work returned, the dinner table was filled with fish, shrimp, and clams. Aunt Zhao took the opportunity to tell Lu Mingray to have the two boys help watch someone. She also brought out 4 eggs. It's not a wasted trip. Their family gave us 4 eggs and said they would return a few pounds of coarse rice after the task is done. I agreed to this. The Zhao children and their spouses had no objections. The older boys were full of energy, and watching someone wasn't difficult for them. Plus, they liked the eggs, which everyone valued. Brother Zhao and the others nodded eagerly. "Mother, we listen to you." Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xing looked excited, eager to finish their porridge quickly and go work at Song's house. It wasn't a hard task, just watching someone, and it sounded interesting. Back at Song's house, after Song Xiaodong finished eating, caught the fish, and relaxed, Lu Mingui also told him about the plan to watch someone at the big locust tree alley. "Xiaodong, your sister isn't doing well at her in-laws' house. Last time she came home, I saw she looked very thin and wasn't feeling well. I don't know how Wu's family usually treats her. This time, I definitely want to bring her back. You're now the only son in the family, so I'm telling you first. Whether you like it or not, this is decided." Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Mother, you care about sister so much. Do you think I can just stand by and watch her suffer? I definitely want to help." Lu Mingui was pleased. "That's good. But your sister is gentle by nature. If Wu's family divorces her, she probably won't be able to handle it. I'll think of a way to get her out of there." While they were talking, brothers Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xing arrived. Lu Mingui didn't hesitate. "Xiaodong, Yuanji, Xingji, I have something to tell you. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the town to watch. Just observe what time Wu Shunzi goes and leaves each day. You don't have to stay there all the time, just take turns watching. Today, I'll take you to recognize the place and remember what Wu Shunzi looks like." Xiaodong nodded quickly. "I remember what brother-in-law, no, Wu Shunzi looks like. I'll point him out to Zhao Yuan and the others when the time comes." "Good," Lu Mingui said again, "but be careful, he might recognize you." Although she brushed past Wu Shunzi last time, and he didn't recognize her, she knew that careful planning was important. The 3 people nodded in agreement. Lu Mingui first asked Song Xiaodong to rent a cart from Wangda in the neighboring village. Usually, it cost 5 coins for a round trip alone, but now, with 4 people sharing the cart and Wangda waiting nearby, they paid 50 coins in total. Wangda was very happy. This was a good deal. He snapped his whip loudly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the town. Lu Mingui pointed out the 4th house on the big locust tree alley to everyone. "Remember, from south to north,
It's the fourth house with a copper ring on the wooden door. Don't get confused. Once the kids remembered, Lu Minggui took them to Xiao Wangzhuang. Xiao Wangzhuang was Xiao Qiu's husband's home. She also pointed out Wu Shunzi's house from afar. After everyone recognized the places, they returned to the Song family. Only then did she share her plan. Later, Song Xiaodong and Zhao Yuan would watch the big locust tree alley to see if Wu Shunzi entered the door. Since the town was a bit far from Yongfeng village, even if they saw Wu Shunzi go into the alley, the two boys were worried they wouldn't have enough time to notify the village. So, Zhao Xing would watch Wu's family and stay on the main road leading to the town. If he saw Wu Shunzi heading to the town, he would immediately run back to Yongfeng village to inform Lu Minggui. Lu Minggui would then lead people to the town to catch him. Meanwhile, after seeing Wu Shunzi go inside, Song Xiaodong would stay to watch Zhao Yuan and then quickly return to Yongfeng village. Since there's only one road from Yongfeng village to the town, this way Lu Minggui could meet her son and confirm Wu Shunzi was at the big locust tree alley, making the plan more likely to succeed. While explaining, Lu Minggui took her stick and drew on the dirt, and the three children quickly understood. Lu Minggui sighed in relief. It was a bit complicated, but it was the only way she could think of now. She decided to take it step by step. Then she remembered the cell phone she saw at the market. At that time, Sister Yang could contact someone 15 miles away with her phone. If she also had a phone, she wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Lu Minggui regretted not asking more about phones last time. She decided to find a chance to ask Sister Yang about it later. Fortunately, the three children are full of energy, so running around doesn't tire them out. Today is late, so starting tomorrow morning, we'll keep an eye on things in the town. Tonight, have dinner in my house. Grandma will make some more pancakes for you to eat tomorrow. Duanzi, go tell Grandma that you two don't need to cook tonight. Zhao Yuan happily left with Zhao Xing. Lu Minggui then said to Song Xiaodong, since there's still some time, go visit your uncle's house and ask them to keep digging for wild vegetables. Song Xiaodong had been holding back for a few days and finally found a chance to ask. Mom, why do you keep asking Uncle's family to dig wild vegetables? Wild vegetables are edible, but if they dig so many, where will they put them? Not all dried wild vegetables taste good, and I haven't seen you drying any either. Lu Minggui knew she couldn't hide this forever, so she repeated what she had told Lu Wenli and the others. She thought Song Xiaodong might be suspicious, but surprisingly, this silly child believed her straight away. Oh, I see. No wonder Mom wants Uncle's family to dig wild vegetables. I want to go dig some too. He happily went to his uncle's house, told them to keep digging as usual, and to send the vegetables over when they were done. Lu Wenli and his brother had tasted success last time, so now that they had clear instructions, they worked even harder. They also wanted to invite Song Xiaodong to stay for dinner, but he said he needed to go home and help his mother with chores, so he politely declined. Lu Minggui was at home kneading dough. She mixed plain white flour with rye flour, which made the dough less plain-looking and softer to eat. After letting the dough rise, she kneaded it into evenly sized, smooth balls, then rolled each into thin, round pancakes. This time, she kept the fire burning well. She just greased the pan with a little oil, placed the rolled pancakes in the hot pan, and soon they puffed up with small bubbles. Flipping them over, the pancakes were ready. Lu Minggui also fried eggs with bean paste and added some chopped green onions for flavor. These egg and bean paste rolls were very delicious. That evening, Song's family had a table full of food, a stack of pancakes, wild vegetable soup, and a fragrant bowl of egg and bean paste. The small fish, about the size of a thumb, were fried until crispy and golden. Zhao Yuan and his brother felt a bit shy. Song's family's food was much better than theirs, and they had fewer people. After each eating a pancake, they started to drink the wild vegetable soup. Lu Minggui knew how much a young child's appetite could be. She insisted that the two children eat freely, without holding back. In the end, neither of them dared to eat too much, only about 80% full, but they had eaten much better than at home. That night, there was no conversation. Early the next morning, Lu Minggui prepared pancakes and salted vegetables for the three of them, giving each a boiled egg as well. She also brought enough water, filling 3 gourds to carry with them. This was their lunch for the day.
Zhao Xing couldn't help but whisper to Zhao Yuan, "Brother, I wish our family could eat like this." Zhao Yuan was full of confidence. "When I grow up, I will make sure our family lives a good life." The three of them parted ways at the village entrance. Zhao Xing headed toward Xiaowang's Wang, while Zhao Yuan and Song Xiaodong went toward the big locust tree alley in town. Lu Minggui sat restlessly at home, unsure if her plan would work. She didn't feel like working outside, so she stayed home and used an iron hoe to turn over the soil in the corner of the yard. She planted a few cucumber seeds and watered them. She was busy with these chores for most of the day. By the time it was the Shen hour, around 3 to 5 p.m., Zhao Xing ran back, panting. "Grandma Lu." Quickly, Wu's family went to town. Lu Minggui dropped her work and hurried toward the town. She also told Zhao Xing, "Take a break and drink some water." But Zhao Xing was excited and followed her, saying, "I'm not tired. I want to see too." Lu Minggui kept walking ahead, feeling relieved that her childhood foot binding had only been for a few days. Her father, caring for her, didn't insist on it, so now walking wasn't too tiring. After walking about halfway, they met Song Xiaodong coming from the opposite direction. He was also panting heavily. Mother, Wu. That person really went to town." Lu Minggui nodded and glanced at the sun, which was about the third quarter of the Shen hour. "Good, keep going to town and see if Wu is left when we arrive." All three headed toward the town, arriving close to the Yu hour, around 5 to 7 p.m. Zhao Yuan saw them from afar and hurried over. They went in, but haven't come out yet. Just then, Wu Shunzi opened the door and stepped out. Lu Minggui quickly led the three boys in the opposite direction without revealing any clues. Once Wu Shunzi was far away, they also started heading back to the village. Throughout the day, the boys were a bit excited, but Lu Minggui was quite tired. In total, their pace was still a little slow. Later, they would need to rent a bullock cart. Using one would save time. After several days of watching, Lu Minggui noticed that Wu Shunzi's interest in the young widow hadn't faded. Every day, he would leave at noon to meet her in town, and only return after dark. This made it easier for her. She had initially thought that if he was inconsistent, she would need to change her plans frequently. Now, she was ready to catch him in the act. That day, Song Xiaodong and the others continued watching Wu Shunzi. Meanwhile, Lu Minggui went to the western edge of the village. This family, surnamed Zhang, were traditional drummers, a family of musicians from generations past, considered low status. Because of this, they kept some distance from the other villagers. Their house looked quite run down, and the door was tightly shut, with faint sounds coming from inside. "Old Zhang, are you home?" Lu Minggui knocked and asked. Soon, someone opened the door, Zhang Shuzhen, old Zhang's son. Even though the family rarely interacted with others, everyone in the village knew them. Zhang Shuzhen, like his father, always wore a smile when greeting people, but since they were musicians often hired for funerals, his smile looked a bit strained. Lu Minggui didn't mind and asked directly, "Shuzhen, where is your father?" Old Zhang was inside cleaning his suona, a traditional wind instrument. Hearing this, he hurried over. "You're here? Is it about day?" In the village, whenever there was a wedding or funeral, as long as the family wasn't too poor, they would invite Zhang's family to play drums and music. So old Zhang thought Lu Minggui was here about Song Dae's funeral. Lu Minggui shook her head. Dae's funeral had not yet been held, mainly because she was worried that holding the funeral might upset Shinjiyue and harm her health. She planned that once Jiyue had a baby and finished her confinement, she would arrange a tomb for Dae. Today, she came to Zhang's house not for that, but to cause trouble for Wu Shunzi. What is just catching him in the act? She wanted to make Wu's family miserable, to make this scandal known to everyone. This way, the trouble will be completely avoided, and everyone in the 10-mile villages will know that Wu Shunzi is not to blame for Song Xiaoqiu. Her family is doing very well. It also prevents the Wu family from blaming Xiaoqiu later and blaming everything on her. Even outsiders who hear about this will remember that the Wu family is the one truly at fault. Old Zhang, I came to ask you to help support the scene tomorrow afternoon in town and give a good performance. Old Zhang is confused. Isn't this about Song Dae's funeral? But he hasn't heard of anyone having a funeral. Zhang Shuzhen asks. Annie, please explain clearly. In town? Whose matter is this? Where's the coffin? Lu Mingui shakes her head. It's not a funeral, but something annoying. My son-in-law is not honest. He got involved with a young widow in town and wants to leave my Xiaoqiu. Your wife can't swallow this, so she asked you to come and make some noise. Old Zhang hesitates. Annie, this might not be a good idea. His family isn't dead and we're just playing instruments. Isn't that a bit? Besides, your family and the Wu family are relatives. Making such a fuss would be embarrassing. Before she finishes, Lu Mingui interrupts. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Moreover, his family started the trouble and I have no choice. Your family just needs to play for half a day. I'll give you 2 silver coins and 5 jin of coarse rice. How about that? Before old Zhang can hesitate, Zhang Shuzhen quickly nods. Auntie, we'll take this job. We'll make sure the music is loud and lively. Think about what songs we should play, Crying to the Heavens, Great Sorrow Tune, or Fast Work and Short Song? Lu Mingui laughs. It doesn't matter what song we play, just make sure the sound is loud. Old Zhang, standing nearby, opens his mouth but doesn't say no. His family is of humble status, without land of their own. Everything they earn comes from playing music. Now, times are tough. Playing instruments all day only earns a few copper coins, or some coarse grains. Some families can no longer afford to hire musicians. Everyone is waiting to eat. Although this matter was a bit bold, the Song family was the wronged party. They just wanted to seek justice from the Wu family and vent their feelings, which was understandable. Old Zhang suggested, my wife can act as a professional mourner. When Lu Mingui heard, professional mourner, her eyes lit up. That was a good idea. A professional mourner helps families who are not good at crying during funerals. She not only cries loudly, but also sings songs. These songs usually tell the story of the deceased's life and express the family's sadness. With a professional mourner, the event would be more lively. All right, I'll add 20 jin of coarse rice, Lu Mingui said. Just make sure to sing well about Wu Shunzi and the young widow. Writing and singing these songs was the special skill of a professional mourner. Since Lu Mingui also added 20 jin of coarse rice, everyone in the Zhang family was eager to get started. Lu Mingui also gave 50 coins as a deposit. Tomorrow, at the first watch, you should go to the town. Don't go directly to the big locust tree alley, just wait at the town entrance. About 5 watch periods before noon, we will go together. During these 2 days, you can't take other jobs, and this matter must be kept secret. If it gets out and causes trouble, we'll just forget about it. The Zhang family members all remembered carefully. After leaving the Zhang family, Lu Mingui went to Wang's to rent a cart, and Wang Dazern was happy to help. Renting a cart not only costs less but also saves effort a good deal. As for choosing someone to catch the culprit, Lu Mingui had already decided. She was an old woman with little strength, and Xin Jiyue at home was heavy and young. Everything depended on the family's coarse rice and black flour. Money and grain both have the power to move people. In the middle of Yongfeng village, there was a large locust tree. Under the tree, many young women and wives would gather daily to chat. Of course, they weren't just chatting, they were sewing clothes, embroidering, or making grass shoes. These women were Lu Mingui's first choice. But she didn't tell them in advance, afraid that too many people would spread the word and reach the Wu family in Xiaowang's wing. Another night passed. Early the next morning, Lu Mingui, full of energy, saw off her 3 children and waited at home. By noon, everyone started to move. Old Zhang led his musicians and equipment toward the town. Wang Da's ox cart also arrived at the Song family's gate. Now they're just waiting for Zhao Xing to return with a definite message. Lu Mingui couldn't sit still. She looked out from the door, but before she saw Zhao Xing, she saw Lu Yongkong. It turned out that the Lu family had been digging wild vegetables these days, and today they borrowed the ox cart to bring some over. Lu Wenli was still waiting on the village's ox cart. Little aunt, are you going out? Lu Yongkong looked at Wang Da's ox cart and asked curiously. Lu Mingui was about to explain when she saw Zhao Xing returning at that moment. Lu Anai, he's gone to the town again. Good, Lu Mingui said excitedly. Yongkong, I have something to do today, so I can't talk to you. First, bring the wild vegetables inside and put them in the yard. Since there were many people and eyes around, she couldn't put the vegetables into the White House right now. She could only ask Lu Yongkong to place them in the yard. Lu Yongkong followed her instructions, unloaded the vegetables, and saw that Lu Mingui had already sat in Wang Da's horse-drawn cart heading toward the big locust tree in the middle of the village. "Dad, what is little aunt busy with?" Lu Wenli also didn't know. The father and son hurriedly unloaded the vegetables, told Shin Jiyue to watch over them, and then drove the ox cart to catch up. When they arrived, they saw Lu Mingui already surrounded by many people in the middle. "What's going on? Is there a lively scene? Can we watch the fun? And get some coarse rice?" Lu Mingui nodded. "Yes, there's a case of catching someone cheating. 2 jin of coarse rice per person, no young women or little wives. Bring some strong women." Just as Lu Mingui finished speaking, a few burly women reacted quickly and jumped onto the ox cart, sitting firmly. Wang Da, who was driving the cart, was a bit nervous. These women were the most difficult to deal with. He quickly steadied his grip on the reins. Fortunately, the ox was gentle and didn't cause any trouble. Some people couldn't squeeze onto the cart. A few women started shouting, eager to see the fun and get some rice. It was like a pie falling from the sky. "Lu Granny, I want to go too. My nails are long and it hurts to grab people." "Yeah, take me too. I'm good at scolding. Auntie, when I was at my mother's house, even my brother couldn't beat me." Lu Mingui looked uncomfortable. "But our family only has enough for food, and we only have 20 jin of coarse rice. At most, 5 or 6 people can go, but the ox cart can't hold that many." Lu Yongkong saw everything and quickly said, "Little aunt, a few people can also sit on our ox cart." Hearing this, the quick-witted woman hurriedly climbed onto the ox cart. "Mimi, let's go, let's go." In the end, only 10 people went, mostly sharp-tongued women and some broad-shouldered daughters-in-law. 2 ox carts, one behind the other, left the village heading toward the town. Under the big locust tree, those who didn't go had their gossip. "Look at Mrs. Lu. She's so proud now, standing on the ox cart like she's going to fight a battle." "Yeah, and she's catching someone cheating? Who's she catching? Old Song from her family has been dead for many years. It can't be him. I only want 2 jin of coarse rice. I don't care about that. Now 2 jin of coarse rice costs 10 coins. I want it, but I can't run faster than them." The crowd grew more lively in their chatter. Someone quietly left and found Hu Tsuehua. "Tsuehua, why aren't you over at the big locust tree?" Hu Tsuehua smiled and said, "Oh, so the eldest aunt is here. It's because we're preparing to build a house, but we don't have enough money, so we're busy with embroidery to earn a few coins." The women clicked their tongues. "Poor you, it's all because your mother-in-law is so cruel, taking so much silver when the family split. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer so much." These words touched Hu Tsuehua's heart. "Eldest aunt, you see clearly." She gritted her teeth. "That old woman has no humanity at all. She just drove us out, so heartless." "Eldest aunt, look at this house. Is anyone living in it?" Fortunately, it hasn't rained recently. If it rained, it would be heavy outside and drizzling inside. The woman looked sympathetic. "Sigh, isn't it the truth? After all, you can't write 2 characters of song. Your mother-in-law and you are cut off, but in the future, we're still one family." It turned out that this woman was Gushi, the older sister-in-law of Song Qingye, living next door. Her husband was also surnamed Song, sharing the same grandfather as Song Qingye. But since their father's generation, the 2 families had a bad relationship. Later, Song Qingye was beaten to death by Xiong Xiazi. The family still paid no attention. Unexpectedly, Song Daji was disowned and separated from the family. Mrs. Songgo was now friendly with Hu Tsuehua. Hu Tsuehua thought that this eldest aunt was much better than her former evil mother-in-law. She immediately started scolding Lu Mingui. "This old woman, I think she won't have a good life after leaving me and Daji. By then, she probably won't even get a sip of water, and if she gets sick, no one will care." Mrs. Songgo snorted. "You're wrong about that. I see your mother-in-law is doing very well now. Just now, she even went to catch someone cheating, used 2 ox carts, and promised to give some coarse rice. With so many people, she should at least give out dozens of jin of coarse rice." Hu Tsuehua was surprised. "Catch someone cheating? Who's cheating?" Mrs. Songga didn't expect her to care about coarse rice, and instead asked about catching someone cheating. She curled her lips and said, "Who knows whose cheating it is? It certainly isn't your dead father-in-law's cheating." Hu Tsuehua couldn't tell if she was joking and turned pale. "Elder aunt, I need to go to the town. I must leave now." She pushed and pulled, urging Mrs. Songgu out of the house, then hurried toward the town. Mrs. Songgu didn't get what she wanted. She rolled her eyes at Hu Tsuehua's back and muttered, "They've been driven out by Granny Lu, and she's still so worried about others' affairs. Such a useless thing." Meanwhile, as Lu Minggui had expected on the way, she met Song Xiaodong and took him to the town. The Zhang family was already waiting at the entrance of the town. The two sides met. Before the hour of view, everyone arrived smoothly at the big locust tree alley. Zhao Yuan's heart finally relaxed. Lu Anai Wu's people went in, but they haven't come out yet. Lu Minggui nodded, then signaled the women and wives on the ox cart to get off, leading the others toward the alley. The ox cart couldn't go in, so it stopped at the entrance, waiting. Despite the crowd and their excitement, everyone remained silent and quiet. Lu Minggui pushed the door, but it didn't open, so she made way. Lu Yongkang kicked the door open with his foot. The next moment, a group of people rushed in, quickly crossing the yard and startling the two people tangled on the bed. The young widow screamed in fear, and Wu Shunzi's face turned pale. Lu Minggui didn't even bother to give them a chance to put on clothes. The women slapped Sun Lianlian's face and had hard, cursing her. What a flirt! She actually seduced someone else's husband. Shameless. Beat her hard. Disgusting woman, Lu Minggui quickly said. One slap can't make a sound, and my son-in-law isn't a good person either. Everyone understood what she meant. More people then started hitting Wu Shunzi, who was soon beaten beyond recognition. Wu Shunzi finally realized who these fierce people were. It turned out that someone had found out about his affair with his cousin, and his mother-in-law had come to catch him in the act. He was beaten so badly, he cried out loud, still cursing. Your Song family is unreasonable. Song Xiaoqiu can't have children. She's just a hen that can't lay eggs. Why are you hitting me? I want to divorce Song Xiaoqiu. Lu Minggui's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and slapped Wu Shunzi several times, venting her anger. Seeing her start to hit, the others became even more aggressive. Some women, lacking strength, used their fingernails to scratch Wu Shunzi's face and neck, leaving many bloody marks. Wu Shunzi couldn't take the beating anymore and dared not scold Song Xiaoqiu. He cried out, begging, "Mother, stop hitting me." "Stop. All right, I won't hit you for now," Lu Minggui said. Before Wu Shunzi could breathe a sigh of relief, she added, "Tie them up with hemp rope. I'm going to ask Wu's family about their manners. What kind of family raises such a son?" At her command, the women tied the two up tightly and pushed and shoved them out of Daweishu Alley. Wu Shunzi and the young widow were humiliated and furious, but their hands and feet were bound tightly, so they couldn't resist. Meanwhile, the Zhang family also moved. Old Zhang solemnly lifted his suona horn, and Zhang Shuzhen blew a sheng flute. The two puffed out their cheeks. The suona sounded loudly, and the bamboo sheng produced a clear, ethereal tone. A song called Crying to Heaven was sung with 3 sighs, winding and twisting, making everyone listening feel deeply sorrowful. Lu Minggui walked nearby, listening to the sound of the suona, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She thought it was just for the family who had died unjustly in a past life. When the song, Crying to the Heaven, finished, Wu Shunzi and another person were pushed out of the alley and thrown onto a bullock cart. The cart, along with the crowd, headed towards Xiaowangzhuang. Usually, if so many people gathered, some village soldiers would come to check. But most of the crowd were old women, with only 2 men. One was the driver. Song Xiaodong and Zhao Yuan were just children, so no one stopped them. However, more and more onlookers gathered, pointing and whispering at the 2 on the cart. Wu Shunzi was dressed poorly, looking embarrassed. Sun Lianlian at least could cover herself, bowing her head and not daring to look at anyone. "Cousin, what should we do now?" she asked. Wu Shunzi didn't know what to do either. His mother had brought him here, and his cousin was gentle and kind. They had been happy together. It had only been a month, and now they were caught. It was probably that mean person Song Xiaoqiu who did this. She had just gone back to her family, and now he was caught doing something wrong. Lian, don't be afraid. When I get back, I'll divorce Song Xiaoqiu and come to marry you, Wu Shunzi promised. Lu Minggui couldn't hear their secret talk. She kept a serious face and walked forward, but she saw a man in the crowd who looked familiar. When she looked at his black boots, she immediately recognized him. It was Sun Lian's eldest uncle. Last time, she hid in a willow basket. She didn't see his face clearly, but she noticed the white lotus embroidered on his black boots. Now, he was just walking with the crowd, and didn't stop them. Seeing this, Lu Minggui didn't want to cause trouble and kept quiet. Old Zhang's wife had already started crying loudly, but this time, her singing was different from usual. Usually, she mourned the dead, expressing sadness and longing, praying for peace. But today it was different. She was singing about catching a cheating partner. Mrs. Zhang raised her voice, crying out loudly, full of grief. Oh my heavens! Oh, my lord! The man on the cart is Wu's second son. He has a good wife at home, but he climbed into a widow's bed. Wu Erling, your heart is rotten and your mind is bad. He prefers plain rice, but steals millet and thinks it sweet. Does he have no shame? And that young widow, choosing the wrong person, and now making trouble. She walked all the way while crying and scolding, clearly explaining the whole story to those around her. Lu Minggui listened for a while, using almost the same words repeatedly. After Zhang's wife finished singing a verse, old Zhang started playing the suona. When he finished, Zhang's wife sang a new verse. They worked together very well. This suited Lu Minggui's plan, so he didn't have to worry about the people who didn't know the truth asking around. 20 Jin of course rice was worth it. From time to time, laughter spread through the crowd. Since it wasn't a serious funeral, everyone could laugh freely. People from 10 or 8 villages had never seen such an interesting event. Someone said, Wu Erling's bottom is quite white. Immediately, someone replied, it's just because he's sneaky. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The crowd kept laughing. Some people thought this was inappropriate and asked, who organized this? Such matters should be handled privately. Why make such a fuss? At the Wu family, Song Xiaoqiu finished washing the clothes with rice starch, delivered them to the different rooms, and then went to prepare dinner. Wu's mother kept watching her. You put so much salt. Are you trying to make it too salty? Salt is so precious. Are you really living a proper life? How did your mother teach you? Song Xiaoqiu lowered her head. Mother, last time you said the porridge was too bland and tasteless, so I added a little more salt, but this seemed to ignite Wu's mother's anger. I said the porridge was tasteless, and you remember that. I told you to hurry up and give me a grandson. Why haven't you? Your eldest sister-in-law has had 3 children, and your sister-in-law is pregnant too, and you've been married for 3 years, but there's no sign of pregnancy. You're like a hen that doesn't lay eggs, hogging the nest but not laying any eggs. All you do is eat. Her words became more and more unpleasant. Such scolding happened almost every day. Sometimes, Wu's mother would get so angry she would even hit Song Xiaoqiu. Even if she didn't hit her herself, she would order Wu Shunzi to do it. Song Xiaoqiu thought she was used to it, but the feelings of unfairness still overwhelmed her at times. Mother, I'm still young. I will have children sooner or later. Her words were cut off by Wu's mother, who pulled a long face. Have children? You can forget about it. 3 years and no pregnancy. I don't think you'll have any at all. I will make Shunzi leave you someday. You sit around doing nothing, always in the house bothering me. Song Xiaoqiu's tears suddenly stopped. Leave me? I wake up early and work hard every day for the family. Are you still planning to leave me? In the yard, Aunt Wu chimed in. Yes, mother. Don't say such things. Our children are many, and 3rd sister-in-law is pregnant again. Xiaoqiu is busy at home, so it's fine. When the time comes, whichever family has more sons, just adopt one. Mother Wu shot her a sidelong look. Adopt from your family? Dream on. I definitely want to find a way for Shunzi. He must have a child of his own. Aunt Wu curled her lips. Find a way? Can our rural family even take in a concubine?
This broken house and poor stove. Where's the money? Besides, the village head said, men over 40 without children can take a concubine, but Mother Wu suddenly stopped being angry. She looked coldly at Song Xiaoqiu. Taking a concubine? There are plenty of ways. Just wait and see. Her niece from her maiden family is now widowed and has already started a relationship with her son. Having a grandson is just a matter of time. Aunt Wu saw her mother-in-law playing tricks and didn't ask further. But Song Xiaoqiu felt a chill down her back from her mother-in-law's gaze. She wiped her tears and asked tremblingly, Mother, where is Shunzi? Shunzi has been running out every day lately. He doesn't go to the fields and comes back smelling of powder. Mother was thinking about son Lian and was interrupted by Song Xiaoqiu. She scowled. His affairs are none of your business. Are you feeling restless? She slapped Song Xiaoqiu across the face. You ungrateful girl. You can't have children yourself, but you still meddle in his affairs. Song Xiaoqiu dared not dodge, covering her face, thinking she was about to be hit again. Suddenly, Aunt Wu spoke up. Hey, listen. Where's that trumpet sound coming from? Who's holding a funeral? She usually liked to watch the excitement, so she ignored making fun of Song Xiaoqiu and went out the yard gate. Outside was very lively. A group of people approached from afar, and they could hear a woman crying and scolding, something about Wu Erling. Aunt Wu not only looked herself, but also called her mother-in-law to look. Mother, come see. There are so many people outside. Mother Wu was walking and talking, and just as she finished, she saw Lu Minggui outside the door. Her eyes flickered. Oh, isn't that my daughter-in-law? Why are you here? Is your family busy? She knew this daughter-in-law well. In the Song family, she was like an old ox, always busy, so her daughter was the same. Then she looked behind Lu Minggui. Many people were standing behind her, including more than 10 from Yongfeng village and some curious onlookers from the town. There were many shadows, and it seemed like there were 2 ox carts behind. The most noticeable was the Zhang family, playing loud drums and horns, almost like they were holding a funeral banner. Mother Wu sneered. Not farming anymore. Turned into a band? What? Sending off a funeral? Lu Minggui didn't answer. After the mournful tune of Yellow Bean Leaves finished, she said, It's not a funeral. It's to send away some dirty things. She moved aside to reveal 2 people on the ox cart. Wu Shunzi's face was badly beaten, and Sun Lian lowered her head, afraid to look. Mother Wu didn't recognize them immediately. She rolled her eyes, thinking that Song Xiaoqiu had come back to complain, and Lu Minggui had brought a cart of dirty things to disgust her. Dirty things? What kind of dirty things are coming here? Our Wu family doesn't want any dirty things. Just take them to the abandoned graveyard. Lu Minggui looked back at Wu Shunzi. Did you hear that? Then take them to the abandoned graveyard. I wonder if wild dogs will find them too dirty and refuse to eat. Wu Shunzi saw the driver really turning the cart around, feeling both scared and angry. He hurriedly called out, trembling, Mother, Mother, it's me. Mother Wu could tell her son's voice. She pushed through the crowd, took a few steps forward, and looked carefully. The person tied on the ox cart was her second son, wasn't it? Next to her son was her niece, Lian. Seeing her son's face swollen like a pig's head, Mother Wu felt heartache. She turned and glared at Lu Minggui. You good-for-nothing woman. You can't teach your own daughter, and now you dare to hit my son. There is no need to mention the scolding and hitting anymore. Now, they're acting like they are at a funeral, pulling their son back. What does this mean? Are they wishing harm upon her son? Usually, Wu's mother looks down on the timid Song Xiaoqiu, but now she doesn't even pay attention to Lu Minggui. So, she is cursing with her words and raising her hand, about to slap Lu Minggui in the face. Lu Minggui was prepared. Before she could act, a woman nearby, an older woman named Wang, quickly grabbed Wu's mother's hand. This woman, Wang, is known in the village for being fierce. She forcefully shook Wu's mother's hand and said, Wu, you are unreasonable. How can a mother-in-law hit her daughter-in-law? Wu's mother was caught off guard and hadn't reacted yet when she was slapped hard on the face. With a crisp slap, everything suddenly became quiet. Lu Minggui slowly lowered her hand. It turned out she had taken the chance to slap Wu's mother.
Wang, the older woman, looked at her and continued to scold, pointing at Wu's mother's nose. Someone like you who spoils her son deserves to be hit. You're not even a mother-in-law. Who do you think you are? Lu Mingui thought Wang was right. She loudly said, Auntie, go home and give you an extra gene of coarse rice. This immediately fired up the other women. They all wanted more rice, so they started scolding Wu's mother. They said all sorts of nasty things, poking where it hurt. Wu's mother couldn't take it anymore. She let out a loud cry and rushed toward Lu Mingui. Lu, you are too unreasonable. I will fight you. At the same time, Wu's eldest sister-in-law saw her mother-in-law being hit and naturally couldn't just watch. She also rushed forward. But the women accompanying Lu Mingui were very fierce, and soon everyone was fighting. In the countryside, women fighting usually means pulling hair and grabbing cheeks, but it can still cause injuries. Lu Mingui also joined the fight. She isn't usually fierce, but just now she saw her daughter behind someone. Song Xiaoqiu's eyes were red, her cheeks swollen, clearly beaten and crying. Wu's mother, a fierce woman, was not just talking but actually started hitting Xiaoqiu. So, she slapped Wu's mother even harder. The Zhang family members who were playing music didn't know what was happening. They were confused about whether there would be a fight today. What should we do now? We can't just stand here foolishly. That would be unfair to the host who paid the money and rice. Old Zhang held up his suona and tentatively played a lively tune called Open the Gate. The music was cheerful, so everyone became more energetic. The women quickly knocked down Mrs. Wu and her daughter-in-law, controlling them without further violence. Starting a fight that could cause someone to get hurt wouldn't be good for either side. It was getting dark. Someone in the village saw that things were getting out of hand and went to ask the village chief for help. Fighting is a serious matter. The village chief, Wang, arrived quickly, along with the elder of the Wu family and the head of Shaowangzhuang. Wang manages 3 villages. The smallest is Yongfeng village, with fewer than 30 households. The other 2 are Shaowangzhuang and Awangzhuang. Shaowangzhuang has over 30 households, and Awangzhuang is larger, with about 50 households. Altogether, there are 110 households called Ili. When Wang saw the scene before him, he felt his temples pounding. Mrs. Wu and her daughter-in-law were on the ground, and Song Xiaoqiu was crying beside her mother. The other women also had injuries but looked lively and spirited. His gaze fell on Lu Mingui. Mrs. Lu, it's you again. Lu Mingui's hair was messy, but her hairpin was still in place, seemingly connected to her somehow, and it hadn't fallen out. Her face wasn't scratched or bruised. She had given 2 gene of rice, and the women protected her. Wang, the village chief, called her by name. Old Wang, yes, sir. Mrs. Wu seemed to find her backbone and struggled to get up. Village chief, you have to help me. Song family is too unreasonable. Mrs. Lu came with a bunch of people and attacked us without reason. Look at my face and body. I'm all beaten up. She had her hair loose, with many fingernail marks on her face, looking very miserable. The head of Shaowangzhuang looked at the mess and was furious. That Mrs. Lu, you brought people to attack Shaowangzhuang. Do you think we're not worth noticing? This is truly outrageous. Wang, the village chief, said coldly. If so, Song Lu, you better explain clearly. Why did you bring so many people here? If you gather a crowd for no reason and fight, you'll face the consequences. Lu Mingui didn't hear much blame in his words, and she believed she was in the right. Village head Lao Yi, today I went to the town with some villagers to buy rice and flour. Unexpectedly, I saw Wu Shunzi sneaking into the young widow's house. I was worried that this good son-in-law might do something wrong, so I followed him to stop him, but I was a step too late. It's so sad. My daughter, so young, has been betrayed. Wang Jia spat and said, Old woman, you talk nonsense. Who said the man wore a green hat? Really, short-sighted and foolish. Beside them, Wang Lijing quickly cleared his throat. Let's not get sidetracked. Focus on what's happening now, he asked the women. Are you sure it was unintentional? Did you just go to the town to buy things? The laws of Ming Dynasty were strict. Fighting, causing trouble, or provoking others could lead to punishment. But in the countryside,
Disputes usually didn't reach the officials. They were settled by the village head and others. The women knew their limits. Everyone was involved, so they naturally didn't mention that Lu Minggue had given them coarse rice. They nodded together. Yes, we just went to buy some sewing materials. Who knew we would encounter this? Besides, it was Wu's wife who started the fight. Village head, look, we all have bruises on our faces. Wang Lijing looked at Jia Shou. If that's the case, both sides are at fault. Let's drop the fight. Now, let's talk about Wu's second son and the affair with the girl. Wang Jia's face turned red. He ordered someone to light a torch, illuminating the two people on the ox cart clearly. Wu Shunzi was beaten beyond recognition. The men from Wu's family, who were working in the fields, hurried back and saw Wu Shunzi's terrible condition, their anger boiling. How could they beat him like this? Song Xiaoqiu, this is what your family did. No, we can't just let this happen without response. But Wang Jia showed no sympathy. He looked coldly at Wu's family, then slapped Wu Shunzi. You little brat, how could you do such a thing? Wu Shunzi's face was slapped to the side, trembling. Village head Jia, it's not my fault. Song Xiaoqiu has been married for 3 years without a child. My mother told me to find my cousin, saying she wanted me to leave a descendant for the family. Wang Jia was furious. Descendant? What do you mean? Are you about to die or what? And Song Xiaoqiu can't have children. Can't you adopt someone? Your older brother's family has 2 boys, right? Why do you insist on causing such trouble? It's not only Wu Shunzi who sleeps with widows. Why haven't others been caught? Ultimately, it's because he's useless. Wu Shunzi also feels wronged. He originally wanted to adopt a child, but his mother refused. She insisted he have his own son, so he kept pressuring Song Xiaoqiu, but it was all in vain. Later, Sun Lianlian, who married into the town, came to visit. Sun Lianlian is the young daughter of Wu Pozi's brother's family, and she calls Wu Pozi aunt. Sun Lianlian said her husband had died, and her in-laws couldn't keep her. She didn't want to go back to her family and asked Wu Pozi to help find her a new home. She said she wouldn't take bride price and brought some dowry herself, just looking for a place to stay. But she didn't want to be a concubine. Wu's mother immediately thought of Song Xiaoqiu, who had been married for 3 years without children, and started considering Sun Lianlian as a candidate, especially after hearing she brought her own dowry. She suggested that Sun Lianlian move into Wu's house, hoping she and Wu Shunzi would get married. But Sun Lianlian refused. She said, Aunt, I actually liked second cousin, but now that your family already has a wife, it would be inconvenient for me to move in. Better to rent a small house in town, wait until I get pregnant, and then talk. Once I have a child, I will be the main wife. I won't be anyone's concubine. Her words were vague, but Wu's mother and Wu Shunzi understood her meaning. They already disliked Song Xiaoqiu for being unable to have children. The cost of divorcing and remarrying was too high, so they just tolerated it. Now, a younger woman willing to bring her dowry and marry Wu Shunzi. Wouldn't that be better? Moreover, Wu's mother was also scheming. She planned to wait until Sun Lianlian was pregnant, then take the opportunity to divorce Song Xiaoqiu. If Sun Lianlian couldn't get pregnant either, Song Xiaoqiu would still stay at Wu's house, working hard. Wu's family wouldn't be left empty-handed. So, she took out some money and rented a house for Sun Lianlian in town. Since then, Wu Shunzi almost went to town every day. The family noticed something was wrong, but kept it from Song Xiaoqiu. Of course, Wu Shunzi didn't say these things openly in front of everyone. Some people present had already figured out the key points. Although everyone didn't understand what the young widow wanted, or why she was willing to stay outside, they all guessed that the Wu family had bad intentions. They thought Wu was eyeing what belonged to others and wanted to take everything from Song Xiaoqiu, leaving nothing behind. Wang Jiaoshou continued to curse. I knew your mother. Your mother. Are you a 3-year-old baby? Are you still nursing? He also scolded Wu's mother. Wu, what are you thinking? Did worms get into your brain? Are you telling your son to find that young widow? Do you know what crime that is? Even if Song's family only beat Wu Shunzi, or even if they had killed Wu Shunzi, it would be your family's fault. Wu's mother was stubborn and wanted to curse back. She dares. But seeing everyone look at her with disdain, she finally swallowed her words. Wang Lijing spoke up.
right and wrong. I can see clearly. This matter is naturally the Wu family's fault. However, Song Lucier, why did you make such a big fuss? What do you really want? Hearing the question, Lu Mingui didn't hesitate. I want the Wu family to write a divorce letter and let Xiaoqiu go home. Wang Lijing listened and felt a bit speechless. Just for a divorce letter? You caused such a big fuss. Do you know that if it gets this serious, the two families will become mortal enemies? Lu Mingui thought to herself. Their family wanted to divorce Xiaoqiu, and given Xiaoqiu's personality, that would be a dead end. If something happens to Xiaoqiu, the two families will still be enemies. Having lived through it again, she wasn't afraid of enemies anymore. But she didn't say this out loud. Wu's mother blurted out, why should she get a divorce letter? Song Xiaoqiu is just a hen that can't lay eggs. If she wants to leave Wu's family, she can, but only with a formal divorce letter. That little brat still wants to leave Wu's family completely intact. Today, I will peel your skin off. Song Xiaoqiu was so frightened she trembled and lowered her head. Lu Mingui protected her and glared fiercely at Wu's mother. Old woman, I will slap you again. Then she gently hugged Song Xiaoqiu. Don't be afraid. Do you remember? Last time your mother asked if you were willing to divorce and go home. You said you were willing, so I thought of a way. We will definitely bring you back. Back home in a grand way. With your mother here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Under her mother's gentle encouragement, Song Xiaoqiu calmed down a lot. She gathered her courage, slowly lifted her head, revealing her swollen face, with clear finger marks. Mother, even if I die today, I don't want to stay in the Wu family anymore. They treat people too badly. Village chief, I have to get up before dawn every day to work, taking care of the Wu family of more than 10 people. At night, when everyone else is resting, I still have embroidery to do to sell for money. Despite all this hard work, she still beats or scolds me every day and even makes Wu Shunzi hit me. Please, village chief, help me. I can't live like this anymore. Lu Mingui listened to her daughter's words, feeling very sad, and tears started to fall. She knew the Wu family wouldn't let this go easily. Originally, Wang Lijing didn't quite understand why Lu Mingui was making such a fuss, but now, seeing Wu Posey's attitude, she understood. She was afraid the Wu family wouldn't release her daughter, so she took this drastic step. But it wasn't all bad. At least she had damaged the Wu family's reputation. Looking around, everyone felt sympathy for Lu Mingui and her daughter, while they all looked down on the Wu family. Wang Lijing also looked down on the Wu family. Seeing Song Xiaoqiu, who had been worn down and looked unrecognizable, she sighed. All right, I will make the decision. Has the official decree arrived? Quickly prepare the divorce papers for both families. Wu Posey immediately started to make a fuss. She dared not curse Wang Lijing, so she scolded Song Xiaoqiu. Divorce?
Dream on.
You, who can't lay eggs. Our family paid 2 taels of silver as bride price. Now you just want to leave after a quick goodbye. Humph. Today you will die in the Wu family's grave. Lu Mingui frowned as she listened. In the past, the Wu family wanted to divorce Xiaoqiu, but now that Xiaoqiu has asked for a divorce, Wu Posey is unwilling? Thinking more carefully, she guessed the reason. If they divorced, Xiaoqiu wouldn't be able to take anything with her. Her dowry belonged to the Wu family, and she would still be under their control, making it harder for her to remarry. But a divorce is different. Usually, in a divorce, the bride can take her dowry and doesn't have to return the bride price. Some more particular families even require the man to give extra compensation, like a year's worth of clothing and food. And it sounds better for her reputation too. Of course, Wu Posey refused to divorce because of her family's bad behavior. Lu Mingui couldn't help but rush forward, pointing at Wu Posey's nose and shouting, If anyone should die, it's you. If you dare to say anything else, I will report to the authorities and have Wu Shunzi beaten, even to death. Wu Posey was very stubborn. Even if I am beaten to death, I won't agree to a divorce. The two argued back and forth. King Li Zheng then snorted and said, Enough, Wu Sun's wife. Now you have no say. Wu Shunzi has been unfaithful. You often mistreat your daughter-in-law, and all these things are enough for Song Xiaoqiu to ask for a divorce. Wu Posey screamed, Nonsense. When have I hit her? Who saw it? Oh dear.
How did our family end up with such a troublemaker? Humph, she's really stubborn, King Lijung said with a frown, directly exposing her. Can't you see others watching? This matter won't be argued away. Song Xiaoqiu still had a slap mark on her face. After a while, the elder of the clan, who had been silent, said, Wu Sun's wife, if you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for using clan rules to deal with you. Finally, King Lijung made the decision. Today, I decide that Wu Shunzi and Song Xiaoqiu are to divorce. Song Xiaoqiu can take all her dowry, and because she has worked hard for many years, the Song family does not need to return the bride price. Let's draw up the divorce agreement for both families. After writing quickly, the divorce agreement was quite peaceful. It didn't mention Wu Shunzi's affair with the widow, nor did it mention how harshly Song Xiaoqiu was treated in Wu's family. It only said things like, different temperaments caused unrest at home, and the love between husband and wife gradually faded, and from now on men and women will part ways, no longer involved. Wu Shunzi was finally released from his bonds, and he signed his name on the divorce paper. All witnesses, relatives, and elders also signed their names. Lu Minggui let out a breath of relief, carefully kept the divorce paper, and once again thanked King Lijung. She knew that King Lijung was on her side today. Last time giving 200 coins was the right choice. When they returned home, she would definitely send some gifts to the official's house. Song Xiaoqiu didn't know whether she was happy, sad, or afraid. Her whole body kept trembling. Sun Lianlian, who was on the ox cart, was lifted out and thrown down by the maid. Song Xiaoqiu was helped onto the ox cart. Everyone around was her aunt, who had watched her grow up. Her trembling body gradually calmed down. Lu Minggui did not rush to get into the ox cart. Instead, she smiled at Wu Pozi, who was still sitting on the ground, and said, Why are you still sitting on the ground? Your family has a big happy event, and I haven't congratulated you yet. Seeing Lu Minggui's smiling face, Wu's mother felt she was being humiliated. She snorted coldly. Humph, what are you so proud of? Even if you divorce, your daughter is still a hen that can't lay eggs. Now everyone in the village knows your daughter can't have children. Things have become like this, and you're happy. Lu Minggui spat and said, What do you know? My daughter's good days are still ahead, she retorted. You're a hen that can lay eggs, but unfortunately, all the eggs are bad. She leaned in close and whispered in Wu Pozi's ear, I won't keep secrets from you. Your family does have good news. Don't you want a grandson? Well, your good niece, the young widow, is pregnant. Wu Pozi was stunned. She wanted to ask more, but Lu Minggui had already gotten into the ox cart and left. Why are you leaving? Don't go. You need to clarify things. The people around didn't hear what Lu Minggui said last. They saw Wang Pozi suddenly get up from the ground, like a mad dog, trying to chase after the ox cart. Wang Jia and others thought she was causing trouble again and ordered villagers to stop her. Many people, seeing there was no more excitement and knowing it was getting late, went home. But some stayed behind. Wu Pozi, unable to catch the ox cart, turned her head and fixed her gaze on Sun Lianlian. Under the light of the torch, her eyes looked frighteningly bright. Lianlian, are you pregnant? There were still many people around, but Wu Pozi, overwhelmed with emotion, forgot to lower her voice. Sun Lianlian, who had been shrinking back like a turtle, was startled. She looked up at Wu Pozi, then quickly lowered her head again. Her voice was uncertain. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Wu Shunzi was anxious. He had just experienced the greatest shame of his life. He had just climbed into Lianlian's bed when he was beaten and kicked, and tied up with his pants off. Then he was taken all the way to Wu's house, still naked from the waist down, and on the way, he was watched by many people. When he arrived home, it wasn't over. He was forced to divorce Song Xiaoqiu. Song Xiaoqiu, that wicked woman, should have been dismissed from the Wu family, not divorced. All these events today made him burn with anger inside. If Lianlian is pregnant, then everything will be worth it. Lianlian, tell me, are you pregnant? Are you carrying my child? Speak up. He was very excited, shaking Lianlian's shoulders, making her clothes fall apart slightly and revealing a bit of her fair skin, which looked very eye-catching. Many villagers watched with wide eyes.
Seeing this, Lian's eldest uncle was furious. He hadn't left yet and had been hiding behind the crowd. Faced with the Wu family's questions, Lian dared not answer. A woman usually needs 2 to 3 months to confirm pregnancy, but Lian's special body allowed her to sense it after just 1 month. Frightened, she discussed with her eldest uncle about setting a trap for Wu Shunzi. They originally planned to get close to Wu Shunzi for a month first, then reveal her pregnancy. Since her pregnancy was still early, they could also bribe a doctor to make everything seem normal. But unexpectedly, the truth was exposed early. Lian was too scared to speak. Wu Shunzi kept questioning, but suddenly his mother pushed him away and slapped Lian in the face. "Little brat, speak up." Lian had never been treated like this by her aunt before. When she was young, her aunt was kind to her. Later, she chose to stay close to her, and her aunt spoiled her even more. Now, with this slap, she dared not fight back. But she absolutely couldn't admit to being pregnant. Doing so would be a dead end. Lian hesitated and said, I don't know. I am not pregnant. It should be nothing, Andy. I don't have." She spoke hesitantly, which made Wu's mother more suspicious. Although the slap was on Lian's face, it felt like it was on her own. Wu Shunzi was young and had no children, so he didn't understand. But she knew very well. Since Lian came to stay and her son had touched her, it was less than a month. How could she be pregnant? Even if she was, it wouldn't be Wu Shunzi's child. It might be some outsiders. No wonder her niece came to find her. She was plotting against the Wu family. She falsely claimed she would marry into the Wu family and also wanted them to divorce Song Xiaoqiu. If she hadn't been so sure of herself, how could she have believed her? Thinking of this, Wu's old lady felt a surge of hatred. She was used to being in control at home, acting powerful and commanding, never expecting her niece to scheme against her. Suddenly, she became fierce and slapped son Lian several times, hitting her on both sides of her face. Not only did she hit her, but she also scolded, "You little servant girl, do you have or not? Tell me clearly." Wu Shunzi felt heartache and grabbed his mother's hand to stop her from hitting, asking, "Mother, why are you hitting Lian? Now that I have divorced Song Xiaoqiu, if Lian is pregnant, she can marry into the family. Aren't you always wanting a grandson?" Wu's old lady was furious and turned to slap Wu Shunzi again, calling him, "You fool, as stupid as a donkey." Wu's eldest sister-in-law had 3 children and naturally sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly advised, "Mother, stop hitting her. If she's pregnant, a doctor can tell us. If you keep hitting her like this and she really is pregnant, the cousin won't be able to handle it." Her words were meant to persuade, but they only added fuel to the fire. Wu's old lady pushed her away and said, "What does it have to do with you? If you keep talking, I'll hit you too." Who wouldn't be angry hearing that? She originally wanted to close the door and deal with son Lian herself, but the eldest family member suggested calling a doctor right then. Wasn't that embarrassing for her? Wu's eldest sister-in-law was pushed away suddenly. Although she didn't dare to lash out at her mother-in-law, she secretly rolled her eyes. Now she was standing her ground? Just earlier, she had been beaten like a dog by people brought by Aunt Lu. If she had known, she wouldn't have helped her earlier, and she would have been embarrassed in front of those women. The funniest part was that her mother-in-law liked the second son best, wanting him to have her own biological children and refusing to adopt. Now, she didn't even know where the wild child in the young widow's belly came from. This time, the wife would be in trouble both inside and outside the house. Wang Lijing and his group hadn't left yet. Normally, Wu Shunzi and son Lian were planning to go and beat the drum. But before they could handle that, they heard about other matters inside and immediately stopped. Everyone was experienced and wise, so they shouted, "Quick, go call a doctor." Wu's old lady quickly refused. No need. "How dare I trouble the village chief? Tomorrow, I will ask the doctor to come and check my pulse." At first, Wang Jia saw her still hesitating and immediately glared. "Do you think this is just your family's matter?" The village elder also said, "Yes, Wu family's bloodline must not be confused." "Please, doctor." Wu's old woman felt uneasy and didn't want to make the matter worse. She forced a smile and asked, "Everyone, Where can we go to find a doctor now? It's already dark. Going to the town and back will take about an hour. Why not let everyone go home first? We can ask the doctor to come tomorrow after we've had a look. Just as she finished speaking, someone pushed through the crowd. Who needs a doctor? The speaker carried a medicine box. It was Dr. Lee, the well-known female doctor in town. Last time, he went to the Song family to check Shinjiu's pulse and prescribed medicine. Many people recognized her. Everyone started talking excitedly. Is that Dr. Lee? What a coincidence. Why is Dr. Lee here in Wang so late? It's because the Wu family needs a doctor. Quickly check that young widow. Has she already become pregnant? Wang Lijing also asked, Please, Dr. Lee, help the Wu family. Dr. Lee nodded and said nothing more. She stepped forward and grabbed Sun Lianlian's wrist. Sun Lianlian turned pale with fright. She tried several times to pull her hand away, but failed. After a moment, Dr. Lee said, This lady has been pregnant for over 2 months. The crowd burst into loud chatter, raising their voices without restraint. Over 2 months? Weren't you just involved with Wu Shunzi? A widow pregnant? That's so strange. Who could the father be? Hee. Sun Lianlian couldn't bear the weight of so many eyes staring at her. They looked at her as if they wanted to swallow her whole, especially the Wu family members. She was terrified and couldn't help but shout into the crowd, Lu Lang, save me. The person called Lu Lang was her eldest uncle, Lu Wenkai. Lu Wenkai was tall and handsome. Since Sun Lianlian married into Lu's family, he had harbored evil thoughts about her. When his brother died of illness, he started testing her and soon realized she had feelings for him. They naturally began to get close. Today, he planned to wait until Wu Shunzi left to find Sun Lianlian and spend time with her, but he was caught by Lu Minggui and others while trying to cheat. He couldn't rest easy knowing Sun Lianlian was in danger, so he followed her all the way. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Sun Lianlian couldn't handle the pressure and called out his name. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The villagers caught him and tied him up like a zongzi, then threw him on the ground. Dr. Lee quietly left after finishing his work, counting the 50 coins he earned for his visit, and slowly returned to the town. The Song family. Lu Wenli and his son had already left. Lu Minggui gave them 500 coins as payment for the wild vegetables they bought today. They had originally been given a little more, intended as payment for the ox cart rental, but they declined. Lu Minggui also distributed the promised coarse rice to the women and settled accounts with the Zhang family. As the crowd dispersed, only their family remained. Under the oil lamp, the adults sat together in a circle. The baby was already asleep. Song Xiaodong stood in the middle of the main hall. He had just returned from Xiao Wangzhuang. He ran back, very thirsty, and drank a bowl of water before continuing. Mother, you were right all along. Originally, Wu's wife didn't want to call a doctor, afraid that the family's shame would get out. Fortunately, Dr. Lee arrived just in time. I paid Dr. Lee 50 coins, and he went back to the town. Did you see? Wu Shunzi was so angry when he found out that Sun's widow wasn't carrying his child. He kicked Sun Lianlian hard. Lu Wenkai was beaten almost to death and taken away by the Lu family. Later, we weren't allowed to watch anymore. I heard they planned to drown the young widow in the pond. Wu Shunzi won't get any good either. I heard he was whipped dozens of times. Song Xiaodong spoke excitedly. Many of the things he mentioned were already expected by his mother, and he had a hand in making them happen. This made him very happy, feeling like a grown-up who could do things for his family. Lu Minggui listened and then signaled him to rest. It's late today. You've had a long day. Let's talk more tomorrow. She noticed that Xiao Qiu looked upset and seemed very tired. I'll take your sister to rest. You all should sleep early too. Shinjui gently held Song Xiaoqiu's hand with concern, then supported her belly and went back to the house. After everyone had settled down, Lu Minggui finally had a chance to go to the yard and look at the 4 baskets of wild vegetables. This time, there were 2 large baskets and 2 small ones made of willow branches. One basket was filled with melon heads and the other with pigweed. 2 small baskets contained fragrant tree buds and wild chives. Because they had been displayed in the yard all afternoon, they looked a bit less fresh, with some leaves soft and wilted. Lu Mingui still put the 4 willow baskets back into the White House, then took out the 4 empty baskets from before. These baskets still needed to be returned to her older brother's house, as they probably didn't have enough of their own. That's why she took several baskets of different sizes. After finishing all this, she quietly returned to her room. At night, Lu Mingui slept in the inner room. Song Xiaoqiu slept in the outer room, which was previously Song Xiaodong's place. Lu Mingui heard her daughter turn over and cry softly in the middle of the night, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her daughter was upset inside, but it wasn't because of Wu Shunzi, nor because of Wu's family. From what she knew about her daughter, although she was gentle, she wouldn't stay attached to someone who often scolded her. Most likely, she was worried about the future. After all, how many women have experienced separation from their husbands? It's normal not to understand everything at once. Things will get better gradually, it's only a matter of time. Just like herself, if she hadn't died once, she might not have dared to live as she does now. They kept quiet through the night. At dawn, Lu Mingui opened her eyes. In the yard, Song Xiaodong was sweeping the ground and Song Xiaoqiu was washing clothes. These siblings. Lu Mingui looked at them, feeling both amused and helpless. One was uncomfortable not learning to sweep from the carpenter's house, and now the other was uncomfortable not washing clothes. Oh well, they are both diligent children. She decided to go make breakfast so the family could eat well and have the strength to work. This morning, Lu Mingui wanted to change her breakfast. Her daughter liked noodles since she was young, so she decided to make noodles. She scooped some white flour into a wooden basin, cracked in 3 eggs, and added half a teaspoon of fine salt. This way, the noodles would be both chewy and nice-looking. She added water to the flour, kneaded it into a smooth dough, and let it rest for a while before rolling it out. She carefully cleaned the square table in the main room, which would serve as the work surface. The rested dough was soft and elastic. She used a rolling pin, pushing from the center outward little by little. When the dough was thin enough to be like dumpling wrappers, she sprinkled a layer of dry flour on top, then stacked the layers of dough. Then, she used a knife to cut the dough into even strips, shook them open, and the hand-rolled noodles were ready. At this time, Song Xiaodong had already swept the yard and went to fetch water from the well. Song Xiaoqiu finished washing the clothes and was hanging them out to dry, with Xinjiue. Even Man, who usually sleeps in late, was watching Lu Mingui roll the noodles without blinking. "Grandma, are we having noodles today? These noodles look so white." Lu Mingui smiled and said, "Not just white, they're also very tasty. Can Man have a big bowl later? Is that okay?" Man nodded, patting her little belly. "Yes, Man can eat a lot. Today I'll make a new way to eat them," Lu Mingui said happily. "Go help Grandma light the fire." Man hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Lu Mingui took out some tomatoes. Last time, Zhi Yufang said that tomato scrambled eggs are delicious. Since she didn't want plain boiled noodles today, she decided to make tomato scrambled eggs again. This was her first time making this dish. She thought for a moment and decided to follow the method for chive and egg stir-fry. First, she cracked 5 eggs into a bowl and beat them. Then, she added oil to the pan, cooked the eggs until they were done, and set them aside. Next, she put the chopped tomatoes into the pan and stir-fried them. The tomatoes sizzled in the hot oil, softened, and released juice. Then she added the cooked eggs. The eggs turned a bright orange red from the tomatoes, and a fragrant smell filled the air. After Lu Mingui sprinkled some salt into the pan, she suddenly remembered chicken essence. She wondered if adding chicken essence would make it taste even better. While Man wasn't paying attention, she added a little chicken essence into the pan. The yellow granules dissolved quickly like salt. Now it should be delicious, she thought. She sniffed the aroma and her mouth watered. Man was also desperately swallowing her saliva. "Grandma, can we also stir-fry persimmons?" Last time, she had tasted sweet and sour tomatoes, and she couldn't forget that flavor. Now, looking at the pot of tomato scrambled eggs, the smell was even more tempting than the sweet and sour tomatoes. Lu Mingui served the tomato scrambled eggs and replied, "This is the first time I'm making it this way. You'll see how it tastes later." She washed the pot and added water to cook more noodles. In the yard, Song Xiaoqiu and Shen Jiyue were working and talking. Second sister-in-law, do you eat 3 meals a day at home now? The men in the Wu family eat 3 meals a day, while the women and children eat 2 meals. Even the pregnant woman can only eat 2 meals. So, seeing the family already cooking breakfast early in the morning, I was a bit surprised. Shen Jiyue smiled and said, yes, 3 meals a day. Look, my face has gotten rounder. Second sister-in-law has 2 babies, so she should eat more. That way, she'll have enough strength when she gives birth. Song Xiaoqiu looked at Shen Jiyue's belly with some envy, but unfortunately, she wasn't so lucky. Seeing this, Shen Jiyue quickly changed the subject. Little sister, weren't you the one who liked eating noodles the most before? Mother must have made them especially for you. It's been a long time since you've eaten our family's food. You don't know how delicious Mother's cooking is now. After saying that, she took a deep breath. This smell really makes me crave it. Little sister, I hope you don't laugh at me, but I crave food every day now. As they were talking, Song Xiaodong came back carrying a water bucket. He muttered, the water in the well is running low, and it hasn't rained either. Lu Minggui heard them talking from the kitchen and called out, dinner is ready. Everyone come quickly. If the noodles get clumpy, they won't taste good. Coming. Song Xiaodong rushed into the kitchen like a gust of wind, carrying a big bowl of noodles, then quickly moved to the main hall. On the table in the main hall was a large plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The bright orange tomatoes and golden eggs looked very appetizing. So fragrant, Song Xiaodong exclaimed. Mother, can you still make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? He and Man asked the same question. Lu Minggui patiently explained, if you don't want plain water noodles, try some pickles. Today, try scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Anyway, it's just a side dish. Give it a try. In front of each person was a big bowl of pure white noodles. Lu Minggui first picked up a strand to taste. The noodles had a nice aroma and were chewy, but they lacked a bit of flavor. She was the first to scoop some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The sweet and sour juice coated the soft eggs, and although it was sweet and sour, it blended well with the salty taste. It didn't seem strange at all. In fact, it was a perfect match. This flavor was wonderful. Thinking for a moment, she simply scooped some scrambled eggs with tomatoes into her bowl. The white noodles were covered with orange and yellow, making them not only beautiful, but also delicious. Eat like this, it's even tastier. Xiaoqiu, you should try it. Others had eaten tomato with sugar before, but Song Xiaoqiu was seeing tomatoes for the first time. She hesitated for a moment, but followed her mother's advice. After taking a bite of noodles, she nodded quickly, saying, it's really delicious. Then she lowered her head and slurped a big mouthful of noodles. Everyone remained silent, eating eagerly with their heads down. The hand-pulled noodles were smooth and combined perfectly with the tomato juice and egg pieces, giving great comfort to the stomach. Song Xiaoqiu felt her heart was less confused and upset. Thinking back to the 3 years at Wu's family, where she never had enough to eat, that was truly hard. After finishing her meal, Lu Minggui spoke. Later, Mother will go to the town. Song Xiaodong asked, Mother, do you want me to go with you? Lu Minggui shook her head. No need. I will go find your uncle to sell wild vegetables later. With them there, you don't need to go. Later, you can go to the field to pull weeds. If you find any wild vegetables, bring them back. Xiaoqiu, if you want to go out, go. If not, stay at home and keep your sister-in-law company. Song Xiaoqiu was glad not to go out. She didn't want to face curious looks from others. Mother, I will stay at home with second sister-in-law. Shen Jui smiled. Good. I happen to be making small clothes for the baby these days. She took apart an old piece of clothing to make a shirt for the baby inside her belly. Yesterday, she cut the fabric, and today she started sewing. Song Xiaoqiu immediately agreed. Lu Minggui went alone to the town. As usual, she rode in Wang Da's ox cart. When Wang Da saw her, he felt like he was seeing a kind person who brought good fortune, so he quickly reserved the best spot on the cart for her. The ox cart was soon full of people. Most were women and wives, carrying bamboo baskets or backpacks. Lu Minggui remembered that today was the 15th, the big market day. So many people were heading to the town. Hey, did you hear about what happened at Shaowang village yesterday? My family is from Shaowang village. Tell us, tell us. Lu Mingui closed her eyes, listening to the chatter around her and slightly curved her lips. Good. These people were talking about how bad the Wu family was and about the scandal involving the young widow and the eldest uncle. For Song Xiaoqiu, they all felt sorry. However, some people said, if the Song family can't have children, it's better to end things now. Lu Mingui immediately looked over and saw a young woman she didn't recognize. She coldly asked, "Why do you say the Song family can't have children?" The young woman didn't expect an older woman to speak to her, but she wasn't afraid. She simply said, "They haven't had a child in 3 years after marriage, so of course they can't have children." Lu Mingui spat at her face and said, "Bah. This man is useless himself, and he blames the woman, especially with women like you who don't understand the situation and talk nonsense. People in the Wu family love to spread rumors outside. You messengers should be careful, or you'll ruin your tongues. Everyone knows that the young widow is pregnant with someone else's child, and she saw that the Wu family son can't have children, so she came to set a trap. No matter how fertile the land is, if the seeds don't grow, whose fault is it? Stop talking nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth apart." A few words made the young woman turn pale. Someone nudged her and said, "Stop talking. It seems she is Song Xiaoqiu's mother. Look at how protective she is. Why are you provoking her?" The whole ox cart fell silent. Some people looked at Lu Mingui, but she was not afraid. She looked straight at them, and they lowered their heads first. She secretly thought, in this world, strength matters. If you're timid, you're weaker. Sometimes being a little fierce is better. When the ox cart reached the town, it was very different from the usual dullness. There were shouts, bargaining sounds, children's laughter, and noise all around. There were vendors selling fried cakes, fruits, vegetables, and all kinds of small items like needles, threads, porcelain bowls, and cloth. Lu Mingui looked around, thinking about buying some cloth for her family, so she could make clothes for the baby in Joy's belly. It would also save her from having to wash and mend old clothes. A bolt of fine cotton cloth cost 7 coins and could make 4 or 5 short shirts for adults. If she made clothes for Man, she could make 5 or 6 sets. If the whole family needed clothes, 1 bolt wouldn't be enough. She would need at least 2 bolts. Lu Mingui counted her coins. They were enough, but she felt a little reluctant to spend them. While she was looking at the fabric stall, a pleasant smell suddenly wafted over. "So, this is what a big market looks like. It's quite interesting. Miss, there are too many people ahead. It's better not to go further." The crowd ahead was too thick for the sedan bearers to move forward, so they had to stop. But the young lady still wanted to go ahead. The 2 maids, hearing this, were worried something might happen and kept urging her to stay back. However, the young lady refused. "Let's go a little further and see if there's anything new or interesting." The sedan was stopped right behind Lu Mingui. She turned around and saw a small, soft sedan standing behind her, with a young lady peeking out from the curtain. Outside, on each side of the sedan, a maid stood talking to her. One maid, smiling politely, said, "Miss, what good things could there be in this small town? Let's go back to the inn early. If we bump into someone rude, what will we do?" Inside the sedan, the girl pouted her pink lips and said unhappily, "Isn't it because Li Yuyao got a glass mirror? Look at her, so arrogant. It's just a glass mirror, and she even claims it's from France. I don't believe we can't find something better to outshine her." The maid couldn't help but smile bitterly. Her young lady was always proud, and now that Li's girl had stolen the spotlight, she was holding back her anger. They had traveled from her maternal home to the capital, wasting so much time along the way, all just to find something good and show off in front of Li's girl. But this was just a small town. What good things could there be? Lu Mingui's heart was pounding. She didn't know what France was, but she did have a glass mirror. It was kept inside her White House. Looking at the group again, even the maid's clothes were made of fine fabric, and the young lady's outfit was even more luxurious. As for the jewelry on her head and hands, pearls, gemstones, all precious. Most importantly, although this young lady spoke in a spoiled way, her expression was gentle, without any harshness. Lu Mingui gathered her courage and stepped closer, saying to the maid, "Miss, I might have what you're looking for at home." The maid's name was Lulio. When she heard someone talking to her,
She immediately became alert and looked over. She saw a countrywoman standing in front of her. The woman's clothes were old and worn, but they were clean, her hair was neat, and her face looked honest and kind. Lu Mingui relaxed a little, but didn't think that a countrywoman would have anything valuable. These people often like to take advantage of situations to gain benefits. She scolded, "You woman, stop talking nonsense. Our young lady is not someone you can fool easily. Move aside quickly, or I'll have you whipped." Even the young lady inside the sedan looked over with a suspicious look, clearly not believing. Lu Mingui was calm and said, "Are you talking about a glass mirror? My cousin from my mother's family works in Baoding Prefecture and once received a mirror. This mirror isn't made of copper, but it can clearly reflect every tiny hair on a person's face. Probably, this is what your girl wants." The young lady inside the sedan widened her eyes as she listened, then nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's exactly it. Your cousin has such a good thing. Where is he? Bring it here so I can see." Lu Mingui looked around at the crowd, which was bustling, and shook her head. "The glass mirror is at my house. If the young lady wants it, I will go back and bring it to you." The young lady in the sedan was disappointed, thinking she could see it now, but then she realized that was normal. Such a precious item. Who would carry it around all the time? She ordered, "Then go quickly and get it. Green Willow, take someone with you." Lu Mingui immediately refused, wondering how she could let others follow. "Young lady, my house is messy. It's better not to let Miss Green Willow see it. Tell me a place and I will go back and bring it to you right away." Green Willow didn't want to follow a strange woman, so she said, "Then send it to you lie in room no. 1. My family's young lady's surname is Zhao. When the time comes, someone will lead you in." Lu Mingui nodded repeatedly in agreement. Green Willow also advised her young lady to go back early, and only then did Miss Zhao listen. Before leaving, she urged Lu Mingui, "Hurry up. I'll wait for you at the inn." Lu Mingui waited until the sedan moved away before heading to the other end of the market. She wasn't really going home. She was just wandering around the market, eventually buying 10 feet of cloth. 10 feet of cloth was enough to make a full set of clothes, and there was still enough left to make a little child's outfit. Adult clothes weren't urgent. She would buy more silver first. After wandering until noon, she went to a noodle shop and ate a bowl of soup noodles. Feeling full and satisfied, she slowly headed toward the Yuan. Inside the Yuan, Miss Zhao was pacing back and forth in her room. Not only pacing but also talking to herself. Why did it take so long? Does this wife live far away? Maybe at the edge of the sky? Could she be trying to trick me? She looked honest at first. If I had known, I would have sent someone to follow her. Another maid, Hong Tao, was tidying up her jewelry box. They were preparing to leave early the next morning, so she was packing away some unnecessary items. Hearing this, she quietly asked Green Willow, "What is Miss waiting for? Why is she so anxious? What did you take her to see? If you offend someone, be careful that Madame Zhao finds out." Madame Zhao was Miss Zhao's nursemaid, and she usually didn't like these maids very much. Before Green Willow could answer, Miss Zhao called out, "Green Willow, wait outside the inn. If this wife dares to deceive me, I will teach her a lesson." Green Willow hurriedly advised, "Miss, that wife looks honest. How could she lie to you? Sit and wait a moment. I will go out and greet her." Miss Zhao nodded. "Quickly, go quickly." Green Willow quickly left the room. When she reached the main gate of the Yuan, she saw Lu Mingui's figure. "Oh, Auntie, why are you only just now arriving? Our miss has been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Mingui explained, "I am old, so I am slow." Green Willow then pulled her toward the second floor and asked, "Did you bring the things?" Lu Mingui struggled free. "Girl, don't worry. I can walk by myself." She almost fell because the young maid was pulling her so hard. Green Willow suddenly realized she was too impatient and quickly smiled apologetically. "Auntie, I was too eager. Our miss has to return to the capital early tomorrow, but we haven't bought the things she wants." As they spoke, they reached the door of room number 1. "Miss, that big Annie is here." Miss Zhao then sat down gracefully and calmly said, "Bring her in." Although she appeared calm, Lu Mingui already knew she was eager to get the glass mirror, and she probably had a plan in mind. Before Lu Mingui could take out the mirror, she eagerly asked, "Where is it?"
Let me see. Her impatience made Lu Minggui feel more confident. She took the glass mirror out of the cloth bag, and Miss Zhao winced at the sight. Such an expensive mirror was just casually placed in a cloth bag. Wasteful. Lu Minggui was holding a round, octagonal mirror, leaving the rest behind. If she took out 2 mirrors at once, it might attract too much attention and make the young lady suspicious. Miss Zhao's attention was fully on the glass mirror. When she took it and looked at her face, she was immediately captivated. This mirror was just as good as Liu Yao's, even clearer. No matter how she looked or moved it, her face didn't distort. She couldn't help but pick it up and examine her cheeks carefully. Green Willow and Red Peach stood beside her. Green Willow couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how can it be so clear?" Red Peach also marveled. Even the small mole on the face is visible. It will make makeup much easier in the future. Miss Zhao's eyes couldn't leave the mirror. She looked at herself, feeling both familiar and strange, more real than ever before. She was overjoyed inside. This glass mirror was truly a treasure. Last time, Liu Yao waved her mirror in front of her but refused to let her touch it. Now, her own mirror was bigger and clearer than Liu Yao's. Seeing everyone marvel at the mirror, Lu Minggui coughed twice to get their attention. Miss Zhao looked a little embarrassed and steadied herself before saying, "This glass mirror belongs to me. But, although the mirror is good, the handle and frame are a bit rough." She was hinting at a price reduction. Lu Minggui understood this and steadied her mind, ready to negotiate. Then Miss Zhao added, "Look, the gemstone behind the mirror is smaller, and the handle isn't made of sandalwood." After pointing out these flaws, she asked, "How much silver are you planning to sell it for?"